how many amudim are there on each piece of carton? Minimum of 3, maximum of 8. Don't do less than 3, don't do more than 8. Don't make them very narrow, because they look like a letter. And don't make them very wide, because imagine you get to the end of the row, and then you don't know where the next row starts. You're going to start, your eyes start going up and down, you can't see where you are. Hello, keep going. The Mishpah Seichem says 3 times here, the Mishpah Seichem, something like this. In other words, that there should be approximately 30 letters per row, including 2 spaces, including some of them are zeros involved. Approximately 30. Not 40, not 25, approximately 30. So, down when you real back to space back. Let's say you have somebody's telling me now that he read a second Taylor, and he hired a special guy to get him to your year. So he's talking about how to get beautiful class. Hey, guys, in addition to the $250 that it costs per urea, they got another $30 for each one that he chooses. Oh, so you have this very wide urea. What do you do with it? Now, you should only have 8 amudim, but this is good for 9. You got to cut it. You cut 9, 3, 3, 3, 7 and 2, 5 and 4, whatever you want to do. 6 and 3, what do you do? Well, Yaakov shows the time of 6 and 10. You shouldn't do 6 and 3. And Arba is going to punish the time. It's a lot more symmetrical when it's 4 and 5 rather than 6, a larger one and a smaller one. It's all about once you make these very narrow, very wide in the beginning. So something like this, let's say, this is a little narrower. You're after the last puzzle. You have one puzzle and a whole of it. What do you do? So you stretch it. You go like this, you make it sound like each word is like a line, and it's a stretch. That's not good. You didn't do the whole page. You said you should get to the bottom. Look how much room there's. The Gemara on the Able to get to the bottom. You do this. You stretch it, and you make it taller. Each letter is giant, and the kids are 12 words in the entire album. Shir Girion. There's a certain shear for the margin. And this is all for nice, look beautiful. So to make it beautiful, here we go. The bottom should have a tevach. Back to this. In between each thing, each almost is 2 fingers. You see over here, 2 fingers. Over here, it's 3. On the top, it's 3. Over here, between it's 2. The Lamata shows his boys, and they have the Chumash at home, like a handwritten Chumash. 3 that's boys in the bottom, the Lamata says boys, and the top 2. And the Chumash, each one should be the width of the stuff. And between every row, it should be the size of a row. In between the rows. Between each word, like the size of a yud to fit in between each word. And between each letter, from the put a star as long as you put a his with. Let's say you don't have enough room. You don't have enough room. Don't make the font smaller. Let's say you have some matchup, you're running a from the bottom of the rail, from my left, you're running a from that. But don't they run up to the sheet up if you're running at a space between the lines. Then they run up to the parachute because you need space between different parachutes. The download table that's coming. If you have a 5-letter, something like this. So Hamidara over here, it's 5 letters. But you put time to take a dab before you take a dab. This is no good when you did right over here because the majority of the word is outside. This also applies to the 7-letter thing. It's not about how many letters are outside. You can put 3 letters outside, provided that it's a 7-letter word. So 4 inside, 3 outside. The point is the majority of the word should be inside. And it tells you something as so. Hey, mem no, inside and raise hay outside. That's great. It's time to go down. Says Tosfos, Hunter the time, the shade so share cool because of that. The first verse that the Shem Hashem can never be on the margin. Right? Is that the word that I'm looking for? Past the line, outside the margin. What if he has a two-letter word like the word tail? If I can find it. Here. Now, Yoshi did it based on you can never put a full word outside of the margin. So we're talking about that little bit is in the margin. The aleph, the little part of the aleph. Ladies and gentlemen, of that. Shouldn't put it between the columns. And I'll tell you because of the Shita, take a look over here, put the tail, or L, sorry, element there. Then you put it over there, you start to write it. I tell you the same, the voice, I used to do. I tell you the same, the person makes a mistake with some Hashem, and it happens a lot. It's a very hard job. You write, and then you make a mistake, and then you have to throw out everything you wrote. Terrible stuff. Where is not supposed to? What do? You wait until the ink dries. You forgot to write Hashem's name. And there's another word in there. So, you did a nice job there. Here. Right over here. Kasher Siva Hashem is Moshe. Go to Hashem and listen. Right over there. What do? It's already dry. You take a knife, whatever you do, and you scratch it right off. Scratch it off. You put Hashem's name in there. But now you're missing the word Siva. Where does Siva go? It goes on top. That's called toilet. Toilet means put on top. Toilet is Mashigora. And you put the word that you cut off, you put on top. Toilet is put on top. Because it's a shame of Mitzvah Magrar, you put Hashem's name inside the rope. Inside the line. Different Rabbi Rothschild. By the way, again, like I pointed out before, it doesn't say the Torah. Not on Tefillin. Rabbi Rothschild, Tefillin, got it back. Rabbi Rothschild, Tefillin, it's a shame. Rabbi Rothschild says it's not a problem. You can put Hashem's name on top. You put Siva, and all you do is put Hashem's name on top. It's a cooler. Rabbi Rothschild going around more things because this is the biggest cooler that you don't have to wait until the ink dries. You just take a cloth and you take the, I guess it smears up a little bit, not too fast, and then you have Hashem's name. Remember, Shimon Zuri is important because we're going to talk about what he says. To say halach is like him, and we want to know what halach is like him. So Hashem Kulei Toilet, only if you put Hashem's name completely like as so Hashem's name on top. If like part of it is in the line, you have a little room, so you're going to go like between the two, and then on top go like that. Not good. So once you check this out, it says your mayor, you're not going to erase any words, you're not going to add a word on top, you're not going to. So what do? Nothing you can do. Take it and put it in visa. But you know what's interesting? Think about it for a second. Why do you have to take out the whole urea and throw it out? He wrote a whole bunch of stuff to the right of it. No. So the answer is, if there's in fact 3 whole rows, to the right of it, then you take a scissors and you just cut it. Now you have a 3. But if there's only 2 rows to the right of it, you have to throw out all 3 rows. The point is, we said before, you have to have a minimum of 3 rows. So if it's like number 7, so it's not a problem. You cut what? Columns. What did I say? No, columns. The boy says columns. Columns. That's the wrong word. If there's 3 columns to the right, then you don't need to throw the whole urea out, the whole parchment out. You take a scissor, you take a blade, and you cut it nicely, and you attach another one, you keep on going. But if you don't have 3 full rows to the right, you only have 2 rows columns to the right, then you throw out the whole parchment. Ishmael Yochanan Omarab. I love the Torah Hashem. The halacha is you got to put Hashem's name on top of it. I've never seen it, but you got to put it top. Somebody said over here that people are maxed in Torah. I don't want any mistake. I'm saying, in these kind of things, write me a new one. Write me a new urea. Rabbi Rothschild, halacha is, and I'm asking, you got to erase and write. Why don't you just say straight out? Halacha is Yosef. Halacha is shouldn't that appeal because we're not certain that the Rebbe really said he's the one that said this and was said that. Some that say that he said the opposite. The Rebbe that said it not Rebbe. Okay. Omar Rosh Chanina, Omar Ula, Shimon, Omar Chanina, Halacha. That means it's Chanina. Oh, that I said. Omar Robin Barcelona over in Sanino. I love your Shimon Shizuri. The love is like your Shimon Shizuri. That one, don't put half of Hashem's name on one row and then the other half on top. Put the whole thing on top. But like, oh, everywhere he says something, the love is like, what does it mean? Where? What are you referring to? This one right over here, referring to Hashem's name. You put the entire Hashem's name on top of the row, in between the rows, but not a little bit below, a little bit on top. There is Allah, but we said, or a command of Allah, in the name of God. Allah, the Torah should say, you're allowed to put the name of Hashem on top. You're allowed to right. Listen, if you're right, that Allah the Rishon should do. The wall, he can't have an app. Who name it like, who name it like, why they do that in there also is one of the things. The Allah is, you're allowed to hear it. Allah is, you're allowed to put Hashem name on top. And the Allah is, you're not put it half and half. Allah, referring to this famous Allah. When Shimon Shizuri right now, he's a common starting the first discover. We're talking about a Ben Bekua. Rabbi said Ben Bekua. Ben Bekua is when you shut an animal, a mother, and you find in her stomach, you find a live comes out, and it's the news is right. You're allowed to eat it without shkita, because the shkita of the mother is the shkita of the baby, even though it got to live. And even 5 years later, even got to live for 5 years, your boys will take a look at this. That's cool. They make a little like the eyes of the sound of food. Justin, there you go. Good. Says the Gemara, no, it can't be this halacha that Shimon Shizuri said. Okay, Allah, zero Amram Kani, Allah, Shimon Shizuri, but Isa, he should say not only Ziyuri says this, but also Rabbi Rothschild says in the name of Allah. Alright? Let's stop right over here. Both sides have a wonderful day. Where is this book? It's spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. The height of the menorah, 7 lines down from the top, it's not a long time, don't get used to it, especially in the guys of the menorah. 4'3", 72 centimeters or both sides. This is it. This is the height of the menorah. See this? That's what God says. Yes, they relate to God. God looks on the menorah. Here we go, something like this. The menorah had a stone, and the stone had both those mouths that have 3 steps. So I can't remember to make it the menorah. It doesn't stand on it. How in the world are you telling me it's this? Whoa. Basically this high, he needs 3 steps. 1, 2, 3. What's the point? He's gonna have to come down. Yes, it's 6 feet tall. There it is. I get it. I want to be on top of it. 3 feet. On my legs. Give me out. the famous Indian, I'm talking to Indian, I was talking about from here, from where the branches of the nerve start. 9 tefachim from that point, if there's 9 tefachim below that, the total of 18 tefachim like we discussed. Better than this, like you should have understood, I guess. I don't know exactly why, but that's how it is. 6. Says in the Bible, God, they're up down here, it's on the time zone. Says, oh, you know, yes, please. Oh, my leg, yeah. Says the Bible, we're doing like God, the flowers, the honey, that was the time, even the tweezers that you use as the feelings to take out the wood from the mineral stuff, all pure gold. Who misloids that? It is misloids right. I'm different. What is that? I'm going to so my man said that close down all the gold source by purifying the gold to such a level that all of the gold is working basically. Not working, but put everybody out of business. He says by Pharaoh's right. Everybody noticed the difference in how beautiful the Mikvah's Pharaoh was the different colors. Esther Menorahs of the Pharaoh. Some of my mother had Menorahs. There's a lot of Bible taking the LFC goes up. Let's say it says 145 pounds of gold, which is about $9 million. Times 1,000. $9 billion worth of gold. If a lot of Bible LFC goes up, you bring, hold on, and then just for one menorah, times 10, times 10. Business to LFC. In order to purify the gold, they'll start off with 1,000 and end up with 1. They'll purify it, put it into the oven, melt it down, and you have people. So that's the Gemara, but see, the whole thing you still had a lot of gold. All these weapons, they're all made out of gold. Because they basically are all the specials in the community. There's only 12 soldiers. Gold made out of 12 soldiers. Ain't that the message we make in the movie? Silver wasn't considered as nothing in this case. Funny, you had a lot of gold. You know, some service on it. He said all the gift stuff was done. You put up in the business. In order to get the one, you have to put it into the oven 1,000 times. Doesn't make sense. Nice of us in order to believe clear out to make the unit well to the skinny. A unit well to the skinny. In one speaker, in 125 pounds of gold, there's 288,000 euros to the skinny. It's a tiny, tiny amount. It's a fractional fraction. 288,000. There's one of those. 288,000 of a gold coin. If they wanted to make the menorah exactly what do they do? They can do 30 volume of tours in the U.S. They had to put into the oven 80 times to get rid of 288,000 of the people. I was telling you that you put it to the oven 1,000 times. Whatever it is, you're gonna come down 999 people. You can't even get this tiny amount, the size of a hair, you can't get down after 80 times in the oven. So how's 1,000 times in the oven going to take down 5,700 kilos? Or whatever, you do that. Lord, even the price tag. You know why? Because once you purify it, it's pure to the pure, you know where to go. It's already pure. How you can't go? You put it down another 20 times. It isn't going anywhere. Yes, okay. So after 80 times, you already purified it. It's pure to the pure to the pure. Once you get out of that, once you reach that level, he calls it 24 carats. Whatever you want to call it, let's call it 24 carats. And 20, and after you purify 24 carats, more than 24 carats. Whatever that is, I'm just using that number. Over before that, I over again. Like you sit on the out the hurry. Yeah, so basically what the Gemara is going to do is, what is the word tar? Tar to mean that it's literally tar, that if a dead person touches it, it's tar, or that it actually accepts someone, it's a cobble someone, or to mean that it came from a pure place, meaning it came straight from someone. So it's the opposite. I can sit on the out the hurry. What do I say with nothing to hide? It came down from Shemayim. And I thought, you know what I'm saying? And I thought, I was looking at cars, and I said, nothing cars. But also, I was saying that lesson. So you tell me the table that people look at my phone. It also came down from Shemayim. And the bar was out to Shemayim. Bar means that it could accept him. By Minayah also. It didn't come down from Shemayim. It means a Minayah is a vessel that can accept someone. It's not a good stuff. It's not a simple stuff. When the fire refers to shulchan, that it is pure, meaning that it's supposed to come from it. Why? Yeah, it doesn't. We're not. It's interesting. The shulchan is made out of what? When you look at the shulchan, what is the shulchan? It looks like gold. It's gold plated. So anything that's gold plated, is that gold or is that wood? If you have wood and you plate it with gold, how do you look at it? How long is it? Is it Kabbalah? It's not Kabbalah. It's Kabbalah. But over here, the Torah calls this gold-plated shulchan eight. And therefore, it has a lot of wood. What's a lot of wood? The eight, also the nakashi. It's a piece of wood. It's meant to stay right here, like this table, right here. It's a piece of wood that's not meant to be moved. We put it into this room 7 years ago. It hasn't moved. It doesn't move. Then Mela was, it's not a Kabbalah. Because the eight also are not that. Then Mela, that's why the Torah says you should know the shulchan is the Kabbalah. Even though it's not supposed to, obviously it is. No, and here, it tells you why. The famous Gemara, they used to lift up the shulchan with the lechem upon him, on Shabbat, and show all those people that came from a distance. Remind them, lechem upon him, going to them, remove the basket, lift up with the book of love. Not the basket, what's the love? And Shmuel ben Levi don't remember Shmuel ben Levi. He doesn't have to look at my bottom. He's a big mate. What happened with the because when they removed the bread a week later after it was made on Shabbos, it had the same heat, right? When they put it in, the boy said, to them, I lost him left from time. Then we left them. But the day was removed, here we go. They had to stand in the hill, right? In the fire. They didn't. It came out. So that it was still hot. Must say, the Hira, the Pasuk, better than Hira. The Hira means that it's without a Duma. By the Shulchan means it's without a Duma, by the Hira also means it's without a Duma. But Pshita, by the Shulchan I need to tell you, because I thought it's a piece of wood, I thought it's very stationary, so not sure I know, it's without a Duma. But why would I think that a menorah is 6 feet tall, made out of metal, made out of gold, not without a Duma? Why not? It's not without a Duma. Anything metal, it's without a Duma. Hello. Therefore, we must say at the end, Yordan Hashem, welcome to Hira. The menorah was brought down from Tanya Rebbe Yehuda. Our installation, ship installation, menorah installation, Yordan Hashem. These three things came down from Shemayim: the Aron, the Shulchan, and the menorah. Came down in the form of fire. It's disappeared again. Oh, here, this one. We're all Moshe Rabbeinu information. Moshe Rabbeinu saw them and he copied it. The Nemar who read about it, but he can have more of the heart. Rashi on the spot, if you look it up right on this spot, Rashi turns to make it says that it was going to make the menorah. What happened was that Moshe Rabbeinu tried, but he couldn't show it to him. Whatever. You're going to see Gabriel came, showed, but at the end of the day, it was how to make the menorah. There was a fiery menorah, and Moshe Rabbeinu took the menorah to start doing it. At the end of the day, according to the measures, it didn't work out so well. The Gevim, when the Rebbe said, after erased the heart on the Mishkan, so Akinami, so the whole Mishkan came down, and he copied it off the fiery Mishkan, Akinami, no, I have to say it from the stuff done. No, because these are the measures. Also, see it, it's a new son. They should do it as it is. They showed it to him, showed him a picture of it. Gabriel, the mouth, Gabriel, Pegasus, Sika, you have some sort of a belt or like apron, something like that the workers have. The Herald of the Moshe, he came down as a personal worshipper. The Herald of the Moshe mentioned in there and he showed him how you do it to sit. There, Meister, Hamanora. One of the very original. Moshe Dvar, no, you touch him with Moshe after Herald, after the Torah, that's why the three things that Moshe Rabbeinu had a hard time understanding and doing. Sure, like he went and showed him with his finger, like so. By the way, Menorah, he showed him in Menorah. Where his students had a hard time figuring out the Menorah, showed him his Torah. But our guys, one of the smartest rocks and like this start over here. Menorah the seed, you get my time Menorah. The Zeh, you call it the this is it. We're calling the seed, I'm going to have Zeh of Rosh Hashanah. This is it. Rosh Hashanah is Zeh of Hamakam. The Shoyme and Achus of Shukah. You didn't know exactly what a shecht is or whatever it's recorded. And then my Zeh is passed to Alam Be'ah. Also, no, not the second, so not the second. They first issue is Zeh of Ma'akboy. That both parties. In terms of feeling stuck up back, even if one letter is missing from the mezuzah, it's no good. That's the most people. Well, what should happen is it should be okay. Missing a letter. It says, see the time it has to be home. Never have you done around. When this is hello, the famous saying, people say, Moyni is not good in Allah. It's like, what's Kutush Yud? So according to Rashi, Kutush Yud is this area right over here. It's the bottom right of the Yud. The bottom right of the Yud is like, okay, the top left of the hour. This is the bottom right of a Yud. Therefore, the Rabbi Rothschild says you have to write a Yud like this, and the little bottom part, and that's the Kutush Yud. We, in our children, if you look, we have the Kutush Yud of Rabbi Rothschild. Our staff is Rabbi Rothschild's staff. Kutush Yud, when I'm missing Kutush Yud. That what it is to the Rabbi Domerab. Tell you another I know. Don't Rabbi Domerab. Oh, shame. Look at an arbor for sale. That's this sound. Here's Bill. This is a letter that doesn't have parchment on all four sides. The line is touching the thing. And that's what it's saying over here. That a cubic sound, that's a ma'ashba, meaning that even if two letters are touching each other, not that it's missing a letter. And not that it's missing part of a letter that keeps it. The father, if it's missing a kutush, it's possible. Even if it's perfect, the letters are perfect, but they're touching each other, that's no. If the inside of the hay was punctured, it's kosher, we can see what that means. You raise the muscle and its right leg is puffed. What is there? The Jew is actually related to Kudo. Let me tell you. That's what the Jew is actually related to Kudo. I don't think we can not Kudo. Nika push to hay kosher. As so. Today. And we have to use it for later. If the inside foot, the one that's not attached, the detached foot, has a hole in it, let's say it was actually there before you even wrote. You just wrote into the, maybe the those days didn't have such beautiful parchment like yesterday. But the rainbow, the diaper, the shoe, is kind of over here you can see that's a hay. It doesn't matter how big that little guy is. It's a hay. You see that little dot over there. It's not a dollar, it's not a ring. But if the other side was punctured like this, so this is no good. Why is this no good? Because look, it's shorter than the yield on the right. I know you don't want to put the yield on the other side because it's safe. But over there, we can see the yield is longer. And this is the part. In the side of the shield, it's time or the letter yield, plus the not, it's not. There's more out here from over Babel. Basically, out of the hay, you have the same situation that the right part, like over here in the screen, the right leg had a puncture. What did that mean about it? Think about it. On the way, that puncture from the face on top. In the Shire boy, the shoe is kind of tough. You know, that's exactly what I said. In this case, would be possible, if not, it's kosher. Rami by Tami. His name is Rami, the son of Dick. Musamua, and he's the father-in-law of Rami, Bar Dikule, the son of the palm tree. Now, child number one is that we know the Judah Pasuk says that a son-in-law and a father-in-law should not have the same name. That's why my father's name spelled is different. But I know somebody, my uncle, changed his name from my brother to Yaakov. constantly, but you have to constantly, because of their son-in-law, because of, you're not supposed to have the same name. So, but over here it seems like they have the same name, Rami and Rami. So one has a Rif Aleph in it and one doesn't. Some say that it's actually the same person. That his name, dates and prophecy is the same person. That's why they look inside, they take it out, okay. The rule that he is, not Kamor, that he is Rami Bar Gatubi. He's also known as the prophecy, not only as the. There's Shigale Kars of Bob. There he had a situation where the bottom of the Bob was missing. The Yara, the word the Yara, with a function. Other than there's very things around the lady, who likes to look at the Hakim, they come down, love the Inca, you don't know how to, long enough not, you're the child that's not too smart, not too good, and not too dumb. He correlated the Yara culture. If he reads it properly like a boss, then it's good. You know, if he reads it not like a boss, then obviously it says Yehare. Like with 2 years, it spells Yehare, who also doesn't spell Omar. Omar, have you come around? I've always said this is one of my favorite Gemaras. Everybody loves this Gemara. Omar, have you come around? The Shosha Lamich Rabbeinu, Moshe Lamaro, when Moshe went up to Shemayim, they turned up his Torah, he found the Rothschild and Yosha putting the Kosher Kodim like the Tagim. Like over here, the saying has a tag on top for Tagim. Really, it should be like this. These are the Tagim gates. What three things Tagim? One of the Tagim is Rothschild. You know, why are you so busy with Shabbos? Say the Torah is ready. You better really surprise yourself. The way they need the Torah. Why do you have to add? Why do you have to take your time here? Let's go. And Allah, Adam, Echad, gave one human being. So also he has the first kind of goals in the future generation. The Akiva, the Yosef Shemot. His name is Akiva. So also his joy that the point that every single one of these Hagim, healing for Allah. Many Allah. Very important. They're part of the Torah. Some of the fun of the every Rebbeinu Shalom. Rebbeinu Shalom. Haralim. Do me, but I want to see it in the future. And Allah, Hazorlah forever. Turn around. Turn around. All out. The Yosef, the same Shemon Yeshua. He turned around and he found himself first in the future. So he placed himself in the 8th row in the Shir. What is the Shir for this? Unbelievable. Wasn't comprehending what's going on over there. Different, they say different things. The whole Torah, look up into everything in the Torah. What does it mean exactly? That's just very funny. It's bothering him a lot. Even to yell, but also to give it back somewhere in this stuff. Every look, I'm going to read the 9 law. I didn't know this group of people. And I learned a lot of what you see now. A lot of what you see now. Yash the Daito. Yash the Daito. Oh. That's learning my Torah. It's me. That's learning from that. I understand. It's like a different style. No, it's like Rabbeinu got it in the representation of war. The whole Torah came to him. It wasn't like he was trying to keep things out and he didn't have. It was a different style. You know what I mean? Once I rebelled against himself, who goes back, Moshe Rabbeinu goes to the Rebbeinu from all of them. Yes, Father Kazev. That's why I always say, Racha. That Rabbi Kiva is on such a level that Moshe Rabbeinu is asking the Rebbeinu, why did you give the Torah to me? Give it to Rabbi Kiva. And Allah, son. Now, for me, son is in English, shut up. It's a very, very strong lesson. It's a very strong lesson. But be quiet. Allah, but I'm shutting the phone. This is how it's saying tonight. In other words, you do not comprehend. This is beyond human comprehension. And the phone of the very struggle. He started to up. He showed me his greatness in Torah. Ironic story. Let me see what's his power. And Allah, Chazor Acharecha. You want to go? Let's go to the future. Turn around. Chazor Acharecha, we went back. Go to show you the third in Acharecha. You know that Rabbi Kiva, when he died, they scraped his skin with metal bones. And in addition to that, I don't know if everybody knows it, they took his meat and they sold it in the marketplace to be mabayishim, to put him down. This is the award that somebody so great gets for Torah. Oh my Lord, she's so quiet. This is not something you will understand. Dr. Gemara, Omar Rabba, Shiva Oisio, There's seven letters that need to get three zayins. Beilein, Shabbos gates. This one right over here, Shabbos gates. Omar Rabba, I had a dumb question and I didn't see anybody talk about it. It's like, if these are the letters that get the target, so what's the reverse one so long? So put it on every chain, you put it on the computer, every chain gets it. If it was like, this page should get it, this valve, and even that, I mean, there's those things to do it in a millisecond too. It's like, what do you market? But it's a given. Every shin gets it, every iron gets it, every test gets it. So you put in the halach of that, like, you have to understand the depth of it. I saw these certain are very market. They put a little guy on top of the fence, a little a tag on the fence. The content is not in the fence. It's totally kind of interesting. I didn't see this myself yet, but that in Morocco, the Sifrei Torah are like Rashi. The fence is like that. I wonder what the Shimon is. The Loimar, the Torah of the Torah, and the little leg of the hay is hanging in there. Constantly got to the fence. What's the shot? We put a little guy, a little crown on top of the fence. The Loimar, Chayu, the Rimo, the Loilam, the Zofu, Luz, the in our world, the Torah way the Torah day, why do they hate the hay? The point that they would even see the Rabbi wants to make a very big mistake of saying that this is the Buddha Nasi, the author of this is the Buddha Nasi grandchild. The C.O. Not Nasi, the C.O. Back in the day when it started, like that's it. The email, by the Bitku Bashem Adiyad, Kibiyo Hashem Tsuri Lamin, what's the Shan Mishpat? Bitku Bashem Adiyad, you should always have faith in Hashem, rather, people. For Hashem, Tsuri Lamin. Omar Lei, till I tell you the turn about this, Korku, Arei Loi, Maximum Lazel Loi Lamin. If you put your trust in Hashem, not stop when things are going well, everything's smack. Oh yeah, I told you the Father, they got all the money. But even when there's a machlo, even when there's a sorrow, even when everything is, it looks like everything's upside down, yeah, full be talking. Then, Harei Loi Maximum Lazel Loi Lamin, because the person will see is covered, which is best there in this world and the world. Omar Lei, and after that, this is what I want to say. Nice to see, Bitcoin. It makes a lot more sense to say, it makes it hard to say, Bitcoin Hashem Adiyad, oh Hashem, Tsuri Lamin. The rock forever, what's Bitcoin? In the cup, in Hashem, what's in Hashem? It's God who is really long. The thing is really you that are long, no Rabbi Yehuda of Shah. Every time Lamin Shabbat is working. These are two words that the God created. That's what the hay, that's what the word. One he created with the hay, and one with the wood. There's Rashi over here, beautiful Rashi. I'm giving you a tip. I'm not gonna explain Rashi. For those, my good friends are following Rashi here. All of the Shmori of his work with the God's name, the Rikik is called Ois, they put into each letter these drops, and the Ois is even not to mind that it's the Avir. The Kaloidim Shula, think of the city, one not a green world, I know this one. Hey, I don't know which one got what. The Moilim has the Yud, but hey, the Moilim has everything was created to your eggs. One of my ill things is the name of Bihi Bara. I'm thinking the Ibarn, I look at Hey Bara. Then, of course, you learn the process that the God created this world with the Hey, meaning, Olam Haba with the Yud. Why was it created? A Hey is like a chest, like a free wall. You got a right to love this. If you want to leave the religion, you don't want to believe, go ahead. I mean, not go ahead. You have the choice. You're not forced in it. My time at Daikari, and why is the hey, and the other Tshuva Mailele? Because if you want to do Tshuva, even the worst, even after if they've done Tshuva, everybody can do Tshuva from the worst of theirs. That's why there's a little opening in the top. That's the Gemara of the Lila. Why do you need opening in the top? You left from the bottom, come back in from the bottom. So the Gemara is Tayyim Milsa. Because it won't work so often. you're late to me. If you're late, there's no will treat you like someone. What's the song? Somebody who puts down important things. So you're put down, making fun, mocking things, mocking Rabbanim. You mock, there's no one mock you. But if you humility, you have humility, you can say that there's no will show favor to you. Listen to this lesson. Don't be tired, you sign those things. If you go, you want to do tshuva, Hashem will help you. Well, the time of touching it, I thought I came up with a merzik and chapter, and there was something else in the first place of the shop. It says that if you come to be retired, the Lord will help you. You want to be Mekama, then he's not going to help you. He's going to open the door. It's very different. You want to do bad, I thought, give you the opportunity. Open the door for you. He's not going to help you. Over here, when you want to do tshuva, he sticks his hand down and he grabs, he checks this out. My time is the tiger. Why does it, hey, have a little crown? I'm not going to go from the place on me, to the place of voice, because shoot on the place of the pressure, so it's like, Tesser. I'll put a crown on him. If you chew like a double crown, you're not into oil. Oh, my brother, then why was the word to come? There was this, they should say, you can go more often. It's very peaceful. They're not comfortable. Why is the bottom of the yod? Think this, like this, says Rashi. Your nation tzaddikim should be comfortable because tzaddikim, they go with their heads down, they're embarrassed. Says Rashi, unbelievable. A tzaddik. You listen, he sees another tzaddik. He says, wow. I'm a tzaddik, and look at him, look how much he accomplished. Unbelievable. Rabbi died. Have a wonderful day. Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Finish my seminar with Mordechai. Says the Gemara that Chofetz Omer Aleph. Omer Mar. V'sheveh Pnim, v'sheveh Mitzorah. We're talking about the Hazoi. Inside the Heichal, we know on Yom Kippur, we sprinkle the blood at different places. And the Mitzorah, we take the oil of the Mitzorah and we sprinkle it towards the throat. If you don't have the right intent, you think about something else, you think it's another carbon, whatever it is. That's like the first Mishnah in Menachos, the first Mishnah in Bachman talks about Shaloi Yishma. Also, two ways. The other Kivanai, and if you're not moving in the right direction, share it. So Tanya, that we learned in a Braisa, Ben Shaloi Yishma, and Ben Shaloi Yishma, share it. Even if you don't have the right intent, Yishma, it's still kosher. Why are you telling us kosher? Over the years in the past, or the years of the Bonham, two different colors, the other is the Makish Ultimate Kafel, Makish Nami Loiglasham. Remember the first Mishnah in Zvachim tells us that there are two components that if you don't have the Shema, you're not Yoitzel. Kafel saying, so we learn, and Rabbi Rothschild on the spot, in the Mishnah says, well, Hashem also. He has a limit of Hashem also. So if you learn from Kafel to Hashem that you need the Shema, then you can go one step further and say from Asham to the Loik Shem, and also you need the Shema. It really has the Makish Asham L'Chatas, Makish Nami Loik L'Asham. So we have a limud all, we go all the way back to Chasas. But the don't have that. That's the Gemara, but wait a minute. Yes, we have a rule in Kashim that you can only go one step. You can only go from Chasas to Asham. So you can't continue from Asham to something else. That's Chayim Alam. You can't repeat a word, a limud. The limud is once, from Chad to Asham. You want to go from the Asham, if the limud started at the Asham, then you go to the Lut Shemen. You can't go from one to another. That you don't do in Kashim. Elam Rabbi, you're right. You're stuck, you can't do that. So it's not a machlek for the religion of Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. As we even saw, it could be that the Lut Shemen is kosher to eat. But in order to get one is eat the leftovers, fine. But to get the kapara, that you need the right kavanah. If you don't have the right kavanah, the owner must bring a second Lut Shemen. The boys are going to a beautiful sugya about the menorah. Shiva Pnei menorah, Magin Zerah. There are 7 branches on the menorah, and if you're missing one, if you only have 6, not 7, no good. You can't use the menorah. Shiva Nerisel, Magin Zerah, on top of each branch, there's a wick with a fire. You need 7. You only have 6, no good. Stay Parshoyos, Parshiyash, Mezuzah, Ma'akoy Zuzu. Mezuzah as Shema, Goyim Shemaya, which in the parsha it says about the mezuzah. If you only have one parsha, it's not good. Magazuz, not only that, even if one letter is missing, ma'akis. Arba parshiyot shebatfilin magazuz. All parshiyot that have the missing of filling in them, missing one parsha, no good. Right to the end of this parak are things that are ma'akiv one another. Started yesterday. Mamish has got the kind of style now, and then we get to Telas where things are not ma'akiv. These are ma'akiv. 4 parshiyos are a must. The Bahayu is a key. It's the Aviyasa, it has to be like a puka. I think it's Tzadek Ma'akiv. Even one letter is ma'akiv. The boys say, how many letters are in a Sefer Torah? Shishim, Riboy, but they counted it. We have to explain that it's 300,805, something like that. 4,805. 300,000, 304,805. 805. But every ice represents somebody in Klal Yisrael, and if you're Shishim Riboy, and if you're missing one ice, you're missing one yid, you're possible. You say that there is God. Arba tzitzis magazine zoom 4 tzitzis. You can't walk around with 3. Shabbatim zahachas is considered 1 mitzvah. You're not mekayim a special mitzvah each one. You have 4, then mekayim 1 mitzvah. Arba mitzvahs. Each one is individual, and we're going to see in the Gemara what it means that if you have a beggar with 5 hampois, according to the Shmuel, each one is a mitzvah. My time, why is it in Menorah? Why is it Mahatim? Why is each tunnel of the Menorah not? Abai says Abai is a must. We had yesterday a bunch of Abai, Kuka, Abai, the same idea. If the Torah uses that word, it means you must do it as so. You can't make a menorah with 6 branches. Torah, but menorah is a ball, menorah eshet. The menorah came from one solid piece. Umin Azov was a solid piece of gold. Umin Azov is made from gold. Asa min agrutos, if you made it from broken pieces, psula. It is also Mishar Minimatagos Shera. As you're going to see, this halacha that has to be made from one piece, from Miksha'aka, is only when you make it out of gold. If you make it out of silver, which the Klal Yisrael doesn't have the money, you can make it out of silver, we'll see. Then it doesn't have that halacha. That's the Gemara. Why do you say it's made from smaller pieces of puppets? This is Miksha Bavai. This says the word Miksha 4 times. Here's the puzzle. Vasisa Menorah Zav stars may be made out of gold, pure gold. A Miksha, one solid piece, Theosa. And at the end of the puzzle it says you must be done as so. Gemara Shamini the Prophet Nami Zav Bavai. How can you do it how can you make it out of silver, out of copper? It says Zav tar, and what does it say at the end of the pasuk? Same you. Oh, I brought the awesome. No, but it does say the word the awesome in green. The Rabbi Sharmin is to come to include other metals. The Rabbi is okay, it's coming to add something, but maybe it's coming to add, you must do that as gold, because it says gold. It makes more sense. Say you have to stick to what the Torah says, gold. It says the also says to add something, broken pieces that fell off. Now, look where it says the word mixture. It says the word mixture next to you, the closest to you. Mixture than you. Actually, Mara doesn't. I mean, I mixture too. The other is actually closer. The green is closer than the word mixture. The other. Mara, so maybe you don't need the mixture. Maybe Mixture means one side piece. The also do without being sour. You, Gemara knows. Mixture laughter. It says mixture twice. Here it says this is possible. The mixture. So we know Shana Lava Kosov in Kachim. The Torah says twice. Lahakin. Crazy Gemara. Zav. I'm lahakin since Zav at least twice. It says 4 or 5 times. Gemara I might. Yeah, I'm showing you every place. What the Gemara is doing here is Gemara is going to show that there's special halachas that we learn out of each word Zav, and that only comes if Rutayis are no good, and Zav is good. These words Zav come to include these things. But if Rutayis are good, and Zav is not, then how do you get to the Limudim that we have? What are some of the Limudim are? So what's special about gold? Special about gold is first of all, it has to be one piece. It also has to weigh a kikar, and other metals don't have to weigh a kikar. And also you have being the kafir and the prophet. And which you're going to see soon, you have these designs on the menorah that only apply to gold. All these things we have to learn each one from another word Zav. Zav, I'm just going to do Zav, I'm going to Shera, and Zav, now we have the drush. Eliam is going to do Shera, but if you're going to tell me that broken pieces are kosher, you're showing me the other metals or fossils that I don't have, the removing that I have. Zav, my dad says, what are you going to do with all these drugs? What are these drugs? My drugs are beside you. These guys, Zav, Card, Yaso, Isa, Asa, I don't know, you have to use 57 kilo, I don't know what that is in pounds. What is that in pounds? 120 pounds? Bazav, if it comes with Zav where this says Zav, Bazav, Zakikar. If you're going to make it out of gold, then you must have a kikar. In a Bazav, you're going to use other metals. Ain't enough Bazav, kikar. You don't need to be mashed on the waist. Viel, Kaftirel, Rochel. Viel, here, I brought from home today. On the menorah, it's actually pretty close to this size. About a tefach, it seems like, each one. They had Vil. At one point, they had 3 of them together like this. Show you a picture. Beautiful is Matzah Shabbos. You know, we're only that day's daf. So one Shabbos, I'm like, I called Yoshi. Do you have anything from menorah? He says, no. Okay, we're going to get. So he calls up our third artist. He's like, let's get working. He asked me to send him some pictures. I sent him this. This is the arch on the left. The average just to use. And then he started building this, and I gave him artists. I said, no, this is a kaftar. That's on the top. You know, this is just my back and forth with him. What's the Shabbos hour before Shir? Let me show you what they came up with. Beautiful stuff. This is. It's going to get. I'll show you some detailed stuff. The beam you can see on the bottom, but there. Let me just. Even if we go to this one, actually, let's go to this. This is from the article also. This just shows you the centerpiece. Now, if you look at the bottom, this is what we call a pera. Okay, I'm not sure that we know exactly what it looks like, but it could be it looks something like this because the Gemara says later on it's the way they designed it in the columns. If you look at the old Roman columns, they had some similar things like these flowers. Okay, this right over here, these guys are called kashtarim. They're circles. They're like balls. Rambam says it's a little bit like shaped as an egg. Others say they're literally round. Here you can see 3, what do you see over here? 3 Gevim inside each other, literally like this. Then on top of that you have a kaftar, and then a pera. That's one shita. Another shita is this, that the top, go out, is something like this, that the kaftar, pera, and the Gevim are all in one line. See all 3 of them on top. And it's more like this. There's the famous picture that the Rambam depicted, and he has the branches of the menorah straight, and then he says that he wasn't so makbid on certain things, just trying to bring out certain points, and not to learn from it 100%. There's a lot of. This is the menorah that the Mechana Mikdash made. Supposedly it's gold or maybe gold coated. It's very expensive, and over here you can see. This is the base. The base has 3 legs, as you're going to see. It only has 3 legs. I don't see the parach on the bottom. Interesting. Maybe over here you see like a gevi and a parach. Over here you see the kaftarim, and out of the kaftar comes the 2 branches. Another kaftar, another kaftar. And then he has over here 3 Geviyim, on top of the Geviya, a Kaftor, and a Pera. Then goes the place where they light it, that's not included in the height, we're not really discussing that today. Biel, Kafturel, Rachel. Bazav, if another Allah or a boy side, these Geviyim, Kaftorim, Brachim, only if it's made out of gold. Bog Geviyim, Kaftorim, Brachim. But Bazav, Bog Geviyim, Kaftorim, Brachim. Ain't a Bazav, it's made, let's say, out of silver. Ain't a Bog Geviyim, Kaftorim, Brachim. We don't do the Geviyim, Kaftorim, Brachim. Next, the Gemara. Maybe the idea of branches, which is the same concept. It says, being the third maybe it shouldn't have branches. It's not made out of gold. It shouldn't have branches. It should look something like this. I don't know, without branches. Ain't about Zav, ain't about Kohanim. The Gemara, that's not called a menorah. I don't Hamot Mikri. Anybody that lives in Israel knows what a Hamot is? Hamotim. It's a candlestick. It's a single. It's not a menorah. These are only mudim that we need. And that's why it makes sense to exclude brutais and to include zav, because now we're using all these to teach us. You need a kikar, you need geviya and brachim, and you need mixture needs to be made out of one solid piece. Imagine. I'm just thinking to myself, making this menorah out of one solid piece, and you get like to the right furthest branch, and you mess up. It's like one tefach lower than the rest. Now you have to start all over again. Like you can't fix it. It's one piece. Ain't about zav, ain't about mixture. If you do it out of silver, you don't have to make a mixture. Mixture is safe on my also. Now there's more mixtures going on here. So let's take, for instance, this mixture. Mixture heat. What does it come to say? The ma'utei chatzoitron. There was prophets in the Beis HaMikdash that Moshe Rabbeinu made to call Klal Yisrael together. There's no lemudei chatzoitron. So what? The Sanya chatzoitron are by minakesha. It's the exact opposite of a menorah. The chatzoitron do have to come from one piece. The eshes, one piece. Minakesha is silver. Asavina Guta is sharing, but if you make them out of broken pieces, it's kosher. The exact opposite of a menorah, where you cannot make it out of pieces. And also another thing that's the opposite is the shining of any other metal is possible. It needs to be made out of silver. Whereas the menorah, you can make it out of other metals. Why is it show that you make it out of copper or even gold? Make it out of gold, why not? This is It's a silver and it's Abai means it's locked in as because Nami as the Gemara, but the broken piece is also a mixture of Abai. So look at the word mixture. It has to be as is, one piece. Why do you say you're allowed to make it out of broken piece? So the Gemara, I'll tell you what. Me and Rahman got a mixture he. This is the final. You're asking what this mixture he is. We see this mixture he. Then what does it come to? It comes to exclude the chatzotzer. That only menorah needs to be mixture he, a solid piece, like chatzotzer. And the Nela goes back to what he says. We need all these brushes, and therefore we have to exclude brutais for a menorah. Tell Rabbi. How like Kalim? Paul says on the day. Kalim Shasam Moishik Sherim Loi, Uk Sherim Ludeos. Kalim are kosher for Moshe Rabbeinu, his generation, Sherim Ludeos, and for all generations. That's Israel. Sherim Loi, Uk Sherim Ludeos. That's Israel different than all Kalim. You make it for this door, and that's it. For this door, and the next generation has to make it again. That's Israel, my time. What's the type of Where do you see it? You never go across say they should do for you and only for you for your generation, not for a future generation. But since the Lachai renates, the David tells Moshe Rabbeinu to make a box. Not the iron that we're familiar with for the Luchos. This is the sugar Luchos, a box. It says make this box. And I mean, they'll cover those various, but the box is going to the generation of the we know that usually later on generations. So Luchos cannot mean only for this generation. Hello? Either man the Omar Lechom Shachar, it could be the soup shopper. Now the Rebbe tells Moshe Rabbeinu, I say Lechom, make this orange, a special box for the sugar and liquids, the gold and liquids. You meant to say to him, make it out of your own money. Open up your wallet, buy the material with your money. Or another man the Omar says, either man the Omar should have Yochel. You should finally write the Yeshua Shalom. I don't even want to. No, but we need to take it from everybody. But Lecha, it's not kind of to say the doiro, it's telling you how you should purchase this iron. How do you get the material? And I mean, so if so, the word of Chava Chatzaisus, you cannot use it to say that, oh, you can't use this trumpet in the next generation. The Chava means it should come from Moshe Rabbeinu's money, or it should come from everybody's money. Every Yaakov should have given your money, but it's not talking about generations. And you also know Lecha praise you. It says Lecha twice. And what do we know? That if it says something in Kachim twice, Lakim. That means only these strategies belong.
Yo, what up, Tony? What up, Tony?
New ones. Tony. Yeah, new sugi.
Big dog, can you hear me?
What's
up, big man?
One piece, solid piece of gold.
Excellent. Are we on for Sunday?
Yeah.
Excellent. Same time, 7 p.m. there, 10 a.m. here.
Yes, all types of metals.
Excellent. All right, what's good, son?
Wood. Everybody agrees it's possible.
Absolutely. Did you have a chance to? You created your Spotify account, right?
It's possible. Yes, and that's basically the need of it.
Did you upload your podcast to Spotify?
Yes, I have like 3 or 4 of them.
Okay. So your goal is to oh, phenomenal. So your goal is to do the rest when you can. And then did you link it to Apple Podcasts and Amazon?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Because there's some problem with my Apple, with my Amazon too. But soon as I will be
okay. Let me know if you need help with that. You can also do it to iHeart. You shouldn't have an issue there. And all the other ones. So then it'll start to propagate. Excellent. I'm going to spend some of today re-uploading it to my channels and promoting it.
Can you do like
make it similar to
I already reposted what you posted to me, and I'm going to upload it when I can to YouTube and Rumble and all those things.
Platinum, I don't know what, silver maybe.
Can you do maybe like on TikTok or something like that? Can you like do like only 15 minutes and say something like if you want to know like more episode, come watch and my YouTube.
I will do my best to make something.
I'm gonna exclude exactly
because
one.
Because what happened with Tyson was like he do like you, but that Tyson episode was like, oh, it's not good, it's not
in our generation.
No viewers because he get every views on himself through my episode.
I understand.
The lowest level clay is earthenware.
Yeah,
so when the Torah says you can make a menorah out of everything, and then the Torah goes into specific, but make it out of gold, the Torah is fucking good.
Very well.
Thing. That's the whole sugar.
Yeah.
So, how are you?
I'm well. Yeah, I'm well, thankfully. Did you have a chance to connect everything that you have to Rumble Studio?
And we're learning that the menorah has to be made out of something similar to gold, and gold is a metal, and wood is not a metal. So anything that's not a metal.
All right. Well, like as I said, I'm streaming all the time, so I don't know what you have in mind for group streaming, but that's kind of what the podcast is.
Because we're not learning that has to be like a metal. We're learning the chashivas.
We can do segments like we can do some fun stuff. We can like tell me there's some games.
Okay. What games do you have going?
Like we can say I'm gonna describe something and we need to like
You have over here glass, earthenware, wood, gold, silver, everything.
And maybe we can
it down to Zog.
play.
Gold. There. Here's the gold one. It comes to exclude all the other metals.
Funny.
Then everything else in the world.
Okay.
So the
I'm open to the idea. Have you had a chance to multi-stream yet?
Not yet. I will do it.
Yeah, why don't you do it first to get used to the format and options that they have there. Once you're comfortable with that, then, did you create a new YouTube account?
Yes.
Yes.
Good job. And did you verify your YouTube? Like, you have to go, if you haven't had a chance to go to your YouTube account, go into the Go Live, and you have to verify your phone number, and then once you verify your phone number, then it's a 24-hour clock, and then you can stream on everything.
How much?
24 hours.
Okay.
So if you do that now, by this time tomorrow, you'll be able to stream live on your YouTube account.
Not that they're arguing how to do this.
I have trust.
Because if you do
Like
then you only exclude one thing.
trust
What are you
like
going to exclude?
people who see my
Earthenware.
videos
So what would
and
be?
they think
Rabbi
you are Rothschild
What would be?
because you have that name.
That's my last
So
name.
they think you are in fact someone big family.
I mean, that's my last name. We share DNA, so that's about it.
Basically, you have to do something similar to the exclusion to the goal. My brother Purish,
You share DNA. Oh, jeez. You say
this function is
DNA
ready to
with them.
exclude.
Yeah, I mean, we're Ashkenazi Jews, so it's distant, but we're essentially,
Okay, so
we have a common ancestor.
Same words. Instead of putting the word cloud, we're going to put the word riba. Riba. Zavtar instead of prat is called a meal. Mixture the yasamanayra because of a riba. What is that called? Riba, miyat, umiyat, riba. And what? Riba called? You included everything. Oh, my Rabbi. And what are you including? Rabbi
Like my
told me
family
everything.
comes from Germany, Eastern Europe,
Just one
so does
thing.
theirs.
And
They're part of the family.
What? It's
We have a
kosher for
common
menorah.
Like,
I don't like your
if you go back far enough, we all have common ancestors. You and I have a common ancestor.
No.
It's not that bad.
Maybe I should test it. If you don't have gold, it should be from silver. Can you like see
my videos? Is that ring okay?
Like the head
Is that ring okay?
From Discord?
You shouldn't make a yard the size of that Zara. Shulchan make a shulchan. Now make a shulchan, can make a shulchan. He made a shulchan over there. Smaller one. Menorah can make a menorah, now make a menorah. Avaloisu shel chamisha v'shel shizu v'shel shmoina.
Can you hear me?
Make.
Yeah.
You cannot buy a candelabra that has 7 branches. They won't make it. They only make 8, 6, 10, 9, not 7. But I feel the Sharmin of you cannot make a menorah that has 7 branches, even from other men.
So you are like.
Yosef says you're not allowed to make it out of wood. Why? Because in the Beis Hamikdash wood was kosher, so you're not allowed to make it out of wood. Oh,
you could have it.
That wood is.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
So there are those who say, by the way, that you're not allowed to make any kalims, any size. The menorah, you're not allowed to make any size because there's no size to the menorah. It doesn't say in the Torah how large it must be. So you make a small menorah also. They argue. The Chashmonaim, no, they use metal, and then they covered it with tin. Hashira, some Shekesem, later on they made it out of silver. Later on, Chazav Hashira was some Shazav, Amar Shmuel, Mishmei the Sabbath. But go to Menorah Shmoina also Tvachim Tvachim. Go measure yourself. Tell me later. Haraglayim Ba'Perach Shloisha Tvachim. Rabbi said, look how beautiful you did in one night, same night during Shir. Unbelievable. Take a look at it. The base is 3 tvachim. On top of that, we got 2 tvachim. On top of that, we have Terah. On top of that, it's low. On top of that, you have what is that called? A kafto. Then it's salad. On top of that, kafto. Top of that, salad. Top of that, kafto. 2 tvachim. And all these beans and the tvachim and everything equals 3. Now, there's a little bit of a mistake that I have to come to fix, but I don't know if he's up yet. He was up very late. The 18 tvachim do not include the glasses or whatever you light the stuff on top. See, he went a little bit too high on that. It should be lower. Okay, but that's the point. Beautiful job. Look what he did, all in a couple of hours. Wow, it's beautiful. Okay, so let's see inside. The bottom part, if I go back, we can leave it like this. Okay, you see, you can follow with me. The bottom part is 3 tvachim. Then 2. Then there's one tavach that has all 3, the gviyah, kaftor, perach. Then solid 2. Then you have one tavach. Each button was a tefach. The 2 branches come out of both sides. And they go to the height of the menorah. One solid piece, and another button or ball. That's nice. Solid piece. And then 2 tvachim solid. That's where you have the 3 bechers, beam, l'mayim doimim. What are they similar to? Kimin kotzes, Alexandrium, which are narrow on the bottom, wider on the top. Something similar to this. Kaftar l'mayim doimim. What are the buttons? The kimin tapuchi akreisim, round. Some say it's a little off round, but l'mayim doimim. What are the flowers?
I'm back. Right. Sorry.
Flowers on the beam. And so we have it's 22 bechers. We're going to tomorrow, I guess. Kaftarim. Oh, we only started 2 minutes ago.
You are basically king of Britain.
We're a little late for chakras,
You will be for a long time.
So, sorry.
Well, I have about 100 years of data.
There's 11 round circles.
It's on multiple streams. But,
if you're missing one of the
I'm live on like 20 plus YouTube streams right now. And I've been doing this almost 5 years.
If you have, you're missing all.
Somebody could do it. Definitely somebody could do it. It would just take them 5 years of their life to do nothing in their life. And like I know somebody who's trying to do it. They're only doing it from one angle though, and they've been doing it like 320 days. I've been doing it 1,666.
Is 3 times 6? 18. Plus the 4 on the center one.
The closest I've ever seen anybody to archiving it, not live streaming, because people live stream. But if it's not archived, did it really ever happen? Is my question. So the fact that it's archived, the closest I've ever found anybody is 320 days, and they haven't found anybody who's done it either.
Here on the top, so we have a kaftor, perach, and a geviyah, all on top. So that's 6. Whoa.
So I do what I love. I very much enjoy it. It's fun, and I get to meet cool people like you. I get to build robots. I would probably.
So, did you
as it come out here? These 3 right over here. You have 3 over here. You have 1 down here. You have 1 over here. That's a total of 5 plus 6.
I'm not that.
Yeah.
Hard to beat.
Ella Brock and Disha Manolo. We don't get 9 flowers. Brock and Tracy though.
But you could be, you're younger than I am. So if you started live streaming your live 24/7 now.
In other words, we're missing this one on the bottom. Right over here, that one right there. Where do you get that from?
The biggest issue is they check your class, right? So you get
another positive like that
tells us there's a nice one
from
have a wonderful
yeah, it was really cool.
Agud Rabbi Rothschild. So we're holding 7 lines from the bottom of the Chavav of the base. Chavav of the base. Omar Rabbi Asi. If Pasha Rabbi Loza Menachas, and Rabbi Loza was learning Menachas, he asked the question. You're supposed to put the kmitza of the mincha, you put your hand into the dough, into the flour, you take out 3 fingers worth, and you put it on the mizbeach. You're supposed to put it on the fire. What if you put it directly on the mizbeach? And then you put a whole bunch of wood on top of it and you burn it. Is that okay? You see those I'm talking about? Is that how people barbecue? They put the wood on top of the burger? Take it. I don't know. We have to wait until Mashiach comes. Another question. What about meat? On the one hand, it says you should put the carbon, the ivarim, the imurim on top of the wood. Maybe it means you should do it as is, as the Torah says, on top of the wood. Or you did what given the sip crop is another question. That's oil. Where do you put the oil? Directly on the mizbeach, it seems like, not even on the wood. We know you put the oil on the wood, but over here it says, that's oil on the mizbeach. Perhaps you can do it anywhere you want. The animal directly on the mizbeach and put the wood on top now. As one take it. That's the way to finish it. What if you put like a sort of a smoking kind of thing? You put the imurim not on the fire, but right next to the flame. Well, I'll leave them on the Omar Al Mamish. This is not kloikas. By the way, this is the hard part of the job, right here. I'm serious. It's like you just have to read, come it out. Just read it. You don't even explain. So here's the bezichon, right? So this is one sheet. You put the bezichon over here. You put the levina in their stew. There's another sheet you're supposed to put on top of the lechem hakamah. Why does it say owl? Owl means literally on. The other sheet is owl next to, like over here. It's next to the bread, not on top of the bread. Somewhere in the Bible it says owl means literally on top of. So obviously you can't take the ivarim, the imurim, and put it next to the thing. Because the fire has to be on top of the fire. You put it on. That's the right over the olive on top. Literally, you say owl means literally the glue. You can go to the believe in the man, owl is some. I don't know what it says. Next to like, what about over here? Achanami, owl is some. It's next to it. But allocation, awesome. Our mom is just saying it's literally all these. I've also down here. Owl is not. Thank you. The underwood. Our mom is over here also. Our mom is the more room at the top of the wood. So I tell you, man, some of it falls out of the plane's hand, even a little bit. You can't put it on the veil. It has to be exact. It's all right. So we're in a thing now of things that are ma'akid. That it's not so, you can't do it. Later on, the next parak is things that are not ma'akid. It's all right. This amount, we saw the kli, certain vessel that holds it, started a flour. We use the ma'akid the fruit of. If you don't fill it up to the top, or you have too much, whatever, it has to be hayayin. The wine that you bring from the bath. You can not have it. If you're missing whatever the shear is, you don't have the right amount, no good. Hashemen, the oil. You can not have it. Also matter. Hasoilas, the fine flour, we bring in the mincha, ba'ashemen, and the oil, maggid zeh. And one is maggid the other. One without the other is no good. Hasoilas, ba'avoyna, maggid zeh. The flour and the frankincense, they're maggid one another. And now the Gemara just goes through it, it flies through this nighttime 18 of a one-liner. Omar Trouble Punsa Trezine. Since it says it should be a fistful, and it says it twice. Twice we know anytime in touching. And we're in touching right now. Since the Torah says it twice, that means the Torah is serious about it. There's no way around it. If it's not exact, no good. You start in Yudam Agnes Ruba. The amount of the Yisrael, if you're missing a little bit, I'm Aleichem, no good. My timer, I'm a problem, so tough. That's the exact thing. So, hey, should touch your culture to do that. Hayayim Yudam Agnes Ruba, tough. Again, things that we saw before, when the person says the word tough, means as is, as so. Hashem Yudam Agnes Ruba, if you're missing a little bit of oil, the mincha of the Sachem, well, depends which one. If you're talking about a mincha of the Sachem, it's this tough over there. By Hashem, the oil, the flour, one rules it for the other. Why? Because it says that's the wheat, the flour that comes from wheat. The girsa mishamna. The girsa is the barley. When do we have a barley mincha Rabbi Rothschild? Anybody remember? Huh? Oh, both. Very good. The oimer and the saita. The girsa mishamna. How do we know? I'll tell you what I said, because there's two psukim, and when you have two psukim, shut all of that puzzle hakim. I'll tell you what I saw, but it's called a shalom. Easy enough. Go weiter. Next year, we have Kippurim, the two goats that we have in Yom Kippur here. One we throw off the cliff, one we shaft. One without the other is no good. You can't just do one. The two sheep that we bring, the two shlamim on Shavuos, that you see over here, he's holding knufa. He's holding both of them. There's two breads that do knufa for each one with the bread. Thank you, that says Magen Zeh. The two breads of Shavuos. The two stacks of bread. The lechem upon each one, even though there's 12 breads, if you have 6, it's not good. You can't eat them. You need all 12. So we saw in Bezichem these, the 2 spoons of the vina, one without the other is no good. As Dor about Bezichem, you have all the bread, you don't have the vina no good. If you notice, the Mishnah goes in order. 2, 2, 3, 4. Remember, it's easier to remember like that. Do all the 2. The 2 types of breads that another brings. So we have maybe a little picture here. Oh, here, Rabbi Turjuman. The 2 types of bread. If you only bring one type, no good. Shloshishim Bakara. I don't think we have a good one for this, but let me just show you anyway. Let's do the Mitzayra, and then we'll just take off one. By the Mitzayra, you need you have to have its Eretz, Bezav Shnisu last, and the bird. So if we just get rid of the bird for a second, then we'll have the 8 Eretz, Shnisu last. Okay, so those 3 plus the bird, so minus the bird. If you only have, let's see, 8 Eretz Be'ezav, you don't have to last, no good. The famous, we have these now, I don't know, usually we have a picture of all the different types of breads. Here's one example of it. It's 40 breads, they're all marked. If you only have 3 minim out of the 4, no good, obviously. So the fourth Mitzvah I showed you already. They said and the bird. If you're missing even the bird, you're missing whatever. One of the things, no good. You can't sprinkle them. It doesn't have the tahara. Sprinkleable. Sheva hazoi sheba para. Magnus zu. So the para duma is right over here, facing the base hamikdash, and you have to sprinkle 7 hazoi. The kohen goes this 7 times. Each one is magnus. Sheva hazoi shall be abadim. So we have over here. This is very good. Ben abadim. If you look over here, the kohen all the way on the right is standing between the 2 poles of the ark. That's ben abadim. That's the Kiddush Kedoshim. To the left, on the other side of the Bereichas, is the Heichal, and that's next to the Shulchan of the Menorah. And then he sprinkles on Yom Kippur towards the Bereichas, towards the Kodesh Kodashim. And then you have the Mizbech. So Shema Zeh Shal Ben Abadim, on Yom Kippur, he sprinkles, he stands between the, we'll see later, is it today? I'm already confused. Yes, today. The holiest place in the Beis Hamikdash is the Kodesh Kodashim. And the holiest place in the Kodesh Kodashim is Ben Abadim. Right over there, where he's standing right there, that's the holiest of the holiest. Over there, if a Zor goes in, you get me, so according to everybody, okay. Chala Paroiches, the 7 Azois, it's really 8, 7, 8. Achas, we say in Kippur. If you're missing any of those, Magid. Shamizbach Hazor, Magid Zuzah. And also, the Azois they do, we had extensive Yehudim and Bacham all the way on the left. Mizbech Hazor. Shnei Siri Yom Kippur Magid Zezeh. How do we know? One after another. A boy says Shnei Siri Yom Kippur. The 2 go to Yom Kippur. One with that, the other no good. But it says Chukah. Chukah is as this. Shnei Kippur says Magid Zezeh. Abayo. Shnei Chalois. Abayo. Shnei Dorim. Chukah. Shnei Bezichin. Chukah. They slow down. As Dorim Bezichin. Chukah. Shnei minim shebanazir. They say Yasi should do that. So Shlosh Shebapara. Chukah. Faraduma has Chukah. Arba Shebatoida. These guys Nazir because Toida has a Hegesh Nazir. The Siv Azor. Toida Shlomo. Mar Shlomo. The Rabbi Shalom. We also had this before. The Rabbi Shalom. Arba Shebatoida. The Siv. The person of Torah. This is how it should be clear. Lashon Abaya. That should be as is. Arba Shebatoida. With a Kachtem. The Kicha Tama. You break up the word. The Kicha Tama. Over up. Chana Bar Rabba. And Shalom will Shayin. This that you need all the arba minim is when they're not there. If they're there, so Mamela, that's why the Shulchan Aruch paskins that if they're there, and you don't put it into your Toshik room, and you go like this, as the Shibura, you put the arava in there, and you make a bracha. I'll go through this arava. Right, according to the Sfardim, you don't make a bracha. You shake it as is, and you go back. Meisvei. Arba minim shebalulav, shnayim mehem oisim peirot, u'shnayim mehem ein oisim peirot. 2 out of the 4, the esrog is the fruit. The lulav has dates. Oisim peirot, you spukim shenoisim. The esrog, you can't shake an esrog in a lulav without the arabas and the dasim. Shenoisim peirot, you spukim oisim peirot, and the arabas and the dasim you can't shake without the lulav and esrog. When Klal Yisrael is fasting and they're davening, listen to this. You need to bring the Rishonim there also. You need everybody. Everybody has to come together to daven. When you have that Aguda, you have everybody. Then you have the Yisod, then you have the Yisod. You need all of them together, you do not need all of them together. The more I know you decide your lulav ben oged and shirah, shein oged tasha. Review the oimer oged tasha, shein oged tasha. Review the whole, but it's not together, it's possible. Now, if I'm a whole, that doesn't have to be together. My time to review. The Gomah Kichim Aguda says so. By the first time in Pesach, is you got to sprinkle the blood on the doorpost. How? With what we showed you before, the Ezoish, the last. So do we learn from the first Karim Pesach or not? Do we have a Zer Shav, you have a Kabbalah of the Zer Shav, Kicha. Everybody knows Kicha, yeah? Kicha, Maguda says it. Malahala, Maguda, Kam Maguda, Rabbanon, the Yam Kicha, they don't hold this Zer Shav. When Azla, the Tanya, a little mitzvah, what do you mean it's a mitzvah? Put them together in one. And if you didn't, still kosher. Come on, if you're Yehuda, like other my kosher. If you're Yehuda, you're not yotz at all if there's no eged. It's not. You're not together. You're not tied together. You're Rabbanan, my mitzvah. According to Rabbanan, you don't have to. So why is it a mitzvah? It says Gemara la'olam Rabbanan. No, it doesn't go to Rabbanan. Well, my mitzvah, you should say Keli Laveyu. Don't Gemara. Sheva Azoi Sheva Par Magmezuzu. The 7 sprinkles of the paraduma are magid one another. Chukah. How do we know the Azos of Yom Kippur Chukah, nothing new. The Parkoy, Mashiach, the Parel, Dovish, the Zara, all these type of bulls that you have to bring. If Sanhedrin told you to do an Aveira, they told you to have the Zara, the Sanga. But also the Porka, also the Par, Matam Goimar, the double Lashon, Michbol, Bahazoy. If one of the sprinkles is missing, you didn't do anything that the Zion was based. These 2 things. First of all, you have to have the Shema. Second of all, it has to be opposite of the Heichal. So, like in this picture, right over here, you see. I'm trying to show the Eizel the last, and it's facing the Heichal. And you have to have the Shema. You have to have Kavanah. If not, Sulas. It says with first Pasuk. The second we're going to see Kasha. Bishop Ifnim, the Azais that go inside the Heichal, Shabbat Tzayra. There also you have to sprinkle the oils. Shaloi Lishmam Sulas. If you don't have the right Kavanah, it's possible. Shaloi Kavanah is Ksheras. If it's not in the direction of the Heichal, it's still Kasha. As the Gemara with Ayin with Para, we said a second ago, if it's not Mechuvan, it's not the Shema's possible. We said by Para, Shaloi the Shemam, Shaloi Mechuvan is Ksheras, that it's not in the right direction, Kasha. So this is a contradiction that we're going to be carrying with us this whole Amud. Actually, on top of Professor Aleph, we come and we answer this Kasha. On the one hand, it says that if you're not in the direction of the Heichal, it's possible. On the other hand, it says it's Kasha. Or Rabbi Kasha. Or Rabbi Yehuda, or Rabbanan. 2 different Tanoim. The Sanya, the Chuzri Kapara. What's the Chuzri Kapara? Boy side. We had it many times, we have some guests there. The Chuzri Kapara. Somebody who's Tamei goes into the mikvah, and he's red. When he comes out of the mikvah, he turns purple because he's a full yard. He has a little kumma left. At night, he goes to full yard and leaves. But if he's like a Zav or a leather, not a man, but he's leather, he has to bring a carbon the next day, here at night. When he brings the carbon, now he literally passes to the and says, don't take it literal. Then once he brings the carbon, he becomes tar. That's the Mechuzik Kapar. It's the lowest level of Tumei. Very little Tumei. It's even less Tumei than a full yard. The Mechuzik Kapar is an Azar. He went into the Azar. Just show you 5 times. By accident, it's amazing if he did deliberately on his Shpar. But it's a limit full yard. The yard has more Tumei than it. So certainly it's 5 times. Who Sharkal is made? Maybe even more than that. 5 times. With the higher should have been it's awesome. The Heichal, fully barba. If you see where those dotted things are, that's the love and amas that Yisrael could stand in. If he comes out of that and he goes into the Heichal, or based on Paroichas is referring to the Kodesh HaKadoshim, or El Paneach HaParis is the worst of the worst. It's between the Badim all the way by the Aron. We saw it before. B'misa. Yeah, Misa b'nei Shamayim. If you go in Kol Eichel Kuloi, who based on Baruch's Barakoim, says Rabbi Yehuda that even in the Kodesh HaKadoshim you get Malchus. You don't get Misa in Kodesh HaKadoshim. Where do you get Misa? Only when you're by the Aron, between the Badim, between the pole. That's it. The Ma'ikra. They argue in this one passage. Says in the pasuk, Val Yavai is the Isser. Val Yavai, don't go away. So we have here three words, three concepts. Ela Kodesh means what? Eichel. Mibeis HaBaroiches means the Kodesh HaKadoshim. El Pnei HaTacharis means Ben HaBadim. Yeah? Again. Ela Kodesh is the Eichel. Mibeis HaBaroiches is the Kodesh HaKadoshim. El Pnei HaTacharis is in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, but even more between the Ben HaBadim. He says, Rabbanan Sari Ela Kodesh, the Eichel, Below Yavai. That's where you get Malchus. God, Mibeis HaBaroiches, those two, the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and by the Aron is Vilayamos. There's an obvious question. If you look at it, something's redundant. Just say one. Say if I go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, you get Misa. Of course, if it's Bnei HaKaparis, what are we going to discuss? Do the Savar, El Kodesh Mibeis HaBaroiches Vilayamos. No. Even Kodesh HaKadoshim, you only get Malchus. Eichel Malchus, and even Kodesh HaKadoshim Malchus. Bnei HaKaparis Vilayamos. The question where does the lav go? Does it go on both of them or not? So here we go. My time, the Rabbanon. Let me just see. We have this here. Real quickly, because it's really they're starting to pile in here. Val Yavai Ela Kodesh is referring to the Eichel. According to Rabbanon. V'lo Yamos is referring to both the Kodesh HaKadoshim and when he stays on into the Earth. Judah says what? No, Val Yavai is referring even to the Kodesh HaKadoshim. You don't get Misa if you go to the Kodesh HaKadoshim. You only get Misa if you go to the holies, all the way to the Aron B'Bein HaBadim. So by the time they're what's Rabbanon's Sfarim? Isa get out of Kidam or Yehuda. Yehuda is right that you don't get Misa when you go to the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Midei Rachmana Ela Kodesh. That you get Malchus when you go into the Heichal. Be'el Pnei HaKaparis, and if you go to right, if it would only say that if you go to the Aron you get Misa, I would understand that if you don't go to the Aron you don't get Misa. You don't need all three. The kids are, according to everybody, there's one thing is extra. You don't need three. Just tell me two and I'll be able to learn the other thing out of it. So if it just said two, it said the two extremes, right? It says if you go into the Heichal you get Malchus, and if you go all the way out to the Aron you get Misa. I would understand that if you go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim you do not get Misa. So the problem is why they start saying Kodesh HaKadoshim. They go and raise their growth, you don't have to go to the Kodesh. But I mean, if you carry Malchus, when you go to the Heichal, certainly when you go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim you get Malchus. Basically, those because of Rahmana, then why do you first say go to the Kodesh HaKadoshim? Now I know the reason they're telling you to get Misa here. Just the question is, if you get Misa when you come to Kodesh HaKadoshim, so certainly if you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, as you get into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and then get to the Aron. If you went over to the Kodesh HaKadoshim, it's not Misa. So why does it have to say that if you went to the Aron, you get Misa? That's really huge stuff. Really though, if it just said, suggesting, I think what's the Kodesh means the Kodesh HaKadoshim. I would think the point that are recommending there's no you don't get Malchus at all in the Heichal. Rabbanan and all the Mashkamis are going to be able to cases with them. They're including your Kodesh. How can you say that Heichal is not full Kodesh? It's always going to say, the Baroiches separates the vows. They have Kodesh with the Kodesh HaKadoshim. So the entire call is the Heichal Kodesh. How do you say that the Heichal is not Kodesh? Okay. So read my Bible. I want you to read this for right. This is the problem Rabbanan, if Rabbanan are right. If the Rahmana like Kodesh, and it is the Baroiches, it should say the Heichal, and it should say Kodesh HaKadoshim. Why have to say this extreme of extreme that if you went all the way to the Aron, then it gets Misa? Of course. The only way to get to the Aron is to go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and that's the Torah says you get Misa just walking in. And anyways, if you get Misa for walking in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, first if you get to the Aron, you have Misa. Okay, the Torah is going to follow that. Obviously, you don't get Misa. But now, the Misa is the Baroiches by Zara. If you go to the Kodesh HaKadoshim, you get Rabbanon, you're right. Tell him you don't. But I think Rabbanon now kaparis. So why does it say El Kamei Kaparis? One thing out of a shita, if you got in there in a weird way, then you are covered. The time of the way we love now. Today at the first stage was zip on the house. So Bagam should have today any other place coming in from the east. Rabbi Yehuda, Lema Kra, if you're right, then you come there from Shukos. Come through a helicopter, you passer, maybe cross names, my L, why does it say L? My names, you come through Mizrach, why does it say L name? Mamino L, Dafka. But according to Yehuda, Dafka, if you are by the Bena Bible. Rabbanon, L, Lav Dafka. No, L is not Dafka. So Mela, if you are in the country, Kedoshim, you purpose. If you do the honor of the Pharis, Dafka, you use El Noshach. It also says by Shara Dumas, there's L, and L you find means Dafka. Nami Dafka. So you have to be facing when you, if you're not facing the Eichel when you're speaking the Paraduma, you're not yours. Rabbanon is the Chasam of Dafka, but when going into the country Kedoshim, your Chayv Misa, even with Lav Dafka, your Chayv Misa, even if you're not being a Badam. Chayv Misa just walking in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. It's Lav Dafka. So Achanami Lav Dafka. So it's like a little counterintuitive. If by Kodesh HaKadoshim, you don't have to be being a Badam, because it's Lav Dafka, meaning you could be even not a being a Badam, and be Chayv Misa. So by the Hazar, it's also Lav Dafka. And you don't have to free go towards your Eichel, you can also be off. And you can find the mitzvah. That's what I'm saying. When you do the Dafka, the Noita, Nam Dafka, or Al, Nam Dafka. So if everything's Dafka, then you look ashamed of the Badabor in comparison. There's no iron in the second base anyway. Okay, now the other Zois, she shouldn't sprinkle over there. Hold on, of course, the Smita Shakaidish. That's what the people say. You're right. There's no iron. But the field is over there, it's to do it in the place of iron, not at the iron to the Bezir. Rabba Amar, the two rices that we have, that if you are directing it towards the Heichel Kosher, not directing towards the Heichel Kosher, or anything the Kosher, if you're facing Myers, you're facing the right way, maybe you're off on your sprinkle, otherwise some of the door but if you're facing the wrong direction, then it is possible. Rabbi Rothschild, thank you so much.
Very explicit, spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a shirt today.
Don't worry about me. I'm a lifelong Cincinnati sports fan. Season 1 of the top 5 worst things has happened. And also, not to make excuses, back in October, the day after the Jets beat the Bengals, I was going to Florida.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. What do we have yesterday? We had two brides that contradicted each other. Bride number one says the tzitz that the Kohen Gadol wears on his forehead doesn't have the power to give, to allow a carbon that the person through the blood will maze it, amaze it, and the other one says it's Ishmarat to maze it. So he said that one Bryce is Eliezer, the other is Chacham. That's what we're holding. Only Shabbos later, Rebbe Lezer, Rav Tzitz al Pilois, where do you see the Rebbe Lezer? It doesn't give a knas at all. In the Shabbos later, Rebbe Yosi, Shabbos later, it was smack in the middle of a sugya. So, we find that Rebbe Yosi doesn't give any penalty at all when it comes to Truma. So too, Rebbe Eliezer. The Sanyor Rebbe Eliezer, I'm a famous show, you're very amazing. Lots of Truma. Here we go. So you see this idea that there's no, if a person shouldn't take Truma, he shouldn't give the Kohen the 2% from the coming stuff. Why? That hurts the Kohen. But if he does, it works. And the Mela, everything goes fine. We'll say it goes like Rebbe Eliezer. we have a contradiction. The Bryce is okay. It's not a contradiction. One Bryce goes like one goes like something. Anyway, the Shabbos really has the Truma the Kilo. I see. Okay, maybe Rabbi Eliezer only said this thing by Truma where Zoknas has what because it's something lighter. But the Kachim, the Kamir, the Shabbos, but we know the Kachim, the Beis Hamikdash, it's a lot more severe. Maybe Rabbi Eliezer doesn't say this thing. He says it's more in case Haman Tirmiyah, so we're going to throw it out. It has to be. We don't have anybody else. Nobody else is in the lineup. So the only person available is Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbeinu, here again, we have a contradiction. Two branches. One says it's Mirasamez, one says it's not Mirasamez. What do you do? Says Rabbeinu very simple. There's two steps in the whole process. There's when you make the blood, amen, and then when you sprinkle the blood. It's two different things. So he says, if you put your hand in the blood, you took a rat, you put it in the blood, and you did it on purpose, then the six will be Marasa. That's step one. Because step one was deliberate, the six will work. But the more important step of sprinkling the blood, that you cannot use blood that's Tameh on purpose. Then the six won't be Marasa. Now, can you know when it became Tameh and when you sprinkle it? As you can see over here, the price that says that the six is not Marasa, that's talking about the second step. Step two, when you sprinkle the blood. But step one, I just put a 1 and a 2 to make it more in my mind. 1 and 2. In the beginning, when you see the blood, and you walk over the blood and you touch the blood, that if you did it on purpose, we're going to forgive it. If later on you do it b'shagi, you just sprinkle the blood b'shagi. So, inside, Rabbi Omer Tumosai, when it became come of the blood, ben b'shagi ben mezursa. Zrukasai, when you sprinkle it, that you cannot do deliberately when you throw it. You have Shiloh Amar, the exact opposite. That didn't fall in place so well. But okay, the opposite. The second step of Zrikas Hadam, when you sprinkle the blood, if you did it deliberately, then this does give you kapar. That's it. But don't start off on the wrong foot. If you went and took a rat and you put it into the bowl of blood and you made it coming deliberately, since it's not going to help you out. So when you do the Zrika step 2 of throwing the blood, you could even do it deliberately, and the six has superpowers to overcome that. Also, but the initial step of making it cover to show you and the story. Look, Shiloh, how the funny should meet my baby show you amazing. Rice number 2. Look. Rice number 2 on the left. We're talking about Zrika. But it says Mefurish Shenitma. It seems like what we said, we touched up right to number 1. Not talking about Zrika, we're talking about that it became Tameh. It says the Gemara, and I found that today's daf has a few of these. Like, kind of like, tell me, this is what he really meant. Let's count them even. Nitma b'shoigeg uzrakoi. You have to stick in a word. I mean, sprinkle this, baby b'shoigeg baby made. No, we're talking about Zrika, not talking about Nitma. Okay. Another question. In Brayso number 1, it says that the blood was coming, and then it says it was Rakoj. You said Brayso number 1 is talking about Tuma, and all of a sudden over here it says it's Rakoj. Like you explained Brayso number 2 is Rika. Really, Brayso number 1 is talking about Rika. You show your words, we mentioned the Hurta. Another one. Dan Shanit was Rakoj, baby, show you baby. Nitma b'shagi urdu metzli urdu. In other words, Zrika, even if it's b'mezid, is okay. Fine. Doesn't make sense. How does it work? You take the kmitza out of the mincha, you put the kmitza on the mizbeach, and then you get to eat the shirayim. What happens if there's no shirayim? No shirayim. And you put the kmitza, or they depend on each other. Can you put a kmitza on a mizbeach when there's no shirayim? What happens to the shirayim? One of 3 things: nitmo shirel, nisvu shirel, other shirel. Either the Shirayim became common. So they're right here in front of us, but you can't do anything halachically with this. Or they were completely destroyed, or they were lost. So we have a machlokes. Kemidas for Eliezer Sheiro, Kemidas for Yeshua Pshula. What does Kemidas mean? You have a similar machlokes with Eliezer and Yeshua elsewhere. Can you perform Zrikas Hadam when there's no meat? Same exact thing. Can you master the komet? Can you put the kmitza on the mizbeach if there's no dough, no flour? Can you sprinkle blood on the mizbeach when the meat disappears? Here, the pasuk says, "V'sisa elosecha habasar v'hadam." It seems like they're connected. You need basar. In order to have dam, you need basar. Here's the dam, and you could sprinkle the blood if there's meat. That yes. But what happens if the meat disappears somehow? I don't know how. It got destroyed. Then it goes from mutter to machlokes. What is that called? Ein basar, ein dam. If there's no basar, no dam. Fine. According to one man. So to me, that's what Rabbi Eliezer does, like the Rabbi Eliezer says, by the meat and the blood, that if the meat disappears, you can still sprinkle the blood. So he says over here, if the shirayim disappears, you can still put the meat on the mizbeach. This is Rabbi Shua. And on the flip side, Shua, who holds by meat, Sula, that you cannot throw the blood if there's no meat. You need meat, ain't basar, ain't dam, he holds. So over here also, ain't shirayim, ain't knitza. Same idea. Omer Rav, she doesn't call Shirayim. So we have three things in the Mishnah. We had it became Tameh, it got burnt and it got lost. He says, referring to the Tameh, the only time you can't put it on the back is when it's 100% of the Shirayim became Tameh. So the Kmitza has nothing to work with. It's not coming to be mat or anything. Then you can't put it on. I don't mix the Shirayim alone. But if there's even a small amount of Shirayim left over, that's okay. The Sogedaito, Nitma Ein, Ovid served right. How come he mentions the word? How come Rav says only the word Tameh? There's three cases in the Mishnah, he only brings one. The answer is, he meant all three, but he brought the first one in the Mishnah as just an example. So that in the end, Ovid served right. And that we have to understand, wait a minute, that makes no sense. Why? Michael Saba, what is he hold? Michael Saba, if you have a little piece left over, that's enough. You don't need the full Shirayim. So then, after the then what's the difference? Or it got lost, or it got burned. If 90% got burned and 10% left, 10% left, what's the problem? Because obviously, if 10% is not enough, v'nitma my time. So then why, if it becomes tamei, is it okay? So what are you going to say?
I asked one question for
especially, you have the Ritzu, has superpowers. Until I'll share it now.
Can I ask in that interview what we have someday some very juicy question?
Since it has the superpowers, it overcomes even a full coma.
Like, I'm going to ask, like, what do you think about actually?
And I didn't love it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get into that kind of stuff. That's not my forte. My forte is futurology. I mean, the thing that I'm going to tell you is that I think it's a nightmare scenario. That's about all you get out of it.
90% got burned, 10% remains. It's fine. You can do that Torah of the community. Right? The Kamar Mitzvah. Why did he say Mitzvah? Rishayim not going to eat grab the first case.
So no.
What are we trying to prove there?
No.
I mean, that's what I'm going to say. Is that it's a nightmare scenario.
Because we had it exactly 2 weeks ago.
I don't know anything more than your average about that situation. I'm not an expert in it. I haven't been studying it like I've been live streaming my life. So if you want somebody to talk about that, and you're absolutely more than welcome to, you probably would find somebody better as a guest. Because I'm just not going to have
not only that,
information.
even a part of the fat that goes on his back. What's the difference? Basar is edible for human consumption, and the chaylev is for the mizbeach consumption. But they're different. One is for humans, one is for the mizbeach, for the rebbeinu.
Some
The male, like the chatzizais doesn't chatzizais chaylev. You cannot talk about. You can't say, oh, I have a half a kizais of meat that's on steak, and have a kizais of chaylev, and put them together and have a full kizais.
What do you mean?
And it's our kizam, you cannot.
I don't know.
They don't combine. fine. One is
like if I say, if I ask
however,
something and you say answer, is like dangerous for you or
Oh, good question. It's not really dangerous for me,
it's all one.
but there are some topics that you can't talk about on the internet, like on YouTube at least.
And I have guys of fat.
Things about medical misinformation you can't talk about, and you can't talk about like harming yourself or others. So, like those kind of things, you're not allowed to discuss.
I am asking because I have a hero and I have a patron, and we can talk about that there because it's like more
What are you talking about? Where's the Zrikas Adam on a mincha? Mincha is made out of flour, not out of blood.
I'm open to talk about generally
Let's take
quite
a
a few
shlomi.
different things,
You have a
but
shlomi. How do you bring a shlomi?
I mean, it depends really. I'd like to talk about AI, futurism, and mega projects. So that's my point.
and they didn't
Disappeared. So can I throw the blood of the shlomi? Well, I have a whole bowl of a mincha.
Yeah.
Which
The
means
other thing,
so why shouldn't I be able to
the
throw
other
blood?
things you have to understand. I'm streaming on my channel, so just one more, my friend. Well, just one more, my friend. So
maybe
as
I
for
should
the
be able to
podcast
throw
on
blood based
Sunday,
on the fact that I still have leftover flour.
generally,
Leftover meat, not flour.
if you want, I'm saying you
No, I
can
mean
witness
that I
it,
know that you need a
but Tony,
kazayas, that a kazayas so fat is good
that's a
enough.
personal
No, it's different things. Let me
no
ask
one
you.
wants you right now.
Yeah.
Look, my friend, you're interrupting. You're interrupting. So please, just be patient. I didn't have any
Kazayas of fat. I don't know what.
So Tony,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to talk about medical misinformation.
What I say? No.
My man, I'm telling you right now, I'm just warning you.
Not even though maybe because it's not butter.
Okay, fine. But yeah, Tony,
you can ask
It was not butter. All I throw the Hitler, Taylor, the rest of the it says Taylor. The whole
so as for you, Tony, like trying to like get something juicy out of me, I don't really discuss those topics. I do my best to stay on the positive. Again, like my forte is AI and mega projects.
How do you know that the skirt steak, that diaphragm that divides the body of the animal, it's like a wall between the lungs and the heart. The tummy, because of it says that if you have flour left over, you cannot do zrika. Anything else, but flour, you could.
Yes, so I understand.
But how do I know the
Yes, I agree, and you are not
gives you the ability to do something.
I'm check.
I need
I'm
different
check.
things. Simple. Here. I need those two words. Because of I needed to tell me that and the diaphragm, which is
he's got to be respectful.
Yeah, that's the
All right,
spirit.
so go ahead, Tony.
People like it.
Is like India, like
Because
no, it's not like India.
So as for Sunday's call, you can put whatever you want on Hero Hero or Patreon or whatever. But again, if you're trying to find somebody who's like really like going to be a fascinating guest on medicine or Epstein, probably not
the whole
the
process of a minister.
No, I am just asking, like, but I'm bored.
You're fine too. No, you're fine too. I completely understand, and you're absolutely welcome to ask us questions to somebody, and it's right for you to be like, hey, can I ask about this and this and this? And I appreciate that you asked me about that. So don't feel bad at all.
You have to break it up into pieces. You have to eat them from this position.
And I repeat that episode what I sent it to you.
No,
Repeat that episode what I sent it to you. You can do clips. You can do anything you want. You have free open.
Okay.
You can do anything you want.
Now it's called Yitzika.
It's just
Spare time of oil.
just snacking or things like that.
Of course.
Southwest corner. There's Levine over there. The frankincense.
I think that episode can end very badly. Because I think
Put the Levine in. You have to move the Levine to the side. Before you do fruits, you have to move the Levine to the side.
Like, you are not new, but like in.
Now you're going to do fruit stuff from this side.
Yeah, not a lot of people know about
these. Juice meats now. Now you put it, this is what I want to show you. Put in another fruit jar that gives it added juice. It goes up into the level of juice that second sweet. Then it's the salt. And we're pretty much done here. Now he's going to do a Sarah. One step after this.
That
After what do you do after Sarah?
Like, are you in that, like,
You get the
regular size?
Look at them.
And he thinks you are in big, like, into Matrix. You know,
I don't know if you bring arrogance in some English.
you are sitting on the cup.
Here's the question.
I mean, people are curious.
Everybody agrees that the
They're
Mufa is
welcome
done
to
in the
believe
Klisharis.
anything
There's
that
the
they want.
initial part of the Klisharis. Everybody agrees.
I'm
that
certainly
the
not
going to the
a
Mizbeach part is
spokesperson of
only
every
Klisharis.
individual in my family. I
The
just
question is, the middle
do
step,
my
that
live my life,
second Klisharis, is it necessary or not
and
necessary?
anyone who wants to
He
make
says
any
in
kind of
Mishnah,
connection,
and
they're
that's even
welcome
in
to.
Rishon the question.
But again, aside from
Shalom Klisharis
sharing the last
says,
name and DNA,
that if you take the
that's
Kmitza,
about it.
step 2, here, like, you already did
If
something
I
just for
say
that.
to this person, you share
Strange. Like,
DNA
it looks like his hand, AI.
Rothschild,
Like, it looks like his hand
family.
through the marble.
I cannot say this. I cannot say this.
Yeah, I mean, like normally
Look,
people
he
don't
took the Kmitza and he didn't put it in
talk
the second
about
vessel.
other
He
people's
took it
DNA
directly from his
and what
hand
they share and what they
onto the
share.
Mizbeach.
It's
Says the
a little,
Mishnah.
it's quite personal.
Shimon Lacher.
The person should listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what's important, not who I am.
What he meant exactly.
What I'm saying
After
is
you took the Kmitza,
what I'm saying
you
is
have it in
what's
your hand,
important. That
you put it
data is
down,
our
you
number
can
one
now
resource.
chop
I've
it
been
in
live
half.
streaming that is
You
essentially
take
a
one
timeline
half,
or
put
a
it on
time
his back.
capsule
You
of
take
the
another half, put it on
achievement.
his back. The
It's the
Kmitza
most
was
amount of data
done
archive on the internet
100%.
ever.
But if you
It's used
master
for
it
training
3
data for
times,
AI.
share
All
AI.
of that is really important.
What about if you master it 4 times?
What
Says
common ancestry I have
is that okay?
with other people in my family, that's not really that important. That doesn't affect people
That's why it
in the
says,
here and now. What does affect people in the here and now is the data
why
that
do
they
you say it's kosher? Oh, my cross is Kedoshim Geek, it happens to Chasham. Also, freebie. We have number of times. Well, of the biyad, of the biyad.
Right, if I ever
If you want to use your
in
hand,
person, I have
you
so
must
many.
use your right hand, just like a chazan. It says, review the
well,
rhythm.
Tony,
We need to
it's
see
just a
this.
matter of time. Just be patient.
Because you are,
Says,
You've
review
got to see it like this. I've
you
been
are
like,
very,
right hand.
I've been
You're
like
using your hand, it has to be right.
I don't
Using the
know if
left
that's
hand,
the word I would use, but I'm interesting. I understand that I'm interesting.
What's a chatas? Let's show this real quickly. Brand new for today. I didn't like the size of the pen, but that's okay.
I mean, I feel every person has something interesting about them. You can talk to somebody who's a street sweeper and all the things that they see on the road, or you can talk to somebody who's a politician and all the bad deals that occur. I just live my life, and I recognize that I may have a very important role in the future of humanity, because people will be able to go back to my streams in the future and learn about what life was like day to day, and also know what life was like from a timeline perspective of human events that occurred. I mean, recently, I think it was Saturday, there was a presidential assassination attempt. We've seen assassinations on the street, the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I've been streaming literally before ChatGPT was launched, and Grok was launched, and OpenAI was known to the public, and Claude, and Perplexity, and Copilot and Gemini. My streams have been going longer than all of that. So I've been able to see how those things have affected society. And it's an incredible development. And the future of humanity is going to be interesting. It would be like having a historian from, let's say, I don't know, 10,000 years ago, who was witnessing maybe like the pyramids being created. And we could go back to their writings and they would be giving the day-to-day breakdown of what happened. This block was moved here. This block was moved here. They put the capstone on. They have plans to have a dedication ceremony. All of those things. That would be fascinating to us. We unfortunately don't have that, or it's not publicly known. But my streams are open to everyone, and that's what makes them special. You can literally watch it. We have people in here, one, two, we have like a handful of people in here who are literally just living their life alongside you. And that doesn't include all of the dozens of people who are watching me on a different platform. Some people just want to sleep to me because they find it soothing. Other people like to hear what I what the discussions that I have.
Sharon, it's great. This is really Chil.
Sorry to cut you. How many people
This
is
is what it says.
If you combine them all, it's certainly dozens.
Guess what?
Especially on all the different discords
goes on the word Kli.
and all
With
the
the Kli, you can do the small.
and Rumble,
But yeah,
Twitch,
hey, take a look at the chart for a second.
TikTok, and Twitter.
When it comes
So
to
we are talking in like
the last
5,000.
part of the sentence, the Bimin,
Oh,
the small,
not
is referring to the
5,000.
last word in the sentence, the word that comes before. The Kli is Bimin in the small. Toshma, Moses Shalom Mikli Shores, Mikli Shalom Mikli Shores. It says before, what's up?
Now, because I was looking at your page and you have like 50,000 followers.
That says you need a message. You're gonna have a couple questions on it. What's it?
Yeah, and I don't usually use that account because I don't want to lose it. It has so many followers on it that I don't want to endanger it. Basically, my business. So then I have a bunch of other accounts from which I live stream and I get random followers and people watching me. Yeah, it's a lot of people.
You didn't use the Kli Sharetz for anything possible. Laws of Rishim Makshirin. The Matan Kli. They say step 2, you don't need a Kli. They don't need a Kli. You can use a plastic vessel. You can put it in a paper cup, in a plastic cup. But Rav Nachman says, what does Rav Nachman say again? You need a Kli. Here it is.
So,
it's a passion of Rav Nachman. What is that?
Do you think that the episode can have?
I can't. I philosophize that. That's not for me
It's referring to
it depends on
after you
it
did the
depends on
put it in
where
the
it's supposed to. I mean, if you include like all the different platforms, probably hundreds, and over the course of like a year, thousands, it takes time. It's not like some of my other podcasts have thousands of views, but it's taken time for them to get thousands of views. It doesn't happen all at once. I'm not somebody who, when I post, it's a huge rush to see what I've done because I'm posting all the time. So it just depends.
Soon, it will be more famous person.
That's true. In the world history.
Yeah, and I will be right there.
As long as you do the
I will be right in there.
Absolutely, you'll be the most famous person perhaps in China public history.
Once you do the Kmitza from a Kli you're done. You don't have to put it step 2 in the Kli. What does Rav Nachman say? You have to do step 2, put in the Kli.
Yeah. I wouldn't look, Tony. I wouldn't tell you anything if I didn't think it was true. I would not sit here and be like, I wouldn't tell you a lie. Do I think you're going to be the most famous person in global history? No, I won't. But do I think you'll be the most famous person, perhaps, for Czech Republic?
He did Kmitza with his right hand. And where did he put it in? In his left. Now, this is the get to us because you have to put it into Kli Sharetz. Then putting it in the left hand would be a big no-no.
and it's just a matter of time. Like Jimmy
Jimmy
Donaldson, aka Mr. Deeds, he has his early videos from like 10 years ago, where nobody watched him, and all he would do is like count to 100,000. He would just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and he would make like a 12-hour video of him just counting to 100,000. And that grew, and then and then eventually now he's worth like $5 billion. But that was 10 years ago. So you have to see yourself in 10 years, when you're 31 years old, how your life is going to change. And I think the fact that you had the courage to interview me, and you did an excellent job, and you are a patient individual, you just have to give it time. Now, can I guarantee any of this? No. But even if, God forbid, lightning strikes me down right now, I still have more data on the internet than anything I've ever archived. And future generations will be going through the internet like historians, like archaeologists, trying to find just interesting stuff. And then they will find my stream, just like an archaeologist who is digging through the soil in Egypt, and they'll say, "What is this?" And they'll tell a friend, and that friend will tell a friend, and that friend will tell a friend. But I don't think it's going to take that. See, I don't just sit. People may think like, "Oh, you're just sitting here." No, that's not true. I have 3 robots going right now, right here, that are promoting myself. I got another 2 robots there promoting myself. So that's 5 robots. And then another 2 robots here. So I've got 7 robots that are at any given time making clips of myself and tagging people in it. And I have 1 robot that's making a blog, another robot that's tagging pictures, another robot that is on Kick right now, goes to random Kick streams, tags the people there, creates a clip, and puts my Discord link in the clip chain. So randomly, people, I mean, here, I'll show it to you.
Why do you have to put it back on right hand? You didn't use the belt. You don't need any glue. That's a good question. You can say, I know the Amri kind of the Hector. Remember, very simple. We did a whole shtick over here. That when it comes to Kli, you need to use right and left. When it comes to your hand, left is no good, only right. But that was like,
so this guy right here.
He says, no, this doesn't. I'm reading the Brisa as is.
This is just some
when
random
it comes to your hand, you can even use the left. Maybe Kli, maybe Yamin, maybe small. Yamin and small goes also in Yad. Before we said, our shot was, when it comes to hand, it's only Yamin. It says in the Brisa Yamin and small. No, that's going in the second word.
The way this bot works,
he says, no, I don't like that. That's a chak. That's what it doesn't. I'm going for real. What it says, like you and I would read it. If you use your hand or Kli, you can use the right and the left. So it's not a question on me. I go like this time, and it says you can use your left.
Great description of what I do, what I do in the clip name.
Take the Kumtzav Amayim chair, holding like you're already 12 lines down. It says in the Mishnah that if you take a kmitza from the bowl and then you cut it in half,
once you publish it,
and you put it on the mizbeach, it's good.
It's everywhere.
You can't chop that into you can't have 4 pieces. You only have 2 pieces. Why? As you guys said,
and it just goes to a random stream.
And Rabbi says, no, as many pieces you want, you have 20 pieces put on the mizbeach 20 times in a row. Maybe now you. Or if Zera, yes, is there a minimum of how much the pizza must be? And the big Shaila
then it just creates a new one.
How much you can put on the mizbeach at any given time? Is there a minimum? How much must be contained in my hand? A. He says yes.
All I have to
do
do
minimum 2 kezesim. Second of all, every time I put it on the bed, it must be 1 zayin.
It's going to close this.
There's a minimum. It has to be 2. You can't chop it up into 4 pieces. You chop it into 4 pieces. If these are too small, you can't put it in his bed.
I have it moving slowly.
Guess what? This is
because if it moves too quickly,
so it comes out a big,
it misses the timing.
So
it will go a little slow.
Chop it up 20
pieces.
Check this out. The halacha is you must contain in your hand at least 2 kezesim. Says the Stipler that no one in our generation has a hand large enough for
images
of that time. Shalom says that if you cannot hold kezesim in your hand, you're possible for avodah. As the Machlokes Rishonim, what does Yerushalmi mean? Does he mean
So
any
just
avoid
close
at
it.
all,
Yeah.
or just avoid of Kmitza?
It
It
will
comes out
open it.
according to the
It takes
Rishonim are
about
saying
5 minutes to create an account. So I'm not
there's
just
nobody
going to
alive today that
But,
could that could do Kmitza
it
unless you
it'll
are
create an account, and then it
a
randomly
Mari.
goes to someone's
But he's
stream.
not a Kohen.
It clips a
Okay,
clip
he's not.
of them.
A Kohen,
It
he
puts
doesn't matter Shiran
Rabbi
Nachila.
Rothschild
The
YouTube
Sugya.
and a link to my Discord.
Think
And
about
then
it. You take the
that's
Kmitza,
on
you put it on the Mizbeach,
and
you get to eat the
it just
Shirayim.
does
If you have
that
to
all
wait 5
day, all
minutes,
night,
you eat it immediately.
and it's been doing it for years.
It's
It's so powerful that the people it picked have made it so that you can't type in Rabbi Rothschild and to kick without
You cannot
most of it.
stop.
51%.
They've made it so that if you type Rabbi Rothschild on kick, it automatically gets deleted. Like you can say anything, but you
You
can't.
are like, you cannot stop.
Well, it's just a matter of
There was a great amount
So
of
like,
smoke in Kisha Malakita. When does the furnace give a bunch of smoke? Actually, that's just a Uruguay when you have a majority of fire.
Go ahead. So here's one of my other this one
things that are usually put
I
on
have
the
taken like pictures of really beautiful women, like Miss Universe, and they all have like an overlay on them that say
it goes and
like what I do and like to check me out on YouTube. So here I'll show you.
Hear this? Things that are
What this
usually
one
done
does.
during the day. Going. Back payments, you put the kmitza during the day. Back
Alright, so here we have a picture. Some actors. Come over here.
And
You see the pink.
all of a sudden it switches the
Gonna
language. You
change
put it
the
after Shkia.
text.
It just said it's something you put in the day. Hello. The Gemara Amr is not going to go to Yoim.
Save.
And then it's going to move on. How do you know that it's allowed? You're allowed to let it there be all night. One extra word.
Now it moves on to
As
the
the
next
Gemara, if you're putting it on, just
Just
explain
change on
something.
the metadata. The alt text
Let's go back
changes the
10
title
seconds.
of
A second before
that
Shkia,
is
you put
all
it on.
like
You can't put it in after. You put it right before Shkia. In Bayer Shemesh, that's why I said the joke. It's right before Shkia. So it's not going to go like Ask Gemara, but if you're putting on a moment before Shkia, how is it going to grab the entire animal? How is it going to grab 51%? That's
creating super advanced.
You know, like sometimes I don't know, like
super computing
if you
articles about myself.
if you given like let's
So
say your
what it's
tax
going to
return,
do is going to do
just an example. You give it some, then you can later on send them documents or whatever. As long as you're like you have to be in the game. And so you have to be in the system at a certain time, and then what's it? So you put it onto the Mizbeach, boom. Okay, then what happens after? What? You have to go a second before Shkia, like you wash your hands before Shalosh Shulas. That's a good example. Right before Shkia, you wash, and then you're able to eat
create
it.
a new chat.
But if you want to eat it, then it has to be completely done. Like actually, on liquid, just to grab it, okay, that's right before. But if to eat the whole shirayim, it has to be 51%.
If you like, why did you go faster? Slow and steady will win for you. So it's going to populate something in ChatGPT,
I'm just going to skip to
and
here
then
real
it goes
quickly.
over here, and it's going to create
Means
like
if
this.
something
This
flies
article
up in
was
the
on
air,
photonic quantum computers.
so that you let it put back on. That's what we're talking about. Yes, it's after
And then
Shkia, but you
here
let it put
are
it back
my
on because it's ready to
articles.
lose it flew off.
And
You notice,
just create a new post
but thank you also on
on the next topic.
But 10 lines earlier,
And
8
the
lines
topics
earlier,
are
it's just
fascinating. They're all on like super
one of the
computing.
things is
But I can do it on any subject. And it's going to go to gate-based quantum computers, quantum emulators, analog neural computers, synthetic biological neural computers, trapped ion quantum computers, photonic tensor processors, and then it's going to type that into the title of the
But you don't put back the Torah. And it says in the Brisa, one of the three things I'm going to read, I can't read it. Where is it? Oh, you're going to Koimes. It's one of the things is Torah. It says Gemara, Samim, Mikan Torah. Take the word out. You're going to Koimes, stop right there. Torah doesn't apply.
and it creates 50 of them just on trapped ion quantum computers. And then what it will do is take that information, publish it, And the key thing is it does this without me having to do anything. So I could be asleep and it's creating content, and then random people go on the internet and they Google something on supercomputers, and then they find my blogs and my writings, and then they find out about my
Okay, come around. We're holding smack in the middle of the
discussion. I see that you're
here we go.
having issues.
We have the one mincha made out of one isar flour that was divided in two. And one of them got lost. So instead of the one, let's say the one on the right got lost, you went and you put another half of your sarn in there. What happens every single time you do something like that? You find the one that gets lost. Right after you mafish the other one, you find it. Where's the Risha? Remember yesterday you said that if a tulio touches one piece, tulio touches this, what happens? It automatically goes to the other. Why? Because the two are connected because they're from the same mincha. So the kli is able to be mitzaref them and connect them. But what happens if we bring the third piece from another place? It's not mechanized. Yeah? Even though it's the same kli and the kli is mitzaref, it's not. Why? Because that guy, that third guy, is separate from the other two. It's not the same, it's not from the same mincha. Because we know that. So what happens over here? Now we have three pieces. You have the original, the old guy, he's the original piece. You have the guy that got lost, the guy on the left, he's over. He got lost, but he's connected to the first one. And then you have the mufresh, he's the new guy. The guy all the way on the right is the new guy. So let's see. If a dead mouse, this mouse is very dead, touches the lost one, who's connected to the lost one, Rabbi? So out of the three, who's connected to the lost? The rich one, the first one. So only the first one becomes Tameh because the bowl is only the Tama what is connected to it. The mufresh is not Tameh. Oops, what just happened? Oh. Now, if the mufresh becomes Tameh, who is the mufresh connected to? Rishon, only the Rishon. He's not connected to the lost guy. So once again, now what happens if the Rishon gets Tameh? Both of them are connected to him. But the problem is, you can't eat any of them. Why? Because he can only be connected to one. He can't be connected to two. So let's see inside. He started Shechilka the Abba Dechamam, and you found the first one. And all three of them are inside the same bowl. If the lost guy got Tameh, so he has a connection to the first mincha, and therefore the first one becomes Tameh. Mufresh ain't mitzaref, but the other guy that you brought in afterwards, he's not part of it. Mitzvah mufresh, but what if the new guy became Tameh? Mufresh Rishon mitzaref. The one that never was lost, the one with the white beard, the original, he's a partner with the mufresh. Although the one that got lost, hey mitzaref, he's not a partner over here. This is my Rishon. But what if the Rishon got Tameh? Name mitzaref. They're both connect. They're both Tameh. Forget what I said before. They're both Tameh. Abaye says this applies in all three cases. In other words, if the lost piece, got Tameh, then look what happens. The mufresh and the rishon become Tameh. Why? They're all part of the same house. They all belong to the same family. It's not like the case that we had yesterday where you bring a third piece from outside, it belongs to another mincha. Over here, they all belong to the same mincha. The reason why you made a mufresh, the reason why you brought in another half was to complete the rishon. So he's part of the mincha also. The oven is certainly part of the mincha. He's the original. They're all part of the same house. And they're all Tameh. Says the Gemara, the same idea would apply. You have three parts. One of them you started out with two parts, one got lost. It's the same mincha, half got lost. Take a look what happened there. He did a knitza now from that part, took a little bit of flour out of it. Shiyarav, so the leftover of the avod, Berisha again, who's the lost guy's partner? The first guy. So Mela, he's able to do the kmitza for him. Mufresh, but the avod and the new guy have no connection. So therefore, you cannot eat from the mufresh. If these two are partners, great. Now, if we take kmitza from the mufresh guy, you have to wait like 3 seconds. Now you'll see his head. Okay. See that's flour. Yarov. So now the mufresh and the rishon are partners, and therefore you can eat from those two minachos. And the last one is not included. Here's what I said before. If you took from the first one, because now they have a connection, and now we don't know where the kmitza belongs to. Since he's the first guy, the guy with the white beard, is connected to both the mufresh and the avod, so it is a good kmitza. But the problem is we don't know where the kmitza goes to. We don't know if it goes to the mufresh or it goes to the nevad. So therefore, you can't eat them. Abaye Omar Filu Komas Mechad Mem Shneim in the Chalim. Abaye says it doesn't matter. If you did a kmitza from any of the three, you can't eat any of them. Because they're all connected to each other. I view it almost like tsaros, like a husband married to two wives. You know, like they're all connected to that husband. That rishon guy. It seems like that when you take a kmitza from one, at least that one that you took the kmitza from, you put it on the mizbeach and you could eat it. You could eat the rest of the shirayim. That's what it would seem like. There's a sixth of the kmitza that cannot be put on the mizbeach. In other words, a third. Let's view it as a third. If you think about it as a third, we brought this for, I don't know if he's going to help. Somebody gave this to me at the Shabbat Kohen, and I was scared to hear. Let's say you have 3 pieces. It's not a good idea, but it's not cutting apart. It's like, it's called sensory sand or something. Yeah, sensory instrument. Yeah. So now I'm going to do kmitza. I do kmitza with this. This is my kmitza, right? So a third goes for this guy. Put it over here. Third for this guy, and third for this guy. Now, one of these guys is no good. One of these guys, let's say this guy is the new guy that you put in. So this third, when I did a kmitza, a third of my kmitza was for him. Third was for him, third was for him. It's really a third. You want to cut it in half and give another 6 to each one to total of 6. The point is, it's a third. This third of my kmitza, which belongs half to him and half to him, the more calls it a 6th or a 2nd, but we can call it a third just to understand it. It's really a third. A third belongs to this guy. This guy right over here is no good. And when you put this part on the mizbeach, it's not a good kmitza. Now you have a third missing. This is your kmitza now. This third over here is terrible. It really belongs to a no good guy. As the Gemara, but now the same question. It comes to how in the world you put this on the mizbeach when 1/3 belongs to chulin, to something that's not supposed to be on the mizbeach? You can't think of chulin. The Gemara calls it a third, not a 6th. Rashi Omar says Rashi claims how you use when the claim went like this and he made a kmitza. When he took a kmitza from whatever it is, his mind is it should be only on the good stuff. So he doesn't have in his hand any bad mincha. He's only thinking about the 2 parts that are good. He's fully sorry. If the kmitza became coming, yeah, the kmitza. A dead mouse touched the kmitza, and you put it onto the mizbeach. We have a very special passage in the Torah that tells us that even though it's coming, it's okay. We ignore it. Why? Because there's something called the tzitz that the Kohen Gadol wears on his forehead. It says Kodesh Hashem, not exactly like it says it over here. It might one is above the other. It might be kisser, something like this. And this has special powers. It's not like it has powers, supernatural powers that can overcome even tumah. How do we know? Because the Torah says that the tzitz can forgive an avera. But it doesn't say what the avera is. It could be, the avera could be one of these things. There's so many averas. One of them is tumah. Like the Mishnah says that that's the Rashi. But it could be also tumah, because mana, bigger. It also pushes mana. Yotze, if it goes outside of the Samigdal, it's also an avera. If you do the avera with your left hand instead of the right hand, maybe the tzitz forgives that avera. Who told you that it's going to forgive the tumah? Maybe you put an animal that has a mouth. That's what Amud Aleph is all about, to prove that it's the tumah. Yotze b'kriva, if you put the mincha outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Oh, we have a good video for this. If you have a mincha that's coming, take a look. It's coming. This point is putting a mincha that's coming on the mizbeach. What happens is, the point alive is sick, it has superpowers, and it makes the mincha charge. That's what it does. But if you went outside of the Beis Hamikdash and came back in, then it just doesn't work. Then it's why? And there's the cloud that sits Merat al-Tam. This is powers against tumah. The Merat al-Yosef doesn't help the Yosef. Now we have to do process of elimination. We have all these averis that it could forgive, and we have to know why doesn't it forgive these things. The Rabbanim and also Aaron is Avera Kedoshim. But here is other nice thing. What is the person talking about? What Avera are we talking about? It's talking about Figel. Now, the entire Zvachim, we learned that Figel means yet the Torah calls Figel Chusam Bachim. The Gemara over here is using that for whatever reason. The Gemara calls this. It doesn't matter really. The point is he had a bad thought while he was performing that. First, he was thinking about eating it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. In certain situations, it's stuff in town outside of his wives. But that already says that there's nothing to do about it. Here, had a thought while doing that. He's thinking about it's bad. The tzitz is not going to help you. Why? He's trying to work. The Torah says it's God. It's finished. The tzitz doesn't work in the tzitz. Now, a very nice over here is considered, Rashi calls it, puts his mouth in places, has all discussion how to learn it. Also, we go with Rashi. Rashi says nicer means puts his mouth in. Regardless, it doesn't matter what the Gemara uses, what term the Gemara is using. The point is, there's a machshava over there that's no good. Maybe that's what the tzitz comes to help. I recommend Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, now if it's about puts his mouth, it says Rabbi Rothschild. There, very nice. You say Ella Avointim. So must be can't be these machshavas and machshavas people's mind. So the tzitz comes to forgive someone. But why? I'll tell you why. If you have one of the three, it makes more sense to say the third is talking about someone. Why? You know that occasionally, if this tumah implies that, and the only way to bring the carbon comet or carbon pesach, Rashi says carbon comet, is when there's tumah, so it's mutter for the community. You see that the Torah is lenient when it comes to tumah. The Torah is more makel. The Torah is never makel on figel, on Chutz's mind, because the Malkin never. The Torah sometimes is makel on tumah. Oh. So if it's it's a lighter kind of avera, so the tzitz is going to be mechaper. Matchler, zero. Ema v'yoytze. Looking for it. Ema v'yoytze. We have more on the list. The avera of taking out a carbon out of the Beis Hamikdash. Going like this. Walking outside of the Beis Hamikdash. He immediately turns red. He's outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Why it does not? Now, you're going to tell me that, well, if you have the tool, you can go with Tumah. Why? Because Tumah hooks with the season. The Tumah has a lighter, because sometimes it's mutter. So you install the same thing with the Yotis. So what do you call it? The Bama. If you take certain times and periods in Klal Yisrael, we had Bamas in the backyard, and we would check the animals in the backyard. So you see that sometimes it's mutter. Just like sometimes Tumah's mutter, sometimes the Bama's mutter out there. This comes to forgive something that happened, it sits, forgive something that happened in front of Hashem. All of us in Hashem mean that the soul could happen in front of Hashem. The soul could happen in front of Hashem. Yotz is life, but the Daber of Yotz is when you're not in front of Hashem, when you leave the Hashem. Not when we know, maybe it's coming to refer, Daber of doing with the left hand instead of the right hand. Why? She's in front of him with the Purim. Take a look at this, beautiful, for today, special. On Yom Kippur, the Kohen Gadol holds with his right hand the heavy pole. We want him to hold with the right hand, even though he should really be holding. What is he holding with the left? Because it's the opposite. The avoid is the third. He should be holding with the right hand. But the poles are dangerous and heavy. He put it in his dominant hand. You see that you can use your left hand for the third on Yom Kippur. So it's a problem. More on the Rabbi Rothschild, Always boy, who was an Avera, and I pushed it off. I said, there's Tumah today, but not today. That same Tumah was Tumah yesterday. Today, even though it looks like Tumah, it's not. What do you have to point that show the smile? This is the way to do it. This is the way I command you to do it. Today, it's not just Moses. It's a Hakila. That's how you do it. That's Yomai. Avodah Kedoshim V'lo Avodah Magishim. You're asking me, the Rabbi is coming to say, so we're playing dinner with his left hand. It's okay. That's in the pipe. We're talking about an Avera that's in the carbon. The Tumah is in the carbon, not in the pipe. That's what you need to put on the Zim. And this is an Avera of Amalei Rav Sima Bereda Rav Idi Rav Ashi, Rav Sima, the son of Rav Idi, Sima, Rav Sima, the son of Rav Idi, called Rav Ashi. Rav Amilon, some say Rav Sima, Bereda Rav Ashi. Now Rav Ashi had a son named Rav Sima, and they had a discussion, father and son, they're Rav Ashi. The son has his father, Rav Ashi. We have one more on the list, and that is, if an animal has a blemish, that's the last one on the list. You know how to put on his best? But it's not similar to Tumah, because Tumah is looking at the other. Once in a while, Tumah is mutter. No, this also is mutter. She didn't go to Bible. Birds don't have a move. Don't have maritime zaken the rainbow. They don't have Bible. There's a thing about move. Animal. If an animal has a broken, if a bird has a broken leg, you put on his back. This is a male female like bird. And they left them across. Very nice. Good, nice try. They're up to. See, they're up to. You're looking force on a balmum. You cannot bring a balmum. There is no sense it's going to be a copper when the torch is straight out. Don't bring it. If you bring it, loyal rusting with it, it's not going to work. Musa Yerabot. Sarabon Dam Shinitmo Uzraka. A dead mouse, a sheriff, touched it. And he did drink with it. The Shaggy roots up and makes it later. Midiraisa, it works. Why? Because you have Tumah over here, and it sits in Rashi Tumah. So it works. Just one. If you do it deliberately, the amazingly works. So why? What is that called, Rabbi Rothschild? No. The penalty. Midiraisa should work. It's good to remember this, because we're going to be talking about penalties. Try to compare it to something else that has a penalty. But that's not more in the office. That's an individual. I will see what they're showing them amazing also. There's no such thing as a penalty to the community. So even if they do it deliberately, it works. Because the mice, it works. It should work by the Yapid also. So to punish the Yapid. For the guy, Ben B'Shogi, Ben Mezid, Ben Boyd, it doesn't matter how he did it. Loi Hurtza. The guy doesn't get a kapara and the still. The kapara, meaning, but here's the problem. We just said that an individual doesn't get a kapara if he uses blood that's tame, if he does it on purpose. But over here it says before it, I'm not fixing around here. I'm not down, but I don't say, I don't say love. Caleb over here means the part that we put on his back, the murim, she needs my. And look at this. Bain b'shagin, bain b'mezid, even if it's on purpose. Bain b'oynes, bain b'rasta, bain b'yochid, bain b'yochid. Here, it says even a yochid. Bain tzibur, here it is. Just aura, which always bothers me throughout Shas, but Rashi here addresses it. It says shayging and mazid, oinus and rotten. Shayging means by mistake, mazid means on purpose, remember? Oinus means you were forced, rotten means you did it on purpose. So in fact, mazid and rotten are identical. No reason to say the word rotten. So Rashi says you're right. But because the opposite of shayging is mazid, the opposite of oinus is rotten. But the mazid and rotten are the same. Shayging and oinus are very different. Shayging means that I didn't know that you know how to do it. Oinus means somebody put a gun to your head. You were forced to do it. So shayging and oinus are very different. Shayging and mazid are very different. One out of the four is taka. It's really extra. It doesn't belong. But to be symmetric, so shayging and mazid, oinus and rotten. Okay, throwing it out there. So this is today's sugya. Maybe even a little bit of tomorrow if we're not successful finishing today's element. What we have here, we have two brises. There's a contradiction in the brisa. Brisa number one says it's not marasa when an individual does it on purpose. The tzitz does not work if you do it on purpose for an individual. Brisa number one says the exact opposite. Tzitz does work for an individual that does it on purpose. Answer number one, it goes according to two different teachers. The Brisa says no, good, goes according to the Rabban. And the Brisa says yes, good, goes according to the other. What we're going to do right now, it's going to take us okay, let's just do it let's start it. Now I'll tell you what we're going to do. Simple stuff though. All my Rabbi Yosef 4 lines down like that. Rabbi Yosef, Brisa number 2. Rabbi Yosef and Rabbi. It's on you because it says, take something in a coming out of cars. Now I take two. If a person has, let's say, 100 apples, he has to give 2 of them to a So he's a wise guy. He takes the 2 apples that the dead mouse touched, and he gives them to the kohen. No good. Why? Because he just hurt the kohen. The kohen really, he can't eat it. The only thing is going to sell it for really cheap, so you hurt the kohen. The income. But if he went ahead and he did it anyways, the shot get a Trumas and Truma, the maze it in Trumas and Truma. This is very similar to our sugya. You shouldn't do it, but if you did it on purpose, doesn't work. Again, why doesn't it work here by Truma? It's the Knas is a penalty. It does work for their right. So if he did it by mistake, the Truma is Truma, and he did it on purpose, not a Truma. That literally mimics our sugya right over here. That was that if you have tzitz yosef, if you did it on purpose, miraculous, you do get a kapara even if you did it on purpose. You do, the truma does work even though you shouldn't have given it and it's tummy, you shouldn't have done it like that. It works. That's the reality. That's the Gemara. Hey, but the shaman is literally it's one thing to say you don't get a penalty, but to say that the tzitz is so powerful that you can eat it, that's already far-fetched. To say that the tzitz is so powerful that you can actually eat it, it's one thing to say that there's no knas, but to say that you can go ahead and eat it, but it's more than that. It says, Rabbi Eliezer is the one that says the tzitz is powerful, you can actually eat it. And Rabbi Eliezer, who we're talking about, it literally doesn't work. Where's that? Look at this thing right over here. It's the typical, we do this all the time. One on the left. You just told me Grace is the one that says there's no penalty, there's no problem, this is great. So what do? It's very simple what you do. You flip it around. Grace is the one that says the is miraculous. Okay, so that's a little bit of a top. April. Well, that's all I mean. That's miraculous. You got to do a switcheroo. So now the Gemara is going to do 25 lines. I counted 25 lines to prove that you can't flip it. The Rabbi Yosef cannot say it's miraculous. It's actually Rabbi Eliezer that says it's miraculous. So just to get to the bottom, you have to just remember what are we trying to achieve here? We're trying to achieve one thing. To prove that Rabbi Eliezer. It lines up like this. Not you're trying to do a switcheroo, a very nice try, but it doesn't work. That's the Rav Sheshes. What's his opposite? How do you flip it around? But I know it means you have meat that became tummy and you ate it before the zrika. What's before zrika? Zrika allows the kohen to eat the meat. If it was before zrika, you weren't allowed to eat it then. I was saying, you chayav amalei. Maybe you should get paris mishum tuma. The Kohen himself was tummy, so you should get kairos for eating it. You don't get kairos for that. Why? Because it's not edible. There's no zrika yet. You must so when you get kairos, I need to listen if it's okay for a Kohen to eat it. Then if you're a kind of tummy, you ate it, then you get kairos. The shaving is Latarian, but if it's the meat that was never able to be eaten by anyone, why? Because there's no Zrika yet. Great. Okay, so that's one thing. So the Gemara, maybe it's coming to say that somebody else doesn't get kairos. Maybe you should get kairos. Perhaps it's going to exclude meat that was left overnight and meat that went out of the Hamikdash that a tar person, in other words, if a tar person eats it, he'll be pocket. It's extra. Reba, that you're chayiv kares. Lam and yaitse, if you eat it, chayiv kares. Maybe if somebody is coming who eats tigul and noisar, he should be chayiv kares. And the Gemara just pauses for a second, goes off track, just to fix this sentence. Noisar is hanging along. What do you mean, noisar? We just spoke about lan and we said lan you're chayiv. They tell me maybe nicer, but we just discussed lan and nicer are the same. You're right, okay, fine. Hello, I'm a beginning to the stars. People should be like nicer. After one was going back into the line now. The Torah says if you eat pigos and you're tame, you don't get cards. Why did you decide you have two things in front of you? You have yoitz and lan that we said you get cards. You have pigol, you say you don't get cards. Maybe we told you, maybe pigol you should get cards and yoitz you shouldn't. The Gemara says it's logic. The Gemara reason why we say logic is the same. Because the Torah at the end of the day said one is high cards and one is not. Amrit. Now let's think what makes more sense. Lan and yoitz were once upon a time good. 5 hours into their lives, somebody took it out of the base of Mikdash, it became yoitz. 5 hours into their life, it went overnight. But for 5 hours was good. The Pigol happened during that voida. Now, for one moment of its lifetime, was it kosher? This case that we have, that the meat became coming even before Zrika. Bomb question. How can you give him Pares? It never had a chance of kosher. Yeah, the question we just said something that never. The moment it was born was already bad. You don't get courage. No, so it's a piece of meat that he ate when he was coming before Zrika. It was never okay to eat, so it never had a chance of kosher. How can it come? How can you get courage first? Oh, because the tzitz gives you an out over here. The tzitz makes it as if it's completely kosher. The tzitz is miratzah. At the bottom, nitma in yotziloi. It comes out that if it becomes kamei, you do get kares, and if it goes outside before it's riko, you don't get kares. My challenge is the Omar and Riko Mayos for Yotzi. Oh, finally, here we get to the raya. This is Rabbi Eliezer. So starting the mirachi tzitza achilas. It's Rabbi Eliezer. Let's look at the chart again. Let's go back. It's Rabbi Eliezer that lines with tzitza mirachi achilas and not Yotzi. Finally, so the Gemara says that Omer, two wishes for one, they cash the hall with Eliezer or Rabbanon. Okay, so in fact, it is Rabbi Eliezer. Instead of saying, so what was our problem? The problem is we have a contradiction in the prices, not a contradiction. The writer that says that this is not Merav to go to Rabbanon, the writer that says it is Merav to go according to Rabbi Eliezer. Not Rabbi Eliezer, we got rid of Rabbi Eliezer, it's a whole other terrace. There's 25 lines to prove it's not Rabbi Eliezer, it's Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
America's Cook is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBOsponsor.com or sponsor MBO.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. We need to finish up the studio of Mindomino. And I just think a very short review. I did not show this thing yesterday in the road. We read a lot of stuff going on. I showed you today. If they look the same, from the same family, even if like one is straight, one is not straight, yeah, all silent about that. Anyway, this is Mindomino, yeah? It's the same type of meat, but then we spoke about yesterday that maybe the shkuta, etc. Fine. Upon him, what we saw yesterday is that, it's not really even 2 days ago maybe, that Mindomino, according to the Yehuda, is low buckle. So it's low buckle, meaning, whoa, I don't know flying by the head. According to the Yehuda, Mindomino, it's the same type of food. There's no bitter, it doesn't become buckle, so Mela, everything in the pot is great, is humming. According to Rabbanan, Mindomino is buckle, and everything would be kosher, would be buckle, because you have 2 koshers versus 1 non-kosher. There's the road, there's the majority, they overcome it. And then we saw Rabbi Rothschild says that one is Mevatel Da'ava, only in one direction. We don't know exactly what. And then we have a Machlesh in what direction. So basically, Rothschild says we always look at the Mevatel. Mevatel is the road, is the sharp, the larger item, the majority. You always look at the majority, you don't look at the minority. And if the Mevatel cannot change the status, then it will change. And then if you look at this picture right over here, we're looking at the Mevatel. The Mevatel on this page is the kosher, and the kosher is 2 versus 1. That's what's the Mevatel. It can change. Kosher can never be non-kosher, and therefore we have 2 items in the same pot. We have kosher and non-kosher. We have min, kashen, and min. What happens when we have 2 different items in the same pot? The majority wins, and therefore all 3 of them become non-common. When we remove the pillow from the color gas. According to the Rachanim, it's the opposite. Our focus is one. Our focus is on the buckle, on the minority, not on the majority. And then we have to ask ourselves, can the minority become like the majority? So in this case, the minority could become like the majority because tamei meat can eventually become non-tamei just by decomposing, whatever the word is, rotting. And therefore, it's counterintuitive. The whole thing is counterintuitive. Since it's rot, it's going to become like the others. And if it becomes like the others, then you have min b'minai. And min b'minai is not butter. According to the Yehuda, yeah. Well, according to Kia. Let me show you according to Kia. Says in our Mishnah. Now we see from our Mishnah, one way or the other. Messiah, himself, the Shirayim, if the toilet over there, the grease on the top left corner, you took the pizza out and it fell back in. Or Shakaberta, you can give your eyes to Shakaberta. The point is, in the Mishnah says Shakaberta, it needs to fall back into either its own bone or to another one's bone. And now you have a problem. You cannot put the large bone of Shirayim onto the bed because it's also to put Shirayim on the bed. Once you take pieces off. So, what you do, you don't do anything. Now, the guy went ahead and he put it on himself. The Mishnah also about it. Now, let's think about it for a second. So, pizza. Okay, so first of all, what's the Mevatel? What's the buckle over there? And the Mevatel is the larger piece. In this case, it's the Shirayim. The buckle is the smaller piece. In this case, it's the pizza. Now, let's think about it for a second. We have a point. According to pizza, we go by the Mevatel. According to the Chanina, we go by the buckle. Can the Mevatel ever become a pizza? You don't know what for one shot. Can the Shirayim ever become a Shemitah once you put the Shemitah out of there? No. So maybe it cannot become Mitzvah, so it stays as is. It's Shirayim. Then, what about the Knesset? So the Knesset ever become a Shirayim? No. Okay. Says Gemara Ba'achar, you don't have a Mevatel Kebatel. The Shirayim can never become a Knesset. And they stick in here, and the Knesset can never become a Shirayim. But like a Mevatel Shirayim is not a problem. If, let's do this again, slowly, this is the last 7 words. If the Mevatel cannot be like the Batel, the Mevatel can never change into a Knesset. So how many meanings do we have over here on this thing? We have 2 meanings. We have Min, B'Shein, and Minoi. What happens when we have 2 meanings, Min, B'Shein, and Minoi? It's Mevatel. It is Mevatel. So what should happen here? The Shirayim should overcome the Knesset and destroy the Knesset. Yet he's told me that if you put it on the Mizbeach, it's good. Shouldn't. But if you did, it's okay. It's something we're Money, he Rabbanon, it can't be Rabbanon. The Rabbanon say that only Oila is not involved one another, but this should be involved. It should be involved. It should be involved so you don't have a Knesset. And even according to Rapizda or Raptanila, both of them, you should have a problem that one is involved with the other, and therefore the Knesset should be God. You have a Roiv, this is the third case. Rather than happen, go by the majority. You have a giant piece of Shirayim, should overcome the small, tiny piece of Knesset, it should destroy him, and the zero Knesset here. Why are you telling me that it's okay by mistake, put it back on the Mizbeach, you guys are going to have to bring another milk. You have to bring another milk. You want the Yosef milk? I'll tell you why. Very simple. We say it 3 times, you can say it again. Over here, remember October 17, remember October Shirayim. Torah Amura B'Koinus in place of Vadim Tzavera, Torah Amura B'Shirayim and Shirayim and Vadim Tzavera. Says the Gemara, there's a special finish when it comes to Shirayim and Knesset. One cannot overcome the other. Why? There's a puzzle. Finish. Great passion, but there's a puzzle. And here, finally, we're jumping to another sugya, which is interesting. In the Pesach, you take a matzah. By the way, these 2 things, I don't want to. I did this morning and this morning, just like yesterday, like in the olden days, not Yoshi's God, right? So don't know artists on the art, okay? You can do 1,000 times better. There should be one visual. Last night there was no visual, so I was like, okay. He takes a matzah, which is tiny, and he rolls it up with a bunch of ketchup, which is on top of fennel, and a bunch of sesame. Okay? It doesn't matter what. You just pull it up, you just rolls it into the spices. And there's more spices than matzah. What's the Mevatel? What's the Batel? The matzah. What does it say? Because of Shum Shumim, becoming Israel, also saying we made a mash of spicy matzah. It's a good matzah. You like on your place at night. Matzah, El Sheikh's matzah. It's a spicy matzah. It's a bunch of spices. Now, because of the Abish from matzah, I think you need to just pay attention and not to be confused. The word Abish appears twice over there. One is with the olive and one is with the iron. The one with the olive means more, the one with the iron means more. Not to get confused. So the Abish of growing from the matzah, the Abish is a lot more spices than matzah, and therefore the spices are the Mevatel. Usually when I go my best of according to Rib, and you know that since we go by the Bethel, so we're going to go by the matzah. Bethel, how to the Mevatel. You know what? The matzah, it works out great. Why? Because everything comes into it. So the matzah will become Bethel to the spicy. Why? Because eventually matzah can become like a spice, similar to the meat. But if you compose it, when it gets ruined, it will flip into spices. So now what happens when it flips into spices? We have only 1 min. What's the 1 min? Spices. What happens when you have 1 min? It's not butter. Then you have a good matzah. It's mamish comes from tuna. Very comes from tuna. Shows about that little about having a good matzah. Do it in the action. When it gets spoiled, gives you the iron. Have it off the bone. Then it'll turn into spice. And when I was on the stage, we go by the spices, the larger items, the spices. Now when you go have matzah, the spices can never turn into matzah. And if it ever turns into matzah, it becomes what? Min, b'she'enoi minos. Different things. The spices and the matzah, different things. Oh, when you have two different spices, two different minos, what happens? It becomes vassal. So now you don't have a matzah. You didn't eat matzah on the table. No, you're ready wrong. My skin on the opposite was closed. Matzah is more spicy. It almost doesn't make sense. More spicy than actual matzah. You were matzah. What about that? No. What happened was there's a lot more matzah than spices. Like the name it even says. It's only matzah. You call it a matzah. How should we get matzah to go? It's called a spicy matzah. It's not spicy with matzah. It's not fruit with soup. It's soup with fruit. The boys, there we go. Here's the easy stuff. Put on, you're gonna love this. Like change your money. You're gonna see why AI was created and why AI is so beautiful. So Rav Kahana, Ashkechinu Levnei Turkiya, when Rav Kahana made Aliyah, so he says he made it twice. Twice. He went to the Torah once, and then he came later on. He went back there. He bumps into Rukiya's two sons. We just mentioned Rukiya. We had a Mechlegis Rukiya and Rustanina in Rukiya. But when Rukiya, who wrote the Brises, he had two sons that were twins. What were the names? Yehuda and Israel. Both of them were twins. The Ashkechinu, they were saying, Sarah and Shekuka and Nisai Bedisha. A mincha consists of one Isara. The boy says that the law, everything is so clear. The boy says, what do we have in this bowl? We have a single mincha made of one Isara, divided into two. Okay? Here's the question. Take a look at the screen. A full yard. Full yard is someone who went to the mikveh today, but he's not a completely started. So anything he touches becomes possible. Not probably becomes possible. The question is, can this tumah travel from one to the other? Why? Because it's from the same container, from the same bowl, the same sleeve. It doesn't travel around. Isar and Shapurka, Vinita Babisa, he took one Isar, one mincha, divided into two. They actually, the ones that explain later, they actually have a connection to each other because they come from the same mincha, You know that Fuyan Bethelman? Again, I didn't show the whole video of Fuyan Bethelman, so you guys already know. Once in a while we show it. A guy has tumah, he goes to the mikvah at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. When he comes out of the mikvah, they remove part of the tumah, but he's still somewhat tummy. They can wait until that night, Erev Shabbat. But until he can wait, he has enough tumah in him to make things possible, not tummy possible. He's not even sorry much of a coach of a kodesh. I didn't really take the Nagi Ba'adab. Here's a nice, something to think about. I'm not even going to talk about it for you. A regular person is coming. Let's say a guy going to a place, he went to a valley, touches that place. And it's a tubishrak. It's a giant splatter of fruit. And he touches the center fruit. What happens a lot right now at that moment? The fruit becomes common. The one that he touched becomes common. Yeah. They were mushroom gobbles for me. Yeah. Your wife rinses them all off in the sink, so that it should be nice and healthy. Yeah. The guy touched the center of your apple. What happens? I'll tell you what happens. It becomes Rishon. What about the fruit that touches it? Do they become anything? They become a sheni. What about the fruit that touches the sheni? They do not become sheni. They do nothing. That's the thing. Now, this is true for coming, this is true for things that are touching each other. They're physically touching each other. We're talking about something different. We're talking about a schoolyard. Another guy was telling me it's a schoolyard. You go in, middle around the something, and either touch the two pieces of dough or not touching each other. But they're definitely doing something. It says the Mishnah, it says the Gemara, it's not including Cyrus from Totally Cycle. This is how we said that a one vessel could bring everything together to touching, to move it from touching. I mean, this is when they're all touching each other. But in our case, like you see on the screen, they're not touching each other. Like, maybe one should not make the other one touching. But Dilma Leishna, perhaps there is no difference. The idea of the complete brings them together, and you touch one, you touch someone. Then tomorrow, Omalu, you, so the Shana tells him, it doesn't say it says a flea combined this nice. So good. Even if they're not touching each other, that's next case, Rabbi says, it's all about it. Take a look at this. It's all easy for players to understand. These are the two pieces of your mental. You go ahead and you choose a bread and piece from a different mental. The third piece is what I'm doing there. That's big enough for me. Why? Oh, you should echo the B'nai out. You put a third piece in there, between them. And so three times. When you need that vessel, when they're connected, the first mental, they're all connected. And he starts with three. But your visitor here, that little piece, the third piece in the middle, the purple one, there's no connection to the other guy. And it doesn't really do something. Maybe it doesn't really help you at all. Oh, you should put your. This is boy B'nai Mal. Check this out.
What up, Mr.
I mean, this is the drawing for what we have in Rabbit. All he does is
How are you?
Chicken and rice, what you up to?
Programming robots just had somebody with whom I did a podcast earlier this weekend here, and we're doing another one on Sunday, so that's cool.
What, a podcast?
Yeah.
Let's see how the sheriff.
Supposed to rain tomorrow. All day. I'll be here at the house.
So everything
Very
in
well.
the oven itself becomes, hey, everything goes stuff
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Aquarius. You are loved. I care about you, and I love having you as my friend.
Appreciate you.
I love you.
We love having you.
In a random way.
Brandon, I love you. Daisy, Ryder,
There you go. Excellent.
Other people find me now use now. Rabbana asked
Yes, ma'am.
similar question.
Word, girl.
What can you do kmitza? Let's say you have this case, right? The first question we had was, is the material comes from A,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
tree becomes common. Now the question is very similar. If the owner or the kohen takes a kmitza from A, on the right side, is it good enough for the kmitza, as if you did a kmitza on the left side? What's the question? Because before we're going about making both of them come in, so okay, I can be a big machmer, it's not a big deal. Faucet. The Rebbe will tell you, yes, coming. But now you have to do it cool. Now you have to wide the shoulders and say, look, you did a kmitza on the right one, it works on the left one, and you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to go bring another mincha. That's already a cooler. They're rice or they're abundant. The seal is so strong, the rice that you could use it even with kuda. Or no, the whole thing is only the abundant thing. It's a chumrah. It's like to touch him and you throw out the dough. We don't know the answer. Or something similar. It's not. This is the case that we spoke about a number of times. So let me show you just the beginning of it, but we improved it a lot. Over here, you have two menachos, one on the right, one on the left. So what does the Mishnah tell us? Take a kmitza from both. So doesn't have to worry about it. Take a kmitza from both. The problem is, take a look. Now, look at this. This is the full version. Only for illustrative purposes, there's two separate colors. You took the two menachos and you mix them together. What could possibly happen? That part of one mincha is completely isolated. The blue, that little island over there, blue island in the pink, is isolated. It's not even touching the rest of the blue. And the pink also, there's a part of the pink left there. We don't even have to go there. Let's focus on the blue. And what does the Mishnah tell us? Take a kmitza from the blue. Take a kmitza from the pink. It's not a problem. Take a kmitza from both of them and you're good. But how can you do that? Part of it is missing. In order to take kmitza, you have to have a full emisarin of a mincha. A tiny part of it is an island somewhere else. If they were touching all the way along, Givaldic. But they're not. It's literally our case. We have piece A and piece B. They're not touching. Over here you see, that you can take a mincha from one, and it applies to the island blue and the pink over there. You're definitely going to do the acid shayros. Lab, so. That's the mark. You're going to do some shayros. But if you could do kmitza from the blue part, it's kosher. Amai, Akamar, Kalinoga. But there's a piece somewhere. It has to be. If you did a nice mix, it's going to be a piece that's not touching the rest of it. If it's like a foam, what does that mean? That it's not literally, it's mixed, but every piece is touching each other. We don't have an isolated piece somewhere. That's why the Mishnah says, take a piece from the glue, take a piece from the feet. At the end of the day, if you have two pieces of one mincha, can you take a piece from the other? The Heirim Mimeno says the possible. You should take a kmitza from it. They have to be connected. But what? Shloyadi is the very, very simple inference here. Shloyadi is sorry, Mishnei Kelim Yikmot. If it's two separate vessels, you cannot take a kmitza. Very simple. Mashma. If it's in one vessel, two pieces in one vessel, that's okay. It says do not take from two separate kelim. You have a half a mincha in one, half a mincha in the other. You cannot take a kmitza now because it's divided by two kelim. But if they're in one kli, just divided, then it will be okay. Going to piece of the kado. For this, you really need AI, I believe. Here it is. And it really should be gold. Pretend it's gold, silver. We didn't have time to switch out. So we're asking gold. Take a look. It's unbelievable. I'm so excited about this. Look at this. He fills it up with the piece of the middle part. The outside is copper. Fine. So look at this. He fills it up with flour. So the center is really isolated from everything else, but it's touching on top. Is that considered touching or not? The answer is it's not touching. You know why? It's above the kli. Take a look. Look, it gets better. It's a Here's a side view. The walls in the center are completely separating all the flour from each other. Where is it connected? On top of it, but it's already above the rim. It's above the rim, so it doesn't work. Oh, so this is the okay. So yeah, we had a bunch of times that above the kli is not. I would like that. It was hard to manipulate the middle mechitzas. It's slightly higher, a couple centimeters higher. But you get the point. All the mechitzas are the same height. The flour in the center is isolated. That's two kelim. High on top, it's touching. It's not touching because it's above the kli. So it says in the morning, where is it? Yes, touching. When the walls in the center are lower down. Even though they're mixed on top, even the mix of mechitza, since the mechitza is a massive, that's a real mechitza, like a super duper fruit mechitza that you can't look from one side to the other. The kapiza mitata. So memela, you cannot do. You would not be able to take mitzvah from one of those compartments because the mincha is separated completely. It's like three different kelim. That already makes sense. But if the mincha is in two kelim, you cannot take mitzvah from both. This is like 2 in 1 kelim. It's like tricky. But you know, ironically, this is not considered one plate. This is considered two kelim. We only have this exact page that is two kelim. One is inside the other. What does work? Very simple. All we have to do is just make it done. What's the case? Then I already started going. Look, this is all drawn by hand. I'm not kidding. I saw the original picture. But now it's real. Now the water and the feed is separated by a lower wall. See that wall? That wall is lower than the outside wall. So now the water and the feed, if they would pile up like this, take a look. Here you have such a thing. You have a wall in the clean, but if you pile up flour and the flour touches on top, now it is good. Why? Because it touches on top inside the clean. Yeah? Murder. Even though there's a pizza inside the clean, someone might say touches. Where does it touch though? The point is, it's touching inside the clean. How about they get slightly boiler? We're going back to our question. Our question, you still don't know, can you take from one to the other? the people might now take a look at this. This is better. You have three pieces of a mint there. Number one, number two, number three. Take a look at this. You don't have to buy it. Before your touches one, what happens? It automatically spreads to number two that we said. It's the same thing. Spreads to number two. But now we have water coming down as opposed to doing an oil because one of the matches is fine. You see it. What is that called in Gemara terms? Mitzvah is to travel up the water stream. And then it hits number three. So now you have all three to be covered. Please keep in mind now. Question. Put number three outside of the clean becomes coming through a stream. He's not believing that's only inside the clean. Inside the clean. How does the gray line maybe it doesn't spread outside? The gray line starts looking the top of the house, but 2 and 3 are completely connected through electric, through a stream. Now, if in fact 2 and 3 are connected, what happens if we reverse it? Take a look. And then touches number 3. Number 3 and number 2 are connected. They automatically, number 2 becomes stomach. Now, once 2 becomes stomach, what happens? It spreads to 1. This is why we keep it. That's only touches inside the sleeve. Inside the sleeve, outside. But maybe it doesn't come out to the inside. Or the other way, maybe it doesn't make a difference. Thank you. So, Rabbi Rothschild is also give out this. Here's my question here. Let's say a 3-year touches this. This becomes purple. Comes touching. Now I take this and I drop it into a vessel which has another one of these. Yeah. This is already coming, and I go like that instead of bowl. Does this become coming? No. The answer is no. When I touch this, when the bowl is on the same bowl, and I touch this, then this one becomes coming. But if this one is already coming, and I put it into the bowl, this does not become coming. Okay? Now here's the question. Look at this. It's beautiful. Now take a look over here. You have a piece of dough. The 3 of touched it. What happens when you put it in the bowl? The other one does not become coming. It remains green. That's the Gemara. Now what happens when you touch it? Does the other one remain far or not? What's the answer? Why not? Why? Oh, here's a beautiful concept. What did this Yoim add to the purple? It was already perfect. He didn't add anything. You have to add something to the purple in order for the purple to give us great business. If we touch it, that's called the concept called surveyor. It's satiated. It's already full up to here. It's sugar. You can't add any more sugar. Because the purple of this one commands the use of the pizza. You have a milk. And one part of the Yoim talks, you can't tell me. Not the Yoim, it's coming. Maybe you should have done it better. More accurate. He became coming, and then something put inside the bowl. The puppet will know, because the puppet will know, I don't know, but it's coming. Puppet will know, and touches it, he touches his mouth. We have words said by the Kumoy yards. We say that the purple piece inside the bowl is already full of them. You can't have more. I'm going to buy you, we have more, some of the Kumoy, you say this thing, but nah. What is it? Something only measures that so long. Take it. And what is that? A guy's result. That in the midst of his body some sort of disease he has called the Ziva. He becomes tumor. What kind of tumor does he become? It becomes the Ava tumor. Ava tumor means that if he touches another human being, that person becomes tumor. If he touches any vessel, everything will kill him. Very high tumor. A Rishon, if he's only a Rishon, then if he touches another human being, he's not become tumor. Another king, right? Because he becomes also master. Food. It's not long time that when a drunk sits on a bed, like this is our old one, it's time to show you. If he sits on a mattress, that's Tumas Mishkach, Medrus, he sits on it, everything becomes coming underneath him at the same level of tumah as himself. So he's out of tumah, The mattress only becomes avatar, provided that he sits on something that's sittable. If it's meant for that thing, it's a couch, you have to sit on it. You can't believe it transfers. But if you sit on a box of cereal, it's not meant to be sitting on, so that you don't have that same film of avatar. So if you have a sheet that belongs on a bed, so that's something that could become tumas nishto, it will become avatar. But if you take the sheet after it becomes the avatar and you use it as a curtain, so now it drops the tumas. It's no longer a medrash. You decided that it's no longer a bed. It's no longer a bed sheet. It's a curtain for the wall. For the wall, it doesn't become a avatar. It's only a rishon. So it drops down one level tumas. Measures, so if you don't carry a measures, I would talk about the measures. If you put it out as a curtain, it drops them. Yossi doesn't measure tagazeh. Ella shemnaga b'azov coming magazov. That if so the problem here is in Yossi. But if after the zov slept on the sheet, he went and he touched the sheet, then if you remove the mishkav of it, the measures of it, then you have maga. But the problem is, how does the Zov touch it after he slept on it? In other words, you can touch it only once, but why would it add tumah? It's Sava, it's already satiated, it's full of tumah of the highest degree. It's Hamei Ava tumah. So now the fact that he touched it doesn't add anything. So if you remove the measures, you're not left with maga. Because it was never, you know what I'm saying? Where would it be a problem? It was the reverse. If the Zov touched it, so then it became a lower level tumah of maga, and then he slept on it, then you add tumah to it. But if he slept on it first, he added the highest tumah, and then he went and touched it, nothing happened. In the Torah, according to what you're saying, according to this idea of Saba, that you can't add tumah to something that's already tumah. In other words, I'm I live in Saba tumah. Hey, Umayda, who told you touched it after you slept on it? Maybe he first touched it, then he slept on it. Then he added a strong tumah of Abba Tumah to the Rishon Tumah. No, but over here by the mincha of the Tfuliyain, where you know what I'm talking about, where he touched one. What was the case over here? Yeah. Our case where there's this guy where he touched it and then he put it in, then we don't say that you didn't have an offer. You didn't come off over here the bolts come off fully on, so you're not supposed to change it. You leave it as right. You didn't add anything when you touched the mincha. After it was already coming, you added zero. And let me say the note, so perhaps it rises from the end part. More of Yossi, the things didn't have to tell him, they're not going to say it. If you have, this is not so obvious, I have to explain it. If the guy sits on the upper sheet, which touches the lower sheet, what does that say? The answer is that I'm laying sat on it, so only coming back. So basically, you have to explain, you have two sheets. They're not really touching each other. The Zev sits on the top one, so what happens when he sits on it? Becomes coming message. It becomes avatar just like him. And then his body weight lowers it and touches the one below it. So what happens? The one below him becomes just like the one above. It becomes a coming message. But the verse says he also becomes a maga. Why? Because it touched the one on top. But that was only measures two maga measures. Ain't touching measures. How could the bottom one get two tumas? If it becomes the highest degree of tumah, how could it also get a lower tumah? So the more is very simple. I'll give it a massage because it happens how it goes. That's the shallow. Okay, the sound says over here is one after another. Rabbi Rothschild had a wonderful
Today, MBYsponsor.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. We're holding the Chav Gimel Amud Aleph on top. We know that there's something called the Minchas Choite. It's a mincha. You bring a carbon to Hashem, just flour. Why? Because you sin. It's some sort of avera, and you can't afford a real carbon. So Hashem says, okay, you get an oil of the yard, you can bring flour. That's why you can afford to bring flour. Now, this flour, as the Torah says, you're not allowed to add the typical oil and frankincense, the shem and the levana. You don't just give it as it's flour. He goes ahead, and the Kohen takes the kmitza, that's so, and then adds a little oil to it. What's that left? Did you ruin it? If it doesn't know their puzzle, you ruined it. The Torah says no oil, no oil. It's like a shama who actually was shakshak by Shiyar Halugam Aleim. But the problem, even if he didn't add any oil by mistake or on purpose, he's supposed to add some oil. You do shikshuk, you do something like this. You take a bowl that was already used for a mincha. If you look closely, I don't know, maybe you'll be able to see. Here you go. You see like a little remnants of oil. And that's the bowl that you do a minchas koito. You're supposed to do it. Here, like this. What's the problem with that oil? You're already using oil. What's enough to mean? Then you can do it. You're supposed to put it in such a bowl. What's the problem? To just add a little oil. After the Gemara, but the passage is reported that says that you're not supposed to add any oil. Below you can allow a bone and don't put on top of it anything. But oil is like a little shame to have it. Before the kmitza, don't add any oil. But with the kmitza, you put it in so you show it. You're supposed to use such a bowl, so you can add a little oil. Basically, what is Barev, I was the best. Barev means a dry mincha. Barev is a moist mincha. So, if I was to ask anybody in the room, give me an example of a mincha chareva. So everybody says koita. Everybody says koita. So we just start. Oh, so here we have a raya to our question. That's with chareva. That would mean koita is out of the bolo. Yaki. You could be marking it. If you don't know yaki. Now, you have to speak in that experience. But according to the first one, because you use that person for yaki. But even according to Hafan that say that you should be marking, it's already close to the concept that we had yesterday. That one carbon cannot be mevatel on another carbon. You have two mevatel. One is a carbon, one is a carbon. Then one is not going to make a problem for the other. You don't say, oh, this one absorbed oil, this one did it. No. You put them both on. But if you add outside oil, it's problematic. Even Chacham would admit, lo yasi. Something more special. And my lab comes to look at the Arab comes to look at Zava. Like everybody here in the room thought right away. What does Chareva mean? A dry mincha, which doesn't have any oil, which touch on, and here we have a raya that you're not supposed to be marked with it. And you're supposed to be marked with it. You can be marked with it. No, you made a mistake. Minchas Chareva, yes. Initially, the first thing that comes to your mind is Minchas Koita. My love, the players of Minchas Koita, the Arab, the players of Minchas Koita, no! Check this out. When you bring a sheep as a carbon, you have to bring 3 milk shemen for every yisara. And for a cow, it's 2 milk of oil for every yisara. Now, happens to be that there's more swelling for cows. You need more oil. So, relatively speaking, per handful, per kmitza, is going to be a lot more oil, a third more. So, I don't know, math, whatever it is. Third man, they would rob or gob, okay, whatever, the gob and the bob. But it's going to be, I don't know if that's the right word, relative. The balance just tells me how much is total oil. Don't. Over here, for the cow, for the sheep, it's 3 lug of oil for every star, and for the cow, it's only 2. That's what I mean by chorus. If a mincha of a cow gets mixed up with a mincha of a sheep, the sheep has much more oil, And that's why you shouldn't put it on the Rizal, because now you're taking one is absorbing oil from the other, one has less oil than necessary, and one has more oil than necessary, both problematic already. And therefore was, and there's no raya about our question about the Limpa Paita. The whole question was, it's famous in Limpa Paita, but Allah doesn't want to bring a raya from this writing that says, Parah should carry the belt, but Parah does not mean Limpa Paita, it also means the cow's Limpa, which is Parah compared to the sheep. No, there was one really in the Gemara, but how could that be? In the rice itself, it mentions both cases, but the headache from it. No. Minchas Parim, the Elam, to Minchas Squatting, to Minchas Squatting. Case number one, cows mixed with sheep. And then a second later, the next word is the Parim, to Minchas Squatting. Yikra, the Yomer, Yoyer, how do you tell me that it's possible that Parim means a cow? When it says cow in the first, Parim, the Elam, and then the second letter says Bishar, Wara, Perushim, the Parim. Well, it's actually one sentence. Parim, the Elam, and Minchas Squatting, one is called the Parim, and the other one is called the bow. It's not just everything. Very rather, another Yishmael question, you take the pizza, which is, in this case, is a dough mixed with oil, and you give it a nice vent somehow, I don't know, it seems hard to do, but you squeeze it in a way that you squeeze out oil from it, you even have a little bit of friction there, and then you put the oil on the tree, put it on a plate, let's say, and then you take the flour, the dough, after you're done, you put it on top of the oil. Question is, can you combine the two? Well, once you squeeze out the oil, it's no longer part of the pizza, and therefore you can't be marked with it here. Something like this. Squeeze out the oil onto a tree, and then you put the dough on top of it. Are they connected now, or not? Right? It's quite wrong. It's something like I've been missing out. You know, there's a question about me. This is something wrong. Here's the first one. You like to go to the first one. When you connect the two things, other than this is not a part of it. You connect one to the other, it's as if they're connected. Other than you put it on your back. It's not connected. They're not connected. I'm going to do it actually. I have something very similar. But I know there's your thing, there's another famous person doing this. I'm not like even saying because it's the essence of seeing his life. Here, let me show you this video and tell me what I love. This is a Kazai's total. Meat and bone. Kazai's total. Take this. If a player to throw a feather, Boniyama, 40, 50 feet, he starts to take things, 3,000. Fine. Particularly. How about it? This is the question. Amala Aver Shema Kazai is the excellent Kazai. In this particular case, the meat is not a full Kazai. But with the bone, it's Kazai. If you're going to know my time, you're supposed to have you cook a piece of meat and you roll it out for the Tamigda, you put it on a farm in your backyard, and whatever you do with it, you'll tie it. So it's your pot. You don't know how to do it. The bone is connected to the meat, and together you have a Kazai, like the tie. This one's on the pot if you're learning my program. This is the first question when you ask me this question. But I combine two parts and make them one to the Gemara with no connection. If you think about it for a second, you'll see there's no connection. The other is the burning question. It still remains this question by us. So the other is not going to look on our reviews and not going to look at it. So the day we're talking about a phone, we know the box solution. Everybody knows that animals bone stone, bones are all part of it. Yes, you don't want to eat it, you sometimes remove it, fine, but it's part of it. Al Hajj, I think it's kind of too late, but the oil comes with the flour. Now you separated the two. Now you can't combine them back. Or do my being focused the Gemara with the essence, the bar mitzvah. Maybe you're supposed to set it by your bone, because the bone is something that if it falls out, it's hard to love mitzvah zero. Let's see if you're bringing oil onto this bag. We had it before. I'm going to show you that. So you're walking up the ramp, and one of the bones falls out. There's no mitzvah to put it back on. You don't put it back on. Then, without my mitzvah shoes, if it falls, you're supposed to put it back in. But you know, or perhaps it's no different between two cases. And if in one case you say, or there's oil or not oil, whatever you hold in the case of a meat and a bone, you hold the same thing by flour and oil, so it's okay with your mission. They niknisu v'nisarvu zu zu. Two menachos. You can have a little bit of a picture here. If you have two menachos that are touching, that fell into each other, and you didn't take the kmitza yet, right? From every one of the menachos, you have to take the kmitza. Here we go. Boom. So, depends. If you could take a kmitza easily, in other words, you're not mixing so much. You can take a kmitza. I told Yoshi I'd rather do it from the right side instead of way too hard to change it, whatever. Then it's like a nice. I just don't like the fact that you put the kmitza from where they touch each other. Let's call that center spot. That's already. I love what he did is okay because he put from the top. It's very. I want to make it clear. Take the kmitza all the way from the right. Take the kmitza all the way from the left, and then you're good. Later on, if you turn to that fucking Daled, you'll see a picture of the Shia. He goes something like this. It's like two combs. So, okay. Right now, we're understanding they're like touching each other at one point. That's fine. They would understand they can do the Daled Zoom. If you can use it from the right and push from the left, great. Then if the guy all mixed in, then you can't do anything about it because the Pasuk says the Havios and the Aaron, the Aaron Pasuk Sham, be like Kumsa Misanka, and each one you have to take the payments from itself and not from its friends. And next case, three cases. Punishment is either the new person you took the community, you did what you're supposed to, and then it fell in another bowl of a mincha that nobody did anything with it. No yasser, no mitzvah to put that on the fire. However, the mixer, you should make a struggle about it. You went ahead and you threw it onto the mistake. At the end of the day, your pizza went onto the mistake. You were ready to claim it. The other guy, whatever. The Zeus, the Nicknitza, the Holy Highland, and of course, the one that the pizza fell into, you never need to take it from it, because you cannot take a pizza, because you might be taking the first pizza. So that guy has to bring another minute of completely. Okay, Messiah first of the Shiorel. Now, same idea. There's a pizza taken, it's ready to go on the step, but it fell back into its original bowl. Now you have this of the rice. This is the rice of Loisakiru, that you're not allowed to be master the Shirayim. Once you take a Kmisa, that goes on, that's the carbon. The rest is Loisakiru. You're not allowed to put the rest on the deck. Your Kmisa fell back into the original bowl, into the Shirayim part, into the part that the Quran is supposed to eat. Or another little Shirayim is that same idea. Lo Yaster, the mixer, even though it's also in the Bible, but at the end of the day, the Kmitza went underneath it. There's a Mavato and a Butter. There's a little guy here you can't even see. The Mavato is the majority, always. A Mavato is the majority, and the Butter is the minority. Because when it comes to being Mavato something, when you want to fit the Roy, everybody knows fit the Roy, also the Shishin. What does that mean? You take the majority, and the majority overcomes the minority. So you have, a piece of pumice that falls into a pot. The majority pot is going to try to get it, not get it. But it's always the Mavato. The Mavato versus the Pato. Okay, that's where the Mavato is the Roiv, is the majority, the Pato is the Niyah. According to Rav Rothschild, we're going to see, this is the whole sugi right here. According to Rav Rothschild, we always go by the Mavato. Always. We look at the Mavato. And according to Rav Hanina, we always go by the Pato. So here's the murder thing. Here's the thing. A Jew can never become a Jew. Never. I don't care if you try to, what is it called? You can baptize with some bird and whatever. You can never become a Jew. But it's right. And become a Jew. You hear this? That's the side of the thing. A Jew can never become a Jew. A Jew could become a Jew. So, if you take that to meat. Kosher meat, like a Jew, kosher meat can never become an Avela. No matter what you do to it. It can touch 25 Avelas afterwards, it cannot become an Avela. it's kosher meat. Non-kosher meat, an avela, could become a shepherd. Good. How? When it's spoiled. Because non-kosher meat, time out, non-kosher meat has tumah. An avela has tumah. When you don't check a cow, it drops dead, it emits tumah, it touches becomes solid. If it touches food, it becomes solid. Humans become solid. But when it decomposes, eventually, after 2 months, the tumah is going to evaporate from it. In other words, the tumah becomes hard. The nevela becomes shachar. A shachar can never become an nevela. Now, this is where it becomes tricky. This is counterintuitive, and I need you to understand this. It's super important and very easy, but it's counterintuitive. When this guy becomes a Jew, and he becomes part of them, he becomes min b'minai. He becomes the same as them. But here's the counterintuitive: when you become the same as them, you cannot be like them. Your tumah remains in you. If you're coming, you see that's the only trick here. That's where people get confused. On the one hand, he becomes like them, but he cannot become better to them. Whatever he has before, his tumah that he brings to the party remains. They're not going to be able to overcome his tumah. If they are min b'she'enoi minoi, like in this case, if you keep the chassid separate from the dough, you're actually going to be the battle one. It's counterintuitive. They are going to overcome it. Yeah? Min b'she'enoi minoi is battle. Min b'minoi is not battle. It messes with your head because you think, oh, we embraced it. He became Jewish. He's like us. Yeah, but when you become like us, it's bad. Two bloods, we learned yesterday, two bloods are never subtle. Never. They look the same, they are the same. If you have this amount of blood in a giant barrel of human blood, you can still spray it on his back. One doesn't become better with the other. It's a full, it's counterintuitive. That's the little trick here. You said number one is this is the vato, this is the better. This is the larger amount and the smaller amount. What do we go by? What do we care? What do we care? According to Chizim, we always care about the Nevato. According to Chanina, we always care about the Becha. The other thing is that there are some things that eventually change. Like non-Nevela meat changes in terms of its tumah, it evaporates later on, but kosher meat can never change to become a Nevela. And also, remember, according to this Shita, min b'minai, if it's the same, if eventually, so here's the thing, if non-kosher meat, Nevela meat, turns into kosher meat, it's terrible, because now it's the same in, they're all the same in, and they're not butter. But if one is not butter, or whatever it is, yes, it depends on what we're looking at. If we're looking at the butter or the butter. There, I'm going to give you a good case. All my rabbis do that. This is the whole sugi. If you know these things, that's the whole sugi, basically. We'll go back and forth a little bit, but that's it. All rabbis do the Vela, the Tela, the Shkuta. Check this out. This is a very simple case. I mean, all the cases are simple. This is a simple case of two kosher pieces of meat and one Nevela piece of meat. Does the Nevela become better to the road? The Torah says, after Rabbi Lahatos, you always go by the road. So the kosher should overcome the Nevela, and therefore, in terms of tumah, if you were to touch one of the three pieces and you have no idea which is the tumah and which is not, you should remain far. Why? Because there's a way of that. Let's decide it. As it says, we go by the Nevata, we go by the road, we go by the kosher. Check this out. The kosher can never become Nevela. And all I care about is kosher now. I care about the Nevata. I care about the shark. According to the I go by the shark, by the larger amounts. That's my only focus. I don't care if the Nevela is doing non-comic tomorrow. That's not my focus, because I'm not talking about the bottle. I'm only going back to the Nevada. Can kosher ever become non-kosher? In other words, comic? The answer is no. If the answer is no, those three pieces are what? Min b'minoi means mishein minoi. Think about it for a second. It's min b'shein minoi. The Jewish guys are never going to become goyim, and therefore it's two different meanings. There's the kosher and there's non-kosher, and I don't think I only look at the mevatel. Can the mevatel turn into nevela? No. So it's two different meanings. What happens when you have two different meanings? It overcomes it. It becomes awful. And if I touch the nevela in this case, I'll be scarred. Now you get it? Right? Okay. Let's see inside. Here on the side. Let's see inside. The Buddha says, I'm focused on the Mavato, you see that square over there? It just shows, I'm focused on those guys. The Mela what? It remains the Min B'Shein Minoi. Because now we have kosher and a Vela. The kosher doesn't flip. So what happens? No, that's what I'm saying. There's a little bit of a problem with the chart. Fine. So we can do this. According to Kanina, our focus is on the surface, on the little guy, not on the left. The little guy, think about it, beautiful now. The little guy, the one guy, the trade guy, the Nevela, he could turn into kosher. And our focus is on him, not on the two guys. Our focus is on the meal. So since he could turn into kosher, meaning he's not tummy, so Mela, it's what? All three of them are the same exact min. And if they're the same exact min, they're not kosher. And if I touch one of the three pieces of meat, I don't know which one I touch, I'll be coming. The opposite of a Pizza. My focus is on the bottom. According to a Pizza, my focus is on the bottom. Says inside, Omer Pizza on the veil of the fail of the shooter. If I have two shooters and one Nevela piece, that's this case over here. 2 versus 1. So the one guy becomes bottle for the two. Why? The shooter should be on the Nevela. Because my focus is on the Mavato guy. And the Mavato guy cannot become a Nevela. And he's more. He's the Min B'Shein Minoi. He's Min B'Shein Minoi. Min B'Shein Minoi is Min Mato. And therefore, I'm going to take the Nevela guy and say that he's yeah, I'm sorry. I jumped the chart. You know what's happened there. It became Min B'Minoi. There you go. It became Min B'Minoi. How? That guy spoiled. The Nevela spoiled. When he spoils, he becomes Jewish. He becomes Israel. He becomes kosher. He becomes not puppet. Now all three of them become the same exact min. When all three of them become the same exact min, counterintuitive, not possible. She has to the Shkudish still in the Nevela. But we just jumped, we're a couple lines before that. She'ebshar in the Vela should be also Shkuta. Oh, sorry. Ushkuta ain't not the Vela been a Vela. But it's the reverse, you have one Shkuta and two Nevelas. I have to find that chart somewhere. Here, like this. You have one Shkuta, two Nevelas. Now I always go by the Nevata. Check it out. I always go by the Nevata. What's the Nevata now, Rabbi? It's tricky. What's the Nevata? The Nevela. The Reds. The Reds are the Nevata now. The Reds could flip in the green. So Nevela becomes what? Min B'Minoi. And Min B'Minoi cannot become bottom. Even with the Reds. Exactly. Everything's Mamash Apuk Al-Puk. Before is the opposite. That's why it's beautiful. No, it's Gishmak is so good. It's very Gishmak. If you don't have these things, last night I didn't have this. I think this helped a little bit. Just try it. You'll see. It did. For me, it helps. Because the Mepasha one is the bottom. The right, it tells you. The sharp, whatever's the largest piece is always the Mepasha. There's the Shkuta, there's the Mepasha. Which should they know the table in the Vela? Why is it not bottom? Because it becomes a Min B'Minoi. Because, as we said before, the Roy is the Nevela, and the Nevela could flip into that. According to our physics, look only at the Mavato, at the Roy. And the Roy could change, could get spoiled, and turn into She'ebshar the Nevela should be also Shkuta. Because the Nevela could flip into a Shkuta, meaning non-common. In Masruka, when it spoils Porta to Masa, it changes categories from common to not common. And the Mela becomes, in this case, as you see on the screen, all three of them become the same exact min. And when the same exact min, loy batel. And now we're finally by Rabbi Tanina, which we saw before, but why not? Rabbi Tanina says we always look at the buckle, not the batel. We look at the buckle. Kol she'efshar lo yiyos k'moyu einei batel, the kol she'efshar lo yiyos k'moyu batel. We look at the buckle. And if the buckle in this case, the nevela is the buckle, it's the meal, it's the minority. The minority could change. How? By this, by getting spoiled and turning into non-coming. So all three of them become the same. They become min, b'minoi, they're all the same. B'minoi, loy buckle, according to the Yehudim, we're going to have to see in a second what this happens. I'll leave it in mind. What's just happened there? We're pretending that everybody holds min b'minoi, loy buckle. According to who? Yeah, leave it the Rabbanon, the majority Rabbanon. We had this yesterday. The two Rabbanons that go on the Mizbeach, they don't become buckles. But min b'minoi buckle, if it's the same min, you could have a biddle, whatever the majority is. That's all work. Yeah, leave it to Rabbi Yehuda, but if you wait for Rabbi Yehuda Basa Chazusa. Rabbi Yehuda Basa Chazusa. In other words, he says, I go by the Kitzonis, I don't go by halacha. Okay, no, I don't go by the halacha. I don't look at it. This is Nevela halachically. This is Shkuta halachically. I go by the dam. You see by dam that it doesn't matter what kind of dam it is halachically. This is carbon dam, and it's the outside of the period. Okay, certain things go by the outside of the period. So Nevela and Shkuta is always the same exact min. There, you take one of these. It doesn't matter what case it is. You can have two Shkuta, one Nevela. You can have two Nevela, one Shkuta. It's always min b'minoi. Nothing changes. They look the same. They look the same. So what's the next minute? So what are you talking about over there? Hello. I'll leave it there with you. It's just not going to be clear. What are you clear on Nevela and Shkuta? The says the statement, one is better than the other. Which one is better than the other? Well, it depends. According to the Sizda, we have the Nevela here. The Nevela is better, right? The little guy is better into the Shkuta. According to the Tanina, it's exactly the opposite. The Shkuta is better into the Nevela. But he says one is better than the other. But the Gemara continues. But he loses no because. So leave the Rabbanon and Amri Oilu the according to Rabbanon, it's only one thing that's not better. Two Rabbanons are not about one another. So 2 minutes. One has more oil, one absorbs oil than the other. Okay, put it on. I mean, you know nothing. They don't care about Mindanino. Right? They learn from the puppet. They use the grab from the puppet Mindanino. They grab from the same exact puppet oil in the oil. They don't know how to Mindanino. How can you make enough Camino and say that the Nevela is better than the Shkuta, but not the Shkuta in the Nevela? And according to Camino, the Shkuta is better than the Nevela, but not. It's Mindanino. It's Mindanino. It doesn't go in both directions. No, I'm going to leave it to you. No, I'm going to say it doesn't go in. Whether you say this, when one thing could turn into the other, like a piece of meat, a nevela could turn into halachic shkuta by becoming spoiled, then you say mindanina. And then you're never going to say. Then it literally becomes a means of the enemy. Think about it. See this piece of meat can never become the non-kosher piece of meat, just keep it in meat. Yes, it looks the same, but there's difference. There's limited meat on it. And then what's the halacha? And finally, the Gemara puts it all together. There's also meat. There's a savar, boshim and batal as zino, and there's a savar, boshim and batal as zino. Here the Gemara says straight out. I go by the Nevado. I always look at him, I focus on him. Can he change? Can he not change? And according to the Tanina, I always look at the little guy and say, can he change or not? And finally, Tanai says in the Mishnah. Now, what does this have to do with us? All of this complicated stuff, which by the way, we're over with, done. The only because we want to prove from our Mishnah. We prove from 7-hour mission. Take a look at this. I'll give a good graphics for it. Not 7-hour mission. 7-hour mission. The 2-hour mission. Remember? Here. This case. 2-hour mission. Playing on top of each other. Mixed in on top of each other. Not the whole thing. Part, real part. What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to take a pizza from the right and a pizza from the left. Actually, I'm just going to say about that. Very, very beautiful. That's tomorrow when I took a pizza from the right. What happened? The entire milk on the right became what? Became shirai. What's the milk on the left that I didn't take yet? I didn't get a chance to go in and take a pizza. What is the one on the left called? It's called pepper. There's no thing to take it. The one on the right should overcome and take a little part off of the left. It should be not this part of the left. It should grab, I don't care how much, a little piece of it. Because if a little piece of the left is missing, you can't take pizza. How can you say that you should take pizza from the right and take pizza from the left? What did they eat from the right? I made the one on the right, Shirayim, became green. The one on the left is Teva. So now, the one on the right should be Vato, the one on the left. The one on the right should be considered more, why more, even though it's less, because it's usually pizza. But it's possible that it's laying on top of more. It's more than what it's laying on. At any given point, volume right. At the point that they're touching, that's what I'm saying. The point that they're touching, the green guy, it could have more than the red guy. Good. We didn't say there's enough community. Nobody ever told us, oh, it depends if it's more or less. There's a straight out halacha, take a piece from the right, take a piece from the left. Watching the right guy overcome if you mevatel some of the red. And once it's mevatel a little bit, even if you're not to you that it was mevatel, then iota, you can't do pizza from the left. What's inside? But you're not going to do pizza there. It depends how I view what overcomes what. What do I look at? The mevatel or the bubble? According to Rav, I look at mevatel. According to Rav Chanina, I look at the bubble. And here, that's why I want to bring a raya. It says tomorrow, no, some of them sliding into the thousand of the you have to listen to Zoo, it says the mission. Do it, share it. Not do it, not that. As the Gemara comes from the father, once it is created in the Rai, still is not only Shirai. What is the other part of that mincha? Becomes Shirayim, the green part. Not the other one, the other part becomes Shirayim. But like the Mevati Shirayim, the Tivla, in the Mishnah, we're asking it should. We're asking it should, and we see in the Mishnah that you don't. Mani, who does it go according to? And you have the same exact min. It can't be according to Rabbanon. This would be a problem according to Rabbanon because they're all the same thing, and one should be mevatel the other. And that's problematic if it's mevatel, then you don't have enough flour dough on the left side. Now, let's review it. The what? Min b'minoi is not possible. Now, it depends. You go according to Chanina, you go by the minority, you go by the left. Oh, the voice, I check this out. The guy on the left, could he ever be like the guy on the right? Yes. After you do Kmitza, you can turn into the right. But the right can never become Tevel. The right is like a Shmuta. It's already done. You already took the Kmitza room, the right can never become the left. And in Elo, we go by the Miyut, we go by the one on the left, and now it's going to be counterintuitive. The left could become like the right, and then it becomes what? Min b'minoi, and if it's min b'minoi, loy bottle. And that's why you can take a kmitza from it, there's no bittle. And but we go with the green guy, the one on the right. Shirayim, you can have a tivla. The right can never become tevel because you already took it. And therefore, what? It's min misha. Min misha is mevatel. And if it's mevatel, the green is mevatel a little bit from the red. How could you take mitzvah from the red? So maybe it doesn't go according to Rav Chisda. Rav Chisda is the one that says we go by the mevatel. In Rav Chisda, it's harder Rav Chisda. In Rav Chisda. So you know what? Possibly the Rebbeinu is there's a process that you can't, one thing can't be about the other. He says, remember, Aktor B'Koimens, remember Aktor B'Shirayim, Aktor Amur B'Koimens, Ein Akoimens Mevatos Chaveroi. Just like by Kmitza, you have two Kmotzim that fell into one path. One is not, doesn't overcome the other. You put both of them onto the Mizbeach. And Aktor Amur B'Shirayim and Shirayim Mevatos Chaveroi, you have a pasuk. You can't do this. Tashma, it says in the Mishnah, you have a Kmitza that got mixed in with another mincha that you didn't take. Mitzvah from loyak, didn't hit there. Zusha miketza also the Bible. Zusha loy nikmitza loy also the Bible. If you put it into the oven, you put it on the mizbeach. Sorry, the mizbeach. You got the kmitza. But loy kemavadulei tivla lekoimet mani. It wasn't the mincha that didn't have a kmitza. Didn't come bottle. Now, according to who's this? Here, the same question we had 3 times already. According to Rabbanon, they only say 2 menachas don't go. But over here, the tevel doesn't go on and should be mibatel the kmitza. But maybe minoi batel. Pshita, Rabbi Yehuda, and same question, same answer. Bishlam the man Amar Basov mibatel, as in if you go according to the mibatel, according to the Chizan, now is good. Why? Mibatel have a kibatel with tevel. You could do a kmitza to the tevel, and it'll be like the battle. Because for the chazan mikvah, you can do kmitza from anywhere. Babeli min in parentheses. Babeli min minoi, or min loy battle. Once it could change into the tevel, could change into kmitza, then it becomes the same exact thing. And if it becomes the same exact thing, you cannot become battle, and therefore you should take a kmitza from the left side. But according to Chanina, not the question of Chanina, you go by the kmitza. Maybe it's but the kmitza can never become tevel. Maybe it's a problem according to Chanina and Rukia. Now maybe this also goes according to Zera that says you cannot be a battle with kmitza. Rabbosai, have a wonderful
Merit exclusive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
Oh, tu bishvat Rabboisai. Here we go. We're like in the middle of the Aleph, almost the base. So we're holding like Omerle Ravina Ravashi smack in the middle of the Omer. The Gemara brings a Knai Bezin. The Bezin decided that if Koyans use the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, Kohen used the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. And we said, yes, we already established for what? For his own carbon. If he brings a carbon, then he makes a steak, he's allowed to eat from the carbon, certain carbonas, chatos, all these carbonas, he gets to eat from it. He can use the salt for his steak, but not for a sandwich that he's using, that he's eating to fill himself up. The Gemara says that, wait a minute, makes sense because if so, how's it possible that only a Yisrael could use the salt but not a Kohen? What's the logic? Every Yisrael that steps into the Beis Hamikdash gets to use the salt of the Beis Hamikdash, but the Kohen not. Why not? And the Gemara today is going to say, yes, there's a good svara to say Kohen should not be able to use the salt. You know what the svara is? What? Because he has no partnership in it. He's not a partner in it. Every Yisrael pays up. They pay dues. They pay fees. But a Kohen who's not supposed to give a matzah shekel, maybe he doesn't get to use the salt. Says the Gemara. All Marle Ravina Ravashi. Ravina, who's Ravina Ravashi? The two authors of the Gemara. So one says to the other, Achanami, Mr. Abra, this over that of Miley for bottom of Noya. If you're telling me that just means the actual, they can't even solve the carbon on the Mizbeach. Forget about their steaks on the Mizbeach. I'm not asking Bezdin, or they ask the Bezdin law. You know what? That they are allowed through the Tnai Bezdin, they are allowed time of the Asli Bezin that they're allowed. Well, the Asli Bezin, no, they wouldn't be allowed to use that salt. Actually, Yisrael Yavino, the Ganu Yavin, doesn't make any sense. How's it possible that for a Yisrael to use the salt for his carbon? He doesn't have to bring special salt from home, but a Kain can. Maybe the basic reduction, maybe the point for basic. When a person says, I'm bringing a mincha, so I think he has to bring his own salt, like he has to bring his levina. So I would think that just like he brings levina, it says in the Torah you bring a mincha, and the mincha comes together with salt. And the Torah says you bring a mincha, and you have to bring frankincense together with the mincha. You have to bring this. I don't care what jar you bring it, but you have to bring it from your home. I would think that the salt also comes from his home. You can learn a little differently. That's the same as we said before. You have to bring a mincha together with salt. However, it says also about you're supposed to bring. You have to have wood. How are you going to burn it? You need wood. Where do you get the wood from? Which the Gemara is going to tell us later on. How do we know this? But we take it for granted that you don't have to schlep wood for the Beis Hamikdash. Wood, they're going to provide you wood in the Beis Hamikdash. Melach, hold on, let's finish the sentence. Melach mishal tzibur. So too, the salt comes from the community. They provide the salt. So the Gemara, so how do nearly mean daima? What is it more similar to? But the davar hanoig b'chal tzvachim, salt is on every single every carbon needs salt. Takir melach midavar hanoig b'chal tzvachim. You learn salt from wood. Both of them are in every single carbon. You need wood to burn every carbon, and you need salt for every carbon. Why would you go all the way to frankincense, to levina, where it's a very unique thing for certain korban? Perhaps you can learn differently. The salt comes together in one. The levina also. Levina and salt are very similar. They come in the same vessel. By the situation, and we know wood does not go into the vessel. Wood is just as you burn it on the mizbeach, but you don't put it in any vessel. And therefore, it can go both directions. Maybe you can learn it from levina, you bring it from home, or you learn it from wood, that you get it from the mizbeach, you get it from the Beis Hamikdash for free. We have a Gzer Shava. It says the word bris. It also says Meis b'nei Yisrael bris oilam. So bris. We have a Gzer Shava ma'alom mishal tzibur. Akav mishal tzibur. Bottom line is salt you get for free. Bring a carbon and get salt for free in the Beis Hamikdash. It's similar to the wood, and we learn it from a Gzer Shava. Even though I can learn it from logic, but there's another opposing logic that would sign me the cost. Now, you said, I have a major raya. It's logic. From the fact that Yisrael used the salt, so certainly the Kohen uses salt. There's no reason to differentiate between the Kohen and Yisrael. Why should I differentiate? So when the Bezin said that we could use the salt, so Bezin made it nice that Kohanim could use the salt. And if you use it, must be that obviously they can use it for their carbon. Because Yisrael can use it for his carbon. So why did Bezin come along and say Kohanim can use the salt? What's the big difference? They can use the salt when they're eating their own steak, not their carbon that goes on the mizbeach, but for the steaks that go for their private consumption. Afterwards, they can take a steak and put it on the grill and they eat it. For that also they can use the salt. That's the big chiddush. The chiddush that they can put it on the mizbeach with the carbon. Why is that a chiddush? I mean, Yisrael could also do that. Now the Gemara says, no. No. Just because Yisrael could use the salt is not a right that a kohen can use the salt for his carbon on the mizbeach. Now, the fact that Bezin says that they could use the salt is for the carbon, perhaps. Why? The Bukri says, only read the hey, the Bukri says, all kohen sheshoikel ain't a kohen. There's this thing called matzah shekel. All kohen sheshoikel ain't a kohen. Every Yisrael, every person is supposed to give matzah shekel. It says in the pasuk, anybody that's counted And Moshe Rabbeinu, then he was counted as they bring a Machzah Shekel. And what do we do with the Machzah Shekel? We pile it up. The whole set of Shkalim is about this. You pile it up, and then you take from the Machzah Shekel and you buy for bonus for the Beis Hamikdash. Koyanim weren't counted. So he says, even though Kohen wasn't counted, and he's not part of the Machzah Shekel, if he gives a Machzah Shekel, he's not sinning. Now, why? Think about it. What kind of sin is it to give the Beis Hamikdash, to give a Machzah? Give lucky to the Beis Hamikdash is a chet. Why would it be a chet? Huh? What could be a reason to be a chet? What? Yeah. Oh, that's the idea. The idea is that if you don't have to bring it, you brought it, and you bring it into the Azara. And not only that, now you mix chulin into the whole kishka. And now when I buy a carbon, part of the money is chulin money. I just messed up korbanos. Besides my aver, bring chulin to Azara. Oh. So that's what the Gemara is going to say it then. And what is thought of? We don't know yet. Yeah. Okay. We're going to get there. Hello, convention. Shoygal choyte. Sorry, no, I jumped. All kinds of shoygal ain't a choyte. If you bring the Machzah Shekel, it's not an avera. That guy, it's not true. All kinds of ain't a shoygal choyte. You must give a Machzah Shekel. You are part of the Machzah Shekel of all Klal Yisrael. Everybody has to give a Machzah Shekel, and if you're a Kohen and you don't want to give a Machzah Shekel, you're over an avera. Hello. They have their own little drasha, which is wrong. What's the drasha? It says in the passage from Minchas Kohen Kolil Kiel Loisiafa. Anytime a Kohen brings a mincha, a Kohen Gadol who brings the chavitin every single day, twice a day, the entire thing goes on the mizbeach just like an oila. If a Kohen brings his own mincha, it goes completely on the mizbeach. In other words, the Torah says, every time it's a mincha belonging to a kohen, what's the halacha? Chalil. Burn it completely. You can't eat from it. Therefore, they continue. There are three menachos that a kohen eats from it. Obviously, it's not ours. Because if it's ours, once we own it, where does it belong? On the mizbeach. Chalil. It says in the first passage. So lechem upon him, it cannot be mincha b'kayim. Because if a mincha b'kayim would be burned, how do I get to eat it? Oh, I get to eat it because I'm not part of it. It's not mine. Fine, that's that. Says Gemara the Bambukri, given since in the first place you don't have to bring it, he might say not quite the rule. As the Gemara at the end of the day, the Gemara is just explaining what the Havim was. He should be. Why do you say he's not sinning? He is. He's doing avera. To me, this is huge. I don't know. Every day we have major conditions. That if you bring money into the Beis Hamikdash, tomorrow the obvious answer is the Maisi Muslim Tzibur. It's a Tzibur. So there's a Chamina, top of that Beis Hamikdash, exactly the Rachmana. When the Torah gave the salt, we Yisrael is doing Lishka. It's something called Trumas Halishka. You give this Machzah Shekel, you pile it up, it's called Trumas Halishka. That belongs to Israel. So he gets to use the salt. But less than Lishka. Exactly what Rahmana. But the Kohanim that don't have a Lishka, they're not part of it. They don't get maybe they don't get salt. The Mashmalam, that they do get salt. So the mice at the end of the day, we don't have a raya what the Tnai Bezin was. It could be the Tnai Bezin was, according to this, according to Ben Bukhari, I need a special condition to say a kohen can use salt for his oil that goes on his back, for anything that goes on his back. I can use salt. I wouldn't know that just because the Yisrael can use the salt in his back. A kohen can also, because over here, over here you see that the kohen is not so popular against the salt. He's not part of it. He's not part of the lishka. Not part of the lishka. You don't get salt. Forget your steaks. I'm talking about for the carbon part. Maybe we'd have to scrap salt for these out. Love the Gemara. Beitzim. That conveys some of the hours. Holding on today's dog. We already established that we said before that salt should be like wood, just like wood. Imagine if everybody had to bring a carbon and also stuff a bunch of wood to the business. It would be a big pain. the Beis provides you with wood. So we said salt should be like the wood. Based on the Shikule Tana, where do we get that from? Why was it so simple? God said the wood comes from this because it says I think if somebody brings the oil, you should bring the wood. Maybe in the suffering of the base, just like a person who says I'm bringing oil, I'm bringing certain carbonates, he has to bring the wine from his house. I'm pretty sure in the Beis Hamikdash there was a store you could purchase certain items, such as wine. I'm pretty sure you could get the wine there also. Oil, different things. You have to bring it. It's yours. It's your responsibility. So we have a machlokes here. Ma mizbeach mishal tzibur achitzim ve'esh mishal tzibur. Different Rabbi Eliezer, Elazar, Baruch Shimon. So Yeshiva Yichai Elazar, the famous Elazar, in the Kegel it says that it has to be like a mizbeach, just like the mizbeach is the community, so too the wood is from the community. Ma mizbeach shelo nishtamish be'hedyoy achitzim ve'esh shelo nishtamish be'hedyoy. It's like a mizbeach that individuals didn't use it, it's brand new, so too, the wood also is brand new. What's the difference? Whether or not the wood has to be brand new. According to Rabbi Rothschild, it has to be brand new wood. You can't use used wood. Something more about what? You can't use old wood. Those of you that were here in Tzvachim, we know this song, we had it word for word. But see, by Yom HaRavnel David, when David HaMelech went to make a korban, and then he ended up buying the harabayis from Aravna. So Aravna gave him a spot to make a bama, and he also said, "Here, I'll give you some wood. Here, you take some cows, make the oil, and the tools you use for firewood. The problem is, tools are used. How can you use wood for the firewood? So he wasn't giving him used tools. He was brand new in the plastic. My Marigim, Amarulo, Amida Shatarbo. My Mida Shatarbo, Amarulo, Iza, the Kurkasa, it's a go, the Kurkasa, the Doshubo, the Shtoi, something like this. I mean, this is just the Saber Sarinayim. It looks a little bit like a goat. It has a lot of teeth. And this is how you thresh the wheat. So it's some sort of tool, and he gave him that tool. He said it was brand new. Yeah, use it as your firewood. Here's the word moirag, morigim, moirag. Horus, chodosh, pakatias, has a lot of teeth. Chodosh harik. With that, you'll thresh the Dafkin Mishnah. If take a mincha, you have a bowl of flour, maybe it has oil already mixed in it, sometimes it has this. The kohen puts his hand in the so, grabs 3 fingers worth, and places it into another kli, which the other vessel is also a kli sharis, and it gives it a little bit more kedusha. It adds kedusha to it. Now, for some reason, you forgot that already has a kmitz in there, and another mincha gets mixed in there. Something else gets mixed in there. The minchas ke'anim, he did something, okay, we'll show it. Yeah, it's not the same. Hold on, we're going to get there in a second. Over here he's showing that there's 2 different minachos. I guess it's trying to show how they got mixed up. A little gooey, has oil in it. Oh. So now you have 2 minachos, 2 kmitzas together. Now, if you look closely, one has a lot of oil, one has little oil. Okay. So it says the Mishnah, the minchas kehanim, the minchas kohen Mashiach, the minchas nisachim, even if the kmitzah got mixed in with all these other minachos, and we're going to see. Oh, we can say right now, a minchas kohen, minchas Mashiach, minchas nisachim, all these different minachos have 3 times the amount of oil than your typical mincha. Instead of 1 loaf for Yisar, it's 3 loaves for Yisar, 3 times the amount of oil. So it's very, very liquidy. Why? Why is it possible? I don't like this. lilasa ava, v'zu lilasa raka. When you have a thicker dough with less oil that gets mixed in, touches a very soft dough, then what's the problem? Major problem. If every Yisrael needs exactly a lug shemen, what happens if you put a lug and a half of oil in there? Awesome. And if it needs 3 lug shemen and you put only 2.5 lug shemen, awesome. So now that you take the two together, you combine them, the one that's dry is going to absorb the oil from the very moist one. It's going to have more oil than it was supposed to have. And the other one that had a lot of oil is going to have less oil than it needed. So one has more, one has less, and they're both problematic. He says it's possible. Now, Chachamim admit that that's what happened over here. Some of the oil from the one on the left went into the right. That one's not a problem. So here we have the concept of min b'minoi. They're both the same. They're both doesn't really mix. Not awesome. Dam shenisar b'mayim. Also, sugi that we had in Zvachim, you have blood and water spilled into the blood, says Rashi. Not like it sounds in the Gemara, but water goes into the in the Beis Hamikdash. You shuck an animal and you take blood from the neck of the animal and you sprinkle it on the mizbeach. Bunch of water mixed in. To what point can you use this blood? When is the blood not good anymore? So, very simple. If it looks like blood and it smells like blood and it tastes like blood, it's blood. That's to look like blood. So let's just assume that if you pour a liter of water, up to a liter, anything above a liter, it's going to change the way it looks. I'm just throwing out a thing. If it's a liter plus, then it's kosher. Anything below a liter, it's kosher because it's still within blood. The desire of the yayin, what happens if the blood mixes with red wine, which is identical color? So now you can put in 100 gallons of wine, and it's still going to look like blood. So now what? There's no way you can look at it and see that there's just too much of another item in there. So if 1 liter of water makes it possible, the 1 liter of wine is also going to make it possible. 1 liter of water you could actually see. You could actually see that it's diluted the blood. And it was like, what is it? With the wine where you can't see, it's the same amount as the water. You put in 1 liter of wine, it ruins the blood. What if the good blood of the Beis Hamikdash of the carbon got mixed in with blood, but it's cooler blood? Or the dam kaya, you can't use no such thing putting a kaya, a beer, on the mizbeach. Once again, you pretend that it's water. You know, hey, dam, dam. This is the famous concept of low bottom. Think about it. It's a fascinating thing. Hey, dam, dam. Which means that if you have 1 drop of kosher blood that's right put in there, and you have 2 million drops of non-kosher blood, they will not be mevatel by 1 drop, and therefore what? I could use all that blood. I could take a giant pail of clean blood and put 1 drop of carbon blood into it, and then I can use that whole pail and sprinkle it on the mizbeach. It's not like it. Whether what to be buckled or not. The says yes, it is. If you pretend it's water and it's really diluted the blood, then it's not kosher anymore. Even if you have the right shit. Or he says no. Never going to happen. They learn this from one pastor. It says that your teacher declared us to take blood from the bull and blood from a goat. Now, a bull has approximately 40 liters of blood. A goat has 4. Roughly. How much is it? 10 times. It's 10 times the amount, yes? 10 times the amount. 4 and 40. 10 times the amount. So it says you have to pass as much blood as you can. The whole thing. So you have 10 times the amount. So and when you mix the two, you have to mix the two. You can have 10 times the amount of bull blood versus goat blood, and yet the goat blood is not better. So you see from here what? You can see 2 things from here. You can learn it either way you want. Either you see. Everybody knows there's a lot more blood in a cow than there is in goat. Jump on the top, the base on the beige. Mikan Oilin, Shane Backwards is. The Hummers view it as something different. They say, why we're bringing here this idea of Mimbamina. No, it's not about Mimbamina. It's about two animals that go on to the Mizbeach. There are two animals on the Mizbeach. I don't care if one is small, one is giant, one is a goat, one is a chick. If they both go on the Mizbeach, one cannot cancel out the other. That's one way to look at it. Really saw about Mikam and Mimbamina and Shinabako, these are concepts of all of fire and all of kashrut and everything. Is that one of the books you wrote? This is the book. Mimbamina is very nice. Oh, man, she came at the right time. From here you see why this verse said, hey, the goat's blood is not suffering from the bull's blood. One Tabri, the kind of, so this is so simple. Now we're just going to repeat it. One Tabri, the kind of, in the chain about this verse there, as to the borrow, who told Rabbanan that maybe this is right? We don't know the shit in the minute here. Why do Rabbanan get this idea that if there's two things that go in the Mizbeach, one of them, maybe simply because they're both blood, and one blood cannot cancel the other blood, but you do the same. Oh, yeah, the West, the Northern, the tribes. They would just talk about the same men, the same product, the same blood, and not talk about two korbanos. Okay, you're right. Actually, Northern, Christian lawyers, they were talking about. How can they put it over here? Or should have said it in another case. I don't know where. I mean, different tables. Why did you put it here on Kippur and you put them both on the Mizbeach? Obviously, the Torah is saying that two things go on the Mizbeach, they don't cancel each other out. Nothing to do with Mimbamina. That's the Gemara. The Dilma Adik is Mimbamina there. Maybe you need two factors. The Torah, maybe, look. The Rabbanan pull from the pasuk that is the two korbanos. Review the first from the pasuk, it's Mimbamina. Maybe you need both. Both right. Who's on the back? Pasha. You got it. Now we do the same exact thing in Rabbi Yehuda. Review the suburb of Mikan and Mimbamina Button. Review the pull from the pasuk, and you see that if it's the same min, blood and blood. It doesn't matter. Blood of a goat, blood of a cow. The cow is not about the goat, and therefore you fill it on. As the Gemara don't mention the other. When you review get his concept, maybe over here you see if it's two korbanos, one doesn't cancel the other. You're right. Yes, we know them. You know you can down it. But I mean, the Torah is talking about the same product, two bloods, the same. Nothing to do with Torah. That is going to Torah. As the Gemara, all the same question. But you can maybe you need both. Maybe the person saying both. Maybe we're up on our right and maybe he's not right. You know, stop it. No, sorry, no. The Yehuda Omer, the Minchas Koy Mashiach, the Minchas Nesachim Psulim, we're talking about a guy who's a Kmitza, and it gets mixed in with a mincha of a kain, which goes completely on the mizbeach. Or the mincha Koy Mashiach, the Kohen Gadol brings twice a day mincha chalithin, or mincha nesachim, and a mincha that you bring together with the carbon, together with the wine, psula. Why? Rebuda says, Zibli less sriracha. Because this one has 3 times the amount of oil as the other one. So the one that's very dry is going to absorb oil, even a small amount, let's say. But now it has more oil than it needs, so it became possible. Now the other one that had a lot of oil has less oil than necessary, so it became possible. They're both possible. As the Gemara, who cares that one absorbs from the other? You don't view it as an absorption. It's the same exact thing. It's oil and oil. And it's as if the oil stayed where it was supposed to stay. The oil just needs to stay where it is. It has the same amount. They don't travel from one another. They're not about to one another. What? How should I do that? No, review the argument. It's only on review. And the Rava, the Summer of Yehuda, Oshu mid the unit, big over after. I like this unit to be saying. Here's the Gemara. Something very interesting. You're right. When you have oil and oil, then one is not in the back of the other. And you forgot about something. There's another ingredient here called flour. What do I do? Let's say I have a kmitza. We're talking about this. Yeah? Let's talk about this. have here, I don't know, half a pound of flour. So I know it's not half a pound, but just to make it easy. Half a pound of flour, and I have a quarter of a liter of oil in my hand. Comes another quarter of a liter oil, and goes in here. It says the Gemara, what you do is, it's mimimino. There's 3/4 of a liter, they're not about each other. But I'm going to get rid of, I'm going to pretend, because when they're not about each other, I'm going to pretend that the oil that I have in my hand to begin with is not there. So now I have a bunch of flour. I have a half a pound of flour. This half a pound of flour is going to be bottled the oil from the other one. A quarter liter went of the other guy, this left guy, went into my hand. It absorbed the quarter liter. Well, my flour in my hand is going to be bottled that oil. It's just very simple. There's another ingredient called flour, and the flour is bottled oil, not the oil is bottled oil. The Gemara says a little bit of a cage that we pretend that there's no other oil. The kama, it's in my hand. What happened was, I have a second mincha here. This fist is the second mincha. It touches this, and oil from here goes into here. So my flour in this hand is going to be bottled, the newly introduced oil. It's going to be bottled, and that's a problem. Then it becomes that both of them, this one has too much, this one has too little, the kitchen it's bad. And that's the problem. Let's just read inside. Get rid of the oil. Pretend that this hand doesn't have oil. And the oil came from the other mincha. From this hand, went into this. Rub all over the kama, the flour in this hand is going to overcome it and bottle it. Rabbi Rothschild, I have a wonderful day. I failed in two Mishwas to do such a thing.
Today's book is spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
Would you stop saying that?
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. So we have a machlokes here, whether or not wood is a carbon, not a carbon. What else? You put salt on wood, you put salt on blood. So it's like this. The sanya. So here we have a Mandalama, we have a Bryce that says that these four things don't have salt. It's different than what we learned yesterday. Eitzim, we said you need salt. Taurus, we said you need salt. Let's see. Mani, who does this Bryce go crazy? He Rebbe, he catch Eitzim. Rebbe says we forage on wood. If you bring a wood carbon, it requires salt. He Rabbanon catches Taurus. We saw that Rabbanon hold that in Taurus, when you bring Taurus, you put salt. Today we're going to see on the page where exactly you put the salt on. It's very interesting. Where? What do you think? Where would you put salt on Taurus? Every day you have to bring the Taurus. According to Rabbanon, you need to put salt on Taurus. Tomorrow, who does this price go? According to Aikano, the Sagar of Shmuel, the Noisho, Griffin, and Broiko, amen. My public school is established in the Kabbalah Tumor. So let me just remind you, we're not going to discuss this a lot. So even if you do, there's no such thing as trauma for Kabbalah anymore. But let's say you're new. So the Torah says that on a carbon you should put salt. Now carbon can mean all these items that you see over here. It can mean the vina, it can mean a bird, it can be flour, it can be meat, it can be wood, it can be all sorts of things. But then the Torah says, no, minchascha. The carbon is a mincha. So we just knock everything out. If we stop right over there, then the only carbon that would require salt would be a mincha. But the Gemara told us that you can keep on going. The Pasuk says, I'll coat the banka. So you have a sandwich. You have a klal in the beginning, klal at the end, which is a general carbon, all carbonis. And then you have a prat. You have the middle prat. The prat comes to teach us that actually carbon, yes, carbon, any carbon, but a carbon that's similar to the prat, which is a middle. So now the Gemara is going to go one step further, just for a minute. Now, Rabbi Rothschild is Davish Mekabel Sumah. What's the prat that we're talking about? A mincha. The middle thing, prat is a mincha. Mincha is mikabel tumah. Why? Because anything that's a food item could accept tumah. You could be mitame. If a sheriff touches it, it's susceptible to tumah. That person certainly tells you, even a dead person, a person has tumah. So a mincha is something that's mikabel tumah. Boil the you put it on a fire, you burn it. This is the outer mizbeach. This right over here is the inner mizbeach. A mincha goes on the outer mizbeach. So it has to be something that goes only on the outer mizbeach, the kabel tumah goes on the fire. So what is that? A kol davar mekabel tumah, v'oil l'ishim, v'yesh na mizbeach l'chitza. What does the sentence exclude? You have to wait some. Shem mekabel tumah. This man, the Omar holds that wood does not require salt. Why? It's not mekabel tumah. It's just a piece of wood. A piece of wood is not mekabel unless you fashion it into some sort of vessel. But just a piece of wood. It's firewood. It's not mekabel tumah. Yotzidam, v'yayin, chenoyim nishin. From here I know that the other two items in there, we have four items that we're looking for that the Bryson said. There's wood, blood, pirates, and what's the third one? The fourth one? Wine. Why is it that wine and blood don't require salt? And oil and leishim, you don't put them on the fire. You put blood on the wall. You put wine on him back by the sheet, and right over here, this you probably won't be able to see it on the video. Right over there's two holes, two like drains that have like a little cup on the top. I don't think we have it here. Let's see, maybe we drew it in. No. But the point is, you put it on the bed, you don't put it on the fire. Yes, the Tyrus, and why is Tyrus not one of these? Tyrus goes on the Mizbech inside the Heichel. There's a golden Mizbech, and you put the Tyrus every day, and therefore it doesn't require salt, so it's not similar to the Mincha. The fact that yes, you burn it, yes, it's in Kabul Tumah, but it doesn't go on the outside Mizbech. It goes on the inside Mizbech, it doesn't require salt. New Sugya. So what do we have on Tumah? We have a machlokes whether or not wood requires salt. So Rebbe holds wood is a real carbon, like Gershon did, you bring a carbon of wood. Wood requires wood to burn it. You take the wood, you put it on top of other wood, the burning wood, you take salt, you sprinkle it on. He's like, you never dreamed of thinking. First of all, you didn't know that you could bring wood as a carbon. And then if you bring wood as a carbon, you sprinkle salt on it. Yes. You know that you can bring Levine as a carbon. Okay. Continuing. Now we have another nice sugya now about blood. And here, I asked the question before Shir, as we started cheering, how can you drink blood? Regular blood. That you wouldn't be over cards. Maybe you're not allowed to drink it like that. Probably not. But if you're not over the cards, the big cards, that's the Gemara, time is in Ma'afi Kwalidah. We have this whole word, Alman Chasecha, that tells us that blood doesn't get salted. A lot of we have Amina Dam, I think it's salted blood. As the Gemara is giving them out, but how can you salt blood? Once you salt blood, you ruin the blood. And once you ruin the blood, you can't use it as a kapari, you can't sprinkle on his back. It's ruined blood. Give them out, and all they're going to say is dam. Dam azir over chanino. Dam shibishloi, eino yoiver olov. If you take blood and you cook it, you're not over the curry. It's blood. You hear this? And here's a way out. You should have answered, had you known, that there's another way. There's another way. If you add salt to it, you're not over. Says Rashi right over here. And he says that here, it's just underlined. Says Rashi. When you add salt to blood, it's like as if you boiled it. And when you boil it, it loses its properties of blood, and therefore it's not royal kafara. It's not something you can spray on his vest. So why do I need a chazan to tell me that you shouldn't put salt in the blood? When you add salt, you ruin it. Rabbi Yehuda today, Omar, another side halacha, not to get to us, but we're going to finish it off. A varim should slung the helon. When you have any limbs of the animal that you put on the grill first, before you're supposed to put the meat of the carbon directly on the fire on the mizbeach without ever grilling it. But when you grill it and you do that first, that ruins it. Because the aroma comes out of it at that point. Now the same moment, the tash is like this. Why do you need a pasuk to say that you don't put salt in blood? Bloody salt, blood that has salt is not good blood. You can't throw it in, you can't even drink it and you're not over karas. So why do you need a special pasuk to say you shouldn't put salt in the blood? It's obvious you can't put salt in blood. Now the same Nishdo by Mashu the mitzvah. The Rambam even says that to be used to the mitzvah of salting, you put one granular or whatever it's called, one grain of salt. One grain of salt to be used to. That's used out. Okay, so you put more. The bottom of the Amud is going to say how much salt. But if you put a little bit in, then you didn't ruin it. It's still available for the mizbeach. So I would think that you should salt the blood very little, just to be used, so not to do it in a way that it's still kosher to sprinkle on that if you eat that blood, it's chayav karet, but at the same time you're used to the mitzvah of salting by putting a little tiny bit. I think that, and that's why I need a pasuk to say they shouldn't even put a little bit. Just learned them in your way. Just worry. If you cook up the blood, you boil the blood, then you're not over karet. Because the Rabbi Rothschild, and Rabbi says he says, Rabbi is the bomb kasha. So what's the lesson he says? The last he says, Moshe, Kisson Hashem, the Chafin Sahaimos, he says, from the Russian of Chavis Ayim, he thinks Parsha. It means that it boils up, Tikvos Adam, that the blood is congealed. It's like a solid form. Gala, mamish gala. Here, I'll show you a little bit of video. It belongs here. This is shmaka stuff. Hasidim would have a title for this, not Litvax. This is for the Gemara later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, the Gemara says later you can take it, v'nasan. It's like mamish thick. You can put it. I don't know what the background is. The cricket. One shot, okay. Glitch in AI. This is a bigger condition. The Torah says that you shouldn't eat chaylev, you shouldn't eat fat. So what if you liquefy the fat? You boiled it up and it became like a liquid. Maybe that's not what the Torah says. It says you shouldn't eat. If you drink it with a straw, chayav, you're still chayav. Akapon, it says with Furish that if you boil up blood, you're chayav. Why are you telling me that if you boil up blood, you're patur? Zira says, boil up blood patur. And here it says in the Furish, that you boiled it up and then you ate it up. Then you ate it. You're still kind of, it says more like kashio, kanshis b'vur, kanshis b'vakama. There's different ways to heat it up. If you heat it up with a fire, it'll never go back to where it was. If you heat it up in the sun, then it would, as the Gemara explains right away, it never goes back to the original consistency. You're right. Right now, you can't eat it. It's not drinkable. It's congealed. But you wait a few hours. It'll go back to its original form. As the Gemara, you have a concept in Kachim especially, that once something is pushed off, it's pushed off forever. If this blood is not available for the mizbeach for 2-3 hours in the afternoon, then it can never be available. So you're going to wait until it liquefies again. Goes back to its original form. It's too late. Right now you can't use it. So right now it's also it's never good blood. It'll never become good again. So somebody asked you blood that congeals and you ate it. What's that law? Listen to this. Even though in 2 hours from now it's going to be liquid again, right now you ate it as gala, you bought it. Ishtik. What I didn't know what to say. Bomb kasha. No, Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Yochanan is a raya that once it's pushed off, it's pushed off. Why did Rabbi say that there's a difference between it became boiled in the sun or boiled on an oven? That boiled in the sun, it's going to go back, eventually it's going to go back to its form, but it's too bad. When it comes to kosher, let's say you have a mizbeach that's missing a chunk of it, right? We saw one little chunk. You can't bring in carbon. Then the guy comes with repairs it. Too late. The carbon is garbage. Why? Because once you couldn't put it on his back for 1 minute, even if you repair the back later, even the input. Between, they take it out. Yeah. No, I haven't. But that's like this. Okay, we'll read it. All right. Dilma Badai, it doesn't make sense. The Badai, Titoy San, the Chatois of Nemo, as we know, going to call in a second. All about it. Here's the explanation. After the Muslim. The Omer of Jesus, we're talking about the difference between blood they put on the outer mizbech and the inner mizbech. The Omer of Jesus, if it's blood from the outer pathos, that means the regular pathos you drink all year long and you eat it, even though it's congealed, you're high. Why? Like we saw in this video right over here, you can grab it. It's not sprayable. It's not springable. It's not springable. It doesn't have to be springable because the Torah says the lock-up. You take it. You nosan and you put it. It's not fluid. The Torah says you should take it and put it. You could actually take it. Right? So you take a piece of bread. You take a piece of blood. You put it on the mizbeach. However, the Chatois of Nemo is if it congealed with the inner half, it's like the half you do on Yom Kippur. Or, let's say, Parah Davar, the inner ones that go on this Mizbeach. And then you eat that, also. That's the difference between the inner and the outer. Why? Because this is a total Giza. It has to be smooth, it has to be liquid. You have to be able to sprinkable. The higher line by you can't dunk your finger in and then spray it. We're rubbing cell phones, the people that toys at New York, the holy fires, no between inner and outer, holy regular the concerned. Since this type of blood is also and the outer one, then the inner one is the same. You have to learn blood from blood. Omer Papa Hifka. Dam Chamor Shekorash, you take a donkey blood, which obviously you can't bring a donkey as a carbon in the base of the and it congealed, and you ate it, you're tired. Why? Because of this Yisoy, oil, it's a regular roll, the Chatois, since it's available in the outer katos, so we make, and as a congealed form, it's also so to congealed form of the donkey blood, it's also the Kivager asks on the spot here on the side. He says, I don't understand. It's in the first Mishnah. It says that donkey blood is also like, what do you have to say based on what blood it comes out? Okay. Omer Rav Gidel Amaziri. Dam Ben Lach Ben Yada Shaitis. Oh, so when you jump in a mikvah, this is like not good for a mikvah. This picture right over here. Yeah, the certain things that are on your body. They cause a barrier, interposition, whatever the word is. Yeah, they're not communicating the dark scroll and then do what? That would be not good. Both of those were clothing. So it says Iri, Dam, if it's blood on your hand, it happens. Sometimes you have a wound, you're bleeding on your hand, the blood comes onto your hand. So if it's dry blood, then that would be a real chatzitza. But what about if it's liquid still moist? Still considered a chatzitza. So the Gemara asks a question. It says mefurish blood and ink and honey and milk. If you're dried up, that's a real chatzitza. Oh, that's what it was. I didn't realize. This is honey. This one. Go back. Go back. I want to go back. Go over here. Go over here. No? Wow. So what goes into the grass? Oh, there we go. I guess this is honey. This is being dried up. Vash. Now I get it. It says in Forge that if it is moist, there's no chasita. Why did the say that if it's moist, it's a chasita like cashew? There's a difference. If it's sticky or not sticky. It says Rashi, sticky. If you touch it, you pull your finger away. There's like a little string that comes that's sticky. You know that little sticky string. So if it's sticky, that's a chasitza. Not sticky, then it's literally like it's like water almost. So it's not a real chasitza. Next sugya. Timlach and Mayasa. You had this pasuk. Reminds the Olam, it says Melach 3 times. It also says Melach Timlach. It's like a double lashon. What does it come to tell us? Look at the design. How much salt? I've always say how much salt. Bamelach Yochol Tavineu. So the word Tavineu, we're going to try to understand what it means. But in general, it means a lot of salt. Okay, you gotta. How do you say it in English? Like pack it on. Pile it on. Okay, pile it on. Pile it on. You gotta pile it on. No, pile it on. I don't hear like one of these shows that they say like in a restaurant, like give it a lot, like pile it on. It says no, not that much, just timlach, salt it. Maybe salt and water, which is really diluted. And it says you should bring salt that never rests. What does that mean? This is salt that comes off the ocean, especially in Yam HaMelech, and it never rests. 7 days a week, it's bringing the salt. The water goes onto the shore, it evaporates, and then it leaves the salt piles up over there. Actually says it's very thin, it's dark. Okay. Versus salt that you have to mine. You have to mine the salt. What is this? What's going on here? Okay, there's some sort of thing. Maybe melach is for econis. This is salt that comes out of the ground, you have to mine. And that's not melach she'inish vessels, it's not in the village tashbis. I'm a loymar takriv. Takriv koshu. You learn from the word takriv that any type of salt, takriv in the komakim, even if you import it from another country, from Chutzlar, it says Rashi, takriv b'afil b'shad. You're allowed to use it even on Shabbos. And this is difficult for the Rishonim. What issue is there to salt something on Shabbos? Now we know the malacha of salting hides on Shabbos. That's evil, but there's no issur to salt food. Food is definitely no issur bishul with salt on Shabbos. So the Rashba says perhaps it's talking about the oila. The oila is not food. The oila is kulei Lashem goes on his bath, and to salt that might be an issue. But they discuss it. Even if the salt, and this is a chiddush, I don't know, a lot of people in the room, if I would ask people in the room, can salt become tamei? The answer is yes. It's a food item, it can become tamei. What's the word taverneu? Maybe you should pile it on. That's the lashon we used before. If the word taverneu is lashon of tevin, taverneu is lashon tevin. It says you should put the tevin in there. It's not taverneu. The word taverneu means to build, like a building. The word it should say yivanenu, you should build, not taverneu. No, pile it on. Mamish, that's what you say. Pile it on. Bunch of piles of salt. Put a little flavor like understanding, like bina. So there's a little bit of an issue here between the art scroll and MDY Gemara. The mamish machloikis mikazal katzah. The art scroll says Yemenehu means a little salt, like bina, a little bit, and Rabbi Didya, he decided that Yemenehu means a lot. Both. I saw the Mesifta actually says a lot, and he brings different shaynim according to the Aruch. It's a little, according to this, it's a lot. Seems like from places on the spot that it's a lot. The places says you have to like rinse it off. Now rinse it off means that there's a lot of salt. Okay, so I ain't shown between the official edition and the Shan's thing. You don't need a lot, you put timlo. So how you do it? Maybe every nice on the melach, you bring one limb, then you're showing him, yeah. Maybe every nice on the melach, you bring one of the limbs, you put salt on it, then you flip it over, and you put salt on again, and then you're good. And then if you want to eat meat today, that's what you do. You don't just put salt on one side, put salt on both sides. So here's the thing: salt on top of the mizbeach if it looks like, let's see if I, oh, here. If I use this salt on the ramp, am I over on Meila? Do I have to bring a carbon? Yes. If the salt is on a limb of an animal and I use the salt right off the limb, let's do something else. Forget that. I put salt on a limb and it fell off the limb. I'm done salting. You know how it is. Salt doesn't stay. Some of it falls. So some of it fell onto the bath, and I use it now to salt my driveway for snow. Over, not over? Not over. Why? Because I already did the malacha. I'm not over either. Not over. Hold on a second. Not over. But if the salt is on the animal, it's a big chiddush. I'm over Amila. I am done. I'm done. I was behind the mitzvah. Why am I over? For that I need a puzzle. If it's on the limb, I'm over Amila. But if it fell off my animal and it landed on the ramp, says Rashi, it fell off the animal, it's on the top of the ramp, hey, there's no answer. What would I see this? This is referring to in the future base Hamikdash Bezer Hashem by Shlishi. This salt is considered an oil. When it's still on the animal, it's an oil, and that's why it's also to be oil. Even though I'm done with my mitzvah, not also. That a kohen is permitted to use the salt of the Beis Hamikdash and the wood of the Beis Hamikdash. And we have to understand, what is it talking about? For what? For his own sandwich? For his own purpose? When he's eating kachin? What's going on? When the kohen brings his own korban, if he brings a sandwich, no. Let me ask you this question, Samazon. Are you allowed to bring a bottle of ketchup from home into the Beis Hamikdash? Typically speaking, you're not allowed to bring pulin into the Beis Hamikdash. It's awesome. But what about ketchup? I want to eat my steak with barbecue sauce, with ketchup, whatever I eat my steak with. Am I allowed to bring it in? So we have a machlekes rishonim. Places says you're allowed to. Rashi says you're not allowed to. So it's neged to us over here. We're talking about salt. We're talking about food that comes from the outside. The Gemara says we thought maybe it means the salt. Their own car lachila means lachilas kachim. They're not allowed to eat the steak of the kachim with the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. You can't use the Beis Hamikdash spices for their steak, which is kachim, and they're only allowed to eat in the Beis Hamikdash. They have to eat it. They have to eat it like really bland, without any spices. It's amazing. As the Gemara, how could that be? Hashem loyach or is kachim yavinon, because Hanim they get the hide from the Beis Hamikdash, and we give them the right amount of salt to process the hide, to tan the hide. But to give a little salt for the steak, nah. There's 3 parts of salt. In the place of the salt is a room, just a chamber of salt. Here we even have a picture. Here it is, right over there, salt chamber. That we saw already on the ramp itself. There was a pile of salt. Can't find it now, but here, this one. Liberation is bad. So what do you mean 3 piles? It says Mefurish that the kohen gets the salt, and it's his own private hide. We give him salt for his own private consumption. What do you need salt on top of the ram? All the limbs of the animal. Liberation is bad. Why on top of the ram? So this is super interesting. Where do you put the tires on this? Where do you salt the tires? Over here. Why? So that, as it says, I understand. First of all, the salt over here on the ram. Why do they go all the way here? Go on the ram, you come back down and go to the Heichal. So it says, over here is dirty salt. I want nice, pure, white salt, and that I can find only on top of the Mizbeach over here. Umikas Kohanim, that have to be salted, it's on top of the Mizbeach. Umikas Kohen Mashiach, Umikas Yisachim, but also great. So the question is, why can't they use the salt for their own steaks? No, they could use salt for the steaks that they get off the korbanos. Umayla achila the chulin. Rabbi says another chiddush. Every day we have chiddushin, we got a chiddushin. We know the halacha that korban pesach you have to eat the korban pesach when you're satiated, when you're not starving. It's not appropriate to sit down for kachim after you're like at intermittent fasting, like after a fast, like Motzei Tisha B'Av. You come sit down you don't eat like that. That's not how you eat a korban. You eat a korban like a king. So maybe you have to make sure that you're not hungry. So you eat like a little bit of food before. So it's poshut over here. You have to understand. You're not allowed to bring a sandwich into the Mitzvah meeting. That's awesome. Ketchup, you're allowed to, according to Taisvis, because the ketchup goes onto your korban. But your sandwich is nothing really korban. It's that you should be full before you eat a korban. So sandwich you can't bring into the Mitzvah meeting. So obviously sandwiches outside of the Mitzvah meeting, they had a special locker for different sandwiches. And he went outside and ate it. Now, can I use the salt for that sandwich? You cannot use the salt for your sandwich from home. The truth is, we could stop right over here. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. Give me your pencil, please.
America's books are spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
Agud Rabbi Sai. Welcome, all the guests. Maskiv Lorafuna. Rabbi has a question. 2 lines from the bottom of your test on the base, over in the bottom. Hare Melach. We were discussing yesterday the things that are in the mincha, are they ma'akev, not ma'akev? Are they, how do you say ma'akev again? We had a good word. Essential is one word, we have a better one. Mandatory. Mandatory is a better word. Yeah. Mandatory. Hare Melach. Like Hanabe. Hana in our sugya means repeat. So it's Hanabe Kra. The Torah doesn't repeat it twice. U'ma'akev. Salt is mandatory. It's ma'akev. At least according to this handle. It's on your bris melach oilam hu. Shtei bris amur b'melach. That's it. The Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Shimon Oimer never can bris melach oilam hu. It's like in Zer Shabbos saying Rabbi Shimon. It says the word bris. Never la halam bris kunas oilam b'pinchos. Hashem sheyev shal korbanos v'lei kahuna. We know that you need a kain for korban. You need salt. We're saying that you need salt. It's not doubled up. There's no double lashon. There's no two psukim. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yosef, Rav, our Mishnah, if you look in our Mishnah, it says that if he didn't do Kmitza, he didn't do Belila, Veloy Malach, the fourth thing in the Mishnah, and he didn't do Melicha. It's okay. Sheira, our Mishnah. It doesn't say Melach twice. And therefore, if you don't do it, it's not the end of the world. Going back to the Mishnah. The Mishnah starts off. He didn't do Yitzika. He didn't do the third oil. He didn't do Blila. He didn't do Tita. And then he didn't do Melach. He just said Melach means he didn't do it at all. So then you have to say that the first thing in the Mishnah, means he didn't do it at all. But we know, we already established, we already spoke about it, and we said that Yitzika means, not that he didn't do it, a Kohen didn't do it, Israel did. Which we need to understand, because the Gemara already spoke about it, and the Gemara said, what about Blila? And then when it says each word could be a different meaning. So just because Yitzika means that a Kohen didn't do it, doesn't mean that Melicha means the same thing. But okay. Maybe it doesn't mean that he didn't do Melicha at all. It means that a Kohen didn't do it. That's not carving out his gap. What do you mean? How could it? It's impossible. But Yisrael cannot come close. Then what do you do Melicha? On his back, Yisrael can't get there. By saying, you receive a big bris, Man, the Tanabe Daniel. So we had similar shot yesterday. In other words, one of the things I remember was Tia. It said Tia, like a lotion of, but it's a must. Or it says, you guys were talking about it says Chuka, it says Pyra. Sometimes you don't need the word Chuka. Sometimes you, in order to say that it's a ma'ak and it's mandatory, you can say other words. One of the words is bris. Bris means the covenant. I have a bris with you. So you have to do it like as so. You can't just almost do it and not forget to do it. You must do it. Bris. The mandatory brother. It's just as strong as repeating the puzzle twice. If the word bris, you must do it. However, the problem is, why do you say that the Torah didn't say it twice? Like Hanabei Kra, what the Torah didn't repeat it. Let's see, now if I show you the pasuk, it's going to be very, very understandable. Look at this. It's just 3 times in the pasuk melach, not twice, 3. So the Torah didn't repeat itself. This whole pasuk, you can't learn anything from this pasuk. You have the mudim. Either never Torah melach. Well, I think now we're going into what needs to be salted. I think maybe you have to salt the water. Maybe you have to salt blood. Chinikru carbon. They're also called the carbon. So this is an interesting notion, and try to remember it, because we're going to mention it 2-3 times here. It means that there's something else that comes together with it. In order to put the kmitza on the mizbeach, you need wood. You need to burn wood. So there's other things. Wood doesn't need wood. Blood doesn't need wood. Kmitza needs wood. So what requires salt? Something that you need wood. So when I put the kmitza on the mizbeach, I have to salt it. But when I put wood on the mizbeach, I don't have to salt it. I put blood on the mizbeach, I don't have to salt it. As the Gemara, Imam Mincha Yuchedesh Shemachteres. What does the mincha do? What does the kmitza do? The kmitza allows you to eat the shirayim. Yeah, it's one of the materials. You put the kmitza on the mizbeach, put the blue bottom, then the koyanim can eat the shirayim. So it's a matter. Called shematir. So maybe anything that allows you to do something else would require salt. For instance, avidam shematir. What about blood? Blood allows you to eat the rest of the carbon. Similar to mincha. So here's another, or we're going to remember this. This is one of the mutim. We have 2 mutim today. It has to be from a mincha. You put salt on a mincha, you don't put salt on blood. Okay? Maybe you should put the salt on the shirayim part also. You see on the chart the shirayim also. Carbon don't melav. Where do you put the salt? On the carbon part, not the edible part. That's not the carbon. On the part that goes on the mizbeach. Okay, so the thing on the top left, the kmitza part. What about top right? The levayna and the flour come in one vessel. How do you compare? So that's why. That's why you need salt. Oh, so here, that's the question I asked in the beginning. Can you bring levayna by itself? And the answer is yes. I could bring a carbon harei or like carbon levayna. It's interesting, but it's done. Bring a whole plate full of levayna. How do I know that if it comes by itself without any flour, it also requires salt? What about the levayna that comes in the 2 spoons on the lechem apanim, on the shulchan of the lechem apanim? Back Torahs. And how do you know Torahs itself needs salt? Minchas kohanim, there's no kmitza by the kohanim. It goes straight onto the mizbeach. Minchas kohen Mashiach and the kohen gadol, the minchas chavitim, half in the morning, half in the afternoon. The minchas nesachim, a mincha that comes together with the wine that comes with the certain korbanos. Emuri Chavis, Emuri Asham, and the Emurim, the hair, Emurim, like this, Emurim and the Patas, Emurim and the Asham. I love the detail over it. Like literally, like looks real. Ve'emuri kachim. What's kachim? So Rashi says something interesting. I wouldn't know this without Rashi. He says emuri because it bothered me right away. You look in Rashi. If you're talking about katos and asham, so what else is there? What other kachim are there that are not addressed by the Gemara? Yeah, it says katos. It says asham. So what else is there? Nothing else on the list. Oh. Says Rashi, yeah, there is something on the list. The shlomim they bring on Shavuos. And also, if you have regular shlomim, they all require salt. You have every oil, all the limbs of the oil, all require it. Minayin that they need salt. I'll call korbancha takir mela. And that's the pulsing, and somebody screaming out, maybe it was Ari, that even when you bring wood, I call korbancha takir mela, you always need wood. We're going to see soon. How do I know that I need salt on the levaina? He said, the reason why a levaina needs salt, how do I know that a levaina, the frankincense, requires the salt? Ask the Gemara, why do I have to say this svara? Because that comes in one kli. The idea that if there's wood that burns it, that requires salt. So the vina is burnt by the wood, it requires salt. Carbon cloud. Oh, so Baruch Hashem, we don't even have to say that there's zero trauma when it comes to cloud about the cloud this year. When the Torah says a generalization, the Torah says carbon. Carbon can mean all these things that you see over here. It can mean meat, it can mean wood, levina, a bird, it can mean everything. That's a very generalized mussar. But then the Torah says minchasna. A mincha. Only on a mincha you should put salt. So that's prat. So anytime you have a generalization and then specification of prat, then what the Torah is doing is saying, forget the cloud. There's no cloud. It's not generalized. It's very, very exact to the prat. But if the Torah adds another cloud afterwards, then it opens it up again. But the reason why there's a prat, because now I have where to focus. It has to be very similar to the prat. So that would be if there's only a klal and a prat. So right now we're at a klal and a prat. There we go. Eva karban klal. The word karban is general. Umincha prat. Klal prat. Eva klal elo mashal prat. So what? So it has to be exact. If there's no generalization, it's very specified. Mincha in midachmin aloi. We remove the whole list of karbanos that we saw before, all these different things, and it has to be only a minimum. And that's the only thing that requires things. Although Amar, whoa, so no, you got to continue in the passage. It says in the passage, I'll call karbancha. Here we go. So it's karban mincha karban. All karbancha, all the types of karbanos. So now it brings everything back in. Just what? There has to be something similar. Has to be a carbon similar to the prat, which is the mincha. So what are you doing? So you have a generalization on both sides. It's a sandwich. So you have to take the middle thing, the very specific thing called a prat, which discusses a mincha, and we learn from that to the general category. So what? We're still in that thing over there. The wood, there's wood that's burnt because of it. So everything in the cloud has to be something. That's why Yoshi put the fires over there. There's wood burning. If there's wood burning, you have a carbon that needs wood to burn, then it requires salt. The bottom chavilah mining. Eitzim, Kol Eitzim. If anything has wood, then it requires salt. So now let's go back to a different question. Same question. If I bring a carbon that is wood, does wood require wood? Probably not. So then why? Then I shouldn't have to salt it. Only something that requires wood. The Gemara is going to say on days that wood requires wood. When you bring a pile of wood, you're not lighting it, you light underneath it. You light the wood from the base of English. And therefore, wood does require salt. Ema, Levina, Vaisidam, thinking of something. Well, that's an interesting thing what's going on here. The Gemara says that since blood comes together with something else, blood comes together with Nesachim, that the Nesachim come because of the blood. So Mela, they go together, and therefore it should require salt. Just like the Levina comes because of a mincha, the Levina comes because of the mincha, and that's why it requires salt. So too, the Nesachim that come because of the blood should also, the blood should need salt. No. The Nesachim are they immune with us. The Nesachim don't come, the wine doesn't come because of the blood, the wine comes together with the immune. My taima? Makes sense. Achilu shtia. There's wine and there's meat. Like that's what we eat on Shabbos. There's achila and the shtia. Zogim or adarabah. Kapara of simcha. Simcha meaning the wine. The wine is the end of the. You have a kapara through the blood, and you have the simcha that you got a kapara. You don't even have to drink the wine. Just bring wine. It's like part of the simcha. Ella levina by ima b'kliyechad. The reason why levina gets salt is because it comes together with the mincha in one thing. The Nesachim are b'kliyechad. But the Nesachim are separate. The wine is separate. That's why there's no salt. Avleitzim, heichim stasher b'hu mincha. Avleitzim stasher b'kuli korbanos. The wood goes together with the mincha. Goes together with all korbanos. That's why it needs salt. As the Gemara of Ema, Ma Prabhu Furushachim, Bodikoy Velo, Umateres, this kmitza comes together with wood, but it also is a matis. So basically, it has two things going for it. Maybe you need two things. Maybe it's not enough that it just comes with wood. It comes with wood, but also it's a matir. But maybe you need two things. Umayniu, Levina, Habab Rizichem. The Shari Lechem. The Levina that comes together with the Lechem Apana, comes from the Shulchan. It's the matter for the Lechem Apana. Without putting it on the fire, you don't get to eat the Lechem Apana. It's also something that needs wood. So you have two things going for it. You have wood and you have a matter. Anything that doesn't have these two things left. Blood is just a matter. If there's no wood, the blood still has one thing. So then, if it only has one thing, the chayra, automatically it doesn't need salt. So then, if automatically it doesn't need salt, why do you need a pazim ma'am chazecha? You need a pazim ma'am chazecha because that's not how you figure if someone needs salt or not. It's not depending on one or two things. Obviously, it's not about two versus one. Otherwise, we wouldn't need a pazim specifically in the mag blood. Even if it only has one thing going through it, it doesn't need salt. We learn from the Pazim that's concealed and exclude. It's only a mincha but not blood. Maybe it's not, you don't need to put salt on the limbs. No. It makes sense logically that you should have to salt limbs. Shekain, in my Gemara it says, I like it, H binitma. They actually changed, changed the what everybody else has is Ashbon small. But where it's H binitma, fire in the tumah. And we don't even do this. We don't use the last aleph. But basically, it stands for this right over here, as the Gemara is going to explain. What am I missing? I feel like I'm not showing this on video. Oh, this? No, the guy brings a wood carbon. No, I think that's later. It's later also. No, let me show that later. I have to show it later. It's later. I'm jumping the gun here. All the good videos are for later. Okay. It's also later. Then. Okay, so I'm saying you have to salt up these limbs. Why? Because you have 6 things that are similar to a mincha. What are the 6 things? You have to burn it with wood. You have to burn the limbs with wood, just like a mincha. Ishim k'moisa, you need fire. Bachutz k'moisa, they're outside of the heichal, but sometimes blood is different because blood is inside. Blood, you don't put on the fire. You throw it on the wall. You don't have wood underneath it. Noiser k'moisa, they burn at the issue of noiser living over. Tumah k'moisa can't be tamei. Me'ila k'moisa, and if you use it, you have to pay the base. Something that you use blood. Nah. Says Gemara, the Chavan Veis, Adraba, Dam Havalele Rabuye. Blood is similar to mincha, and blood should require salt. Shikei magic emoisa, blood is a matter. It allows you, after you spray the blood, sprinkle the blood, you allow to eat the carbon. First of all, it's magic emoisa. Second of all, nifsa b'shkia sachama kamoisa. It's possible when shkia comes along. Over here is a massive place for this. We discussed it in Zvachim, the famous shita of Rabbi Rothschild, that shkia, he says, is not because we think that when the sun goes below the horizon, but rather it's 58 and a half minutes later, and then you have 13 and a half minutes of Ben Hashmashos, a total of 72 minutes. That's shita's Rabbi Rothschild. You have 2 things that are similar. Blood is similar to mincha. 2 things. 6. We had 6 things that Avarim are similar. That's why I'm going to take the pasuk and be reminded blood and not Avarim. I think that wood and blood require salting. Why? Because it's called Shanikru carbon. But because I thought that's why I have a meal al menchascha and not blood. Who says that wood is considered carbon? Rebbe. The Rebbe in Bible Melech, you're right. According to Rebbe, you would need salt. You would have to salt the wood. The Sanya, carbon mincha, which is extra, melamed, was not the mason. You're allowed to come and donate wood. How much is considered a carbon? Like 2 pieces. It's a carbon. Wood is in fact a mincha. It's a type. What kind of carbon? It's not a carbon oila. It's a carbon mincha. You have to take it. Let's see if we even have a gasha. I don't even know if we have it. So you know what a gasha is. You have to take it, the wood, and bring it to the mizbeach on the southwest corner. But my Rebbe, listen to this. You're not going to believe this. Eitzim to unim kmitza. How in the world do you do kmitza? So that's this video right over here. Let's watch it. It's geschmack, this video. Well, maybe an hour. It's just, you have to have the idea. It's a ninja. Oh my God. How do you do kmitza with wood? Rashi at the end of the Masechta says you have to make it into sawdust, and then you do kmitza. That's what he says. Break it into small pieces. Geschmack, huh? Hey, to do kmitza. You need to do kmitza. is unbelievable. You can't just put. Oh, so here's Yossi Shafar's video. Hold on. Where was it? Here. Oh, that's the Hebrew. We don't need Hebrew. This one. Shalom. I brought a korban. If you didn't like this one, that one, forget this one. Go to sleep. It's down.
Yes, the woods can be.
I mean, you can lower it a little bit.
So what's with the wagon there? You brought 2 korbanos? Lavesh, funny. That's the wood to burn my korban. Oh, interesting.
Yes, sir, you need wood to burn the wood. You can't just bring wood. Oh, the problem is, how do we deal with the Brisa? In the Brisa, it seems like wood doesn't need salt. And over here, Rebbe says before wood needs salt. Says Gemara, okay, Samim Mikan Eitzim, you're right. If so, you have to take the word Eitzim out. Eitzim does need wood, salt. Ve'ela kro lemutim mai. Now we have Be'etzem, so this is a whole long Rashi here. There's 2 miyutim that we have. You remember. We have Alman Chos, I told you guys to remember Chos. We have this one, the klal of Ratu klal. That's a meal. But if you're going to remove wood, which requires salt, so what's the second meal for? One meal, okay, we'll say blood doesn't need salt. But what's the second one for? That I already took out from Ma'am Chosecha. So now what do I do with the klal of Ratu klal? Says Gemara, Apigatim, Baal Nisachim. Okay. Nisachim, wine doesn't need salt. How do I know that from the second meal? The sign. We're going to start over here tomorrow. We can just read it. There are 4 things that don't require salt: wine, blood, wood, and players. Says Gemara Mani, Rebbe Rebbe just said that wood does require salt. They do require salt and players. And the Gemara goes on to say it's a different Tana that says we can finish tomorrow. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day. Have a good day.
Sponsor a share today. MBY
We're holding on Daf Yud Chesam base. These are the things, right? So first you put shemen in the kli, then you put the flour, then you put another time shemen, then you do yitzika. We're talking about number 4, yitzika, which is again oil, but I guess I missed the whole putting in the oven, the whole thing. Machvas, Afa, Pitas, Levain, Nufa, Agosh, Kmitza is all the way over here. This is what we need. Kmitza. Number 10. So, yeah, so there's different menachas and there's whatever. So the Gemara says, my time of the Rabbanan, why do Rabbanan say that Yitzika can be done with a Yisrael? We had a machlokes yesterday. Shimon Bar says, no, Yitzika has to be done with a Kayan. Yitzika, number 4, must be done with a Kayan. So the Gemara says, everything from 1 through 10 to be done by Yisrael. Why? You do all these things, you do Yitzika, you do it, and then, only then, only after Yitzika do you bring it to the Kohen, then he does clean. So we learn from here, only from 10 on must be a Kohen. Everything before 10 can be a Yisrael. Reb Shimon, so Reb Shimon that says that a Yisrael cannot do it. Here it is, the new age, 2026. First of all, we can just show this real quickly, 2026. We didn't have this then. These are all the steps, Shemen, Soilet, Lila, Yitzika, we're holding over here, Yitzika. Then you do the Vaina, Hagasha, Kmitz is all the way in the middle of the 3rd stage. There's a lot of stuff before. Okay, so a This is how it's done today. V'yotzak aleh Hashem v'nachon avodah. Pasuk Aleph says v'yotzak. Pasuk Beis it says v'kama. The thing is, it says the word Hakriyana in the middle. Look what you do. You go like this. The word v'yotzak and the word v'kama sandwich the word Hakriyana. So we have a shayla whether Hakriyana goes only on the Knitza or perhaps it goes on the previous psukim as well. Yeah, the word Koyhana would go on Pasuk Aleph also. Mikra, Midrash, V'chana B'lachar. You take the word Koyhana and say you must have a Koyah when you do your tzika. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says yes, we go backwards. The Yotzak, Koyhana is also on the Yotzak. V'savar, as the Gemara, so Rav Shimon Mikra Nish L'chana B'lachar. Does he really hold that? We'll bring another raya that he doesn't hold that. V'chaya. So there's only one carbon we learned in Zvachim that you do this. You take from the 7.5 years your boy says the kind is walking, mom is she's 62. Crazy. 7.5 years from now, it's going to be on the table. Like he's going to be walking around there. Like, okay, you're going to have the real version. Correct. The kohen takes he dunks his finger in the blood and smears it on the corner of the mizbeach. So what does it say? It says v'lokach hakohen. Once again, we have the same thing. It says v'lokach in the beginning of the passage. It says v'nosam. V'lokach means to receive the blood in a kli. V'nosam means to put it on the mizbeach. And in the middle it says bezbaz, which we learn at Kohen. We learned already a few times. Bezbaz means with the right. The Lokach HaKohen Midam HaChatzot Bezboy, the Nosan, Akarnat HaMizbeach, Bezboy V'Lokach, Melamin Shleitzei Kabbalah L'Vimin. So I go backwards over here. The Bezboy also goes on the word before, that even the Kabbalah Saddam must be done with your right hand. Then we also learn Bezboy V'Nosan, take the same word, and we say it, obviously, on the next part of the passage. Melamin Shleitzei Kabbalah L'Vimin, Omer Shimon. I don't understand. The Lokach is in the beginning of the pasuk. What are you talking about? He was small kosher. So if you do it with the word that's God is only going on the next word. And then it says in parentheses, Reb Shimon Soul after Midrash before he doesn't directly. You tell me Reb Shimon goes both directions. Over here you see he doesn't. He only goes to the future. He doesn't take the word and learn it in the past. Well, I am the time of the Reb Shimon. This is another reason because clearly we do the same thing as we did before. The word that's why goes to the right and to the left, the beginning and to the end, and Reb Shimon says no. This I don't know. But it says v'yotzak. No, I don't think it's v'yotzak. We're going back. How come by us, by v'yotzak? How come he does go backwards? Because in the original pasuk, it says v'yaviyah, vav, moitzav and Yerisha, and it connects the two. V'yotzak and the kamat, they all have to be done with the kite. So Rav Shimon, vav, moitzav and Yerisha, I'm just going, does he really say that? Does he really say that in all situations, the Vav, and Rashi even says, it says the Nosan, how come over there he doesn't say it, he goes into that? The there's another passage. The Shachat, the Zorkus. In the same passage, in the same passage, it says the Shachat, the Zorkus. That somebody's doing Shkita, and somebody's doing Zrika. Now, who's doing Zrika? That we know it has to be done with the Kain. It says the passage, the Kribane, Arnak, Hanim, the Dom is Zorkus. It's in the Kurish that only a Kain could do Zrika to that. But if you say the Vav, at the beginning of the pasuk to the end of the pasuk, the beginning of the pasuk is the shachar. What would it mean? That only a kohen can do shchita, and we know that it's not true. Even a woman can do shchita, no? That only the end of the pasuk needs to be done by a kohen rishon, but not the beginning of the pasuk. But according to you, the Vav, at the beginning of the pasuk, Shchita should be. Shani also, you're right. Shani also, no, so Visavak Vishapat, or take a look. It's the same. We have this positive. But in positive Dalit it says Visavak, and right afterwards it says Vishapat. And we know Masmich Bizar. Now, if you're brand new to Menachos, so Smicha just means that you lean your body weight on the animal. Sometimes it doesn't work out well because a woman doesn't do smicha, but a man does. And we know that smicha is done by Yisrael. So for the point of view, we should say, the samach b'shachar. So not according to you, because smicha is done b'zarim, so shkita is also done b'zarim because they're next to it. There's a certain smicha, it's not, no pun intended, but they're close to each other. The psukim are close to each other. Samach b'shachar, and smicha is done by Yisrael, so to the shachar. Ma smicha b'zarim, shkita b'zarim. Asking more, it's a question in Masmicha B'Bailum, Ashkita B'Bailum. Wait a minute. Usually Smicha is done, the leaning on the head of the animal is done by the owner. So maybe Shkita should also be done by the owner. Oh, there was this armor. That you can't say. Why? On the point where Masrika, you can kapara le by. We have four of us. Shkita, Kabbalah, Locha, Zrika. And Zrika is the number one avoider. That gives you the main kapara on the cat and everything else. And that's not done by the owner. So if that main thing is not done by the owners, it's certainly not the shkita. Oh, as the Gemara, the Chidaima in Donim Efshem Shiyefsha, it's possible you can't. In Donim Efshem Shiyefsha, the Gemara asks, but the owner can't do Zrika because you can't even come close to the Be'ah from Yisrael. So the Gemara says, you're right. Galar Chmona B'Yom Kippurim, between Gadol and Kippur, says the Shachar is Parach Chadis Hashem. He has a special mitzvah that he shechs his own carbon. It's another limud. At the time, what do we have until now? We have a machlokes. At what point can Yisrael do the avodah of the mincha? So Rishon Bar Yochai says the whole thing has to be done by Kohen, and Chacham say no, only from the Tahan. And we have a machlokes we learn the beginning of the pasuk, and the end of the pasuk, we do a midrash eye over here. He says, okay, fine. Now we have a brand new sugya. Omarad. Oh, Mogim Shenemar Torah v'chuka enoi elo la'asik. He says that you side Rav. The Torah says the word Torah and chuka, and the Gemara understands all the way up to the bottom that it means both of these words together, not one on one. And the Gemara later says no, it means one on one, either or. But if the Torah says Torah, it says the word Torah and the word chuka, then you must do everything in that pasuk. There's certain things that if you don't do them, it's not the end of the world. We learned in Tzvachim many times. If you don't put the Imurim on the Mizbeach, it's still a good part of it. It's supposed to. What if you don't take the mincha and touch the Mizbeach with it? Do a Hagasha. Does it ruin the mincha? There's certain things that don't ruin. Certain things that do. But if the Torah says the word Torah and Chuka, like Zoy speaks at Torah by a paraduma, or you might bring positive. So really you have to do every single step, whatever the steps are. This whole thing, every single thing here. If you miss one step, if you don't do Glila, boom, throw it out. If you don't do Agasha, throw it out. Everything has to be done. Oh, so we're gonna talk about Shana Al-Kashi. We're gonna get into that also. It's hard to be enough. Important to have a meaning that you need both of these words. And to disprove that, we're going to go through 7 cases. And of course, the Gemara always leaves the bomb for the last case. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the whole Gemara. Right? So we have to go through all the steps. In doing so, we're just going to do Chazara on a lot of different Musagim and Shaf. And take Naphtali, right? Naphtali. He's only 30 days old. He doesn't know a lot of these things. Maybe he doesn't know what all these things that we do for a Mitzvah and another. So we're going to go through all these things, wrap things up, get a better understanding of certain things. So it says over here, it says both words. Simon not had sifmo. We're going to bring 7 cases. Barei Nazir. A person who says, I'm not going to drink wine, I'm not going to be a dead person, the minimum is 30 days. Could be a lifetime. Could be Nazir Shimshon. When we learn Nazir. But at the end of the period of time of Nazirus, let's go through a process. Over there it says, like, see the very Torah. It only says one word. It doesn't say Chukas Torah. It says Torah. Rav who made this allow this rule, he said you need both words, Torah and Chuka. And Rav himself is the one that says, by a Nazir, the Nufa ben Nazir Ma'akav. What's Nufa ben Nazir? The Nazir has to bring 3 korbanos. One of them is a shlamim. So we take the thigh of the shlamim and he has to wave it. And he brings different breads. He takes one of each type of bread and waves it. The voice I hear you go, Mamsh, a visual. Instead of a joke today, we're going to do Torah. This is our Nazir. Right before we learned from Nazir, I interviewed this individual. His name is Rabbi Rothschild. This is what he looks like, actually. You can see the pot of the shlamim is cooking over there. We shave off his head, not his beard. And he does an interesting thing here. Yoshi decided to go a little wild. He takes some of the gravy from the shlamim and pours it on the hair. It's actually a Rambam. I saw last night the Rambam we got. And then he burns the hair under the shlamim pot. On the fire under the shlamim pot. Now we have a visual of it. Here he has the thigh that's in the shlamim pot. He puts it on the bread. And he does kufa. He lifts it together with the klayim. Moilach, maybe up, down, the whole thing. Says Gemara Shani also, Mekivin the Ksiv Kenyasa. Okay, so each one we're going to come up with an excuse. That you're right, it only says Torah, but it's Ma'akiv. The Nufa is Ma'akiv. Rabbi says Ma'akiv, and it's Ma'akiv. I seriously have a feeling that it's Ma'akiv. You have to do it in the right way. It's something important. You can't just go right, left, instead of left, right. Shani also, Mekivin the Ksiv Kenyasa. The man the Ksiv Abu Chukudami. It says in the pasuk, so it's as if it says in the Torah. It says in the Torah, when a person has something special, he got out of jail or whatever it is, he has to bring these breads. Now, if you bring these breads and you're missing one pile of these types of bread, it's all over. You can't bring any of them. It doesn't say chukah. It only says one word. It was not our boss. The types of breads are all market. Shani Toida did Nazir, there's a reason. You're right, typically Torah is enough. But Nazir, Toida is similar to Nazir, the Siv Azef, Toida Shlomo, but when Mar Shlomo of the Rabbi Shami Nazir, it comes to the special limud, okay, it's massive. Very mitzvah. Person who has Tzaras, will Sibbe El Torah. It only says the word Torah. Who's not? Arba, meaning Shib Mitzvah, Makin says that. There are 4 things in Mitzvah: Eitz, Eretz, Ezev, Shlichter, Las, and Tziparim. Now, we never knew what it was. But take a look at this. It's beautiful. Something brand new for today. Here's a guy in Mitzvah. He's out of the machna. He's in a little hut somewhere. Now, by the way, it's impossible to catch these birds. Stam is a derech agad. I tried very hard when I was a kid. They can live in a house. They can live in your room, and you cannot catch them. It's impossible to catch them. There, you have to take the bird with the azov and spray the Mitzvah with it. Now, time out. There's more that we're going to learn here. Let one bird fly away, a drawer. We have the, what are they called? Shave everything, including his eyebrows. Shani also the sieve. Oh, so the 4 mark. Let's say you don't have azov. You can't spray the guy. Shani also came to sieve. Zois tia. The word tia is very, very strong. It's as it, dummy. It's very similar to the word kuka. It's very, very strong. It says Torah, you're right, but it says Tia before. Tia Torah. Now we're moving to a list of things that before we're talking about Torah, now we're talking about Chukah. By Yom Kippur it says the word Chukah is not. Yom Kippur says we know that on Yom Kippur here we have the two goats, one you throw off a cliff and one you shepherd. If you don't have 2, you can't do either one. Ella, finally, it says Oy Torah, Oy Chukah. You don't need both. You don't need both together. You're right. So After everything, it comes out that no, one or the other, Torah or Chukah. As the Gemara very sharp. The one is a Sibo Torah, below Makbi. There's certain things by a carbon that are not Makib, like Agasha, like the Imurim of Asham, like the Imurim. After you tell me that the word Torah by itself is Makib, that you must do it. This is Gemara Torah by Chukah. The Chukah by Torah. The word Torah alone is not Makib. So that's why you need a second word, Chukah. The word Chukah is strong enough by itself. Now, when we had that Gemara, similar Gemara, we had Etzba and Koyen. So the Gemara over there says, so if Etzba means Yamin, so then why do you need the word Koyen? Koyen by itself doesn't mean right. So Taisus over here asks the question on the spot, and he doesn't really bring an answer. But the Torah also the Shul Drasha. You're right, and the word Torah is going to come for a certain drasha, which Taisus doesn't tell us what it is. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Rab said you need both Torah and Chukah. No, what he meant is, even if the Torah says the word Torah, you see the Chukah in the Eloi, but you must have a second word called Chukah. The key word is Chukah. If it says Chukah, then it means it's Makah. If it doesn't say Chukah, I don't care if it says Torah or not, it's not Makah. So that's why. By carbon, it says the word Torah and it doesn't say Chukah, it's not Makah. Where it says Chukah, it is Makah. Bari Mincha, this is the Chukah. Oh, that's what somebody asked before. I don't remember. It was Aryeh. Yeah, Aryeh. We said that the Torah has to repeat itself twice in Kachin in order for it to be a Makir. Now the problem is that in the Mincha, the whole parsha of Mincha, it does say the word Chukah. And we just established it says the word Chukah. You must do every single one of those steps, and if you miss one step, throw it out. So then why did the Torah have to repeat itself twice by Mincha? It's enough to say Chukah, and that means you must do it. You don't have to repeat twice. Don't have to and also, the Chukah, the Gemara comes up with an excuse. No, the Chukah, you're right. It says Chukah by Mincha, but that's by the eating part, not the Avodah part. It doesn't refer to this giant list of 14 things. Okay, so I'll let you have that for now. But it also says the word Chukah, and it's only by the eating part. Now we know it's not. You need to have all 12 breads. If you only have 6 breads, it's not. You can't eat them. And the 2 spoonfuls of the vaina that we have on the screen, if you have one, it's not good. If you have 12 breads but you don't have any levaina, you have the 2 spoons of levaina, you don't have 12 breads, you cannot do anything. And the word Chukah is by the eating part, not on the avodah part. Ella, the Gemara takes it back. No, if it says Chukah, I don't care where it says it. Even by the eating part, it means the entire avodah. But there's a special limud from the flour and from the oil. So it says Rashi over here, very important Rashi. I'll just say about peh. Why did the Torah say Mikirus Mishamna? It should have said Mikirus Mishamna. To tell us that if you miss a little piece of the shemen or the flour, it's no good. But the problem is, if it says Chukah, then I don't need a special Geras shemen. It has to be exactly as is. If the Torah says Yisarein, if you're missing one, how do you say gargir in English? One grain of flour is puzzle, so I don't need Mikirus Mishamna. But the fact that the Torah says Mikirus Mishamna tells me that the word Chukah is not relevant in this parsha only. Okay, Ayin and Rashi. Now, if you tell some base, Lafuke. The Mikirus Mishamna is Lafuke, the Chukah dafka over here, not in the whole Torah. Anywhere else it says Chukah is Magen, but because this extra word Mikirus Mishamna instead of Geras and Shemen, it tells me Chukah over here is not relevant. Tachlis, what do we have? In the beginning, the Gemara Rav says you need 2 Lashonos, Chukah Torah. The Gemara says no, you don't need both Lashonos. It's Chukah. Chukah is the main one. In different places, Chukah doesn't work. Right, because over there is a special Lashon Geras Shemen. But Chukah means it's Magen. Chukah. It doesn't work. If the Torah says twice the same thing by Kachin, by Mincha, it means you must do every single step. When it comes to the oil and the flour, that's very, very important, but other stuff is not important. Hanabekra means double up. Even though the Torah said it twice, everybody agrees since you saw it. Even Shmuel agrees. That in Kachin, if the Torah says it twice, you must do every single thing. Ella. Certainly, if the Torah says it twice, it's a must. How do you say makiv in English? Essential. It's essential. Torah says twice. Full hand or big kumtoi in his hand. Don't try to be lazy and make like a glass thing that you could take a scoop of kmitza, like from those protein shakes. Comes a little plastic thing. Go like this, boom, you get the right amount. No, you gotta stick your hand, get dirty with the flour, and go like this. Rav Sobar, Konami, Konavekro. It says twice this idea. The Siv, Vayagar is a mincha vayimali kabir mimeno. It says by the Miluim, by the Chanukas Mishkan, it says that you should stick your hand in and take a full ox. It says twice that you should take a handful. It says more Shmuel, Doris Mishal. What happened then was a one-time thing, and we can't learn from a one-time thing for all generations. That's the Gemara. What Shmuel doesn't believe in this. Oh, the Doris. We don't learn from generations. Shmuel Doris Mishal, but now So Rabbi said, if you learn Zvachim, there should be mamish fresh in our memory. I'll remind you also. There are measuring devices in the Beis Hamikdash to measure solids like flour, and there's measuring devices in the Beis Hamikdash to measure liquid. What kind of liquids? Like oil, wine, water. The one on the left is not so good. It shouldn't be in the picture right now. We should have introduced it later. This is called the mazrik. That you receive the blood of the animal, and the reason why it's pointing in the bottom so that you don't put it down. The fight constantly holds it; it doesn't congeal. Now these are clay shards. So as soon as you put flour into this vessel, it becomes kaddish. Now what if you put oil or wine into this vessel? It does not become kaddish. It can only be mekadesh solid. And the same thing with a measuring device that our wives, when they make cakes, they use these measuring things, these cups. It's for liquid, it's for liquid. If you mekadesh liquid, it cannot be mekadesh a solid. One doesn't go to the other. If it's Yavish, you guys allow. Shmuel comes Shmuel and says a major chiddush. That's only a measuring device. We're talking about the thing on the left that grabs blood, big catching. Why? The siv shneim milayim shneim milayim. What does it mean? Silas. It's full. This guy on the left, this madrik, is full of a solid cold silas, flour. The Torah says that it was full of silas. So the male is mekadosh the silas. And shani awesome. It's not a big row. The reason it says you're right. But over there it says it 12 times. Why did it say 12 times? Because it's for the theme. Every nasi got a whole puzzle. So Memela, that's why I learned from it, but typically not. I'm really kind of after the route. Very Agosha. What is Agosha Rabbi Sai? Let's see if I can find it. Here, I think this is it. Yeah, I did. But here, he goes, he touches what corner Rabbi Sai? Meichates is southwest, who told you? So this teaches us why southwest. There's not a big problem like Makbo. Agosha, there's not a big problem like Makbo. It says in the Torah twice they have to do Agosha, and twice is not Makib. How come? Mantana Bay, where do you see the Torah that twice? The Sivs, his Torah is Amincha Hakir, voice of an arrow with Hashem. Bring it to Hashem, and bring it all the way to his back. So the Gemara, I will explain the Mokim with us. Let's tell you exactly where to do it. It's Hashem. It should be in front of Hashem. Now, where is the most Hashem in the Beis Hamikdash? In the Heichal, in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Do it opposite of the Heichal and Kodesh HaKadoshim. Yochol, B'nei Hashem, Yochol B'mayr. Maybe it should be on the here. So if we look over here, it's an interesting picture. So where that red line is, let's take the laser out for a second. This right over here is the doorway to the Heichal, right over here. So that you want to be in front of that, to be in front of Hashem. That's Myra. This is Safan, you see over here, Safan, Saram. Myra, here, right over here, you see there's a compass. On the left side of this is the Mizbeach, it should be on the left side of the Mizbeach, Myra. Opposite, like, right over here, next to the Hashem. I'm going to Pnei Mizbeach. What's Pnei Mizbeach? Their Mizbeach is the Kebesh, the ramp going up to the Mizbeach. Here, that's the corner that you gotta do, southwest corner. Now, Shiloh's one. A Pnei Mizbeach means on the ramp going up to his back, to the face of his back. So we have a little bit of a contradiction. Is it on Myriv or it is on the Durham side? No, it has to be on Myriv. Okay, so what do you do? Okay, you should be careful Jeremy's Myriv. So we make a compromise. Do it on the southwest corner. West is the Pnei Hashem. Durham is on the Pnei, on the face. So you do southwest. You know, cool Shekarim, and that's enough. Do both. Put it on the west. There to be the mitzvah of El Pnei in front of the Kodesh Kodashim, the Heichal, and also you Jeremish and Karen. Do it also on the south. Do two. Armors. You have a contradiction. But you can do both. I said back then, remember that there's certain human beings that they're narcissists, they think about themselves, they don't do for others. There's people that don't have to do for others. You time yourself, yeah, you're alive and good. We also think about your zulas, your friend. That's what the Torah likes, that's what the Torah looks like. Do that, do both. If you can do both, why not? Why be selfish? Oh, the problem is, it says the Pnei Hashem. If you do only in the west, then you are Mekayim the south. But if you do in the south, you could be Mekayim the west. Take a look. Beautiful. Huh? Right over here. Okay, how's it going to fit in? Oh, no, it's kind of late. If you move the Mizbeach upward, above that red line, so now that southwest corner is literally in the center of the doorway to the Eichel. That south corner is actually in the west side, facing Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day, a great Shabbos. Shira Moshe Shabbos, 8:30. 8:30.
Spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBY sponsor
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. We had yesterday the Mishnah. We call it Achila Shloi Kedarka. That is, if you take the mitzvah, the handful of flour from the mincha, and you're supposed to put it on the mizbeach. And instead of putting it on the mizbeach, you eat it. You say you're going to eat it. You say you're going to eat it in a day from now. Or let's say the edible stuff, the whole mincha that's left over, the shirayim, you're allowed to eat it after you put the mitzvah on the mizbeach. Thought in your mind that you're going to eat it tomorrow. You're only allowed to eat it today. It's kachim. You're only allowed to eat it today. So you did something that's shaloi kedarka. The way to consume it is either on the mizbeach and you thought in your mind you're going to eat it yourself, or you're supposed to eat it yourself and you thought that the mizbeach was going to consume it. You had a machlokes whether or not that's possible. Somebody had a machlokes whether if the letter says it's possible, does he say it's possible they rise it that you actually have to you get karas. Says the Gemara. You weren't here yesterday, right? Welcome back. Lo, the Kuli Alma, 2 lines from the bottom of your sign on the base. By the way, we have a given father, one of the most schmucks there, idolaters. That's such a beautiful suit. You're going to see what I'm talking about. Lo, the Kuli Alma, Paris Leka. When you change from a person to his back, or his back to a person, it's the community that's supposed to be on his back, and you think to yourself that a human being is going to eat it. Nobody holds up this Paris. Just what? In the other thing that we spoke about yesterday, when a person thinks in his mind that he's going to leave the blood over, what's that law? We have 3 sheets. The kata and smack in the middle as usual. When it's shloi kedarka, when you think about the meat that you're going to eat it, it's not like but when you're thinking about leaving the blood now, to leave blood overnight is mamish is a deraisa. But to think about leaving the blood overnight, you didn't. And then you did it. You just thought about doing it. So the Rabbi Kosher, no problem at all. The Rabbi Kosher. Review the suburb out of Pligi. There's a machlokes. This didn't change. The machlokes into the shloikadarko, when you think that you're going to put the kmitza, you're going to eat the kmitza when it's supposed to be like lahaniach. Second we said lahaniach according to everybody's kosher. Now he says lahaniach is different. Oh, kosher. Oh, kosher. According to everybody's kosher. According to everybody to leave the blood overnight. So thinking about you're going to leave the blood overnight kosher. My time, what's the reason? Why should it be kosher? Seira mitzvahs damai, other called damai. Because of all of the blood. You might think about this all the blood. Because damai psul deraisa. And if you do this with all the blood, it's deraisa. Why? The sanya. Everybody agrees that if you physically leave the blood overnight, it's better. Therefore, if you thought about doing it, it's also better. Now that's the two shittas that was when it comes to thinking about leaving the blood overnight. According to everybody's kosher, according to everybody's kosher, comes the third shita from my Vatsar even in that we have machlokes. One shita says according to everybody's kosher, one shita says according to everybody's kosher, the other says machlokes in blood, thinking about blood overnight. We saw at the Gemara, the Savar of Yehuda. Now we're going into the Gafka. We Savar of Yehuda. Does Rabbi Yehuda really believe that if you think about leaving the blood overnight, according to everybody's kosher? But Tanya, Omar Rebbe. There's Rebbe, the author of the Mishnah. Yishalachti, the Matzis, Midoisai, it's a Rebbe, and Elazar ben Shamuel. I went to Elazar ben Shamuel, was one of the Asara Rugi Matzis. The Matzis, Midoisai means that when I pour the oil in the store, I go like this, I pour the oil, I give it a fetch, a spinal squeeze, make sure there's not a single drop in there. So the Matzis Midoisai, Rebbe's talking about himself. I went to figure out every small little problem I ever had in Torah to ask Rabbi Rothschild. All my little issues in learning. But I'm in some say the Matzis Midois Tov, sure Rabbi Rothschild, not his own, not Rebbe's Midois. Rabbi Rothschild Midois. In other words, Rebbe he didn't go to ask him questions. He went there as a Talmud to Rebbe to see maybe Rabbi Rothschild can impart some thought with him. Okay, so that's why he went. What happened was, Yosef Abavli Yosef I went and I found Yosef Abavli, and by the way, Stam is society, he has many names, and we once learned in the Gemara that his name was Yosef Ishvitzol, Yosef ben Yehuda, Yosef ben Shamua, Yosef ben this, I don't know, 7, 8 names. I called on him. Listen to this Shiner. This is what I'm saying. One of the most beautiful stories here. You can never forget this Gemara. Rabbi Elazar ben Shamuel loved Yosef Abavli Adlach. So Tyson says in the words, Adlach means to the highest degree of love that a person could love. It's the most. Rashi seems like he had a little bit of a different gear, so he learned that Adlach means until we came to the final halacha that they had an argument. Ben Yoda says over here, he says that Adlach means when you love somebody because of Torah, it's the highest degree. It's a ruchnistic love. It's not I love somebody. I love him because of ruchnis. That's Rabbi Elazar ben Shamuel. That's in this question. A kohen chefs the carbon, thinking that he's going to leave the blood of his carbon until tomorrow. He didn't leave it. He thought about leaving it. He just thought a 3-way machlok. Yes, what's Allah? All my loy kosher. That was like the last word on Zayin and Beis. Everybody holds his kosher. Now, Yosef Abavli was not happy with this. He goes knocking on his door. I heard. He goes at night. That's the same exact question. Oh, my loy kosher. Nothing changed. Chapter goes again. In the morning. Oh, my loy kosher. All right. He goes in the afternoon. Oh, my loy kosher. Mincha, when he goes, mincha time. Oh, my loy kosher. Elo, Rabbi Eliezer Poison. All of a sudden, he changes it a little bit. He says it's not kosher for everybody. Rabbi Eliezer, the sheet of Rabbi Eliezer says kosher. Says the Gemara, Tzavu, Tanam, Yosef Abavli. Yosef Abavli is super excited. You could see the simcha on his face. Omar lo, Yosef Abavli tells him, Yosef, I've never seen you so happy. In other words, all the halachas I told you up until this day, I never saw you jump out of your seat like that. All of a sudden now you saw. So everything I told you don't agree with me? Omar lo, Rebbe, hey, no, don't worry about it. I agree with everything you said. Why am I so happy? Else Rabbi Yehuda also shana. I once heard Rabbi Yehuda tell me that if somebody thinks about leaving blood overnight, I went everywhere. I looked up and down. And I looked for somebody to agree with me, and I couldn't find anybody. You gave me back my Aveda. I'm so excited. That's why I knocked on your door. I kept on coming back to you, and I'm like, Rebbe, thank you for not throwing me out like that. Chakras, Arvis, Minchot. Lamaisa, I got what I wanted. Listen to this Lashon of voice, I can't believe it. He started crying. The Rebbe started crying. Omar, the famous song. We're going to sing it in a second. Ashreichem Talmidei Chachamim. This is where it is. This is the source right over here. Ashreichem Talmidei Chachamim. Shedivrei Torah Chavivim Aleichem B'Yoser. He loves Torah so much. Look at the simcha. Someone's going up. Hashem started crying. Torah love Hamikra Azeh, and as the song continues, Ma Ahavti Soresecha. How much I love the Torah. Your Torah. Kol Hayoim Tzipasi. This is all I talk about day and night. Says the Gemara, but they should review the Bnei Shrebiloi. Shrebiloi, Talmid Shrebilezer. Shon al-Chah, Mishnah Shrebilezer. Who's the famous review in Shas? Review the Shrebiloi. And review the Bariloi, Rabbi Eloi, is a Talmud of Shrebilezer. So that's why he told you that Rabbi Eliezer holds his puzzle. It's the Shitas Yachid, one person that the halach is kosher, like I told you. It happens to be that the reason why we're even mentioning Rabbi Eliezer, it's a sentimental thing. His father was a Talmud by Rabbi Eliezer, so he talks about it. Now, he's talking about the Yaakov. Also, last meeting, we said, top of the Amud Test, review the sub of Adam Fleet, and it should be a whole possible. According to review, everybody says it's possible. He's talking about the Yaakov. Also, last name, Review that says that according to everybody it's possible. Rabbi Rothschild says it's a machlokes. So then, what did you give back to Yosef, to Yosef Babli? He's looking for shit that says that everybody holds it's possible. Rabbi Rothschild only told him it's machlokes. He told the Carmel. He told him it's machlokes. He didn't tell him that according to everybody it's possible. Elamai doesn't say what Review said. Kosher about the Eliezer Oislast. What Yehuda said was that it's actually machlokes, and then when Rabbi Eliezer said it's a machlokes, and she Rabbi Eliezer, so I fit right in. So he's saying, oh, so Rabbi Eliezer said the reason why he told it to you like this is Talmud. No, it's a machlokes, and I'm not even going to become Hashina. Not because it's Talmud, it's just a machlokes. Rabbi said that according to everybody's puzzle, it's not a machlokes. Why did he say, oh, thank you for returning what I was missing? The passes by them. At least he said that there is a shita that says possibly. The whole time he's telling him it's kosher. He knows in his mind there's a machlokes. So he didn't, you're right, he didn't say that. He just said there is a shita that holds possible. Okay, so that was enough for him to relax. That's the Mishnah. We have also easy Mishnah, easy Gemara now. The way it works, steps of the mincha. Some of the steps. There's many steps. I'm going to show you some. In the beginning, you put oil. Then you pour the flour. Then you put oil again. And then you mix it. Already we have two oils. So, shemen, soilus, oil for the bleeder. Then there's a third oil that comes afterwards. I believe it's all the way, it's a bit further than this. It's after it's baked and whatever, but it's a third one. It's called the yitzika. So what happens is lo yotza. You didn't do the third one. The third oil, you didn't do the third. Lo yitala, or you didn't do the second one. Well, you didn't break up. We have where is it? Let's look at this for a second. Again, I have to make sure that the steps here are perfect. I'm not sure. Takes the sarna flour, okay, puts it in the giant bowl that we know, First he puts oil. Step 1 is puts oil. Step 2 he puts flour. Step 3 he puts another oil. Now he does blila. Puts in another kli. Another kli. Oh, he bakes it very good. Yeah, this is good. Oh, you see? So over here, the third oil actually comes after the baking. Not like I showed you before. Okay, this is better. This is better. No, we didn't get to the ECV yet. He baked it. Now, so he breaks it off. He's going to break it down to pieces. That's what we're going to be talking about a little bit. How many of the fully are baked? Now he has 10 threads, so that's why there's a lot of seasoning over there. Not for 1 minute, not so many. We're going to see the tomorrow. Oh, this is the secret. He puts oil over it afterwards. Givaldi. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. And then he puts what? And now he puts it, he does Hagdasha. He puts it on the southwest corner. And then he has the vine. Okay, fine. The mincha, where he just puts it, touches the corner. Yeah. The vine, and he has to do a kmitza now. He has to move all the vine to the side. Do kmitza without. It's not like do kmitza. Okay. He has to break it with his thumb and his pinky. Okay. You never saw this one? I saw it a long time. I saw it yeah. Oh, here's the salt under his bath. There's a pile of salt here. He puts a little salt on. That's beautiful. This is basically most of the, and this is akpara. He puts it on the fire. Nice flame. The loy potas. He didn't bring it on. This shirayim. The loy malach. He didn't put the salt on. We even saw the salt. The loy heine. There's only 2 menachos that I know about that you do nufa to, which are, if anybody remember, nufa and a milcha. Soita, the left name Shavuos, right? As we saw Avi, and also the Oimer. Okay, so it's 3. Loi Higish, he didn't put it on to him, he didn't touch him the corner of the Mizbeach. Oi Shifasasam Pita Merubais. So Merubais over here does not mean like we have in Hebrew, although the Gemara is going to try to change it. Right now, Merubais means very large pieces. In other words, he broke it, but he didn't break it correctly. Which the Gemara is going to ask. It says, the third thing he said in the Mishnah is Loi Pasas. He didn't break it at all. So over here, he didn't break it enough. So what's the Kiddush? You don't have to break it at all. So he broke it into 2 pieces. So it's a big deal. The one says it's worse. And then there's certain korbanos like the Retikin, maybe only the Retikin, I don't know of any other, that you take oil and you smear it on, not pour, not even take, you smear it on the mashita like you do for Kangol. You take oil and you go like this. You do it on the mincha. Sheira, if you don't do these things, it's kosher. Says Gemara, what does it mean not to be the third oil? If it means that you didn't pour the oil at all, so we have a klal in kachim. Rabbi, so what's the klal in kachim? What's the klal in kachim? That if the Torah says something twice, only in kachim, it's ma'akiv. Shana Allah v'chasam la'akiv, only in kachim. And we're in kachim now, we're in menachos. We have this in Zvachim. So the Torah over here says twice the same thing. The Torah means I'm serious about this. You must do it. It says v'yatzak oleh Hashem in pasuk aleph, pasuk vav. It says v'yatzak oleh Hashem. So in other words, you can't get out of this. This is the equal. So you have to do the third oil. So what does it mean? What does it mean you didn't do it? It means that Yisrael did it, it's not a point. And if Yisrael does it, it's okay. You will kind these psukim v'yatzak oleh Hashem. It says the Gemara, now the Mishnah has to flow. If the first words of the Mishnah, Lo Yaltak, are referring to Yisrael doing, not that you didn't do it at all. Lo Yaltak doesn't mean you didn't do it at all. You didn't do it at all, it's mamish possible. That's the equal. So it means that Yisrael did is not a kind. So let's go to the fourth word of the Mishnah. Lo Balal would also mean the same thing. It's clear, no? So what's the Gemara going to answer? Like Noam said yesterday. What did the Gemara say yesterday? Okay, this. Lo Balal Kohen Ozar. So wait a minute. What does the Mishnah say? If we continue, if everything flows, Lo Yasak means that a Yisrael did it not a kohen. Lo Bala means that a Yisrael did it not a kohen. He didn't mix it. How do you say mix dough in English? He didn't need it, but Yisrael needed it. So you have to be dying. It's a simple deal. Why does the Mishnah say Lo Bala that Yisrael did it not a kohen? Meaning that if you didn't do it at all, awesome. Otherwise, you would say Lo Bala means that you didn't do it at all. But what's one of the most famous concepts in Shas? What does that mean? So we're going to see it inside. Here it is. This is the source of this famous. I say famous only because I remember it as a kid. I learned it in school, and it's like stuck out. And, you see it all the time. But now, that because some days, Shishim Niblalim. Shishim Echadei Niblalim. Here it is. Beautiful picture over here. There's halacha that you can mix a mincha up to 60 Israelis. 60 minchas in one bowl. If you try to do 61, it's also. Why? Because this is what's going to happen. It's going to fall out all over. It's impossible. The largest bowl in the Mikdash cannot contain the flour. So if you try to mix it, it's going to fall out everywhere. And if it falls everywhere, it's not possible. He said that if you miss a little bit of the flour before the kmitz, it's no good. The question is, Shishim Echadei Niblalim. They asked a bomb question. Who cares if you can't mix it? But now we learned in the Mishnah, which Mishnah? Our Mishnah, it says before the fourth word, Loi Balak Shera. If you don't mix it, it's kosher. Now, what are the last words we said in Roman Allah? That if Loi Balak kosher. That was our diuk was that if you don't mix it, it's kosher. But it says before in our Mishnah that Loi Balak kosher, and Reb Zera actually learned it literally. Why Reb Zera? But if you can do the bila, you just didn't want to do it, you didn't do it at the end, so that's not a problem. But all of shots, you have to be able to do it. If you're able to do it and you don't do it, okay, so I'll be no back. But if you can't do it because the bowl is too small, then all of a sudden bila's matter. You have to do bila or not. There says you don't have to do bila. You just have to be able to be in a situation that you could do it. You don't have to. You just remember in the Mishnah that Loi Balal is possible. If you don't do it, it's possible. Which one is it? Is it possible it's kosher? There's more in the area. How do you understand from our Mishnah that if you don't do Bila, it's possible? Only because you learned it from Loi Yotza. The beginning of the Mishnah is talking about Yisrael, not a Chayin. Yisrael did it, they're not a Chayin. But if you didn't do Yitzhak at all, it's 100% possible. So the same thing should apply by Bila. That if you don't mix it, it's possible. No. Okay, this. The first two words of the Mishnah are, if you don't do it, it's possible. The second two words of the Mishnah are, if you don't do it, it's kosher. When it says in the Mishnah, it means it's referring to Yisrael. When it says the third and fourth words of the Mishnah, it says class, talking about they didn't do it at all. And what's that law for? Kosher. You don't do it at all, it's kosher. I should sell some pizza meru is cheira. Ask the Gemara. There's two things in the Mishnah. You didn't break the mincha at all, and you broke it to large pieces. Actually, says cloud cheira. If you didn't do it at all, it's kosher. Pizza meru is mabay. If you do it into large pieces, what's the problem? Why shouldn't it be kosher? It says the Gemara might be one third might be the meru boy. You did too many. So just as I'm not exactly sure if it's 100%, but let's just say, for argument's sake, the Mishnah later on, I didn't look it up. In the tzaddiks, so we're talking about in 2 months from now we'll get there. You take the mincha, it's like a lafa, you fold it in half, and then you fold it again. Okay, let's just say that's what the Gemara says. And then you open it up, and you have these lines on it. So then you cut it on the line. You go like this, like that, and on the line. So let's say these are the 4 pieces, or whatever, how many pieces come out. So this is the side. He went and he only did 2 of these. Rubois means instead of doing 4, he did 2 large pieces. It's like this side. Instead of splitting it, you put it together. Okay, that's the problem. So one shot is Shariba. He did many small ones. Now instead of 4 pieces, he cut it in half. 8. No, now it's 8. Whatever, 8, 16, whatever. Let me show that. That's too many. No, it means it's a very large piece. So what's the problem? You said you didn't do it at all. It's okay. So if you made large pieces, what's the problem? About the same awesome who they get those thousand. When you don't do it at all, you have the mincha, you have the challah in front of you. You can't come home and tell your wife, I bought challahs for Shabbos, broken into 3 pieces. That's not a challah. It's not the loy Torah's challahs maker, the loy Torah's pizza maker. Your mamish kirech mekan mekan. You didn't do the halacha of breaking into certain sized parts, and you don't have a large challah. You have a broken challah. So I think that it's not good. The shtein, the shteir, the loy Torah's pizza on yiko. Kamash malon. Maybe it's season like your Shimon. This sign your Shimon Oimer. Oh, this is beautiful. Rabbi said. Maybe our Mishnah doesn't go like your Shimon. Well, Kohen, what does Rav Shimon Bar say? So Kohen should this on your Rav Shimon Omer. So Kohen should avoid if a Kohen doesn't agree, admit the Rabbi Rothschild said that a Kohen should do the avoid the Misa Midrash. Shenemar, he doesn't get in the Chelik B'Kuna. He doesn't get a part of the Kuna. It's interesting. It seems like I saw in the Spartan it says, let's say he doesn't admit to tefillin. I don't agree with such a thing called tefillin. Then he would get a portion. He's kosher b'davar echad. He's muvel b'davar echad. But if he doesn't believe in the avodah, so he doesn't deserve from the avodah. The point is, he doesn't. You can't be a hypocrite. You can't say, "Oh, I want a part of this mincha," when you don't even believe in some of the things that you're supposed to do in the avodah. Shneimar, hamakir is damash lamu. V'sachel of Bnei Aaron lo yisiya shoyka yom in the money. He should get it. Only the person that's makir, person that does the avodah. Moida b'avodah yesh lechelik b'una. Shein moida b'avodah lechelik b'una. So this is you learn from here. They have to admit it. Mainly on the Zubavah. What's beautiful over here, that we're going to see all the avodas of a kind. The 9 the rabbis Chamesh Isrei avodas. How do you know all 15 avodas? What are they? So number 1 is what we're looking for, and the rest is just freebie. Hayitzikas, pouring the oil the 3rd time. It says before over here, the Rishon Baruch holds that it's done by a Kohen, not a Yisrael. We said that Yisrael could do it. It says in our Mishnah, Lo Yatzak, meaning that a Yisrael did it, and it's kosher. Over here, he says that it's an avodah of a Kohen. Now we're just going to do the rest for fun. Babli is mixing the mincha. Bapsi is cutting them into pieces. Bamalicha is and putting the salt on it. Batlufa is and waving it in different directions. All knufas. This could also apply to bikurim and to I don't know what. What else do we do? No, aravas maybe what? Karbanas, right? Shlamim. We wear Mishnah. Vahagasha is and all the things that are needed to be brought to the southwest corner. Vakmitza is and the kmitzas for the mincha. Vaktaras and we're putting the imurim onto the mizbeach. Vamalika is doing malika of a bird. He says no, it's not proper. It's too painful. Whatever he argues with this. Vakabolis and receiving the blood. Vahazois and sprinkling the blood on the mizbeach. And he doesn't believe in you give water to a woman and she's going to explode. I don't believe in that. Bariva segla and chopping off segla rufa. They find a dead person between 2 cities. V'taharas mitzaira and making the Mitzvah stars, the whole process of putting oil and blood on his finger, on his thumb, and his ear, the whole thing. When you see his kapayim, beautiful pictures of his kapayim, this Yoshi did, maybe whether it's in the Hazara or in the Shul, Minayin, what if he doesn't agree to any one of these 15? All the things that are given to Aaron, the 15, if you don't admit to one, you don't get a part of the Kuna. Part of it says over here that Yitzika is only for a Kohen and not for Yisrael. Or I'm not like Ashi. It's not a question of Rav Shimon Bar Yochai. He wasn't referring to what you think. When it's a mincha of a Kohen that must do it. Our Mishnah is talking about a mincha of Yisrael that a Kohen doesn't have to do. Mincha of Yisrael, the Bas, Shemitzi. We know that the Kohen's mincha goes directly on the Mizbeach. Oh, what is this? Breaking into 4 pieces? Okay. Look at this pasuk over here. The Kohenim's job starts from Kmitza on. So everything before Kmitza, the whole list we saw, pouring this oil, that oil, adding the flour, that Yisrael could do, says the Gemara. Maybe Yisrael was Kmitzi. You can fail with this Kuna. Leave it out, Yitzika. All this comes before the Kmitza. Pouring the oil, kneading it, Shecheri result. But when it comes to the mincha of the Kohen where there is no Kmitza, it goes directly on the Mizbeach, so this whole passage doesn't apply to a Kohen. So the entire thing must be done by a Kohen. Required by a Kuna, the whole thing is a Kohen and not a Yisrael. And that's what Rav Shimon was talking about. It doesn't make sense what you're saying. How do you even know that a mincha of a Kohen? How do you know that you have to pour oil for the 3rd time? I got that from the regular mincha of Israel. My husband Cherub Bizarre, so just like Yisrael's mincha is good by Yisrael, so to a Kohen's mincha should be good by Yisrael. Some say it's slightly different. Like we're not making enough community between Yisrael's mincha and a Kohen's mincha. Rather, we're talking about the mincha that you can do kmitza to and the mincha you don't do kmitza to. All the Kohen's mincha nachas you don't do kmitza to because it goes directly on the Mizbeach. And Rabbi Shimon said on those that you don't do kmitza, those are the ones you need a Kohen from beginning to end. Same question. What do I learn one from? I learned the non-nikmats from nikmats. And therefore, Ma'azim Cherubizar. Why does Reb Shimon say that you need a kohen? You should be able to do it with the Yisrael. We learn one from the other. Finally, you should know the mission is not called like Reb Shimon by a Chai. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. We're holding up the Zion of Beis Nusog. Victor Shum Shum Lechol Shum Shum. The Lashon of the Gemara Shum Shum in Hebrew it's called Sum Sum. It's the smallest. It's considered like the smallest fruit, vegetable item, food item. So we're talking about pigel. What's pigel? A person is bringing a mincha to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and he thinks to himself that he's going to take, as he's doing the kmitza, as he puts it on the mizbeach, he says to himself, I am going to eat the shirayim, I'm going to eat the leftover, whether the leftover is dough or the leftover is flour. I'm going to eat this flour, the leftover, tomorrow. Now we know mincha you can only eat today. A mincha is kachikachim, it's like a chatos, you can only eat it today. So if he thinks about tomorrow, it's already outside the permitted time. So that's pigel. And if you ate it right now, today, you get kares. Why? Because you already had that thought that you're going to eat it tomorrow. Now what happens if you break it down to nuclear, to atomic particles? Every single every sesame seed, you do pigel on. You do one pigel and then you move to the next. Let's say, so the whole kmitza is 1,000 sesame seeds. So you do this 1,000 times. One sesame seed at a time, you do pigel. All the pigels of the sesame seeds that are combined to be one pigel. Take the shumshum lechol shumshum. I should call it koimet skula until we finish the entire kmitza, 1,000 of them. Rav Chizah, Rav Nun, Rav Sheshes, we have a three-way machlokes. We just don't know who says what. Chad Omar pigel, it works. It's pigel. The Chad Omar puzzle. One says it's not pigel. You don't get kares, but it's no good. It's puzzle. You can't eat from it. It's no good. Put it on the side. The Chad Omar kosher is completely kosher. Lema. So now we're going to do a very quick chazar of everything we learned yesterday and the day before. Man Omar pigel kirmeya. Oh, so this is the chatzi matir. It's not the chatzi matir. Check this out. In order to eat the shirayim, the leftover, the mincha, because you're going to take 3 fingers worth of the mincha. From the large bowl, you put your hand in there, the guy puts his hand, goes like this, takes 3 fingers worth, puts it in a small bowl. There's also levain on the top of the shirayim. Take that to the side, put it in another bowl. The 2 things on the top, the kmitza and the levain, you have to put on the mizbeach. You cannot start eating from the large bowl, the shirayim. The kohanim get to eat the dough. They'll make donuts out of it, but they can only eat it after they put the kmitza on the mizbeach and the levain on the mizbeach. So those 2 things are called matirim. They allow you to eat the shirayim. So now we have 2 matirim for 1 thing. So if you put 1 of the 2 on the mizbeach, that's not enough. It's a chatzi matir. It's only half. According to Remeir, you can do pigel on the shirayim with half of the matir. If you just thought about the kmitza, during the kmitza, you thought about the shirayim, you can eat the shirayim tomorrow, that's enough. That's pigel. According to Chachamim, you need both. You need to think that thought by, if you have 2 matirim, you have to think that thought that you're going to eat the shirayim tomorrow by both. So perhaps Remeir, who says that you don't need the whole thing, you do a half a matir. So therefore he holds you can do 1 sesame seed at a time. 1 sesame seed at a time is 1,000th of a matir, and that's okay. Every 1,000th of a matir, it combines. You don't need the entire matir. Perhaps that's a machlokes. The Gemara says no. Maybe the exact opposite. We'll throw it. We can toss around. We can make the svara go work the other way. Rabbanon were arguing there, and they say you can't do a half a matir. You have to do the entire matir. You have to put both the kmitza and the levain on top of the mizbeach. So you would have to put all the shumshum together in 1 shot on the mizbeach. So Shidduch Rebbe is beautiful. Once we have, we have a little bit of We have two on Shavuos. We bring 2 sheep and two bread. Those of you who saw the shir, you saw Avi Kanayansky doing 2 sets of the sheep. Then doing with the 2 bread. That's the leave the whole thing. So Rebbe, we had a shiloh, the shmaka shiloh. What happens if now in order to eat the bread, you have to chef, you have to remark both of the sheep. So sheep blue and sheep red, 1 and 2, they're both matirim for the bread. So we have 2 matirim again. It's another case of 2 matirim. And Rebbe says that if while he's chefing sheep number 1, he thinks about a half a kazayas of one of the breads, he's going to eat one half of a shear, a half a kazayas of bread number 1 tomorrow. And as he's chefing sheep number 2, he's thinking to himself, he's going to eat from the bread another half of his eyes. So we have 2 problems going against us in this case. What are the 2 problems? First of all, each sheep is a half a matzah. Second of all, and that according to the problem, half a matzah doesn't work. Another problem is that he didn't even do a full shear. Each one he did a half a shear. Rebbe says it's so bad, this pigul. Your mom is not on the level of doing pigul. So the entire thing is kosher yosher. It's managed, you can eat it, it's not a problem. It's 0 pigul. So we have 3 sheep that's like complete pigul. It's not complete the rise of pigul where you get paras, it's just puzzle. Or it's completely kosher. It's like the kotza, and it's something in the middle. All 3 sheep is over. So Gemara Memai, who told you? Dilma, I can't like all my Rabbi Meir also about the Choshev Shura. You know what Rabbi Meir says? You can do a half a pigul on a half a matir. When you do kmitza, look, kmitza is a full kmitza. There's a full share over there. Okay, so you didn't do the levina, but you did a full share in the kmitza. I love the Choshev Shura. But over here, when he's doing sesame seed at sesame seed, each one is not a shear. So maybe Rabbi Meir holds that it's not pigul. And who told you the Chachamim say it's possible? Over there, they said that's possible and not 100% pigul because the matter is levina and kmitza, and he only did it on the kmitza. He didn't do it on the levina. So I don't say it's no good. It's not a good pigul. It's possible. I was often the person was fully matter, but over here, cares. Over here, he did the entire all 1,000 sesame seeds. Eventually, he got every single one, and he did pigul in every single one. So maybe it's real pigul. Over there, in this case, when you have 2 sheep and you have 2 breads, so you did a little bit from each bread. You didn't do the whole bread. You didn't do the whole thing from the bread. But over here, we did it from the same batch of kmitza, so that is a good pigul. Hello, says the Gemara, right? If you hold that it's pigul, you're going to say it's pigul even according to Chanim, and even according to Rebbe that says kosher, he's going to say over here pigul. And then when you say it's possible, it means according to all 3 sheets, Rebbe is going to say it's possible. Rebbe Meir is going to say it's possible that it's not pigul. Kosher, and if you say that it's kosher over here by the sumsum, it means it's completely kosher, even according to Rebbe that says over here is going to say it's kosher. Hello, man, why would you say again? What are we talking about? The guy did pigul 1,000 times on 1,000 small shiurim of sesame. Maybe you hold it's pigul. No, we said this. What's the pshat? It's normal to eat 1 sesame at a time and to put it on his bed 1 at a time. Yes, it is the way to eat. But it's not the way to be master like that. It's not the way to be master. It's just not even pigul. Just to make it possible. It's like you put it on. It's like a milk that never went until his bath. So it's not pigul. Yes, you can put on a little bit at a time. It's not the way to eat. Say the Chariv is the those who are you will see the suit. That let's talk about Haftarah here. The 2 things on top are what you put on the mizbeach, the kmitza and the levina. So if I think during my kmitza that I want to be mefagel the levina, in other words, I'm thinking as I put the kmitza on the mizbeach, I'm thinking to myself, I am going to be makter the levina tomorrow. That's pigul for the levina because you can't put it on tomorrow. You have to put it on today. So that's considered pigul, they say. You can go from one matter to the other. Now, it's against a lot of things that we learned. I understand your shilas. Haktor says Rashi. Hikter koyes over that like you about him. Lacher's man, pigul. But we learn that one matter cannot be mafagel another one. That we learn by two sheep. You cannot have a thought of sheep 1 to sheep 2, from the blue to the red. But that's different. The Hasan Le'ikru B'chadmana, he brings the Gemara that we're going to have in a minute or two, 5 minutes. Since over here is in one kli, the Levina together with the Kmitza was in one kli, so one could have an effect on the other, says Rashi. Typically speaking, Rabban say you can't have a thought from one matis to the other, from Kmitza to let's say Levina. So here's the that's when, check it out. When you go from the Kmitza and you're thinking that you're going to eat the Shirayim tomorrow, you completely left the Levina alone. The Levina has nothing to do with anything. That's a Chatzimata. The Levina, there's no second time. The Levina is all by itself. But over here, you did one of these. You're thinking from the Kmitza to the Levina, not from the Kmitza to the Shirayim. So you actually thought about the Levina. Now you like involve both of the material together in your thoughts. It's as if you had a thought in both. Let me prove it. So he brings all 4 avodas over here. What are the 4 avodas of a mincha? You do kmitza, you put it into another kli, you walk the kli over to the mizbeach, and then you put it on the mizbeach. That's putting it into the and putting it onto the mizbeach. Here, like this, the 4 avodas that we have. Shchita kabbalah. It's really good to have kmitza and it's really a lot of haktar. You're going to eat the shirayim, or you're going to be matter the kmitza. That's a typical outside of its place is puzzle. Very by cars because chutzim koyim never gets cars. So it's money. If you had the thought of pigul, which is outside of its a lot of time, then it's pigul b'chayim all with cars. Now we put all 4 in one sentence. So we want to say that all 4 you did it the same way. So it says in the Gemara, but the last one, the last avodah called Aktara is similar to Kmitza. Now think about it. Kmitza, there's no Levina involved in Kmitza. Right? You make Kmitza just for the flour, just for the dough. Therefore, is there 1 matter or 2 matters by Kmitza? There's only 1 matter by Kmitza. There's no Levina involved. So if your thought is to do pigul by the Kmitza, it's a full kmitza. It's a full pigul. Why? There's only one matter. There's no levina. Where do you have 2 matirim? All the way at the end. By Aktara, you don't want to say Allah also. Okay, but by Aktara there's 2 matirim. So the word, but look, you put all 4 in one sentence. So you have to compare all of them. My love Aktara do me that Mahana bein lechol bein la'aktara. Just like let's say the first one or the first 2, the first 3. You could. You're thinking about Shirayim, and you're thinking about the Aktir. The Aktir also. Aktara. So the last one also. So it's whether you're going to eat it or you're going to be matching the Levina. Look, so you can go from the Kmitza to Levina. You see, you can go from Kmitza to Levina. You can think about when you're putting the Kmitza on this back, you can also think about Levina. Why is it similar to the Kmitza part, where while you're putting it on the Mizbeach, while you're doing the Kmitza, you're thinking about the Levina, and it's good. It's a good figure. Log. No, not a raya. You write it in the same sentence, but they're different. The first 3 are different. You can think about eating, you can think about Aktara, but the last one, the last one is, you can't be, not like Haribin. This is like you go from one to the other. You have to stick to what you're doing. You have to be in fact with both or whatever it is. But you need both. Yosef Ramanasha, like that, coming down Bayo, Ramanasha. Arguing, Yosef Kohaman says the name of Pizda. Ein Haktara Mitagelas Haktara. You're wrong. Well, not you're wrong. It's not true what Tariq said. You cannot think about doing while you're doing this meat, so you can't think about the Levina. Soon you're doing Pigel. So I feel Rabbi Rothschild on the Chatzimachir, and even according to Rabbi that says, you could do Pigel by half, having related to the Chatzimachir Shirayim. That's only because it went from the Kmitza to the Shirayim. The climate's not to do because the Kmitza happens to be what allows the Shirayim to be eaten. One of the things that allows it to be eaten. Here, take a look at this. The Kmitza allows the Shirayim to be eaten. But what's the connection between these two? These two don't have a connection. The Kmitza is not Mater Levina. Levina is Mater the Shirayim. The Kmitza is Mater the Shirayim. There's no connection between the Kmitza and the Levina in terms of Mater. So what is to do? I love the Kmitza not Mater Levina. They must be bad of it. So Abaye tells, who was this? Rabbi Rothschild. Ani Mori, you heard this from our master Mishmei the Rav. Tell me if you heard this. You heard it, Mamish from his mouth. Yes, I heard it. You can't go from the Kodesh to the Levina. We're talking about the two sheep of Shavuos. Here, let's say this picture is better. You have two sheep, and he shepherded one of the sheep to eat that sheep. Or let's do this one. He shepherded the blue to eat the blue tomorrow. What's that? It's a half a matter. The blue is a half a matter, but it's its own matter. It allows itself to be eaten. When you shepherd it and you put it on the mizbech, you can eat it. So while he shepherded it, the blue, he thought to himself he's going to eat the blue tomorrow. So it's actually pigul. It works on the blue, but it doesn't work on the red. So the red friend is not pigul. What if he had thoughts about when he's shepherding the blue? He's thinking about eating the red the next day. Same shader, it's perfectly okay. There's no pigul at all. Why? My time, the lab mati the day, then what's in the packet day? The third our score that we just said now, because sheep number one is not master sheep number two. What do they come to be master on the side? The bread in the center over there, for themselves, but they're not coming to master one another. Blue has nothing to do with bread. No, that's not the reason. Also, moves will eat up hadmana. This is where Rashi got it from before. Over there, the two sheep are not in one kli. I love it even hadmana gichadam. But over here, that the kindness and the levina were in one vessel in the beginning, the large kli. Then that's why gichadam they have an effect one on the other. This is also one of the beautiful Rishonim in Shas. I don't think it's anywhere else. I haven't really checked, but I have a feeling it's like one of a kind. This thing, Rabbi Chanina, made me like taste it like in my bones. I love it so much. It's like worth like the entire shot. Take the timer, something weird is going on here. Two things together. He's putting the kmitza on the mizbech in order to be master the levina, which is pigul tomorrow, to eat the shirayim tomorrow. What is going on here? He put the kmitza on with two additional thoughts. He also put the levina at the wrong time, and also to eat the shirayim at the wrong time. That's pigul. Michael Mashon, what's he trying to do here? He has Torah, Michael has Torah. If we're talking about our sugya, then you go from one to the other. You go from the kmitza to the levina. That's one of the things he said. I'm going to put the levina on the mizbech tomorrow. If that's considered pigul, then why did he talk about shirayim? So he erased the shirayim part, and I got the idea. The idea is I can go from one matter to the other. From kmitza to levina, that was charivet to pumbabiza. That's what they said. Yeah, let me hit the kindness like the levina. In other words, take out the whole sentence of shirayim. If you want to tell me about Reb Meir, then what? You're going this way. You're going from the kmitza to the shirayim. You're thinking while you're doing the kmitza, I'm going to put the shirayim on the mizbech tomorrow. So what's extra over here? The levina is extra. Why are you talking about the levina? Do the shirayim tomorrow. What do I say? Whatever. Okay, it's another thing, if you can do that or not. That's another sugi we'll get to. Okay, eating the shirayim tomorrow. Just remove the whole avoida part? Why are you sticking both things? Now, either buying from Asherman, and if you want to tell me two chidushim, then if I have a chatzi matter, and you can go from one matter to the other matter, lema, take the komis like the avoida, the level shiran lemachar. This was a shocker to me. I'm not a great Hebrew speaker. I'm not native. But I asked the Israelis last night, and they kind of also thought so. What does it mean when I read to you, and or? What does the mean? And. That's what an American would think, but not Rashi. Rashi says ve means or. In other words, stick in the vav, and if there's a vav, it means two separate halachas. If you tell me two new halachas, then what I hold, the five of the Chatzi matter, and I also hold that I can go from one matter to the other matter, so say, that's going from one matter to the other, that's Chayyuz and Lisa. There, and another halacha, Lechasher and Lamachar is I hold like a mayor, they can be Mefagel B'Chatzi matter. Or rather, I have a lawyer, because so in October, Mefagel Sector, maybe Mefagel B'Chatzi matter. Listen to this, your voice said, this is unbelievable. Everything we thought is the opposite. It's not about Mefagel B'Chatzi matter. It's not about one actor from the other. It's the exact opposite. He holds that both of those things are not true. He doesn't hold like your mayor. He doesn't hold like how you really mean. Just. This is why he loves it so much. When you combine it all together, then he agrees to it. So, since he said he's going to be master the koimet, to be master the levaina, to eat the shirayim tomorrow, so you put it all together in one big pot, and that makes it pigul, even though typically speaking you don't say and you can't go from one matter to the other. In this case, since he put it all in there, that's a big kiddush. It's like okay. If you're makdir the kmitza to eat shirayim, and koimet, by the way, is one of the two matirim. Is that true? I did one of the matirim. It's a half a matir. According to everybody, it's a pigul. As you know, the little plea, it's only Meir that says the chatzi matir is okay. Not okay. There's a problem here in the brayso. It didn't really say pigul. It said pashut. We have to change the words around. As the Gemara Belema raised the pigul. If you're already changing words, just say, you know what? It's not a Divrei HaKol. It's just according to one sheet of Kol Rebbe. No. How did Divrei HaKol has to be? One thing he remembers that he was told that it was supposed according to everybody. Pigul, but also Michlafalei. You can get confused between those two words. Iceberg, Goldberg, Pigul, Puzzle. But to hear that it's according to everybody, and now you're going to go, it's just one person does that now. We actually, I'm pretty sure we had this. Mishnah, or at least in the Brayso. If you do the mincha to eat something, you're thinking in your mind to eat pigul on something that's not there to eat. In other words, the kmitza goes on the mizbech, it's not edible. The levaina goes on the mizbech, it's not edible. Your thought while you're doing the mincha was to eat, to physically, as a human being, to eat the part of the mincha that's not edible. That's not pigul. You're going to put the shirayim onto the mizbech, and that's not something you do. The shirayim is something you eat. Kosher, that's not pigul. Rezer poiso, the rezer is no, that is considered, well, at least it's false, it's not kosher, it's false. You did the right thought. You thought about eating the shirayim tomorrow, but only a half a gazayis, half a shir. Kosher, you need a full shir. Therefore, for katzi zayis, or a half katzi zayis, kosher. If you want to combine a half a zayis of a chtara together with a half a zayis of eating, in other words, you think to yourself, you're going to eat a half a gazayis of the shirayim tomorrow, and you're also going to put a half a gazayis of the kmitza onto the mizbeach tomorrow. Those two half a zayis don't combine for one gazayis. Why? She'ein achilu laktor and styrofoam. You can't combine the two. That we certainly had at least twice. Or Rabbi Yochanan. My time there is Rabbi Yochanan. Why do you say it's possible when you think about something that's not there to eat? You're going to do kmitza. You're going to do people on the kmitza which is supposed to be on his back, he thinks he's something going to eat it. Why does he say it's possible? Very interesting lesson. Say, this is yeochel. What's ha'choil yeochel? It says there, Shana. The shtei achilas are supposed to be about two different things. Echad achilas, all the echad achilas is two types of eating. As we discussed in the whole stuff, on and off. That what? That there's eating and there's eating. When you spray blood on his back, that's eating. That's the eating of the mizbeach. Machshava ruins it when you think about the eating of the mizbeach. Just like you go from one food to the other food, from one mizbeach to the one achila mizbeach, from the kmitza to the aftara, and the kmitza one achila to the other achila, all the mizbeach, from achilas mizbeach, they're interchangeable. So it says Rabbi Eliezer that you go from a thought of eating a kmitza, even though the kmitza is supposed to be on his back. My time up, and that's because the Torah should have said a lashon aftara, and the Torah used the lashon achila. They take that word out. Rabbanan, I got kinrach one of lashon achila. But who argue? They say, you know why it says it in the lashon of eating ha'chol yachel instead of aftara? The lashon of kiddushim tells us two different kiddushim. And though these kiddushim we have to see how Rabbi Eliezer learned them. The lashon of kiddushim lashon achila is bad. The lashon of kiddushim lashon aftara is bad. It doesn't matter what lashon you're thinking about, whether you're talking about achila or aftara, it's still considered a figure. Inami, achila b'kizayis, aftara b'kizayis. I need to tell you the shear. So just like achila usually is kizayis, so too when you put it on his back, I know the shear is also kizayis. No, when it comes to eating, it has to be derech. You can't have a machshava of shloi kederech, of me eating a levina, me eating a kmitza. Kmitza goes in his back. Let's finish this. How does Rabbi Eliezer know? I'm saying before, not before the shir is over, before I do the Rabbi Eliezer came. How did you know these two halachas? To double up the same word twice. Why? My college, two different words. The kizayis halacha, and they go from a person to this bear. If Rabbi Eliezer is actually learning from a pasuk, it's a pasuk. What's your punishment if it's in a pasuk? Cars not the type. You should get cars like every other people. If you say that according to Rabbi Eliezer, he does get cars. Why did the harmony for the Rabbi Eliezer? You yourself said that it's in the name of Rabbi Eliezer. Shein on the cars. Why should he get cars? You're right. According to one man, he actually does get cars according to Rabbi Eliezer. It's just machlok tanaim in Rabbi Eliezer. Tanaim leave the Rabbi Eliezer. The what? Particular man the Omar Psul the rice, so the man the Omar Psul the Rabbanon. According to one man the Omar Rabbi Eliezer, the rice is you get cars. For the others, the Rabbanon is saying, you know, this is like there. You don't drink the blood. So you check a carbon in order to drink the blood tomorrow, which is for the mizbeach, or lahaktim sorry the steaks that he's supposed to eat. He said he's going to throw it on his back. It's like there. They murim the skirt steaks, the kidneys, the fat that go on his back. You think to eat it? That's also shleik there. Kosher. Everybody says kosher. Now, just to leave the blood, not to do anything, not to drink it, just to leave it. Yehuda poisel. Remember, Yehuda says poisel. You have to understand what Rabbi Eliezer is saying different than Yehuda. Now it says to the Gemara, Yehuda al the man. Who's the Rabbanon? Even al the Rabbanon. Now also the Rabbanon. When you're drinking the blood, you say, I want to drink the blood. He says, kosher. Assuming if he's just going to leave it, and I'll leave it to Rabbi Eliezer. Remember, Rabbi Eliezer, I presume Rabbi Eliezer comes Rabbi Eliezer says, oh, this also Rabbi Eliezer says kosher. Rabbi Eliezer, I don't Rabbi Yehuda, so he's saying the same exact thing as Rabbi Yehuda. Ella says, so this is all we wanted, this is the kud over here. Ella, kosher given ayah. What the argument is, you're right. Rabbi Eliezer says kosher. You get kosher now. To leave the blood over is just a psul, you don't get kosher. What? But the other case of drinking the blood, that you get karos. Saying to yourself, you're going to drink the blood tomorrow. Both of them is just a psul and no karos. So you see, there is machlokes whether or not, as I said, it's karos. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
books are spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Here we go. We're holding the Zayin on top. Higel the Kometz, the Loi, the Levai. We know, talking about Menachos. You want to bring a flower carbon to the bonus bowl. So the guy sticks his hand in, takes 3 fingers worth, and that's called a key. That would be in this bag right over. In addition to that, most other menachos have something called levina. They have these fragrances. In order for the punk to eat the leftover flour, all this, shirayim, here I wrote a nice letter over shirayim. You have to put these 2 guys on the mizbeach. Those are the 2 materials. They allow you to eat the flour. Each one by itself is only 60%. You need to put both of them on. That's why when you're putting them onto the mizbeach, you want to be over on a big isser called pigul, and that is thinking that you're going to be eating the flour, the shiyayim, in 2 days from now instead of today. You have to put both of these on the mizbeach. If you thought that only by one, that's a chatzi matra. It's only 50% of the 2. And according to Chachamim, that doesn't work. You have to have 100% of the matra. If you're later, chatzi matra works. That's the boy say here's a finish. That's only when you put it on the mizbeach. But what about when you're doing the kmitz? You go like this, and you think to yourself, "Oh, I'm going to be eating this tomorrow instead of today." That is a very strong pigul. Use more the levina. So guess what? When you go like this with your fingers, there is no levina. Levina, you don't go like this with your finger. So in this avoida of going like this with your fingers, pizza, you did 100% of that avoida with the wrong intent, with a bad intent, with the intent of eating it tomorrow. So it's great pigul. You're over the avoida of pigul. If you eat it, you get fired. You hear what's going on here? This which we said that you need to do both, it's only on that Torah because both are possible by that Torah. But the Kmitza doesn't apply. So now let's see the Mishnah. So now this is last week talking about that Torah, we're talking about the end part. We need both the Levina and the Kmitza right over here. Sounds complicated, but it's super easy. You can do on 50% of the 2, so you don't have to have kavanah on both of these. Of course, as you talk about Chola Matter, say you have to have kavanah when you do both of these materials. They admit that when there's no levina, such as when somebody sins and has to bring a Torah Chavis, but instead of bringing a Torah Chavis, there's no money, he brings flour, there's no levina. There's no levina, then that is the matter. The whole thing, that's it, it's only one matter. It's only the flour, there's no levina. So think about Torah. If you had a kavanah while you're doing the kmitza, meaning that's Torah, when you're putting it on the mizbeach, then what are you putting on the mizbeach? Only flour. This doesn't exist, this levina. Layla, Shupigul, that's a real pigul, the Chayam of the Torah, seems like it's not tradition. Shabbat is not. Shachad, that's a minat Fasim. We're talking about Shavuos again. We had this yesterday. Now you have two lambs that you have to shep in order to eat the 2 bread. So each one is a 50% again. 2 of them are the full matter, they allow you to eat the bread. What happens if you shechted one, only one, in order to eat the 2 breads tomorrow? Machshav and pigul, tomorrow's pigul. Peter Edelman was We're going to continue. We did it yesterday. Maybe it's a little bit slightly different video. while you were taking one of those spoons in your hand and being master is putting it on his back, you thought a bad, terrible thought. You're going to eat the lechem achanim tomorrow, not today. Today's darling, all 12 bread. There you figure the thing, of course, once again, when they're home, after the matter, 1 spoon is half of the 2 spoons. You need to put both spoons on his back in order to eat the lechem achanim. He only thought about it by 1. That's half. That's enough. Get started. And when you're in the garden, you're back at the phone after you know you have to put both spoons, you have to do both shoes, you have to check both shoes. What if he thought himself, not I'm going to eat the 2 bread, I'm going to eat the sheep. Here's a beautiful thing that when it comes to the sheep, each sheep is the master of itself. You don't have to come on to the friend, to the second sheep. You, the sheep itself, is the master itself to be eaten. And when you had a machshava, you had a thought of pigel, you thought the entire machshava, the entire pigel. It wasn't a chatzi matter, it was a matter shalom, because for that animal, that is the only thing you have to think about. 2 pigel is very kosher, and the second animal is not pigel at all. But what if you thought an animal A, you're going to be eating animal B outside if it's a lot of time, 2 days from now? Why? Because we have a concept. Aim, matter, mechager, matter. One item that allows you to eat something else cannot be piggled on another item that allows you to eat something else. So there you have 2 sheep. Sheep A cannot make piggle for sheep B. Rav comes Rav and says, the whole machloek is if he started off. Let me see this people. I didn't know this before. Oh, there's a zipper on his mouth. I didn't even notice this. I saw something but I couldn't see it. Now that it's close up, I see it. Sticker means he didn't think about any bad thoughts. His brain is clear. No bad thoughts, no bad intent. That's also good. So the machloek says if he was quiet during the pizza, but he had a bad thought by the Levine. In other words, he started off good, ended off bad. But if he started off bad, then the bad continues throughout the rest of the avodah. So if you start over the pizza with a bad machshava, so that bad machshava of eating it outside of it's a lot of time. So 3 days from now, continues into the Levine as well. So even though he didn't have a thought by Levine, but since the Levine comes after the pizza, why? The way it works is, in all Shas, is we go with the initial thought. Whatever his initial thought is, we take that thought. We don't expect somebody to keep on thinking and thinking and thinking, oh, I'm doing this for I'm going to eat this in 3 days from now, 3 days from now. He had one thought, I'm going to eat it in 3 days from now. So that initial thought continues nicely throughout the whole process. He thought it when he was doing the kmitza, and he put the kmitza onto his back. So that thought continues when he puts the wine on his back. But if he thought a good thought, he put the kmitza on his back. So that was a good thought. And then he had a bad thought. So we have a machlokes. According to the mayor, it's a half a matter. It's a big thing. Great. So always saw that's the show noise because whatever you do, typically do based on the initial thought. Shmuel Omar Adainu machlokes. Shmuel says no difference if machshava came first and then the shmita. Even in such a case, we don't say, oh, we take that bad intent and go throughout the whole process. I can't say, well, it was only to 50%. Then doesn't count 50% on the whole thing. Goes to Rabbi Gamaliel, Shmaitar, so Rabbi sat down and said this over. Basically, Rabbi Chabar Abuna L'Rabba, so Rabbi asked him, it says, the Medvar Mamurim, the Kmitzo B'matan Kli B'Hilel. When is the real figure? Different than our Mishnah, right? Because our Mishnah is talking about the Ashkara Rashi explains. But the other 3 things, right? There's 4 avodas. There's kmitza, putting in a flea, walking it, and putting it on his back. Our Mishnah is talking about putting it on his back. Putting it on his back applies to both the levina and the flowers. So if that's the case, I need both of them. But Kmitza, Kli, or Lacha, don't need, there's no Levina on those. Doesn't involve the Levina. So therefore it says over here, you can do Pigel on one, just on the flower. The red one, I'm worried because it happens to be here. But it's only left Torah, like our Mishnah, you want to put it on this bear. Wasn't as opposed to Shtika, it's a Levina, like Shava. Now if we go back to this chart over here, so it's great. You did Kmitza. In other words, put the garments, the flower, onto the Mizbeach without a battery. There's a lot of Machshava. And the second thing we did was a battery. And check this out. The second line in the bottom, which we said. Rav said, there's no Machloikis. It says in the first, there is a Machloikis. What does it say? It's that garments, the Machshava. If you thought about doing the Kmitza, you're throwing it on the Mizbeach. And you're going to eat the Shirayim, you do it now. That's all about it, and you thought to yourself, nothing. Really, by the Levina. Having a like this, according to Rav, everybody should agree that it's no good. Why does it start off bad if it continues being bad? That's my clothes are made on the people. I don't know what's cards. You get cards. You don't have money. Anybody cards, actually, if I go to tell them after, so of course, if I come arguing. One of me, I'm not going to come to my shoulders out of the Levina, speak it. There's no. Says tomorrow, Ema, if I'm not saying it's a Levina, to speak on me. Take a good look at this chart. I'm about to switch it up. The chart right now says the equivalent to Shtika. That's case number one, and then it goes to Machshav. Case number two is it starts with Machshav and goes to Shtika. But it starts with the Kmitza. No. There's two cases. Case number one starts with the equivalent and Shtika. And case number two starts with the Levina and Shtika. And you finish off with Machshav. That's why there's Machlaikis in this case. Because it's not talking about the Levina. The Shtika came after the kind of Machshava. It wasn't like this. It wasn't Kmitza Machshava and then Levina, but Mashtika was rather like this. Levina Mashtika and kind of Machshava. In other words, the two cases mimic each other. That's the Gemara's question right away. They choose with other. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. So now you're telling me two exactly the same cases. You start on the right leg, and you end it off on the left leg. You start with Kmitza on the right, and you finish off with Levina on the right. You start with Levina on the right, and you finish off with Kmitza on the right. The bottom line, it's the same idea. You started well, and you ended off poorly. What finishes that? If you go like this, you have two different cases. You start off great, you ended off terrible. You start off terrible, you ended off great. Two different cases. Why would I tell you the same case, the same thing? That's question number one. Question number two is, there's a brisa, another one that we didn't see yet, but it says straight out in the brisa. The first he did Kmitza for Machshava, and only afterwards he did the Levina Mishtika. Why you find the Mishtika came first? The Levina came first. It says first the Kmitza Machshava was first. When we're talking about two different human beings doing these two things. So, typically speaking, when you start off on the left foot, continue throughout the whole process. But that's only when it's one person. Two different people, you can't combine the two thoughts of two different people. Person number one started off terribly. Person number two ended off great. You can't say, oh, person number two ended off terribly because of person number one. So again, going back, Rav says it's Machloikis when you start off great and then off terrible, but it's no Machloikis if you start off bad. Let's see. So it's referring to the Zik Saddam throwing the blood on different parts of this Migdash. And according to one Shita, you can do Kibble, but only part of the blood. Imagine what's the case, you don't want to about Pachitza. The inner is bad. So here it's the chart. On Yom Kippur, we bring two korbanos. We bring more, but the one we're talking about here is the bull and the goat. You know, one goat goes down off the mountain, the other goat is the shepherd. So really, you take everything that we have, you double it up. So there's 8 inside the Kodesh HaKodashim. You see standing between the two poles of the Aron. You lift the Aron, lift, the time you lift, That's called Ben Abavim. He stands right in between those two poles and he does a bunch of on the floor. So that's a total of 8 plus 8 equals 16. And then he goes to the Eichel, outside of the building, place of the building to the Eichel, and he throws the glove towards the Baroichas, another 16, total 32. And then if you add another 11, that you put on the whole thing, 4 on the quadrants, 7 left, it's 11. 11 plus 32 is 42. You want to ask the short one number, it's actually 7. Doesn't matter. Enough. When the Kohen Gadol brings a bull because he made a mistake in halacha, he sprinkles a lot. When the whole community does a mistake based on the Sanhedrin, they also bring parallel davar and they sprinkle a lot. Check this out, beautiful thing. Rishon is referring to the Kodesh Kodashim. So if he did a figure on an entire set of Kodesh Kodashim, or he did an entire set of figure in the second one, which is by the Rothschild, or by the third one, which is by the Gaf Zog, the main figure is on the part. Then you all 43. It's enough to do by one set, by the first, second, no, you need all these weeks of that, more 42. After that, I'm going to bring in 42, then you I was going to me, tell me, you see in the Torah, that if you did, how come we don't say that if you follow by the first, you know, further should go and give me one to all them. You don't say that. It's still machlokes. If you did, even if you did the first one, you still have machlokes. According to Ram, if you did the figure by the first, it automatically continues the second and third. You shouldn't be machlokes. It should be agreed that it's figure. With each day, one can maybe stay there. It's talking about two different things. Number one did it by the first, number two did it by the second. So you can't combine showing the second $20. You give the readers by the second with the first. I think that's okay. Playing double number 2, playing number 1, playing double number 1, that's right. But on the bottom it says that if playing double number 1 once it dies, and we bring another playing double 1, you cannot continue from the Shniya and continue onward. That's the start from the China. So once again, we're left at square one. That the one client is doing all the blood work, all the blood avoidance that we do. And we can't say there's another mind over it. There's only one mind. Because there's other stuff in the beginning. That's starting over by talking about the goal to people to show no the shasa kishniya is people listening. You know when you have a machshava in the beginning, you take that thought and you go throughout the whole thing. What are we discussing? Discussing when a person has a thought that you carry the thought over to his next action. That's if he didn't do an opposite action in between. If he had a thought and then there was power, so that thought continues going through the power. But if he has a thought that's negative, it's an opposing thought, he's showing that he doesn't want the original thought. Then we have to stop his thought. So what happened was, let's go back to this, he had a thought by being Shema in the beginning. He had a thought by the last one, but by the middle one, he didn't have the bad thought. So the fact that he didn't have the thought in the middle one, he was choicing, he was quiet, he had a good thought. But means he didn't want that thought in that place, and therefore it stops the thought process. You can't say he was metago from beginning to end, because in the middle he did something opposing that thing. The problem with that is it doesn't say anywhere that he was right, that he had a good thought. That's the most problem. Because you're being trying to use the bigger species. I mean, he saw that if in fact the person does, based on a first thought, they have to begin with this normally. Why would it reiterate and say, oh, I want to be fagal on the third one? You should just start in the first one and let it grow second and third. The fact that he reiterated that I want to be fagal on the third, that means to me that he didn't want to do it in the second. Massive there actually in the shop, what is the mention any word like you're getting a few the second next shot, but just say it in the word. Doesn't say that it's quiet in the second one, doesn't say anything. Tell them Rav Ashi, I'll use your logic. So let me reorganize it. Let me reorganize it. Like, you don't have to use that. Russian shit. Only the same thing. Reorganization. Instead of doing 1 and 3, and the middle one is quiet, and now we have a final one, let's do 1 and 2 get a bad thought, and 3 no thought. That fits into the words. But it also shows me that he didn't want to have the thought on the third one, and therefore it uproots this whole thought. Because if he wanted to have the thought on the third one, then he wouldn't have thought it in the second one. He would have thought it in the first, and then I would just roll it second and third. Why would he have a thought on the first and the second, and then stop, and not have it on the third? Obviously, he's showing me something. Because the people who showed the Shnia, who was choice, and you're not very just Darmino. He's talking that the legs are like Soprano. In fact, the person doing the first Akshava, that would be the Shnia. Why would he rethink it in the second one? That's the Zion on the page. One just asks, so Bain Katani, it doesn't fit in so well what you're saying because it seems like he had this machshava only in one of the 3. He says, Bain this, and then that. In other words, he had one machshava of this is mine, not 2. You're saying he had a machshava in the first and the second. So why do you say Bain? It's a really good passion. We learned, Mary says, if you do pickle, the Rishayna, the Shnia, the species, you don't have to do all the bloods. You do one set of blood. You can find about one set of blood. So we may or may pickle the family of parts. If you have a thought by the Rishayna, Shnia, species, let's see it again. The Mayor says if you just follow the first one, that's enough. You don't have to do all 3. With the chorus, then the highlights, you can go with your message and about questions. How do you get cars? How do you do people? You have to finish the whole process. I said many times, that can also you have to do this replay. It's not enough to do people by the street, you have to do. You have to finish up. Over there left, by the replay. Over here also by the mitzvah. You have to do the pizza. You have to do the Kabbalah's plea. You have to do that part. The question is, if he's in Fago, are you sure you know? Listen, you Fago on the right side of the screen, are you sure you know? So you can use the purpose as a symbol. What happened? He broke it. He ruined the whole blood. What happens to the blood after you ruin it? Check this out. This is beautiful today of Yossi Shafar. He's zooms it. And all of a sudden, in the middle, he thinks himself, he's not going to do it today. He's not going to do it today. He's going to do it tomorrow. He moves over. He goes tomorrow. Beautiful. He's Yossi Shafar. But Yoshi added, it turns into, since he's the Fago, it's literally like he's doing water, not blood. He ruined the blood. He made the blood into water. It's beautiful. That's nothing in the water. And then they were everything he did after the China was like he did water. And we said you have to finish everything. You have to do it complete. Just like when you do something with sports, you have to finish it out, you have to follow through, do everything. And so too when you do a pickle, you have to follow through. Right? So as you go on a period, as you go on a period, do everything. But given the function of the name pass, once you had a machshava of yoga, of making it, you made a pickle, you made all this love possible. So when you do the sprinkling where it says on the chart, actually it's as if you're sprinkling water, you're sprinkling shtosim, you're sprinkling nothing. the blood has no halacha anymore. There's no redusha to the blood. You ruined it. That's actually wait a minute. So every time you do tickle, it's the same problem. If you tickle, you ruin it. You can't continue. You're actually tickling when you do tickle on a whole misa, whatever it is. Over here, it's such a full long action that if you keep tickling in the middle last thing more, you ruin the second part of it. And that's basically Rashi's question is a little bit of what the Gemara is answering. I'm having Shtatzla Ba'arbah part of our boss here. Says, Rabbi, you're right. I'm sorry, Rabbi. If you use one blood, one blood for one cow throughout the whole process, you ruined it in the beginning. The blood is no blood, the blood is one. We're talking about where the blood spilled. You got to start over. You got to get another cow and check another cow. So now, it's fresh blood, so to speak. The blood that became puzzled through Machshav and Pigel is no longer here. It's brand new blood. Well, I feel the thing with Parecha, the story, but no, I don't have to say it's top and brought another cow in here. It's the original one. The fact really Miratzi, that's exactly how people work. The Torah says, yes, you made it possible. Possible for other things, but not possible for the figure. Like for the figure, you spraying the blood, you're on the figure, but that's how you do it.
How are
I'm
you?
going to get into the technical there. So, as I explained before, this 43 blood on the different, as the Gemara Rabbi Rothschild and the Tanya Rabbi Rothschild, we have a different number. As number one, right? So it says, more than cash up. And I'm arguing with Chronois, if you have to, the way it works is we have two corbans. We have the goat and we have the bull. So the question is only at the end, when you sprinkle the blood on the Mizbech Torah, the Mizbech Azaz, Mizbech Apnimi, called Bolshevik. That's the Mizbech that you put the Torah on every day. So you put the blood on. Did you take 2 cups, cup A and cup B, and mix the two, the blood of the bull together with the blood of the goat, and then sprinkle it out? So now you're missing four sprinkles. You did 4 from this one cup, that's really blood of the. But if you're using 2 cups, and you do it 4 from cup A, 4 from cup B, so now we just added another 4. So 42 plus 4 is 47. The question is whether you mix the blood or not. Ooh! I think in the Hebrew I missed this whole line. You said there's something that says this 48, not 47. Look at you. Is Shirayim? I can find it. We have Shirayim. Oh, Shirayim. The fact that you have to pour it into the grain, is it healed? Is it part of the avodah? Or it's not part of the avodah? So if it's part of the avodah, then it's another one. It's 48. I'm just going to say this now in Hebrew because I'm pretty sure I missed this line in Hebrew. You boil it. So as you remember, we said, if the pigul still happens at the end, when you put these two on the Mizbeach, the pregnant and the Levine on the Mizbeach, the Machlokes, you have to be entitled in both of them, or you can be entitled to Chatzi Ma'aser in one of them. We said if it applies to the pizza, you don't need this. There is no second one. There is no Levine by pizza. Pizza only applies to the flour. So over there, if I think about doing the flour process, doing this, I think I'm going to eat this mincha tomorrow. It's pigul. What about when you're walking with the flour? Do I need to think about the levana also, or only the flour is okay? Think about it on the one hand, I don't really need Why? There's a way to get out of it. Or, no, I'm doing something that's good for the Levina. I need to bring the Levina to the death. Hey, look what I can do. I don't need to walk. I can pass him from one kohen to the other. That's for Zika Zadam, but the same thing applies for Mincha. Or if you have on Holacha Pizza, the Holacha is just like pizza, it's done by itself. You don't need. Levina, you can do a pure pigment just by thinking about the flour. Don't show me I love a Kafkar. No, just like Kafkar, you have to do just by. That's just like pizza. Or if you have on. Or if you have on Holacha Pizza, the Holacha is just like pizza, it's done by itself. You don't need. Levina, you can do a pure pigment just by thinking about the flour. Don't show me I love a Kafkar. No, just like Kafkar, you have to do both. The Levina and the flour is still true by Holacha. As a commodity, one of the instructions makes a lot of sense for stuff. Since you have to do the same process for the Levina. So now, there's two material now. You have to walk the flour, you have to walk the Levina. Which one is okay? You can have my love of the Levina, and a little bit of my time. What's the reason that it says? I don't have to consider the Levina at all, and I can have enough shovel to just by the flour. However, so the Yochanan called Avoida Shena Materes, Avoida Fashuvi, Lefagim Elel, B'nei Atzma. So the Yochanan unbelievably said, when do I need to do the whole matir to come in? When it's a matir. When it's something that allows me to eat something, allows me to do something, by putting the pizza onto his bayah, I'm allowed to eat the shirayim. I need to remain also on his bayah in order to eat the shirayim. So it's a matir. When it's an insignificant avoida, it's not matter. It's just an important avoida, like halacha, walking with the kmitza. Then since it's not matter anything, then that itself is the entire thing. We're looking at a complete thing, and therefore that entire avoida, that avoida, that important avoida, you could be mafagir. Things counterintuitive because it's so weak and not matter. That then it contains within itself the entire process. When I'm being matter this shirayim to be eaten, well, I got to consider everything that's involved. What's involved? These two guys, the pizza and the levina. Okay, then I have to be mafagel in both. When I'm talking about just moving the pizza from point A to point B, it doesn't allow me to do anything. It's not helping me to eat something. It's not allowing me to throw the blood on the bear. What is it doing? Nothing. Well, it's an important thing. I can't put the meat on his back if I don't get there. So it's an important avodah. That within that avodah, I can do with fire. So what are we just saying? That anything that's not a matter, I can use fire within it. So, but shkita also, I should be able to do it. Well, shkita is not a matter. It doesn't allow me to do anything. So yesterday we used the Rush, but it is a matter. So it says in Gemara, let's see it just one more time. It's beautiful. The summary of the Yochanan says, Rava, if it doesn't include a header, to eat something, avoida hashuvi is considered an important avoida. The fact of the life is the answer, and therefore I can do three whole amitzah. Says Abaya, which keep us up in the next crossing. Shechting one out of the two lambs on Shavuos. One. The avodah general matzirasa. It doesn't accomplish anything. Shechita doesn't do anything. Zrika, throwing the blood, is what allows me to eat the two breads. Not shechting. When I shech the shlomo, I'm allowed to eat the two breads, no? It's the final step of throwing the blood on the mizbeh. Then I'm allowed to eat the two breads. Nevertheless, if the Adam Shacham over there say that if I'm doing the shechita, it's not enough. It's not a good figure. Of course, your Yochanan should be a good figure. Why? Because it's not. It's only Avodah Chashuva. It's not a matter. It's Avodah Chashuva. You could do figure. It's not. John Yochanan like person. Like the fathers that we had in the beginning of the year. You shot in one sheet in order to do followers. Hey, that when I was eating, I was these down. And after I showed you the picture, the new video, they find grabbing one spoon instead of two spoons. You know, figure if I want to find on my rim, because it's got to come after. Say that it's not a figure according to your judgment. It should be a figure. Why? Because it's not a master. It's only over the person. It's not true. Sabbath left in a final part. You think the bread actually inherent Yusha on their own? No, because you can't publish now. Shkidas doesn't touch it. It's through Shefting. Now, Shefting is a sort of a matter. Shefting creates Yusha. We haven't just invented a third step. You have something that's matter that allows me to eat the bread, and when I think I have to eat the entire matter, 100% of it. So if the matter includes two items of levina and a pizza, I have to have my machshava, the pigel, and both. Then he said, well, you could do also pigel and then something else, something that's avodah chashuva, not a matter. And now he's saying, well, you could do pigel when if it's something that creates yusha for something, like the bread. How do they get the yusha on Shavuos? Through the shchita. That has to be the entire matter. The entire thing. I have to do both shchita. Oh, Yisrael is not going to kind of kodesh. You think that you just by baking the bread that it gets crucial, it is something that we didn't want to know. By shefting these sheets, that's what gives the juice to the bread. That's only kaddish. When you kaddish something, you're right. The shita is not a matter. It does accomplish. It does accomplish, says the Gemara. It accomplishes Yusha. But when it accomplishes Yusha for the bread, you have to do the entire thing. You have to do both sheep. You have to share. Not enough. Also, Rabbi Shimi Barashi, we have a beautiful halacha here. The halacha is that when the kohen chefs before the Pesach, he cannot have a mind in chefing for somebody that doesn't have a drink. It has to be for somebody that's gemal, a moan. Every shita consists of severing two pipes, the trachea and the esophagus, the colon and the vegetables. So the Gemara understands that when he was doing the blood, before it was a little clear. Oh, here. When he shefted, when he went through sliced the color, he's thinking about the Jews, the ones that have meat. And when he was doing the vegetable, he was thinking about those who don't have meat. It's hard to depict it, but it could be a Syrian that doesn't have a meter because his brothers died during the war. So they weren't allowed to do a bris for him. It's risky. We managed a Syrian, but they didn't have meter. We managed to do the comment with us. But if you thought about the Iranian first, and then the Mulan second, then it's no good. So say, let's see inside. If the Mulan Iranian kosher, if you thought about this case, you thought about those who have a Mila first, on the first simon, when he's cutting the panas, kosher. Iranian Mulan, but the Iranian first, I mean, they're arguing in a situation of cutting through one pipe. Now, cutting through one pipe is a half of an avodah chashuva. Shefting is not a matter, but and first of all, by third base, it doesn't allow you to eat bread. There's no bread, there's no fusion of bread. So the mice at the end of the day, you only did half for the movement. What do you think he was doing? You think that you're allowed to just go ahead and pour blood on his back? The blood has to have just as we said a second ago that the blood has no juice until you chef the juice on him. So too, the blood in any animal that you chef doesn't have any juice until you use a knife. If you use a very sharp ceramic blade, zero juice. If you use stone, no kedusha. You may use a stone for mila, not for shkita. Why? Because the metal blade, you might be able to use a stone in a shop place in your backyard, but not in the Beis Hamikdash when you want to create kedusha, the blood. Since you're creating the blood, now you have to use both simonim. You have to use both of the things that are natural. You have to use, not just one. As you know, questions. That's how we got to learn. But the God is the lab done since creating kedusha in the blood. All through the night. Are you allowed to do zrika sadaf? So therefore, it's like a matter. And a matter, we say you have to do 100% of the matter according to the Talmud. Tashma, Bamed Romamurim, between two matters, it says, when can you create a big old do a lot? One of the things I love. My love, you look at that color. The Chayra, you're talking about walking it to the Mizbeach. That would be a question on Shlokish who said that no, when it comes to walking it, there is no fee. No, you look the matan clean. The reason we're not talking about walking to the Mizbeach, we're walking, rather, you're walking to the closet to get the second vessel. You did mitzvah in a large vessel, and now you walk into the closet to get the second vessel to put the mitzvah in. There is no such avodah by a levine. And anytime there's no avodah like that, by the levine, you don't need the levine is not required. When you need both, when it applies to both, like Haftarah, putting on the mizbeach applies both to the mitzvah, both to the levine. What do you put on the mizbeach? Both of these. What do you put in the kli? Only this. Only the flour. And therefore, you could do eagle on only flour in that case. But if you're walking towards the mizbeach, like we thought, you need to walk the levine off the mizbeach. You'd have to have thought up both the flour and the levine. That's why the Gemara says we're not talking about walking the mizbeach. You're walking in the closet to get the kli, which only applies to the flour. You know, okay, but the wording doesn't make sense. The amount of kli why did it say that he took the kli and then he walked? No, he walked to get the kli. The first comes Hilo, then the amount of kli. Oh, that's actually up here, right? Let's flip it around. Well, I thought it says that he came in with that thought. No, not over there. Wait, there's two things that you need to do, both the frankincense and the flour. It's not just that thought at the end, number 4, but number 3 as well. How come number 3 is not mentioned? So a lot about other guys. So from that story, that story. Avodah number 3 of walking is what do you walk? You walk is to put it on his back. So the main thing is that Torah. So walking into the mizbeach is called a Torah. We call number 4, we call number 3 number 4, which is the main thing. Hello, why did he say? But there's no mention at all of the Zohar. It should be mentioned, well, at least when we say that when you put the mitzvah on the mizbeach, and he didn't think about it, he didn't think about the thought, it should be mentioned over there. So tomorrow, Asha, hold me about it. You should at least mention the Elok over there, because you need both Machshavas. To be without, you need the Levina and Kasha indeed, but as a Kasha, let's see if Mark knows what it's up in the claim. Isai! Have a wonderful day.
Where is the source of spreading Torah throughout the world? Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
Good morning, boys. Hi. Says the Holy Division of the Gilling case. Shochat snake tossing lefel Achtzman Acharis from Lachar. So we know that on Shavuos you bring 2 breads and you bring 2 sheep. In order to eat the bread, you must matir the 2 sheep. So the 2 sheep are the matir to eat the bread. In order to eat the bread, you must put the 2 sheep on the mizbeach. In other words, the only way, what gives you a hefek, what allows you to eat the bread, is the fact you're going to be putting on 2 sheep, now 1 and 2. So each one of the sheep is 50% of the mouth. I put on one, so I didn't eat my whole matzah. I had to put on two sheets. We had a similar thing by a mincha. A mincha, you have to do a pizza. You have to put your hand into the flour and take 3 fingers. Right? By putting those 3 fingers onto his back, that's matzah number 1. Matzah number 2 is taking the frankincense, the levina, and putting it onto his back. When you do those 2 things, then you can eat the shirayim, the leftover flour of the milk. So, what happens? This person had a bad intent. His intent of people, his intent of eating the breads when you're not allowed to eat the breads. Tomorrow, the only day you're allowed to eat the breads is on Shavuos. When chef, no one is allowed to eat on Shavuos that day and the night, but not tomorrow. So when you think about eating the bread, one out of the 2 breads, you are over figure on that one bread. What happens to the second bread? That's the machlokes. Same thing would apply with the 2 positions. There we go. You have a shulchan. On the shulchan, you have the 2 spoonfuls of frankincense. I'm getting confused. By putting those 2 frankincense on the fire, burning them, that allows you to eat bread, the lechem upon of the shulchan. So if when you put the frankincense, you put the levina on the mizbeach, you had an intent, a bad intent, you're going to eat the lechem upon not today on Shabbos, but tomorrow on Sunday. Not all the breads, but only 6 out of this bread. Therefore, echad min al-day, the master, what allows you to eat the lechem upon are the 2 positions. You put the master on the mizbeach, but thinking in your head, you're only going to eat in 1 pile of these breads, 6 out of these breads. We always say, but also say, we should all of people say this courage. But actually, it says, if you see, people only work what you're intended of. You're intended to eat only 6 breads outside for a lot of time. No words tomorrow. So there's 6 breads, you can figure the rice and you eat them 5 bread. The other 6, only become bigger, become possible, but not to become true freedom. Not that you're tired, but arguing say no, you're all connected. Everything's connected. So you must remember this from this community. If you do figure out 6, in fact, you do figure out 5. They're all one. They're all one power. They're all from the same batch. Batch, I mean, they're all from the same group. They don't have to be the same batch or maybe others, but they're all the same. So you make people on one, you make people on all. But the real know, whatever you make people on, that remains people the rest. You're also, but not people the rest, and you get part. And as you know, how you rejoice, people the rest for you. When it's time to wear for some, says you're one of tremendous work. And he says that if you do people on a right thigh, then the left thigh is incomplete. Just think to yourself, you're going to eat this carbon. I'm allowed to eat this carbon today, and I'm not allowed to eat it tomorrow. So you think to yourself, you're going to eat this carbon tomorrow. But what part of the carbon? Only the right thigh. The left thigh does not become people. My time. What is the reason? Perhaps he's using pure logic, or he learned from the flesh. Learn from logic. The same thing would apply to Tumah. The person says themselves out or touches the right thigh, so the right thigh becomes tummy, and it doesn't magically spread to the left thigh. Plus, of course, you're a cat, but you're not a cat. If one thigh became tummy, does it all become tummy? No way. The body's going to grow. And some say you don't become a fast. Why not show us when going to be some? When you make a figure on one thigh, it doesn't apply to the second thigh. Basically, I'm not going to be questioned by it says the word la'olam in the verse. I want you to remember this word la'olam. La'olam means in all cases. The Gemara is going to ask, because it typically means more than one case. In all cases, 2, 3, 4 cases, ain't by cars that you follow the stay in the design. You have to use follow in both. If you have 2 animals, 2 sheep, in order to create pigul on the breads, you have to do follow while you're shepherding both sheep. Because I was, because I was. So you know that you stay in, back as well. Let me just make sure. No, wrong. You have to do pigul, the Gemara is talking about the breads. You have to do fago, the boy side, pay attention to fago on the 2 breads. Say that, I'm going to eat the 2 breads tomorrow. God. Promise, man. What? Now, the private question is this. Verse is the one that says that if you follow one, it doesn't really like the second one as strong. One says that these breads you follow with one desires from both, who's it going for? Either in Rabbanon. Rabbanon say they can follow one and you follow both. I feel the Bible is not nami. All you need to do is the people in one and applies to 2. How do you see this is going to the question? It says if you follow both. Now, yeah, this is the different rules. If you say, let's say by an animal, it's one body, one unit, shemachim, it's stars. That's why by breads also I can understand that there's combined, the 2 combined to 1. Every average, you say that the right side and the left side are 2 different bodies, like you tried to say before, then it starts with why the breads combined to be one. This type 2 vibes. A is not really B, right is not left. So why is there when it comes to bread, you're telling me that A combines with B? Tomorrow I'll tell you why. Money, Rebbe, it's not English, it's very good already. The Gemara is going to ask right away, but according to Rebbe has to go according to either the Bottom or the Versi. If you go according to the Versi, then we're back to square one, and we still didn't get anything. We're saying now that it's not a Versi, it's Rebbe. So let's see. Amani Rebbe, Isanya, Shekha, the Sekeres, Lechon, Chatzi, Zayis, Mefal, Zu, Within Chaver, Lechon, Chatzi, Zayis, Mefal, Zu. So if you take a look, let's say these two sheep and 2 breads. He's gonna shecht the one right next to him. That's the sheep on the left. And while he's shechting the sheep on the left, he's thinking about a half a kazayis of bread from the left bread. He's gonna eat that tomorrow. Then he shechts sheep number 2, which is to the right. He thinks about that while he's shechting. He thinks, I'm gonna eat a half kazayis of the right bread. The left sheep with the left bread, the right sheep with the right bread. Each sheep, as he shechs it, he thinks about a half a shear, a half a kazayis. Together we have 1 kazayis. So we get his level kazayis and kalzum. But then having a level kazayis and kalzum will be oimer ani shizeh kosher. He says this is completely kosher. You're allowed to eat the meat of these animals. You're allowed to eat the bread. I call beseder. It's not legal. Why? Because each sheep is a half a matter. And with each half a matter, because you need 2 sheep to be matter. So each one is a half. And with each half, he only did a half a shear, a half a kazayis, and a half a kazayis is not enough. Says Gemara, it's only because he did a half a zayis and a half a zayis. What if he didn't say a half a kazayis from the left one and a half a kazayis from the right one? He said a full kazayis from both breads. Not the left and not the right. From both. On 1 kazayis. He changed his wording a little bit. Instead of saying half a kazayis from bread from the right bread and half a kazayis from the left bread, he said 1 whole kazayis from both. Then the 2 stars. Machshavah and mitzarefah. Now the Gemara says Rebbe Ali very good, great shot, but where does Rebbe go from? He can only go either now or point to Rabbanon or Rebbe. Now even I leave the Rabbanon if he goes to Rabbanon, I have to do Ba'achas Mem Nami. According to Rabbanon, if you do Pigel on one bread, it automatically jumps to the second bread. So this can't go according to Rabbanon. You're either Yoshi or the Christian different. The whole reason why I said it goes according to Rebbe is we had a problem with Yoshi. But if Rebbe has to hold it from Yoshi, we didn't get him. Mara Laila, Mali the Rabbanon, Rebbe goes like Rabbanon. Now, what was your problem? That was, but Rabbanon did go to one challah, which John, the second challah, says Mara a little bit of a chapter. You read it wrong. What does it say? Loilam imba kars al chifago b'shteihan. There's a huge difference between shtein and shnein. That says Gemara, we don't read it shtein with the stuff. We read it with the name shnein. One is a Russian Zaha, referring to this animal, and one is a Russian Keva, referring to the bread. So, this, the Keva is Chifago b'shtein. We're talking about the breads. Elohim Chifago b'shteihan. Is referring to the two animals that the people intent is machshava of people should be done while shechting two animals. You ask me if you did people on one bread, if you did the second bread. We're not talking about the bread. That's a new thing. We're talking about the animals. As he's shechting the two animals, you must have the machshava of people in both animals. Why? Because both animals together combine to be a matter. Each one by itself is a half a matter. So you can't do pigel on half a matter. You do bachas, man. Now, if you do pigel on both animals, then even if the thought was about eating from one bread, that pigel thought is going to jump to the second bread as well. You're like, really, with the remaining, this comes to the remaining, going to be following the pattern. Oh, I can do pigel on one sheep out of the two. Why? Because I found the Chatzimata. This is what these briskers were feeling about. They're remembering the Shiva, how long this was, and how the Sugya took forever. And unbelievable things. They all remember these words. The Chatzimata. What does it mean? That I can have an intent to eat the bread instead of today, when the Torah allows me to eat it today on Shabbos, I'm a fan of eat, so looking at Torah on Shabbos. My intent is to sneak it out of here and eat it on Sunday. That's Kegel. Now, there's two breads on Shavuot. On Shavuot, there's two bread. My time is only on one bread. It goes on both breads. But that's if, how many sheep did I think about it? I'm declining shechting. I'm shechting sheep 1, sheep 2. Do I have to have this thought on both sheep? Since the two sheeps combine to allow you to eat the two bread, so each sheep is a chatzimat. It's 50% of what I need to allow me to eat the bread. So the question is, can I be mefago? Can I think the intent of eating it after the right time on one out of the two? That's a half a matter. The same idea by shirayim. Shirayim is the leftover, the middle one, the giant bowl that's every time I get to eat. Only if I put the levina, the fragrances on the mizbeach, and only if I put the tweets. The masculine, the law, it doesn't go like the mayor and you mefago. Actually, no, that's the case. Actually, in my life, the Olam always comes to say that this halakha applies in all areas to exclude many other cases. If it only excludes one case, then I wouldn't use the word life. I would say the halakha is in this case like that, and in this case, the opposite. I would say forever, I have a rule. Forever and ever, it's like this. No. That's only if you have more than one case. It says no. It comes down that I'm only excluding one case. What's the case? People only excludes when you have a taken both and not in one. Only in this and not in this. Only with two sheep, not in one sheep. That's not a word that we use in such a case. We don't use the word lower. If, in fact, we're talking about the two breads and the two sheep. That's if your thought is about you had the thought while you're shuffling those sheep and the two bread, the shteihem is the bread, the shteihem is the sheep. Rabbi Yossi, and it does go to Rabbi Yossi, and not like Rabbi Meir says that a chatzimatu is okay, that one out of the three is okay, come out from no unique. And it's also coming to exclude in the Rabbanim case. The Rabbanim are of the opinion. Rabbi Meir is talking about the sheep, but if you think about one sheep, during the sheep of one sheep, you should do people, exclude him. And also to exclude the Rabbanim, you can say that when you think about one bread, it jumps to the second bread. So exclude that as well. And you go, oh, no, okay, now you exclude him. Because bread, so it's a good usage of the word, like, early on, so I don't like to be in the year, but it's the other thing to exclude one case. That you cannot do a chatzimatu, you can't have a thought while you're doing one sheep, your thought has to be with two sheep. That's the only thing you can exclude. I love them. Void. So now, until the end of the Amud, you have one nice raya, two, but it's one. The basic idea of this raya is long. I'll just say it real quickly, 10 seconds. The idea is that when a person puts people on blood, we automatically take this thought and say you can't be on the blood, because there's no such thing as people on blood, so it doesn't mean. So the Mela, if I think about the right thigh, it automatically should spread to the left. If my thought is on the blood and it spreads to the rest of the animals, if my thought is on the right thigh, it should spread to the left thigh. That's the hardest question. Let's see inside. Void, I'm going to ask you a question. Rabbi Yossi Tigo B'Davahanasa B'Chutz Tigo. We're going to explain all this. The first thing we're talking about in the Beis Hamikdash is inside and outside. Inside the Heichal, that's inside. Right outside the Heichal, and the Azara is called outside for this place right now. And you create people out of Sugim and Stavim, and you can create, you create people with something that's designated to go in the Heichal. So the Manana says that yes, you could create such a figure, even though it's designated for the Heichal, but only on condition that it's outside of the Heichal. The Shechita and the blood applications are outside of the Heichal. You have to do, if your thought is on something that is inside the Heichal, so inside the Heichal there's no proof. So people are going to ask the people, but they're not asking the people like you. Explain the Gemara. Inside, what's the case? She's standing in the Azara, in other words, outside of the Heichal. I'm going to do a hazah. I'm going to sprinkle the blood inside the Heichal tomorrow. Why? Your thought was outside about something that occurs inside the Heichal. Inside the Heichal? No. It's not good. It's not a good avera for people. That space, reverse space, standing inside. Thinking about outside. Imur are the sacrificial parts. The kidney, the fat cells, the squares that go under Mizbeah, outside Mizbeah, not the Mizbeah first, but Mizbeah pizza, that's outside in the Azara. Let me show you what it looks like if you need the nafas. They used to take the leftover blood and pour it right over here, two little drain holes. Okay. So that's the Shirani, and that is obviously on the Mizbeach outside the Nazar. That's the thought about doing something outside the Nazar. But this is saying, no, Pigo is not considered good. Why is Machshav with me to go down outside the You are thinking about this inside the Heichal, about some of the bad things outside, not a Pigo. But if he's standing outside the Heichal and he thinks about doing the Shirayim, what did I say? He's standing outside of there. He's standing in the Azara. He's thinking about pouring the Shirayim outside of the Azara, so everything is outside. Comes off. It's a good big goal. That's considered big. Machshava b'chutz. The brother and Hasa b'chutz. Because that's machshava that while he's outside, thinking about something he's going to do outside. But Shirayim not through your mind. But when he's doing the Shirayim, what exactly does he want to be thinking? He's thinking about the wants to. He's thinking about the blood to make the blood pigul, that means we can't make blood pigul. But that is we learned in this. There's an entire list of things that you cannot make pigul. And these are things that don't have a matter. Again, a matter is another item that allows you to eat the other item. When it comes to blood, korbanos, the blood, when you sprinkle the blood on the mizbeach, that allows you to kind to eat the meat, or if it's a shlamim, or you still eat the shlamim. But you need to pour the blood. The blood is the matter for the meat. But the blood itself has no matter. So the blood itself can never become pigul. Let's talk about a mincha. A mincha, what allows it to eat the shirayim? The kmitza. So the kmitza itself doesn't have a matter. The kmitza is the matter to eat the shirayim. Therefore, the kmitza itself cannot become pigul. This cannot become pigul. The halavayna and the frankincense also, it goes on the mizbeach. It's part of the matter of shirayim, bacterias, and the frankincense. Well, no, Thursday is another thing. Thursday is place. I'm just thinking about where I put it. So it's been lost. The mincha is kohanim, and the mincha of a kohen, which is completely burnt on the mizbeach. The mincha is the sachem, and the mincha of a sachem also burnt. The mincha is kohen and the mincha of a kohen gadol every day, twice a day. There's no kmitza. Goes completely on the mizbeach. And blood doesn't become pigul. So obviously, when he says that it becomes pigul when he's pouring his blood, that's really about trying to make the meat pigul. So that's the Gemara. So that's the question that we mentioned before. As the mouse and those also being the boss, we say you want to think about the meat. You think about the blood. Yet your machshava pigul extends from the blood to the meat. And if I eat the meat, I'm tired. As the mouse and the fossil baby boss would say, you don't think about the meat. Or is it five days? After the fossil baby is like you say. So over here, when you think about the actual meat, the coach can be people be up from in, people be up from also pick up. Because on the right thigh, it should transfer over to the left thigh, log, and a very, very similar question. I'm going to question now. I come to the middle level sure that comes in the machar, a person does kmitza for a mincha to eat the leftover shirayim. Let's see what it looks like. Here's your mincha, and you want to eat the center bowl, the large bowl full of dough. So the kmitza, you finish with the machar, or you're thinking about putting the kmitza in the top left corner piece. Arguing is back tomorrow. Nobody agrees that's considered pigul if I'm Taurus. As the Gemara comes from Chicago, but you just said a second ago that now maybe one should time on the pigul. These are whole list, and the first one in the list is how it. The kmitza itself is not become pigul. Why? The kmitza is what allows you to eat the shirayim. The shirayim has what to be mastered, which is the kmitza. The kmitza itself has nothing what to be mastered. It itself is a master. A master cannot become pigul. Illustrated, so what obviously we're trying to say. Like Rude Shirayim, you want to make the Shirayim pigul. Master. If I should be Shirayim you weren't thinking about it. You were thinking about the kmitza. Yet he said the pigul occurs on the giant little bowls that all becomes pigul. And if you eat it, you get orange. When you think about the right thigh, your question to me is to transfer to the left thigh. So we have an issue like this. In the Mishnah, you already hold that if you must follow one out of two breads, the second bread isn't really comfortable. But in the Brisa, it says that if you must follow the precise of two breads, in other words, the two breads combined, that's what he says. If you do pigul, one kazayis out of both breads together, we have a problem. It's not. You're like one. So all of a sudden now he says the one. In our mission he says the not one. If you think about pigul for one, there's no pigul for the second. Hello, Amar Bill. So to answer this, again, we have a kind of a contradiction of the case. Then in the mission it seems like he says the two breads are not connected. If you mafagel one, it doesn't connect to the second. But in the Brisa, he seems to be saying that you combine the two breads by saying I want to do pigul out of kizais out of both of them. So they have a connection. Anytime there's yosi, you know why I could sort of dance between fasteners? Hakosov Asam Guf Echad, Hakosov Asam Shnei Gufas. Check this out. Here's the puzzle. In the same concept, they seem to be one, and they seem to be independent of each other. The Torah says, Shtayim, there are two individuals, they're not connected, and then the Torah says, no, the two of them become one. Therefore, he says, on the one hand, you're like one, that each one is the other. They go from the Omar, Mona, Hol Kudabi, the other Kudabi. You do each one individually. So, if you decide to mix them together, say, I want one kazais out of two of them, that's fine, it works. That person sends it out. At the end of the day, the Torah made them one. But if you divide them up, split them up, then they are divided. That was a research. They give us a pyramid in two different battles. Very good. Okay, into easier solutions. The boy said the carbon fiber. Here we go. Something special happened to you. A person was released from jail or overcame a terrible disease. So you use a fiber with 40 breads. So the question is, what if there's a fiber on the 10 breads on the right? The rest of the breads, the 30 other breads, this is the fiber on the plummet. The match will come bigger or not. Bigger blocking further. The Minchas Ma from out. So Rashi is that the Minchas Ma has two types, 5 and 5. So it's also type of Minchas. Same idea. Two piles of bread, and the fiber on one is the turkey oven. Yes, the same. We had in the Mishnah. Regarding the two loaves of bread, if you find according to Yosi, it's not going on. According to Rabbanon, it is. The same thing over here. A garden told that in Fagal on 10, so according to Rabbanon, all 40 become people. But the real is 10 is 10, and now the 30 become positive, not bigger. And Rabbanon, B'shar Shchita Fisha, Lachel Chatzi Zayit, B'shar Zriga Fisha, Lachel Chatzi Zayit. This is more than what both sides. Easy stuff for Gishma. We know that Shchita, believe it or not, is a mouth. Zrika is certainly a mouth, meaning by throwing the blood on his beah, that allows the Kohanim to eat the meat. But Shchita also, by the way, is a little bit of a mouth. Not a little bit, it's a mouth. So what happens if a person, during the Shchita, he thinks himself he's going to eat a half a kazais, half a shear, outside the allotted time. I'm allowed to eat this carbon for one day, I'm going to eat it tomorrow. Just to have it. And when he gets to Zrika, he says another half. In other words, if he did a full kazais by Shchita, that's for sure figure. If he did a full kazais by Zrika, it's for sure figure. But he didn't do it like that. He did a half a kazais by Shchita, a half a kazais by Zrika. It's good figure. Why? Because next Shchita and Zrika, we start to combine the two beginning, the end, the two red boxes. You think I have a kazais from Shchita, a kazais from Zrika, put it together, you have a full kazais. Some say it's the first and the last. Both of those are considered a matter. They both allow you to eat the meat of the carbon. Look how far away the shkita is from the Zrika. You have Kabbalani Lacha in. Oh, sorry, I didn't understand. Kabbalani Lacha, but the two blue boxes, Kabbalani Lacha, it does not become. You cannot combine Kabbalah together with a Shkita. You cannot combine Kabbalah with Kabbalah because those are not considered Mashiachs. They just allow you to continue on to bring it. They enable you to the next step, but it's not a matter by itself. If Shkita and Zrika combine as one, even though they're so distant from each other, the furthest from each other, Shkita is number 1, Zrika is number 4. So certainly number 2 and 3 can combine. The lady said that you cannot combine any of the 4. Don't worry about it. Or Rebbe, or Rabban. Isani. So what's your Rabban? Whoa, it's not good. The sign shows the Keves, Lecho Hatzi Zayis Mechalazu. The Chayin Chaveri Lecho Hatzi Zayis Mechalazu. The case that we had earlier. We have 2 breads and 2. We have bread on the right and bread on the left. We have sheep on the right, sheep on the left. So when he's shechting the sheep on the left, he's saying to himself, I am going to eat half of his eyes from the bread on the left. And when he's shechting the sheep on the right, he thinks to himself, I'm going to eat half of his eyes from the bread on the right. Rabbi Yomer says, Rabbi, it's so far-fetched, it's so light. I'll explain to you why. Because, first of all, each sheep is only a half of the matzah. Since you need to shech 2 sheep in order to allow you the bread, so each sheep represents something different. Another problem is that what he's thinking about is each time only a half a shear. So you have a half a shear of bread, then a half a matzah. Those two things together is a 0. So everything's kosher v'yosher. There's no pigul over it. So you're allowed to eat the bread, you're allowed to eat the carbon. Oh no, I buy you, ask the buyer, crash. That's great when you have a half a matzah, meaning 1 sheep, and a half a zayis for 1 bread. But in our case, shkita, we shechted thinking about a half a zayis. But the shkita is a full matzah. And so is the zrika, it's 100% the matzah. It's not similar to 2 sheep. 2 sheep, each one of the 2 sheep only represents 50% of the matzah. So over here we have a unique situation where the sheep is 100% of the matzah. It's like 2 sheep. So when you shech 2 sheep, thinking about a half of the zayis, maybe we would say that's a problem too. Maybe we wouldn't say at least you wouldn't say it's kosher. If in fact we hold that when you do shkita, which is a full matzah, but he had intent only for a half of desires, and in that he would say that is tigul. So that can't be. Why? I'll prove to you that you're wrong. I'll prove to you there's no difference if he does shkita and zrika in each one. Shkita did have his eyes, and then zrika did have his eyes. It's no different in the case of shechting 2 sheep on Shavuos, and each one he thought about a half of his eyes. What are you talking? Shavuos, the 2 sheep, each one only represents 50% of the matzah. But shkita is 100% of the matzah. Guess what? If Rebbe didn't hold that by shkita, and what? And by shkita shechting a full matzah, doing shkita and thinking about having his eyes, and then doing another full matzah, doing shrika, thinking about having his eyes. He says it is pure, it does combine, then you would be forced to be wiser in the case of 2 sheep on Shavuos and say that it's also. You wouldn't say it's kosher v'yosher. Kosher v'yosher. Not kosher. Kosher v'yosher. You wouldn't say that. Why? Because you have to make exeros. That's how Rabban operate. If there's a case similar to it, then it's so similar, why should I get confused? So again, if in the case, let me just I'll put on the we'll do like this. If in this case where we did shkita and a half of he's re gonna have it, he holds it, it's Eid Hanami, it's 100% eagle, then in this case, Rebbe would also be forced to say that it's eagle, at least with Rabbana. That he did a shkita of 1 sheep, thinking about having his eyes in 1 bread, and then shkita in another, even though they're not the same case as you asked, but there's similar cases you'd have to be guys. Listen, the words might be complicated, but the context is the whole Rabbi Yossi goes all over Rabban guys. You see that even the Yossi and Rabbanon that we're discussing, they also make sense. Where do we see this? Rabbi Yossi goes out this time because it says the Akid, the National Machar, that a person says, I'm going to take this Levina, this frankincense, and put it on his bayah. Tomorrow, Rabbi Yossi on the possible Mikaris, he makes it Xerin and says, listen, it's not Karis, but I make it possible. People are playing on the cards. If say this, you people, Rabbi Yossi at least is great. Rabbanon is not you really see Rabbanon guys, it's not. People are playing the Levina, this the people on one of the 2 matirim, here are the 2 matirim of Shirayim. There's 2 things they have to do. You have to put both the Levina and the Knitza on the Mizrach. And he thought himself, I'm going to do people by the claimants, by the Knitza, not the Levina. By the Levina, or the Levina. Then they have a people with the Chayim. And no, I ain't no cars that she's talking to the Chayim. You see, this is no Torah. But say itself. They make it zero. So it seems that even Rabbanan and Rabbi Yochanan, I don't know, have that. This is awesome. Because of Rabbi Yossi, comes with another comes with listen, it only makes sense to make it zero when something similar, something that I have to make it zero about. But in our case, there's no such thing as a chatzim mother anywhere in the Torah. Nothing, there's no other case like that. There's no point to make it zero. But what? Krishna wasn't whether Rabbi Yossi comes with another comes with there's a case of the Medina after the goes there because of Tzavimim. Rabbanan died in front of the Milchas fight. And Rabbanan said, listen, I'm going to go on one thing of the tweets that it falls in the Milchas fight. It doesn't have any other, it doesn't have shit. Ulavina, it just doesn't have a tweet. Ulavina, above Zichem, and I would have observed. So one Ulavina, another, the spoon, but the doesn't have a case because one cheap for another. Was a one spoon too because it was hello, no other case like this in the world that I have to get up and make a zero about it. What can I have Stabra? I'm just going to try to get to the Mishnah, obviously. How can I have Stabra the time of the Rabbanan Mishum Happy? I think it makes sense that this is Rabbanan's reasoning. The 26 it says, they agree to that by the sinner's mincha and the mincha of a soul. That if a person will both those two minachas go completely out of his death, there's no mincha. That if he tigul the koilet, tigul the chayom elashka. There is this part. Why is a person not? And then it is a sound. What do you say? Shita. There's no pizza. You can matter a there's no other thing to be matter. The whole thing is on a lot of stuff. I think the payment is the reason why in a regular mincha, when you take the pizza, the time is because of the zera of the mincha spaita that's similar to it. So you see, only in cases that you have similarities, you make zeros, but not something that has nothing similar to it. Rabbi side have a wonderful
America's sports is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Walking outside and show control motors and zero photos on the ship. This was around 3 o'clock in the morning. The ship was leaving Las Vegas. They took me into custody, and what I didn't know was the air boss. I heard on the ship. I woken everyone up around 11 o'clock, and let them stand at attention until I was back to the ship.
I go to the Rabbi side. Live, they'll tell you in Connecticut. Rabbi side will hold me by a brand new mission that the days on the case. Try to do a quicker shear than usual. Last like the taxes Rabbi side, we're talking about Kegel. We're talking about a person who, as he's doing the Kmitza, he has a thought that could ruin, or not ruin in some cases, this one. In his thought, let's talk about this. This is the large amount of flour. This is what's left over after the kohen puts his hand in, takes 3 wood, puts it in a plate. Let's say he puts it right over here. Small amount of flour. This goes on the mizbeach. This over here, so 2 amounts. The small amount is the kmitza that we use. The large amount is the shirayim. If I had a nice pen, I couldn't find one. Goes up. That's right, shirayim over here. Nice big letter. So the guy says, I'm going to take, if he said I'm going to take a full kazayis of this and eat it, make a bread out of it, make a donut out of it tomorrow, that's full-fledged pigul, you ruined the minhag. Why? Because he said tomorrow, you're only allowed to eat it today. And it's the full amount, the full kazai. And if he says, I'm going to take this, a full kazai of this, and put this, where do I put on the mizbeach? I'm not going to eat it. It's not for human consumption. This goes in the mizbeach. It's a certain eating of the mizbeach. The mizbeach eats it, it consumes it. There's an achil of the mizbeach, and there's an achil of the alba. What happens if he says, I'm going to take a half a kazai, so it's supposed to go on the mizbeach, not a full kazai, and a half kazai, so what I'm supposed to be eating a donut. I'm going to make a half a donut. Together, have a whole kazai is nothing. Katzizai is kosher. Why is it kosher? You'd rather have a total of one kazai, but since the two types of eating, one is a human consumption, and it's only a half a shear, it's a half a kazai. The other one is a bad consumption, it's a half a shear, it's a half a kazai. They don't combine together, they're not mitzvah. It says in the Mishnah, Chatzizai is lechol, Chatzizai is lach. Half a kazai is to eat, and half a kazai is to put in his bed. You could infer and be medayik that this doesn't work. But what does work? If it's a half a zayis of shirayim and a half a zayis of pizza to eat, what if I said instead of saying I'm going to put half a zayis on this bath from this pizza, I'm actually going to use it for my donut. I'm going to consume it physically with the human being consumed. Now it's not really meant for human consumption. It's meant for this bath consumption. But I'm going to use that half a kazayis from the pizza and combine it with the half a kazayis of the shirayim, and together have a whole kazayis, and the Torah, it's mashma from the Mishnah, that would be a good pigul. It's only not a pigul the top two, but the bottom two, you could infer that it is pigul, otherwise the Mishnah would have said it. I was going to say, what you're saying is beautiful. It's a great influence, and it's a good deal. But let's bring it down to something else. Let's see inside. I'm in left over, everything dark, left over, started. Oh, they can eat pizza as food that it would combine to make the shear and make food. As the more of Tony ratio, left over, started, left over, you like to go to dark, active. Go to dark, left over, in, left over, mashma that it's not mitzvah if you look at the ratio. So this is more, you're right. You have a little bit of mafla. This Montana, who's our Tana that says that to take a chatzi zayis of something that's supposed to go in his bath and actually eat it as a donut, it would combine with another half of kazayis that you're allowed to eat, the shirayim, and make it a full kazayis to make it. You go, who's that? That's the Tana, Rabbi Eliezer. It doesn't matter if it's meant for mizbeach consumption, a human being can consume it. It doesn't matter if it's a human being consumption or mizbeach can consume it. You can combine the two. This Tana is we don't think this Tana. He says it's a min chalefal dover she'ain dark left black dover she'ain dark black too. That's what we're talking about. A pizza that's not the derech to eat, or it's she'ain dark left. Black dover she'ain dark black too. To take the shirayim and put it on his back is also not something that is that's garbage. But you did it. It's inside. Michael Mashwan. And this is the show. But I think before we can see this in the Forge. Now what? Nothing is guys from Mafar. The person says I'm going to do pigul of it's his man. I'm sorry, it's the Mafar. And the Kazai is the his man. The Mafar is his man. Or reverse. A Kazai is he starts off saying I'm going to do one Kazai is I'm going to eat it tomorrow, which is his man. One Kazai is for food, and I'm going to do food from Kaima also. And then it says weiter. Chatzizai is the food of Chatzizai is the Mafar. Chatzizai is the Mafar. Chatzizai is the food. You can take it in half. Two halves of the Kazai. One half of Kazai is his man. One half is supposed to be combined with two. It doesn't matter how you start off if you start first. Also very fun. So we already have this color. But it's in style. Also normally one and twice. You left over showing dark left like the master law and it's started. But I'm gonna tell you that I'm taking something that's edible and something that's not the way to eat it. In other words, if it's in his bath but I put it together, I would say that it's started. That I can't say. Why? Because I already learned in the radio that it's not started. Very shamus me know it's not started. No, it's like he left over the half there. If I'm gonna tell you that something that's like our mission, something that's for human consumption, something that's for Mizbech, put together are not mitzvah. If the Reish Shabbos, then I didn't die from the Reish that walk past them. Not lechol. If I want to take two things to eat a half of kazais and half of kazais of something that's edible and something that's not edible, obviously if they don't combine, so certainly if it's something that's to eat and something that I want to put it on the mizbeach, they shouldn't combine. If I want to eat the two of them, consume it, but one is edible and one is not edible, they don't combine. So certainly, if I don't want to consume it, I just want to, half of it I want to consume it, the other half I want to put in mizbeach, well, how can it combine? One says no, there's more of a sort to say that it does combine. Why? I do need that. It's only that if I'm if you do something unnatural, I'm taking something like this bag. This is me to the belongs in this bag, and I said I'm going to eat it. That's not a natural thing. That's against halacha. So okay, no, that's why it's not expired. That's why it doesn't make sense that it's combined. But but when I did the right thing, this I said I have a ice from here, which is edible, I'm going to eat. And I have a ice from here, which goes on his back, so I'm going to put on his back. So I'm doing the right thing. Maybe it should combine. Maybe it's started alone, but it's not. It's started. I've been on I've been on Akoyves is a mincha, says the first Mishnah of the second paragraph. Akoyves is a mincha level shioreh or lahaktu b'chutz l'mocha. This is a classic case of he does kmitza and he says I'm going to eat the leftovers tomorrow, or he says I'm going to take the kmitza and I'm going to put it on this day tomorrow. It's two types of consumption of eating. Everybody agrees that that's pigul. You know this. But the reality is that it's actually you get harvest. Now the question that the one ask is, why would I say that Rabbi doesn't say? Because Rabbi continues and he says, this is goes out. As we're going to see, there's two parts that go onto the mizbeach. Part number one is this baggie. Part number two is in the Amazon bag. The frankincense must go on the mizbeach. As you're going to see, they're both very sensitive on this path, and they both comprise 50% of what goes on the mizbeach. So if a person has in mind that he's going to burn the leftoina, their fragrance, tomorrow, that's also bigger. Just like when he thinks that he's going to burn this flower tomorrow. Listen, with Chacham say, listen, leftoina is just like the flower. What's the difference? If you have a thought about the leftoina, are you going to eat it? Or you're going to consume, this guy is going to consume, not that you're going to eat it, but the guy is going to consume tomorrow, which is not the right time, it's after the allotted time. The allotted time is up to today, you have to put it on the not tomorrow. So if you think that, and then you go ahead and eat the mincha, fire. Or this is no, that applies to only to the flower, but not to the levan. You're right, if you think that you're going to ruin the carbon, you're not going to get carbon. Whereas, that Hashem chops down a person's life short, that's reserved only to the flower. And they try to prove it to him. You're probably thinking, Rabbi Yossi, that the levina is separate of the flower. But guess what? The levina is very similar to the imurim, to the body parts that we put onto the mizbeach. The kidneys, the skirt steak, the fats. And yet, if you think in your mind, as you're doing shkita, you're going to put those parts, the himurim, you should have put the picture of the himurim. You thought to yourself, you're going to put those parts onto the mizbeach. Tomorrow, that's real pigul. You have parts for it. So how come levina is different? And my answer, Rosie answers very nicely. She says, look, they all come from the same animal. The kidneys, where do they come from? They come from this animal. But when referring to the frankincense, that's a different, that comes in a different bag, that comes from Amazon, from a different place. Says the Gemara, what is the point of the beginning of the Mishnah? We all know what Pigel is. Pigel is when a person has a thought that he's going to eat, consume this part of the mincha tomorrow. So what's the point of you telling me, oh, Rabbi Yossi also agrees with it? There's no one in the world that disagrees with that. Says the Gemara, in the second part of the Mishnah it says, but if you thought about putting the frankincense on the behalf tomorrow, there's no price. At the same time, there's the market. But we're gonna have a beautiful piece. It's not a complicated piece at all. A very simple piece. Think about it. When can the kohen benefit from this flour and eat this flour, make donuts out of this? When? Only when this pizza goes onto the fire. When this goes onto the fire, at that moment, this becomes multi-food. So this becomes a matter. It allows you, this flour allows you to eat this. But wait a minute, there's one more thing that I must go on this. It's called levina. You see this bag that I just got from Amazon? This bag right over here in my hand, full of beautiful crystal yellow pieces of levina. This also must go onto the mizbeach. So these two, see these two bags? They must go on the mizbeach. If I only put one bag, so I got 50% of the matter. I put another bag, I got the 100% of the matter. Each one is 50%. Oh. So it says, I would think the Rabbi Yossi holds that I cannot do pigul with only half. The flour represents 50% of what allows me to eat the shirayim. It's a half of the pigul. It's a half of the matter. Sorry, half of the matter. So maybe you cannot do pigul on a half, on 50%. But Mashmalon, you could do pigul 100%. If you think while you're doing the flour, you think to yourself, I am going to eat this, I'm going to put this flour onto this mizbeach tomorrow. That's enough to be mefagel to be chayav part. Not just mefagel to be mefagel to solve mefagel mefagel. But for the Rishonim, thing that applies even in the case of flour. The ratio, I something for. I do pizza and I'm thinking myself that I'm going to put this on this bath tomorrow. I'll think, oh, but putting this on this bath tomorrow is only 50% of the matter, so it shouldn't be pigul. Mashal no, it is pigul. But people Rishonim, between his base. But Mashal no, the Baal Moida, he says no, it's a full pigul for everything. If a person says, we have a machlok, he sees this bag of avodah I'm holding in my hand from Amazon. Oh, Rabbi Yossi said, when I am holding this, I'm doing pizza, I cannot think, I don't have the right to think about the levina going on tomorrow. And when I'm doing levina, I don't have the right to think about my flour. One has nothing to do with the other. I cannot have bad thoughts about another thing. Maybe the shot is when you have a certain amount of flour, a certain amount of fragrances, levina. So one can't follow the other because they're different. Is different levina. Oh, here it is. When you have 2 spoonfuls of fragrance, lana, on the shoulder. The min that doesn't know they're the same min. I would say that perhaps they should be mifagel. The mashmalon that they're not mifagel even the same min. So the Spasema says over here, I think this is your choice. I didn't have a chance to check. Somebody told me yesterday that it's your choice. I don't know. That's what it said. It's right around the zone. I know it's right around here. But I thought it was a very nice hop that he says. Why would I think that the 2 different positions, 2 spoonfuls of fragrances that we have with the lechem achonim, why would I think that one has the ability to if it's not the same kli as we're going to see soon, it has to be one kli. But I'm saying it over here because now this is where we said it. He has a cham that maybe it's considered one vessel. Why would two spoons being one because they're both sitting on one shulchan. The shulchan grabs them and makes them one. If I understood him correctly. Zog the Gemara. Are you able to tell me? Are you able to look me in the eye and tell me that Rabbi Yossi is not talking about because it's one item versus two? But let me say it. In the Mishnah, in our Mishnah, the Chacham tell Rabbi Yossi, why is Levina and flour different than a spurt steak and the rest of an animal? So what does he answer? Sorry, what do you mean? The spurt steak and the kidneys come from that same animal. But Levina, frankincense is not the same item as the flour. You see that he is talking about it being one and two different things. One all you didn't understand. By item and a mincha, it would be equal. It's not referring to whether it's one or two items. Saying that one doesn't prevent the other one from happening. What does that mean? It's not like the way it works is if I want to eat the shirayim, the leftover, I have to put the kmitza on the mizbeach. As long as I don't put this on the mizbeach, I cannot eat this. So one prevents the other. But that's not the case with Levina frankincense. In other words, I can put the frankincense on the mizbeach, even though I didn't put the kmitza on the mizbeach. And I can put the kmitza on the mizbeach, even though the frankincense is not on the mizbeach. In other words, one does not prevent the other from happening. The live game of the Magid of Kodesh Yisrael, it's not similar to the kmitza that you can't eat the shirayim as long as the kmitza is not on the mizbeach. The time of the static koyim is in the shirayim. As long as they don't put the kmitza on the mizbeach, you can't eat the shirayim. I would think that the kmitza could prevent the levina. But the halacha is no. Whichever one of the two I want to put on the mizbeach first, whether it's the frankincense first or the flour first, I can put on first. So we know on Shavuos, you're supposed to bring two breads and two sheep, two shlomim. Each shlomim, you cannot be mefagel from one to the other. In other words, if I'm shechting shlomim number one on the right, and I think to myself that shlomim number two on the left, I'm going to eat that one in 3 days. That's not people. Why? Because A has nothing to do with B. Why does A have nothing to do with B? Because they're never put together in one vessel. But when you put the two things together in one vessel, why? So, you have the levina, you see the levina on the left, those little rock-looking things. You have the levina together on top of the flour, on top of the dough. So they were both in the same vessel. So if they do sagmana, yummy, then it should be as if it's one. Yay. Omer Viana, you could learn the Zohar possible. Take a look at this. Doing so, removing the levina from the large bowl and putting it on the mizbeach, that is not allowed to be done by a Yisrael. If he does it, if a Yisrael moves it from vessel A to vessel B, you have to start all over. It's possible. You can't add another amount of levina and let the fine do it. It's too late. Once you did it, it's possible. Why? By time. It's because this is like walking. Because walking without your feet, with your hands, is also walking. In other words, when I take the levina from right over here and I move it to right over here, I just walk. Not with my feet, with my hands. I just moved it from area A to area B. So that's what we did over here as well. Not this one. This one. He's moving it from the left of the screen to the right of the screen. That's walking. I moved it closer to the Mizbeach. Now it's easier and closer to get to the Mizbeach. So I moved it. Sometimes you move something with your feet, moving with your hands. You have to hold. The shita that moving without your feet is also considered a walking. And therefore, walking is one of the four avodas. What are the four avodas? So, a bowl of a love, walking to the Mizbeach, and the Makkah. So you just, the Yisrael just did one of the four avodas, and that makes it possible. Omer Rav Mori Rav Anani Tanina, we also learned this. Zah Klav. Kolak Kodesh V'nosim B'Kli B'Hamayim Ha'Makah. Here are the four avodas: Shemitza, Yisina B'Kli, Eilacha, and Akbar. So the Gemara is going to say all four right now. Kolak Kodesh. This is the cloud. If you have a machshava of people while you do Shemitza, V'nosim B'Kli, or putting into the vessel. Ba'amayim, and doing Eilacha. Ba'amakah, and being master. As you can see in this chart, Shemitza on the right resembles and the third one, bring it towards the Mizbeach. Bring it towards the Mizbeach. And throwing the carbon onto the fire. The milk onto the fire. It's similar to throwing the blood onto the Mizbeach. Elonizim Kli, my father, for putting number 2 in the right. Putting the mincha into a vessel, why is that similar to blood? It's similar. You don't, it's not similar at all. Blood goes squirting out of the arteries. All you need to do is put a vessel there and it fills it up, and the vessel fills up by itself. But over here, you physically have to take the meat and put it in. Very different. You must do this. If you don't do this, how are you going to get it to the Mizbeach? So since you have to put it in the vessel to get it in the Mizbeach, so Avodah Hashem is considered a significant Avodah, and therefore you can do Fagel during it. It's similar to doing Kabbalah. Also, even the Sagilate the Avodah, if you don't gather it, so you won't be able to bring it to the Mizbeach. Therefore, it becomes Avodah Hashem. It's an important Avodah. Therefore, I make it as if it's Eilacha. No, it is similar to Kabbalah. It's similar to Kabbalah Saddam. What was the question we had? The Kabbalah Saddam happens by itself. You don't have to put the blood into the vessel, it squirts out by itself. Over here, you have to put the mincha, the kmitza, into the vessel. Who did you guys love us in the middle of the shocking the Rami? This day, the Rami is clear. No, at the end of the day, listen to it different. You have Kedusha, the Kedusha. This golden vessel has inherent Kedusha. And therefore, what? Therefore, it's the kli that infuses Kedusha into the mincha. So who cares if it happened by itself? Or, I'm sorry, yeah, who cares if the blood went in by itself or that you put it in? The bottom line is what happens afterwards. Once it's in the kli, it becomes kaddish. A boysai, have a good day, have a good Shabbos, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Learn the skills of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. So we are dealing with, for anybody that's brand new tonight, just came to see what this is all about. We're talking about a mincha. What's a mincha? A mincha is a gift that we give to the Rabbi Rothschild. Usually it's a gift, sometimes you have to. It's made out of flour, like sometimes a pita, sometimes a bread. It's something made out of flour. Sometimes you mix it with oil, sometimes you don't. And the kohen puts his hand in like this. I'm not going to do the whole show that I did yesterday. Puts his hand in into the flour, folds with his 3 fingers like this. Takes that much. That's how much goes onto the mizbeach. The rest of the bowl, the kohanim get to eat after it goes on the mizbeach. When it goes on the mizbeach, that's the matir that allows me to eat everything that's left over in the bowl. Now, the kohen who does this could ruin the whole thing. Take it garbage. Not only ruin it, he can make it where you can be chayav karas. How? If while he's doing one of the avodas, what are the avodas? So if you're with us in Zvatim, you know that when it comes to regular carbon, there's 4 avodas. The shchita, it's in small on top. Kabbalah, Eilacha, and Zrika. We're not talking about a carbon, we're talking about a mincha. The whole Yisefes Menachos is like Yisefes Zvatim, just we're talking about a mincha, flour. In a mincha, there's also 4 avodas. There's kmitza, that's like shchita. The coin goes like this into the mincha. Obviously, there's nothing to kill here. It's just flour. Look at this. It's similar to the avodah of shchita. It's called kmitza. What does he do afterwards? He takes these 3 fingers and he puts it into a second kli sharas. It's a very chashiv kli made out of gold, not silver. In the time of the Beis Hamikdash heritage, they were selling these gold things, exactly. And there's kedusha to it. There's a meshicha. You anoint it with oil, so it gets kedusha. Take the kmitzi, put it in there, poof, it becomes kaddish. It's already kaddish from the first one, okay, but you put in the second one. Then you take the little kli and you walk it over to the mizbeach. That's called eilacha. That's the 3rd avodah. And the 4th avodah is you put it onto the mizbeach, you burn it. That's called aktar, 4 out. If during any one of these 4 avodas, the kohen thinks a bad thought. What's a bad thought when it comes to aktar? He thinks that he's not going to eat it today. Now, a mincha, you could only eat one day. Why could you only eat it one day? Because it's like chachim, achatos, enoshim, shalmin tzibur. Although you can't eat anyway. But let's say achatos, you could only eat it for one day. Chachim kalim, you could only eat for 2 days. So the mincha is like chachim, you could only eat it for one day. So this guy, either he did it on purpose, a mistake, whatever it was, he thinks to himself, I am going to eat this pita I'm making in 2 days from now. That's bad. And if he really eats it in 2 days from now, or eats it right now, then he's chayiv karas. Why? Because it's pigul. So what I just said is called chutz l'zman. The zman is, you could eat it today, and he ate it, or he's thinking to eat it tomorrow. That's outside of the time. Chutz l'zman. His time is up to here, and he wants to eat it outside of the time. What's chutz l'makom? Oh, chutz l'makom is good. But as they stuck in some references, several over here in Monroe. Chutz l'makom means, where can I eat this mincha? I can eat it right here, inside the Beis Hamikdash. That's it. What if I go to Kiryas Yoel? I think it's awesome. What if I think in my brain that I'm going to eat it in Kiryas Yoel in Monroe? That's chutz l'makom. It's not as bad as chutz l'zman. You can never get karas on chutz l'makom, but you made it possible. I cannot eat this mincha ever again. Why? Because while I'm doing one of the 4 avodas, mitzvah, kabbalah, nekli, eilacha, and aktara, while either one of those 4, not all 4, one out of the 4, I thought to myself, I'm going to eat it in America, I'm going to eat it in Bet Shemesh, in Haifa, in Kiryat Satmar, in Bnei Brak. Comes awesome. HaKadosh says, "Amin chalavet shireh b'chutz." He thinks to himself that he's going to eat the leftover. He does a little kmitza from over here. So whatever's left in the box goes to the bayanim. Whatever's in the glove goes on the mizbech. This goes on the mizbech. This is the shirai. So it says like this: if when he's doing the kmitza, he thought to eat it on Mars or in Kiryas Yoel or kazayis mishireh b'chutz, or even a kazayis. Now I want you to pay attention to remember that it says kazayis. Why? Because the Gemara is going to bring the brayso from Ruchia. He says the entire Mishnah he doesn't talk about a kazayis. He skips that whole line 4 times. It says in the Mishnah Kazayis, he doesn't talk about it. Next, lahakter kumtza b'chutz. What's lahakter? To take the fourth avodah, to take this kmitza, it's in the glove, and put it on the mizbeach. That's a ktara. That's also, Rabbi said that's eating. Why is that eating? Because the mizbeach eats, so to speak. It's a type of eating. There's human eating, and there's the mizbeach eating. He thought that he's going to do that outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Oh, kezayis mikumtza b'chutz. Again, once again, a kezayis, just one kezayis. Or lahakter levanasa b'chutz. Or not to be makter the actual flour, but the levina, the frankincense. Also very big karas. It's possible, but there's no karas. Why? Because this is b'chutz, chutz l'makay. Where's the karas? Chutz l'zman. Now we're going to talk about that. Lechol shi'arel l'machar. Tomorrow is already too late. You can only eat the mincha today. So if he's thinking himself he's going to eat the mincha tomorrow, that's called pigul. It's very simple. Pigul is very simple. The reason why people get confused is because you can do pigul in four places. When you do the kmitza, when you put it into the bowl, when you walk with it, when you put four places. Also, it could be that you're thinking that you are going to eat the mincha, and it could also be that the mizbeach, I'm going to put it on the mizbeach. That's the mizbeach eating. So people start getting confused. There's a lot of details, but it's very, very simple. Just let's make it partial. If somebody says to himself, I am going to eat this mincha tomorrow instead of today, that's pigul. And if he eats it, it's chayiv kares. To put it on the mizbeach tomorrow, that's also a type of eating. That's chutz l'zman. Or kezayis becomes in the malcha. Again, the kezayis. He's not going to talk about the kezayis. Or to be maktir the levina tomorrow, not the flour, but the levina. Pigul the chayim of parts. That's the base of the Zak cloud. This is the rule. So now we're going to go through all four avodas, Rabbi Side. Let's see if we have them here again. Here, I'm going to put the avodas on the screen. You can follow it together. Those are the first two. Kmitza, noise and bekli. And walking it to the mizbeach. That's the fourth one. Lefel davar shedarki lefel. To say that I'm going to eat the rest of this box, shirayim, that's normal. That's good. And this part is the Torah. This is what I put on the mizbeach, what I took with my fingers. It's not edible. That's the mizbeach eats. If the thought of the coin says he's going to eat it on Mars, in the MDY Center in Mars, that's possible. There's no kares. But outside of these, if you think that you're going to eat it tomorrow instead of today, that's called pigul. And you chayiv kares. Another reason why people get confused because in the Torah, when it says pigul, it means chutz l'makom. And chutz l'zman is not called pigul. In Gemara, pigul means chutz l'zman. Let's just go with Gemara. We're not talking. We're learning Gemara now. Pigul means I thought that I'm going to eat it tomorrow. It says in the Mishnah, but at least in order to be over, in order to make it isser, you have to be makriv and put it on this beach. Okay, shtika. What shtika means? Shtika means I didn't have machshava. My brain was silent. I brought a mincha because it's a mitzvah to do the mincha, to bring a mincha. Not shtika means that I thought that I'm going to eat it in Mars. I thought I'm going to eat it tomorrow instead of today. So Ketzak. What does it mean in the mission that he did it the right way? When he did the kmitza was perfect. Not some kli, but when he did the not some kli, he put it in the kli, the second avodah, the third avodah, the hikter in the fourth avodah, that was already messed up. He thought he was going to eat it tomorrow. Oh, you should call it chutz l'zman. Or the first avodah he did wrong. Not some kli, but the second, third, and fourth, he was quiet. It doesn't matter. The point of the Mishnah is, you see, there's a lot of words there saying the same thing. Point is, the machshava, the thought happened in one out of the four avodas. It doesn't matter which one, the first one, the fourth one, it's all bad. Or should Hamas will also be clear how the big difference is mano. So should carve a matic in sauce. Okay, that's matic. That's carve a matic. Kate said, "Loy carve a matic in sauce." What does it mean? You messed. You didn't do it good. You didn't have a good machshava. Hamas chutz in the listen to this. In order to, if you learn Zvachim, you know this inside out. In order to have a good machshavas people, that has to be perfect. You can't have any machshavas zudas. You can't have any zaytik machshavas. It has to be one bad machshava, not two. One machshava, I'm going to eat it tomorrow. What if you had a machshava? I'm going to eat it tomorrow and on Mars. Tomorrow and Mars. No good. It's not a good deal. You don't get cars for that. So if you want to be a Rasha and be Oiver, you have to make sure it's one pure machshava. You'll have to buy a mitzvah. That's to be pure. So, if he had a thought that he's going to eat it on Mars, outside of the place, then he added a second machshava of outside of its time. No good. It's not a chutzes manoi. You're not going to get cars to that. Or he started off bad with chutzes man, right? Chutzes man is worse than chutzes machim. Because chutzes man you get cars, chutzes machim you don't. He started off the worst of the worst, chutzes man. So right now he's going to be chayiv cars. But then he ruined it. He added another thought. No, something he added up the chutzes machim. No good. It's not chutzes man. It'll be possible. You're not going to get cars. So now you didn't do it the right way. Fine. Minchas choite. What's a minchas choite? The mincha of a sinner. Somebody does a chet. Let's say he goes into some English when he's coming. Minchas knois. Minchas choite. Minchas knois. Shkumatim shaloi l'shmon. Oh, so the very first Mishnah in Menachos is like the very first Mishnah in Zvachim. That if you think while you're bringing a carbon mincha, bring a mincha. And the Kohen thinks to himself it's a different mincha, levashal. Instead of thinking to himself it's a marcheshes, he thinks it's a chavitin. Instead of thinking it's an adava, he thinks it's a chayta. There's different minachas. He thinks the wrong one. So it's not good for the owner, but it's not possible. You don't throw it in the garbage. But there are two that you throw in the garbage. Minchas chayta and minchas kenois. Minchas kenois, what is it? Actually, I got it to my canoe, so I forgot to explain what it is. It's when a woman, her husband suspects her, he says, don't be misyachad with that guy, and she doesn't listen, so he brings her to the Beis HaMikdash, and they give her the drink, and they erase Hashem's name, the whole thing. One of the things she has to do is she has to bring a mincha. It's called the minchas k'nois, the Vasaita. So, shikimotim shlo gishmon, the Kohen, instead of saying, oh, this is a mincha from the Saita, he said, no, this is a mincha and it's dava. Whatever, he messed up. Oh, so now we have two machshavas. One is that it's a minchas nidava, which is a wrong machshava, bad machshava. It makes this minchas completely possible, throw it in the garbage. And he also thought himself the chutzes man. Or he started off with I'm going to eat it tomorrow. It's chutzes man. But he also added another thing that it's the wrong mincha. It's not a minchas choyte. It's a minchas nadava. He didn't do it the right way. What if he did two things? One kizayis on Mars, one kizayis tomorrow, or kizayis lamachim, kizayis b'chutz, or one, the first kizayis was for tomorrow, the second kizayis for Mars, the third kizayis b'chutz, half kizayis in Mars. The right kizayis lamachim, he wants to combine them together as a kizayis. Doesn't matter which one comes first. Also, the aim by Karas Takas. The bottom line, all this cannot have too much shavas. If you want to do pickle, it has to be by itself. You can't add another machshava of chutz lamachim to it, or chutz or shaloi l'shma to it. All my review those are cloud. I have a rule. In machshavas as man kodmol machshavas hamako in pickle the first. Says review the very next. If the machshav of this man comes first, meaning the severe one, the one that gives you a karas, comes first, so it locked in, it's karas. Now that you added the chutz lamachim, you didn't ruin it. The guy gets karas. In machshavas hamagim, God the machshavas as man. But if the machshava that you're going to eat it on Mars came first, so now it's possible. Also, you can add to it Isser, a greater Isser. You already put in, it's a Chutzah Mokum, you can't make it a Chutzah Zman. The Chacham is that it's a possible vein because it doesn't matter what came first. If you do Chutzah Mokum first and then Chutzah Zman, or if you do Chutzah Zman first and then Chutzah Mokum, both of them become possible with no part. Look at the steps. Step number 1 is Big Kmitza. Step number 2, he has Shirayim, he has a bowl full of flour, and comes a mouse and eats out of this bowl. Yeah, for whatever reason, some of the Shirayim went missing. What's that law for Rabbi Rothschild? We had a few machlokes in here. Do you continue with the Kmitza? So first of all, the Shirayim is 100% also for to eat. Why? Because the Shirayim went missing. There's not enough. Some of the Shirayim is gone before he was able to put the Kmitza on his back. What about the Kmitza? Step 1. What do you do with the Kmitza from step 1? So it's not like this. According to Rabbi Rothschild, you put it on his back. So that's the Gemara. According to Rabbi Rothschild, you put it on his back. Once you put it on his back, did it have an effect on the Shirayim? Look, the Shirayim is also to eat. So, could I have a machshava of pigul on something that I can't even eat? What's pigul? Pigul means I'm going to eat this tomorrow. I can't even eat it today. It's also for me to eat. Step 3 tells me it's also to eat. So, but I put it on the mizbeach, I was master the claimant on the mizbeach, and I'm thinking to myself in my head, I'm going to eat this, not today, tomorrow. That's over on pigul. I can't even eat it today. Another shayla, I'm master the claimant. The shirayim that's in a bowl, what happens if I use it? Typically, if I use it, I'm over on meila. I can't use something from the way somebody does. But once I put the claimants on the mizbeach, then it lifts the isser of meila. I'm allowed to use it. But this is also to eat now. So there's the fact that I put the kmitza on the mizbeach, does it lift the isser of meila? That's the question here. Shirayim, what happens to the Shirayim after I put the claimants on his back? Is there pigul and is there meila? You hear the Shiloh? Very interesting Shiloh. According to Rabbi Rothschild, that says that you should do step 4, put the kmitza on top of his back. We know that step 3 tells me that everything left in the bowl is also to eat. Does the Haftarah help me to say that if the Kohen had a machshava that I'm going to eat it tomorrow instead of today, then it becomes pigul. So the Kinu Midei Me'ilah, another question, does it become Me'ilah? Does it become enough? Does it take it away from Me'ilah? What does Me'ilah mean? I use something from the Beis HaMikdash, I have to pay the Beis HaMikdash 25%, the Chaimish. And, yeah, I'm going to say it again, the Chaimish is 25% in English. That's how we call it. Chaimish, yes, in Chumash means 20%, but in America it's 25%. I'll explain it a different time. One, and also a carbon you have to bring. Says Ravuna, listen, check this out. We have an identical case over. A guy did shchita. The guy took the behema outside of the Beis HaMikdash, big no-no for this particular animal, like the chapas. You can't take it outside. That's called yotzei. Then he did zrika. So the question is, does zrika help me to take off the me'ilah? Let's say I made a barbecue out of the meat. You have to pay the Beis HaMikdash 20%, 25% more. So zrikas hadam is similar to our case of putting, right? We said the 4 avodas of a carbon is similar to the 4 avodas of minchas. Throwing the blood on the mizbech is just like being maktir the mincha on top of the mizbech. But over there we have a machlokes of zrikas hadam actually remove something. It's already also, the meat is already bad. It's also just like by us. In our case, let's go back to our case. Wait. Look all these buttons. I'm going to go here. In our case also, the shirayim is also. In the second case, the basar is also. Both the same thing. Then we have a matter. We have putting the kmitza on top of the mizbeach, and then we have throwing the blood on the mizbeach. The same thing. And Rabbi Kiva says what? When you throw the blood, even though the meat is outside of the Beis HaMikdash, it works for something that's bad. Hanamili, says Gemara, says Ravuna, Hanamili yotzei, these are be'enim. The whole cow, the whole sheep is mamish in front of you. It's why is it possible? Because it went out. But it's all there. But when you have a bowl of flour that a mouse came and ate from it, it's not all here. The psul is the psul is because something's missing. It should be worse. Maybe Akhtara doesn't help. Why? Because it's missing something. So it comes along, Rava says, let me tell you a fakir to scholar. What? Even so Yoshi did something, I don't know if this is called Boilam or not. Another, if you do Zrika for something that went outside, it doesn't work. If you do Akhtara for something that's missing, it doesn't work. But according to Rabbi Kiva, if you do Zrika for something that's outside, it does work. So perhaps, as Rav Huna, they know it's different because it's missing. So if it's missing, even according to Rabbi Kiva, it's green. The Zrika works, but the Akhtara is not going to work. Rava, no. It would work. Mamish fakir. Why? Adarabba. I like this a lot. I'll tell you why. Listen to these words. To me, I understand it. Anybody in business can understand this. You know why it doesn't work? Because it's outside. She says, Rava, look at the words. Now it makes a lot of sense. Adarabba, he says. That's because it went outside and he's not inside. So it doesn't work. But this bowl of flour that's missing, you're right, it's a big problem, it's missing. But the Issa B'fnim, he's inside, he's playing the game, he's part of it. So he's missing a few datim. It works. I'll prove it to you. Let me show you the Mishnah. You don't even have to see the Mishnah. It's all on the screen. It says, what does it say in the Mishnah? Four times. 4 Allah. The Kmitza and on the Shirai. Pigul and Chutz. The Mishnah keeps on going back and forth and saying, but if you have a Kizayis left. There's 2 ways Rabbi Rothschild can learn the Mishnah. I don't want to confuse anybody. Very simple. Either the Mitzias, the fact is, there's only Kizayis left. Kizayis, that's all he had left. Or in his brain, it's not a Metzias, in his brain he thought about doing Pigul, I'm going to eat tomorrow 1 Kizayis. Says Rava, look, it's mashma in the Mishnah that it's a physical thing. All you had left is a Kizayis. Now, Rabbi, take a look. Look at this. No, put it back. Look at this. You see this chart? What do you see in this? This is Rabbi Chia. Rabbi Chia is the one that wrote all the prices, right? Here, Rabbi Rothschild. All the prices. So when he copied the Mishnah, he said the entire Mishnah like we have it. What's missing from it? I erased what he took out. He doesn't mention anything about a Kizayis. Why? Because, very simple, Rabbi says. Because you can't say, on one of the 4 cases, you can't say Kizayis. Which one? When he goes to do a Kmitza, you can't say he had a Kizayis left, because that would be what? That would be a Kmitza from something that's missing. You have to have a fully sorry when you do a Kmitza. If you only have a Kizayis left, it's possible. So I can't say the case of a Kizayis there. So in Melo, I'm not going to get involved now with Kizayis. Throw all of it, even though it works well in the other 3 cases. If it doesn't work well in the first one, I'm going to take the word Kizayis out completely. So proves Rava, says Rava, wait a minute. You see from here that if you have a Kizayis left, the second part of the Mishnah, you have a Kizayis left, only a Kizayis, if you didn't go to Ruchia, it works. Your Pigul works, like the Mishnah says, Pigul works, even though you only have a Kizayis left. You asked me, what was the question? If you have leftover in a bowl, does the Pigul work when I put it on the Mizbeach? Yes, here, it says before, the Mishnah works. Let's see. My time will why does Rabbi Kia take out all the kizayis from his price? We're talking about a physical thing, that there's only 1 kizayis left in a bowl. Not in his brain, but in the bowl. Kizayis. They skip for these 4 words, Ishmak for us, we just skip 4 words. Ashirayim, Bekmitza Navadafa, Oikizai Shirayim, Loitani Oikizai. Bekitza, what it says over here in the Gemara, because I can't say it by the Kmitza, so I'm not going to say it by the other 3. And what's the Raya? Here we go, second line down. Bekani Seifa, Eagle. Even though there's only 1 Kizayis left, that's our question. If the Shirayim, the mouse ate from the bowl, there's only 1 Kizayis left.
It's good, son.
It works. The Pigo works. Guys, does Pigo work? Does Megillah go off? Yes. It says over here, Pigo works.
Are you ready to play?
No, your right is not good, Rabba.
Why not?
No, the reason why Rabbi in the Brisa doesn't say the word Kizayis is because he cannot. Not because he could, because he can't. It doesn't fit in because he goes like Rabbi Lazar. It's not. Rabbi Lazar says that koimet, ba'alavoina, the kmitza that you do from a mincha, the lavoina, the fragrances that goes in the mincha, ba'aktoiris. The mincha is koyanim. When a kohen brings a mincha, they don't do the kmitza. Umincha is kohen Mashiach. When the kohen gadol brings the mincha every single day, 2 times a day, he brings a mincha. There's no kmitza. Umincha is the sachem and the mincha that comes together with the korban. Sheikir ba'achas when kizayis b'chut. If he brought a kazayis outside, Rabbi Loza point that Yaakov is kuloi, not a kazayis. The kazayis doesn't work. Yes, me Yaakov Rabbi doesn't say kazayis. He holds like Rabbi Loza. Poiter at Yaakov is kuloi. You have to be marking the entire mincha, not a kazayis in the mincha. The whole thing. That's why he holds like Rabbi Loza. Even though Akdos Mitzvah Mitnele or kazayis will do the foot. So even though part of the Mishnah, the Shirayim part of the Mishnah, you could say Kizayis, even according to Rabbi Loza. Not only because I can't say the first part Kizayis, I don't say the second part or Kizayis. That's the Gemara, it's a simple question. How can you say that it goes like Rabbi Loza? Why did it say that he's makter the payment? It should say he's makter 2 things. The payment and the Lavoina, because according to Rabbi Loza, that's the only way to be chayiv. It's not, it says in the Mishnah. According to Rabbi Eliezer, but for the further that comes up, there's 1 out of the 2 if you mark 1 out of the 2 outside of the Samigdash. The laws of that you understand. If you do not only the entire mincha, but the entire mincha with all the levina, then you're chayiv. So how come he doesn't mention levina? The laws of that you understand. I'll tell you why. Rabbi, think about it. Sometimes there's no levina. When is there no levina? When it comes to mincha? A mincha's chayta. There's no levina. We're talking about as the Gemara, what? All this? A lot of times the Gemara says that all this, just for that little case, the minchas in. I don't remember what I looked at before. So yeah, he said all this for the minchas chayta. But thank you also, Abdimi or Rabbi Loza, according to the minchas chayta, Rabbi Loza. Okay, so it goes like Rabbi Loza. No, in other words, no raya. Rabbi, you don't have a raya that goes like a kia.
There she is.
There she is. There's a kazayis left, and that kazayis you can figure out. The reason why he doesn't put the word kazayis in the brisa because he holds like Rabbi Loza, the kazayis is no good. Okay, next sugya. It's not really next sugya. Anyway, Adam Arov. Lav Milzidar, the Sani Kodesh Kedoshim, Shemnifr Achas, Chalisel. One of the, I'm not going to show you again because we showed it 3 days in a row. With one of the Lechem Aponim. No. Yeah, we'll show it to you. Fine, we'll show it to you. One of the Lechem Aponim broke, you cannot eat any of the other Lechem Aponim. Kulam Sulos. And the Gemara is Medayek. Hayatzos, only if they broke. But what if it went outside of Beis Hamikdash? How did they get Gavai? Cherish the ones that are left inside, you could eat. It's a nice deal. But the Gemara is going to say, you know what? Let's make a different deal. Instead of saying, if it broke, it's all possible. But if it went outside, it's kosher. Just say, if it broke, it's possible. But it became homemade. The deal was good, but the wrong concept. That's what the Gemara is going to say in a second. If you think there's a tougher Gemara, you're right. It's one of the tougher ones of Menachos. Baruch Hashem, we got through the hard stuff. Yesterday we had Mama slow. It's just eats like this, eats like that. A little tough.
Thank you.
That's what we
That's right.
have in Chas. Who says that we had this whole sugya, right? To remind Oilam, this thing right over here. If you shechted an animal, sorry, you shechted an animal. What happened? Oh, you shechted an animal and you took the meat outside and you did zrikas hadam, then it works. The zrika works that there's no meat. Who says that? That's Rabbi Kiva. But when it comes to a broken piece of bread, in other words, something's missing from it. In other words, missing is worse than yoitze. No, you think is all. If it broke, then it's all possible. But if it became tame, you can. It's not a problem. Why? Out of chairs. Why? Because by the time the meratzit sits in the Beis Hamikdash, the Kohen Gadol would wear this on his forehead. Kodesh Hashem. That's exactly how the words were. Okay, this is just like give you a little bit of a musug. It's not really like that. The tzitz has a power for tumah. If something tame, it makes it kosher. Yatzis light in certain situations. So if it's tame, you're allowed to eat the bread. The bread.
What is
the
fair?
became tame. You're allowed to eat the kosher because of the tzitz. Yatzis light, but once it goes out, not. The Belezi, the Omar, in Tzrika Mayotzi Yatzis. What's the point of the Belezi that says the Tzrika doesn't help the one that's still going to and the Bedinu, we're almost done, Tzaddik. Ubedinu, the Boile, the Mistay Nami Yatzis. Truth is, it should say, if the Lechem HaKodim broke, or if it went out of the Beis Hamikdash, you can't eat the rest. By the coming Nifrusa. Why does it only say the broken bread? Nifrusa, this is Bifnim, it's all there inside the Beis Hamikdash, like we said before the Svar of Rava. If you're inside, you're in the game. Oh, you have a Maila. Nevertheless, being maked the Bezichin, the 2 spoons worth of Levain doesn't help. Rabbi Kiva say, but Rabbi Kiva says that Zrika does help for something that goes out. So too by the bread, when they're broken, then the Zrika helps the Zrika. The Torah helps when you mark the Bezichin, it helps for the breads. Have a wonderful day.
Where are the splits of spreading Torah throughout the world? Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor@MDY.com.
Get it. Beautiful.
Good morning,
No.
Rabbi.
Come on.
Okay. It says in the Mishnah, he doesn't stand notice inside like a stone, a piece of salt, a piece of levina. Just to show you, because we're going to be talking about this levina at the end of the sugya here. One piece like this. One piece of levina. Levina comes in pieces. One piece. That's the Gemara Kohanim level. I need 3 cases of something. The list can go on and on. So wood, a piece of glass, a piece from the moon. Like, what's the point? 3 cases. Says the Gemara Tzricha. Daf Yud Aleph and Aleph. We're 10 daf into Menach. It's just going to get easier and easier, more and more fun. The Yitanat Tzroyer would say a stone, Shabbat Basakrovi. Stone, don't go on the Tzbeah. You can't put it on Abamela. It's in fact, it's noisy lobs. It's saying something small, then we build on it, don't say another one. Melach Basakrovi, you know that every carbon is broken. Even in the middle, or the Melach. Well, the Basakrovi, something that's available for the Mizbeach, came with discussion. So I would say that salt is a kiddush. I would think that you could put it. He found a little salt inside the milk. Not a big deal. It is a big deal.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it would say those 2 things, stone and milk. because it's not. Oh, I'm a little about it. Or a mustache, but the point is part the mincha. You put the levine on top, so think that it's part of it. It's part of it. It's part of the mincha. So you found it later on in the meat. It's not a big deal. I think it's kosher.
What is fair?
In case you have three things that are kosher. Next part of the mincha. Why is it a problem? Because think about it. This is your partner. That's what you put on the scale. But you don't have three fingers worth. You have three fingers minus the stone. Therefore, it's awesome. Or it's
Tied. You win. I win. Undefeated in both. Undefeated in friendship.
more. It's less.
Good win.
When this stone is power, you have a stone in there. Over Minatzad. Says the Gemara that
Yes, ma'am. Oh, just about as excited as I was for 500.
Why is it called? It's really Milamala. It's over here.
I'm excited for you.
It's not Lamala. See? What happens is when you take your hand out,
Everyone stop.
Sleeping in the so that's what flower is coming out of the bottom. Lochatzitza on the top. Chatzitza means it's inside.
Yeah, you should be in like an hour.
Between the flower and the stone. The stone is not sad. Oh, either the pinky or from the thumb area, but that's not sad. Okay. We go back. We're going to be using this a lot. 10 lines down. How do you do pizza? It's exactly how people do it. If I told you to take a handful of flour, what would you do? So you go like everybody, normal people, they go like this. They grab a handful of flour. How many fingers did I just use, Rabbi Isai? 5. How many are you supposed to use? So that's the Gemara. It doesn't make sense what you just said. The Gemara goes through all the names of the fingers. Zuzeres, Zukmitza. So this finger next to the pinky is called Kmitza. You ever wonder why it's called Kmitza? Because that's what you do Kmitza with. It's the last finger of the Kmitza. So, I gotta go this way. Mark, if you want, just put that picture up. No. Go to the list of all the. Very good. Okay, so here you have the 5 people. The pinky is called Zeres. One next to the pinky is called Pizza. The next one is Alma. The next one is Etzka. The next one is Aguda. So says Rashi, each one does something inspired. Zeres, next to the pinky, is how you measure the portion. The Kmitza is the finger next to it, and that's what you do Kmitza with. Alma is the middle one. So if you measure from the top, tip of the middle one, to your elbow, is how much? Nama. By a lot of people. Mine and Eli Dikers are probably a little different. So if you want to do it, it's measure. Okay. And then you have Etzba. What do you do with the Etzba? You learn Tzbachim. What do you do with the Etzba? Oh, Rico. What is Rico? Then you have Agudol. What do we do with Agudol? We just learned yesterday. Huh? Malika. What else? The who? Zaira. That's what you said. Zaira. You put the blood on the thumb. You put the oil on. Very good. What's the Gemara's kasha? You all saw the kasha coming. You stick your hand in, and Abai says like people do pizza. People stick their hand in. They go like this. But it's not true. Pizza. It's even called pizza because it stops right there. It's like this. It's not like this. It's only 3 fingers. Not 4. Says the Gemara, Elo lahashver. It's like we said, pizza's pizza. It's 3 fingers. But the pinky and the thumb are there to straighten it out. It has to be perfect. It can't be too much. It can't be too little, and we're going to see soon. Talk to Gemara. Hechi oven. Lucy, what do you do? Omer Rav Rothschild, Tivi Omer Rav, Oisa Sholosh, Oisa Bachmagia, Al Kas, the other appointments, take your 3 fingers, you go all the way to the palm, down. Is this good like this? No? Awesome. Let's go all the way down to the bottom of the palm. Yohoy, Mizayra, or this is Mavira. See how it pops out on the top? No good. It has to be like this. Can't have a bunch of flour on the top like this. It has to be inside the clay. It's big. Inside this 3 fingers. Maybe you should go like this. Mamish like nothing. By the way, it's hard for me to go here, but I'm going to do it anyway. Mavira, right over there. That's too much. And then rushing into the ice side out of water. This is Bible says, no, I don't like that. No, not true. Not good. Oh, rushing into the right over. See? Folding up his fingers like this. Bible. How did this flower get over? I just blew it on the table, not on the shelf. As we fold. Full. Okay, so you don't know what's going on over here on my pants. Wow. Okay, so okay, great. The when you have a very thick bread or thin bread, you break it up into pieces. And then you do pizza with those pieces. I don't know if they have a piece of bread here or something, a piece of cake. Yeah. I'm gonna try to. I tried to do it this morning in the Hebrew shiur there with the bagel. It wasn't going well. The point is that it's extremely tough to chop down bread, a tough bread, like a cracker with your thumb and certainly with your pinky, and to make sure that it doesn't break too much. Because it breaks too much, then it goes inside. That's even. You have to cut it like a laser beam to the top of your. Says the Gemara, this is the hardest thing to do. That's the only hard thing that What's Malika? Let's show Malika. I guess putting your thumb, besides it's tough to do, you have to have some personality. You have to have a very strong finger. But there's also kafina. What's kafina? So it comes in with 2 things. First, he has this pan. It's full of coals. And he has this, the terrace. What? If one drop falls into the pan, it's all over. I'll show you how hard it is. Go like this. This is one way to do it. There's another way I'll show you something. Nothing can fall, nothing. I'm out. There's another way. Hold on, I don't know if I could. Let's turn this. There's another way. It has to go like this. That's why they'll go all week long to practicing this. Okay, straight up. This is Yoshi's way. I like Yoshi's way better. There. So the kasha is what the hardest thing. Fundamental like that. We have other things. It's one of the many, not many. One of the few, 3, 4 that are tough. One of the Omer Alpha. But like we just discussed, appointments like people are doing. Wait, Rob, we have to stop the share. Okay. Wait, Rob, come on to the Roshi, it's the voice of man. What happens if his palm is facing down like this, and he grabs a little bit with the tips of his fingers? Minat doesn't mind. I don't know if I can demonstrate so well, but he puts his hand, palm up, hand down, pushes hard into it, and somehow then he's able to grab some like this. Now, instead of putting his palm in, turning his palm up, pushes down, then he gets some. Or he goes in like this, straight in, and curls his finger. Instead of this way, like the tractor does, he goes this opposite. What's that law? Take it. Is referring to the Torah. It says in Torah, the Torah takes which means 2 handfuls. What's normal for people to do 2 handfuls? Look how it's like this. Yeah, the loaf like this. The Shaila is a similar question that we had a second ago. But if I think it's happening, that's how people do. Where Papa Russia Goisov Mao, his palm is facing down, and he's over his finger. Minat Dodamau, or the opposite, he goes inwards this way, like this. Papa Bezu. Let's say he did like this, or one hand, and then he did the other hand, and then he put them together. Oh, now I have 2 hands. The parent take very up. That feels kind of that from the mona. Okay, I think I can take these off. I think I'm done for now. Sure. I hope most of it one of my pants and my Zara. Okay. Kedai. I have my jacket. Okay. She says the Gemara. More Gevaldik. Definitely the claim is definitely the mono. Go. If the pizza is on the wall of the bowl, what's that left? It needs to be inside the clean. No, it's inside the clean, it's great. But like it has to be on the bottom, not in the clean, but there has to be hanacha, there has to be a placement inside, and you didn't place it inside. It's on the wall. Like, take I showed you already. The bottom of this has its own bowl. It's not meant to put things in it and just give it some height. So what happens if you put it in there? Let's see what it looks like. Here we go. Here's the bowl upside down. And what happens if you put the payment inside that area? The dafkin the payment ba'arisa the monomite. Put it on the bottom of the bowl. You need to put it inside a kli and you put it inside a kli. No, you think might be on like it has to be like normal fashion. Nobody typically puts stuff there. Take it. Kate's at the way. Push this voice of a pasioda which we read discussed. Takes your fingers and puts it like this. Ribo shamno, shamno. The island remembers how much flour do we put in a mincha, everybody? What do you say? 1 isara. How much oil do we put in? One load. So what happens if you put some more than a load of oil? How much more is it? You put in too much oil, he's shamna, too little oil, he's a little bit nasa, he's a little bit of says shamna. What does it mean exactly? He doubled up the oil. Instead of 1 load, 2 load. Mashma that if it's half a load more, not a problem. This is because he doubles it up. As the Gemara looking at the Arab of Shem and the Chaberto, maybe the shot is he put in oil from his home. It's cool, it doesn't have to cut it. That's why it's possible. Or use oil from another mineral. If Shem and the Chaberto, they're possible. If you can tell me that's not a problem, masculine are to be that's a question. And after we speak to the possible Shem and we know a mincha of a fight of a sinner doesn't have any oil. Put in oil, it's possible. What oil are we talking about? If it's its own oil, or less than, it doesn't have its own. If you put in oil from your home, or oil that belongs to another carbon, another mincha, why am I still possible? You just told me it's not a problem. Oh my, it is possible. Less than you buy one. You're right. The reason why it's not here is that's caution. If you bring oil from your home or you use oil from another mincha, that it becomes possible. The Kiddush is oil the high chazila. Each look by itself is another look that can work. Each one by itself individually to be the real oil for this. So I would think, whatever happened, each one is going to be the entire shemen for this thing. It should be possible. Imagine that it is. The bottom line is, comes out this, that if it's less than the whole thing, it's also a problem. We're trying to say even a large amount that's enough for the whole thing is also a problem. But less, a half a loaf on top of the regular loaf that you already have is also poison. How do you know that oil that has pollution to it creates a marava masculine? Because you had a problem with it. I hear this one in Shamno. What is saying that its oil, Shamno with a hay at it? Let's say Riva Shemen, too much oil. Riva Shamno, its oil. What does its oil mean? That it's punished for this. This is the Riva Loshan. Even though we're mafresh two full dugin of oil, here's a mitzvah. If he doesn't have enough, says the Gemara, yeah, it doesn't have enough period. That's what he started off with this amount of the and he's left in his hand one. It's the sap that comes out of a tree. It's like something that comes out of a tree. It's hard, little stones, little rocks. You can imagine what it looks like. It comes out of the bark. Yeah. So if out of your whole amount of the vine, one stone is left, a snake brother says Rabbi Rothschild, two pieces. What are we going to call them, Rabbi? What are these called? Zwei Stücke. Zwei Stücke. Scheide. The Rebbe The reader says it's enough, it's good because you have two fragments, pieces, particular granules. No, comes Rav Shimon says one is enough. Once began less than one, not good. But Tanya says Shimon, not Rav Shimon, seems like it doesn't say Rav Shimon, but actually seems to say it is Rav Shimon. If you have an entire mitzvah, you have 99%, 1% went bye-bye. Yeah, 1% went bye-bye. What's halacha? No good, it says over here. So again, one granule left, two pieces left. Okay, either one or two. Over here we see something very different. If 99% is left, it's a lot more than one or two pieces. 10 pieces. But you don't have 100%. What's the halacha? Also, you need 100%. From when you did the kmitza till then. Says Gemara, you're right. So you have to say, me, heard it levoina shechasa kol shuka. No, you didn't read it right. You have to read or you have to put it in. It's not if it's missing 1%. It's missing 1% of the one granule. Since one piece is enough, if from that one piece, a part of that piece was missing, then it's no good. But Avada, you don't need 99%. You don't need 100% of the initial levoina. Rabbi said, I don't know if you knew. Maybe this is the first time you're hearing this. To bring a minchas levoina, you could buy a bag on Amazon of frankincense and bring one pizza to the mizbeach. Here, I'm giving you a gift. Nothing to do with flour. All levoina. You're getting that. Oh, that 1% was missing of that. Awesome. Similar, we have the same halacha with the pizza. If you're doing flour, and a little bit goes missing, you can't put it on this bed. So too, levoina. But levoina, when it comes to the mincha, some of it goes missing. No, that doesn't work. It becomes kosher. Why? Because as long as you have some left. We have three sheets. Rabbi Meir saw the comments with Kila, the comments with Soif. Rabbi Meir holds whatever you did in the beginning, that's what you did at the end. We're talking about the levoina. You did a whole handful of levoina, make sure that's what you have at the end. Rabbi saw the comments with Kila, no, all you need at the end is two pieces, two granulars, shtikla. Rabbi Shimon Oyim saw the comments with Kila, you need one shtikla, that's it. They all learned it from one time. All the frankincense, all the levoina you put it on top of the flour. Whatever you did all the way in the beginning, that's what you need all the way at the end. Review the Savar, Paul. The word Paul means Paul Shehu. Meaning, even a little piece left is enough. Even one shtick. Less than one shtick is not. It doesn't mean a kosher, like a granular of salt. It means one nice piece. A fragment. Ace. Now, so that's one. How did you get to two? The word ace, the rabbi scored after comes to include a second. Rav Shimon ace lidarish. Since Rav Shimon doesn't learn the word ace as a second one, he's left with one. If it's one or two pieces, according to Meir, the entire amount, 100% of what you start out with, you need to have at that. This is stuff that comes together with flour. When it comes back on its own, it comes to start out with, that's what you need to have all the way down. That it comes on top of the mincha. Anything that comes together with the mincha, then you could have something going missing. But if it comes on its own, this is the carbon, and even 1% went missing, no go. What's the secret? Rabbi side. Short again. It gets mamish in everybody's head. This is the shul fun. Shopping. Start again. Yeah. These are the 12 Lachem Aponim. There's also two Besikin, two spoons, special spoons that have inside it the Levina. The Levina, the frankincense. This you burn on Shabbos. You burn it, you're allowed to eat the Lachem Aponim. But the Levina of the Besikin, the Re'akol Shnei Kmotz, but Kilo Shnei Kmotz, but soy, you can't have anything missing. That's mamish like a mincha, like the piece of a mincha. Shita, why is it so much? You don't understand. Very simple. Because there's no word that says kol. Kol teaches us a culture. Culture means even a little bit. You don't have that by Lachem Aponim. So really you have to have the entire thing. About the same about the Lechem bread. Asher al mincha, mamish like a mincha. It's like Levina that goes with the regular mincha. Levina that goes with Lachem Aponim. Same. Much more different. A little piece was missing from the Lechem Aponim's Levina, can't be marketed. Can't eat the Lechem Aponim either. Think about it, Rabbi Rothschild. Not full. Adom Machim Levina Aboim Amincha, but Levina Abov not small. You have called comes to kilo, comes to small. But when it comes on its own, whatever you did in the beginning, Adom Machim no difference between a Levina that goes with a Mincha and a Levina that goes by itself. Let's just do this little sugo. It's also easy. We get to the mission. Piece of Levana Suda, yeah, it's fine. It says in the mission that you're missing a little bit of the frankincense, but I know it's possible. But you the cherry, the mission doesn't talk about adding. What if you add a little Levana? It's okay. If you add, it's possible. You know what is possible? When you double up. You did 2 full handfuls of Levana, that's no good. If you did 1 piece more, that's not a problem. Now we're going to say the same exact halacha all over again. And what's the Gemara's passion going to be? What do you have to say? The same halacha twice. What's the same halacha again? Sorry. No, before we get. If a person set aside 2 full handfuls, 2 full kmotzim of levina, Mamish looks like a guy in California, you know? Yeah. Huh? Hawaii. Some shivers no snake motzim. Snake motzim. 2 Rabbi say is no good. Why is it no good? You doubled up. You know that. What if one got lost? You had a nice one got lost. Depends when you got lost. Before you were able to do the pizza on the flour, so it wasn't part of it. And one got lost. Now you're left with 1. It's supposed to only have 1. It's fine. But after pizza, so those 2 guys became part of the mincha. 2 is no good. Awesome. Now we have the same exact identical halacha when it comes to the Lechem Aponim. The Lechem Aponim, how many meats do we start off with? 2. 2 spoonfuls. So now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to double it up. So how many do we have now? 4. You put aside 4 instead of 2. So now it became possible. Double. And 2 of them got lost. So it depends. It's before you remove the spoonfuls. So it's not considered anything. It's not part of the Lechem Aponim. So it doesn't pass on it. But once the Kohanim remove it, what do you do in the second case? First. Says the Gemara, the same thing the Torah comes to God. If you look at these 2 guys. They're standing there. They're waiting to be taken. They're there. You know exactly what the pizza is. The Mela one. Here's another Muslim that we didn't know. What time of the day do you take these 2 spoonfuls of levina off the shulchan? What time of the day? 6 hours. But that's the shul that we said the other day. It's after you bring the carbon Muslim. Even yes, man of the course, we had this svara the other day. The time came, the time our first Muslim came. So, and it's sitting there, ready to go. So it's as if you already took it off. And then the two extra guys are part of the lacham haponim. Why? Because it already came off, but it didn't come off. It almost came off. It's the time to take it off. The mashmalam, since he didn't really take it off the shulchan, it's only the time to take it off. So those two guys are not puzzled. They don't pass the thread. And if they get lost, then we have the right amount, and therefore it's okay. Mashmalam, Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful.
Merit the schluss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. We are holding on like 9-10 lines from the bottom of the test on the base. Comments be small. Comments be small. It says in the Mishnah that you do kamitza. Kamitza is you bring a flower offering to the Rebbeinu Shloim, and the procedure is either you put oil first and then you put the flour, or it's one of these menachos that you don't put oil. But if this flour, regardless of what it is, with oil, without oil, eventually the kohen is going to have to take his hand, put it in. We actually have a new one. I could show it to you. Starting off, if this is your very, very first time, there are people that it's their first day. So, here we go. It's new for today. Kmitza. He puts his hand in like this. He grabs some flour with 3 fingers. This was done, by the way. Guess how they did this? New technology, I'll explain to you in a second. Is that the coin goes like this, that's kmitza. It's supposed to be done with the right hand. And he puts it into the second bowl, because that's what we're going to discuss for a moment later on also. So remember the second bowl. It must be done with the right hand. What if he did it with the left hand? No good. But not immediately. How do we know this? It says that you should fill your hand with the mincha. Now, what does a kaf mean? Palm. Now we're going back to the Mitzvah. Even though we saw the videos a bunch of times, let's get out to knock it into our head. Now I want to show you this video because it's important, because it's wrong. We're going to learn today that this video is bad. And let's see if you can notice what's bad about it. First of all, here, let's just show this for you. One kohen is pouring from the lug. This is a klishar. This whole thing has kedusha. All the oil in his kaddish. He pours it into his left hand. The Torah says left. And from here we can learn that everywhere else in the Torah it's in the right. The kaf means right. Over here it says kaf smallest. That over here, kaf kohen has smallest the left. So far, this video is good. Okay. What we're going to see is that there's actually 4 psukim that say the word left by the Mitzvah. 2 psukim are by a normal, wealthy person. We'll call him wealthy. That's how the Gemara calls it. Well, it means he has money to buy an animal. It costs $5. But if the Mitzvah doesn't have money, so what does he do? He's an ani. So he's able to do what's called a carbon oil of the Shabbos, the carbon oil of the So we have 4 psukim, 4 lefts. 2 for the rich guy, 2 for the poor guy who brings a carbon oil of the meaning instead of an animal, he brings a bird. Why do you need 4 psukim? The Gemara goes through it. Says the Gemara, we're going to use up all 4 just to learn one thing. That everywhere else in the Torah, by a mincha, you have to use your right hand, not a left. Left is reserved only for the mitzvah. What does it say? Anywhere else in the Torah, kaf means the right. Only by mitzvah it's the left. As Gemara, but I need it for the actual halacha to tell me that one kohen pours it into the other kohen's left. Not to teach me that in other places it's the right. Says the Gemara, small is achrin oksiv. So here we go. So this is our pasuk by Mincha. It says the word kaf, the palm of that. Now, first pasuk by Asher says kaf hasmalis. That I need for itself. So, well, it says it the second time. Kaf hasmalis. It says also by a wealthy person, the left hand. So now I know in other places no. Ve'ema miot achramiot ella lirabbos. A double negative. A double negative is a positive. So it says the Gemara. When we have a concept in the Torah that when you have two negatives, don't do this, don't use the left hand, means you should use the left hand. So let's use that and say that you could use your left hand when it comes to me. So okay, fine. Now we're going to the third pasuk, which is by the poor person, meaning somebody that can't afford an animal. Over there it says al kapakoyin hasmol. Tomorrow, still not happening. You're not just small, it's only over here. Maybe the third person is coming to teach us that to the whole Torah, a lot of times you see these, what's a limud? Sometimes it says in the pasuk A, and I take that idea and I use it for the whole Torah. Why would I say that dafka over here, not in another place? Okay, for that, that's why it actually says, ooh, I've never seen this. It says arba smalos. I just noticed over here, there's 4 letters. Hey, Vav Zayin Ches in a row. Funny. I don't remember that. Okay, cool. You see that in your Gemara? Because you're looking over there. Where it says smallest, it brings all 4 psukim in one shot. Hey, Vav Zayin Ches. Anyway, smallest skivit. Trey Ba'ani, Trey Ba'ashir. Okay, and here, let me just show you, here's the 4th pasuk. And look what Yoshi did. The Shmak, all 4 psukim together, you see all the 4. Great. End of that. So, what do we learn? That left is reserved only for the Mitzayra. When it comes to Mincha, it's the right. Amarle, Rabbi Yirmiyah observed. Alboin Yodei Hayimanis, Alboin Ragle Hayimanis, the Sif Shemin, the Mitzayra Loman. You take out the word Asher. So Alboin Yodei Hayimanis, Alboin Ragle Hayimanis, the Sif Shemin, Mitzayra Loman. And it says in parentheses, which I'm pretty sure is like a pirush. That's why we take it out. It says in the period. In other words, we already know that the oil goes on top of the blood, and blood we know is on the right. It says in Gemara, Chad lahachshir dodim, the Chad liso tzidig dodim. Let's see if this is going to work. No, I don't know. Okay. You're supposed to put, Rabbi said, pay attention. You're supposed to put, it's very easy. You're supposed to put the oil on top of the thumb. I don't know if it's going to stick. Oh, yeah, like this. Now, what about this part over here, right over here? Mutter. That's why I put it like in green. Now it looks blue. Green, blue. Mutter. What about over here? Says the Gemara. Chad lahakshir tzdadim. One pasuk over here. Yimanis. Tell me that the side is okay, right over here. The chad lifsol. See this though. Right over here, it's also red. The part that's part of the palm, the side of the palm, that's no good. So you got to tell Yoshi, you better switch it up quickly. Okay. Says the Gemara, Adam Osham, Valmukoim Dama Osham, Lamai Osu. This is by the wealthy person. It says, put the blood on top. I'll put the oil on top of the blood. And then it says, Valmukoim Dama Osham. And that's by the poor person. It says, on the place of the blood of the Osham. Why do I need both of them? Somebody else? Says the Gemara beautifully. And in Tzrichi, this is something that you and I didn't know until today. If I were to ask you, I'll stop right here. Let's think about it. Can I remove the blood before I put the oil in? Or does the oil have to be on the blood? Spicy, what do you say? Take a guess. What does logic tell you? Again, I have blood on my ear, I have blood on my finger, blood on my toe. Now I want to put oil. I'm supposed to take oil and put it on my ear. Kohen does it. It's on the ear, puts it on the thumb. Can I remove the blood first? Can I clean off the hand and then put the oil? What do you say? You say no. Anybody agree with him? I would say no. This is what I would say. I would say no. I agree with Spice. Meaning he's saying if the blood is there, it's kaneach loy, but if you removed it, you wiped it off, no good. You cannot put oil on a nice dry hand. It has to be on top of the blood. I would think. No, it has to be on the spot, on the place of the blood, not on top of the blood. Wherever you put the blood before, that's where you should put it. But if it would just say the place, that thing is kaneach. I think, oh, on the place, but not if you wiped it off. I would say, I would think if it's there, it's no good. Why? Because it's chatzitza. You didn't put the oil on top of the guy's thumb. You put it on top of blood, which is a chatzitza. You can't go into mikvah with that blood. You can put it on top of the blood. In other words, you put it on top of the blood, and you can also wipe it down if you want. You can do whatever you want. See the Yimon is Badam, since it says both on the blood of Rosh, in the place of Rosh, and it also says the right blood. Why do I need the two psukim? Mora, Ella, Amarava, Yad Yad Likmitza, Regel Chalitza, Oizen Laritzia. What's going on here? We're going to learn 3 beautiful halachas. Here we go. Check this out. First of all, for whatever reason, I'm talking to Mark, not to you. For whatever reason, when my touch screen, when I touch the box, it doesn't work unless I do it the mouse. Interesting stuff. It says, Oizen Ayumanis, the right ear, the right hand, and the right foot. Says the Gemara, says, Rav, I'm learning 3 completely new halachas that I have for whoever been to the daf. You all know these halachas, basically. If you know, it's cool stuff. Yad Yad L'Kmitza. This we learned that in order to do Kmitza, you have to do it with your right hand. Okay. Regel Chalitza. Oh, Chalitza. What's Chalitza? Chalitza is if you have 2 brothers that one of them got married and died without children. So, typically speaking, you're not allowed to marry your sister-in-law. But if she doesn't have any children from her husband, then it's a mitzvah to marry her. And if not, then you do chalitza. Nowadays, we only do chalitza. One is chalitza. She removes the shoe, special shoe, and it's tied a special way. You'll see in the video. She must remove it. But the halacha is that this shoe has to be on the right foot. That's regel. We learned that from Xer Shava, regel, that has to be on the right. We learned from this pasuk right over here. She has to toss the shoe far. She has to spit a spit that's nikar layinayim, that you can see with your eyes. And this psukim they say back and forth, making you bami lachim of shame. Okay, and then it says, kids are at the end. The business says chalutza nachar. Regel l'chalitza. Oizen. What about a ear? L'ritzia. Smallest. What does Rabbi do with the 4 small? So you need 2 for the actual halacha that it should be in the left hand of the kohen. But what does he do with the other 2? Let me ask. First of all, to tell you that if you put it in the right hand, you are doing something wrong. But this makes a lot of sense because when the person is left, I would think, typically, especially, Hasidim, don't start off with the right. A yid gate right, rechts. You try to give a chassid your left hand, you're in big trouble. No, you're right, So maybe the Torah man, also the left, not only the left. Shaloi Toimar, Umav Mom Shaloi, the Srav is small, the Srav Yamin, in a place where typically you have to do only with your right. But Mom Shaloi, the Srav is small, it's when the Torah says you should do with your left, and in addition, the Srav Yamin, so certainly you should be able to do with your right. So that's 1. 1 tells you no. If you do it with your right over here, it's possible. With the smallest, what do I do? The 4th one, my asa, the not very small. In other words, sometimes the Torah repeats itself, just like over here. Torah started off telling you about the rich man's Mitzvah, and then the poor man's Mitzvah. The Torah will go through all the steps in order to teach you one thing. What's the thing? The one thing the Torah taught us that you don't have to. If you're poor, you don't have to bring a whole animal. You can bring a bird. But all the little details that the Torah tells you with it are not there for you to learn new stuff. Say, oh look, the Torah repeated itself. Oh, so I have extra words. I can learn something. No. The Torah repeated it just to tell you one chiddush. The chiddush is that you can use a bird, not an animal. What do I do with all the extra words? Nothing. They're not there for a riboy. They're there just to be part of the whole of that little chiddush. Loinishnes called parsha, an entire parsha. Those said twice. Loinishnes those is only for one little thing. We had this sugya just recently in Zvachim. We had a number of times. I don't know where. Kids or Zvachim. Twice in Zvachim. There you go. When the Torah says the word etzba, finger, or kohen, but and kohen is not or, we're going to see, or red, etzba ukuna, finger and kohen, it means you must do it with your right. So that I think, Gemara says I would think, etzba ukuna being you need both. Siv, the kohen takes the blood of the chatos with his finger. Important to notice this because it's the only carbon we learn in Tzvachim. The only carbon that you do with your finger. All other karbanas, the kohen takes the vessel, he gives a spritz with his hand. But by chatos, he does it with his finger. But it says in this pasuk both words, kohen, etzba. Kohen, be'etzbai. And I learned out from the Sid. He dunks his right finger. Okay, fine. I know it's the right. You tell me you need both kohen and finger, but we just finished the sugya about kmitza. Usnan comes with a small pause. We start off today's sugya. Kohen does kmitza with the left hand. So no good. It only says kohen, doesn't say anything about a hand or a finger. Got it wrong. You don't understand. Doesn't mean you need both words. One of the two words. It says in the pasuk etzba, it means the right. Over here it says kohen. That's it. I don't need etzba. It means the right. Check this out. Another beautiful video. This is just for learning purposes. No humor. Here we go. Take a look at the center guy. What is he holding? He's holding a sheep's head. And in his left hand, he's holding like some sort of like a thigh. And in his left hand, that's a problem. Why? It says one word, kohen. We just established it says one word, kohen. It means in the right. How's he holding the leg in the left hand? So I get what you're asking. He doesn't have another hand to hold it. He's holding the head. But Lamaisa, it has to be in the right. Siv. So bring another kohen maybe. Siv, it only says kohen, it doesn't say hand. They bring the 8th kohen and bring the Ivarim to the kevesh. Mustan all the limbs. Mustan a regular sheep maybe small. The right foot is small. The kohen should be holding the right foot in his left hand. Based on the foot is a halacha. It should be proper. You should hide the incision mark of the animal where you cut the leg off, put it against his. Just show a nice piece with the skin. Well, we see that the kohen got hold in his left hand. Let's say when I'm doing shrika, mitzvah, whatever, things that are ma'akiv, that has to be in the right. Walking the environment to the mizbeach, let's say I don't do it. The carbon is still good. What about Kabbalah? You receive the blood here. If you don't like blood, do not look. Kabbalah Saddam, you do shchita. With the right hand, you receive the blood. What do you do with the left? Doesn't say hand. It says the word kuna. We learn. Kiba is small pasa. If he accepted it, he received the blood with his left hand, it's possible. But it doesn't say hand over there. It only says kohen. The problem is Reb Shimon machshir. How in the world can Reb Shimon say that it's good Rava just said you need one word, kohen or hand. It says over here one word. It says kohen. How about Reb Shimon say that's okay? It says Gemara, the Reb Shimon Tamish asks me, Reb Shimon Tardibai. Reb Shimon says you need both the word kohen and hand. Then it becomes possible. But over here it only says kohen. Therefore, Reb Shimon says you can receive the blood with your left hand. Well, the problem is when we buy Reb Shimon Tardibai, Reb Shimon really required two words: hand, yad, etzba, or and the word kohen. But Tanya Reb Shimon Oimer, Magam Shenemer yad ein elimin, etzba ein elimin. Says Meforish, according to Reb Shimon Yochai, one word. If it just says yad, it means the right hand. If it just says etzba, it means the right. Nothing to do with kohen. It doesn't say the word kohen here. It says more like this: etzba loy boy kuhuna. You're right. If it says the word etzba by itself, it doesn't require a second word kohen. That's why Reb Shimon says if you do the Baal Zadam with your left hand, it's possible. It says, sorry. Over here, it says, it says the word kohen. Okay, fine. No. So if it says etzba, it means yimin. Reb Shimon says it's kosher. Etzba loy by kuhuna by etzba. If it says the word etzba, that's enough. One is enough, it means right. But if it says kohen, that's not enough to tell me that I need the right. I need another word, etzba, together with it, and now I know that it's on the right. The problem is, so why in the world does it say the word kohen? Kohen by itself doesn't mean the right hand. You need the word etzba in conjunction with kohen. But the word etzba by itself means kohen, right. So why do I need the word kohen? What does kohen help me ever? You know what it does for me? The kihuna, that a kohen must be wearing the big day kihuna when he performs the avodah, otherwise it's no good. It's a chiyuv to wear the big day kihuna. Maris Rika Sibbe Ela Kuhuna. What about Rika? This Rika Saddam that only says the word kohen. Who's not arguing a small puzzle? If you do Zrika with your left hand, puzzle. And even Reb Shimon agrees to that. And Rabbi, how do I know he agrees? Because he doesn't argue. Oh, Rabbi, following a Bryson. You don't know? It's the Mefurish Bryson that he argues. The science is the Bryson. Keep him a small puzzle. Reb Shimon Machshir. Reb Shimon says that Kabbalah Saddam could be with the right. Zarg with small puzzle. Reb Shimon Machshir. Remember this, Rabbi. There's a man, the Omar called Reb Shimon Bayochai, who says you can do this rika of the blood on the Mizbeach with your left hand. Kabbalah with your left hand. Rika with the left hand. It's all good. They ready to play? It says by Kmitza, it says B'komatz. What's the next word? What do you want to play? B'komatz ha? Kohen. Why do you want to play dice party? Right. So why do I need a special word for yad? You don't have to think. If one word is enough, Kohen is enough, tell me that's right. So why do I need yad? Is it your favorite game? I learned from the word Kohen. Says Gemara Chad the Koimetz, the Kiddush Koimetz. So that's what we saw in the beginning of this year. Why do you think you'll get bored of it? But over here, the Kmitza must be done right over here. He's doing it with his right. But also, putting it into the second vessel must be done right over here with the right.
Remember when I was really good in Makala and now I can't be here in Makala?
The problem is, Reb Shimon doesn't need this last step that we saw. This last step, and he takes the kmitza and he puts it into the second vessel. You don't need that. You can take your kmitza from the first vessel directly to the mizbeach.
How did you get so good at Makala?
But even if the says Reb Shimon does require to put it into the second vessel,
that would be good.
And he allows it with the left hand, yad yad the Rav. What he's going to do is two words that say yad, which means the right. Either kmitza gufa, tell me that you should do kmitza with your right hand. I'll leave it to Shimon. But the Rabbi Rothschild, he already learned. Reb Shimon learns it somewhere else. You're the brother of him. And that Reb Shimon, why does he hold? You can do this. I'm sorry, that the kmitza has to be done with the right. How does he know that? The Omar Kroger says the pasuk Kodesh Kedoshim Hi Kachatos V'Chashem. The mincha is like a chatos, like Hashem. What does that mean? Well, of the biyad, if you're performing an avodah with your hand, meaning kmitza, or to be min, you must do the kmitza with your right hand. Kachatos. We said that a chatos is the only one of the korbanos that you do Zrikas Adam with your right hand, not with a kli, with your hand. Whereas other korbanos, here, this is like a regular zrika. It's a little weird, this one.
Alright, so the full path fucked up.
But he throws with the kli. That's every other carbon you have to do it like that. One southwest corner, Shnaim Shemarba, etc.
Rabbi, you're winning.
Rabbi, you're
winning.
The bottom line is, what does Reb Shimon Bar Yochai do with the word yad yad? You're going to do it. You're going to use a vessel. You should do it with the left hand. If it does kmitzi, you should do it with the right hand. But I don't need yad yad for that. But the Yitzhak says when there's a sinner, that does a chet, and he has to bring a carbon, but he can't afford it. So he brings flour, and he doesn't add any oil. Why? Because I want to make him feel that he did an Aveira. He's not going to bring a beautiful carbon. So since Reb Shimon explains that you don't put any oil in it, you don't put any levain in it. Why? You don't want him to give a beautiful carbon, but you can't say now you smoke scotch, so you do with the left hand. No, fits right in. No oil, no levain, just left. Mashmalon, that even a minchas koita with the word yad, I learned has to be with the right hand. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Marry the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Yeah, what?
Just go.
Good morning, Rabbi Lakewood. We know that fast, Amud Beis. Ufa, mama smack in the middle. Mincha shikmotza v'heichal shir. So, kmitza, what's kmitza? For those of you who are brand new, you're allowed to bring, as one of the korbanos, you bring a mincha.
Here's that.
Flour, carbon, but it's not a flour. You bring this, you have to do. Some of them you got oil, levaina, you don't.
Who's your favorite?
One takes his hand, this into the flour, takes 3 fingers worth of flour. That's the pizza. Inside is the kaimitz. Takes the kaimitz, puts it in another bisharis, another vessel. And then they take that, walk it to the mizbech, put it on the mizbech.
I got it.
It takes from here, like this, it's larger.
Ursula, when she turns into like a
takes
woman,
pretty hot, and he puts it on the mizbech. Now, where does he do it? He's supposed to do it in the blue box, the blue dotted box. What happens if he does it in the red dotted box? What's the red dotted box? It's called the Eichel. The Eichel is a very tall building. It's about 400 feet tall. No, 200 feet tall. 200 feet tall. Inside, you have the famous menorah. You have the shulchan with the lechem achonim. You have the mizbech hazal. And past that, you have the kodesh kodashim. Inside, all the way at the end, on the right side of the screen. Goes inside the heichal, inside the red dots, and he does the pizza. Is it good or not good? It's good. The blue dots, because that's crucial certainly in the red dots. So first the Gemara says we see this by the shulchan. So here you have the shulchan with the 12 lechem achonim, and there's also 2 spoons full of levaina, frankincense. And what happens is you have to take the levaina off.
Come back.
I'll zoom in on it. These 2 spoons. You take those off and you burn them, and then the Kohanim could eat the lechem achonim and Shabbos.
That's bad, bro.
Where's the shulchan? Oh, this bezichim, taking the bezichim, taking the levaina, is similar to the kmitza. Just like the kmitza is similar to shkita and srika on the, take the kmitza, the kmitza, you put it onto the mizbech. It's like srika. Everything is similar. You don't understand, just like we're able to do such an avodah in the heichal, so we could also do kmitza in the heichal. Plus, if we're here, comments to shop. sends a positive comments me shot. You should do pizza from over there. What's over there? Now there's an area. If you look in the back of that Gemara, you can see it clear. It's called Ezra's Yisrael. I'll zoom in on here where it says Ezra's Yisrael. See, it says Ezra's Yisrael. There's 11 amma, like 22 feet.
Where are you gonna play here?
Not here. Let me see if I can find it. Right over here. This one. See the red dotted line? That's where Yisrael stands. Us guys, most of us in this room, we stand there like sardines in this 22 area. By the width of the Azara, 11 ounces. So it says that you should do the kmitz over there. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Right?
The highest risk, the highest
over
reward.
there. Do it anyway. Do it all over that Azara. Why not over there? But the Seirah,
Think you're gonna win?
you don't understand maybe that do it over there, not inside that area, only over there. The Seirah, the small, she has to be equal to me. The Kohen has to do the kmitz with the right hand. What if he messes up? It doesn't with his left hand. She has to be equal to me. That also be yesterday. Put back the flour, start all over again. With the right. Let me come to show. I don't learn that the kmitz has to be over there where the Yisrael stand. That's the show means the moment you come to come. Do in that bowl, not in the place of the hateful. Place in the bowl. Same bowl that you started doing the kmitz. That's where you should do the kmitz again. Take it down. Who might have loved fire?
No way if I win.
So that's the question. And the answer himself.
No way. No way. No way.
No way.
What a win.
What a win.
Champion.
Champion.
That has to be our closest one. Is it?
It's all Azor Kula. The finish is the Mishal that you can do the pizza in the entire Azor. I don't think I have it here.
You want to play
You
pool?
see this? This is Mizbeah.
Yeah.
This wall right over here, where the laser is going, that's Safa.
What game do we have to play?
From this laser all the way down here is the northern part of the Azor.
Why don't you think we play this game?
Touching, which are Oila, Santos, Osho, Chantzibur, they're all down here in this area. Touching Kalam, like the Shlamim and the Qaida, they're everywhere. It's the entire area. Even in the
No
south,
trick shot. No
right
trick shot.
Gemara says, I would think that a mincha could only be done in the northern part, from the staff downward. Where do we shut the oil? Only in the northern part of the Azar. Only half, like from the staff downward. So too, I would say by mincha also. Marla to the Tzafa oil, not to the Tzafa. Marla came from right from oil, my oil to the oil street. Oil,
Are you gonna go?
So that's why you need Tzafa. It's a lighter kind of thing, so there's no reason why I can do it all the time. So no, maybe I'll learn the Chatos. Chatos, the I don't get to eat from it. Nevertheless, it has to be only in the Tzafai. So maybe the Mint also on the Tzafai. Now, how can I increase? It's also very common.
I just won. It's over.
So what's the fun? What's meaning Damim? So the Pasuk says, Ki nefesh habos v'adomi v'ani nesaz v'chum al mizbeach chaba nafshem ka'adomu b'nefesh v'chabi.
I just heard this guy.
This is kind of Muslim. That's why you need suffering. Why do I need this puzzle of the Konatz Misham? What does the Konatz Misham give me now? A Muslim is different than a Parsi. So now we're going to talk about Agasha. Those of you who learned enough, you know, those who might not know what Agasha is. So here's Agasha. Find it. Agasha. Here we go. Like this, to take the flour and put it on one corner. Anybody that knows? Here, very good. South was in deer life.
Please stay in.
Obviously, these guys didn't stay here. one of the main corners of the Mizbeach, and you can see on the bottom you have the two shkim over there. That's so I once said Southwest, I threw on the screen Southwest year like I remember a year later. Southwest. You call that? So Hagdosha means you take the bowl of flour, take it, and you literally touch the corner of the Mizbeach, the southwest corner of the Mizbeach. So in Mela, I would think that just like Hagdosha is weird on the southwest corner of the Mizbeach, so too the Kmitza also should be on the southwest corner of the Mizbeach. All Kmitza should be done right over there in that area. Not Hagdosha over there, the Rebbe is not freezing, now we got it. That's why I need the constitution. Great. Kufa. You saw the other Rabbi Yochanan. Shlom sheshachol the heichal. No. If you take shlom and you bring it into the heichal, hush. Shneimar. Shtotoi pesach chol moed. The pesach chol moed eikim. Says Rabbi Yochanan. If I take shlom, you have to shech shlomim where in the blue dotted dot. That area, shlomim is a touching column. It's a touching column to check. Also in the south part of that zone. But what if I take it and I bring it into the red? Into the head? It seems like a little extreme. Nobody goes in there. Everybody goes in there, likes the menorah, brings the pirates once a day, twice a day. But chef, an animal, blood, bring it in there and touch it. Why? Kavachomer. Much more crucial than the Azara. Certainly should be okay. So it says in the Gemara.
How long do you think Russell Brand's going to get?
The animal blocks in the headphone, the open Kedoshim. The Goyim around Azara.
No idea.
And Rashi says in Tzvachim that the
missile 8 years before you in a parole period.
So what do you do?
Because he has money.
The Goyim are surrounding you. You go into the Azara, the Goyim go into the Azara.
I leave you to injustice.
The Shiyar Menachem from the leftover after the Kohen takes.
If he's not guilty, you could be
found. The rest is Shiyar. Tomorrow,
you think you're going to go?
That if the Goyim are surrounding you, you don't have to play the Kedoshim. Kedoshim over here means one step before the Kedoshim.
Did you win?
But the problem is, the only grow the person down from top. Lema, if you could eat the Kedoshim. But
you didn't.
So you can eat the Nazar. So certainly, same kind of flavor of Yochanan before you make over here. If you can eat, touch him in Nazar, so certainly you should be able to eat them in the Heichal or what do you mean?
Oh my God, sorry.
I'll tell you. Avoido, the beginning of the rabbi, I'm reading to you. Do not avoido. Do shita, do the chef shlamim before the Rabbi Shalom. That I could say, that's something normally you could do with anyone. But to eat, that's already not possible. You're ready. To take it to that step, to eat inside the Echel, which is closer to the Rabbi Shalom, that you don't do. And that's why you need a pasuk from the crow, or the pasuk crow, or the double chum and equal and meal. So really you need a pasuk that you could eat in front of the Baruch Shalom. You can eat, touch him in the heichal. Now you get a double chum and meal. You don't take out. It's not. Love, what's the famous answer? Love, here. You have a video. Learning purpose.
We're going to watch it in 9 minutes.
9 minutes. This is how you make a mincha. Take a tweak, hold them in sorrow, fill it enough flour, legal. Now, in certain office, the first step is you pour oil in first, then you put the oil, then the flour, you put oil again, and then the third time you put oil. You mix it all together. What happens if you do this mix?
You don't have the Pepsi
inside of the base.
Yeah.
Is that how you wrote up?
Maybe it did.
You put the oil, then you put the final, the other, and only afterwards, the veal, the iron, after the bottom. Then comes the Behar. By the way, you also agrees that a Zar is so to do that. It means the Veilos, Mitzvah Skuna, say everybody. So it says since we learned that the Yitzchak and the B'lila put it all together, the Yisrael. This is the argue on. If you could use the Yisrael to do the B'lila, so you could also do that.
Beautiful shot.
Look at this picture. What is he doing? He's doing a golden flea. It's a flea shard. That's a cushion flea. So since you're doing it in a flea, you need it in a Lubaya. You're right. Certain things are avoda. You don't need a fire. Like shchita. It's not avoda. It's not avoda for sure. It's avoda. It's part of the process. So putting it in a shard is part of it. It might not be flush. You don't need a fire, but it's still part of the process. And then Ela is, but and therefore you definitely need to be inside the base Hamikdash. I ain't gonna say they're Yochanan, we have a price like you're doing. Not the Zerg, Shira. It's a Zerg, so it's Mufurish. If you do it outside the base Hamikdash, it's also and boil inside, you kosher, outside the Zerg. Ditmash. Min kosher kosher, Pedro Pizza. Yochanan, I'm going to the base of the Malena, I'm going to the base of the Malena.
Baby.
Right over here.
Over for you.
So we're gonna have
Outside of Michael Jackson and my biggest celebrity.
We have five steps. You have putting the flour in, the tzika, putting oil, mixing it in, and now comes the kmitza. After it's all mixed in, this, nothing. Right? We're talking about a mincha that has oil. It's not into the flour, it's into the dough. He does the kmitza. What happens as the Gemara if the mincha is missing part of it. Obviously, you can't do a kmitza when part of it is missing. But what do you do? The government says, "Yo, we're going to base it on bring some more flour for it." You can't do it. It's too late. We're left out of this. This is finished.
No,
why?
full brown chicken.
It's good. Why is it good? Because when he did the kmitza, it had the right amount. He did kmitza, that's it. Now it became a mincha. It's missing now. Okay, so you can't be back to the kmitza. Go over a little bit more. It says in the puzzle. Rashi brings. But he says mina mincha. Then you can't have anything missing from the mincha. Mina mincha. So there has to be a mincha.
Michael Jackson is the highest
So what makes it a mincha? What makes it a mincha? The kmitza makes it a mincha. It can't be missing. Once I put it in, it became cold. Therefore, it's locked down.
James Dean.
Says Gemara, basically, also Aldu. We're talking about a Mitzvah. This flea is a flea shard. The golden flea has Kedusha. He's pouring the oil into another kite's left hand.
Really count?
And from this left hand, it goes through the whole process. This is the process.
I mean, okay.
The blood on the thumb, and then on the finger, and then on here. Then you take the oil and put it on the same spot. On the thumb, on the toe, and on the ear. The left oil, from the left
Would
hand,
you please call Riser?
So what happens if from the slope? So this whole video is for this picture. Look, it's a flea shard. Inside this flea shard is oil. It's covered. What does it say? Some of this oil from this flea shard. If you didn't start with it, fill it out. Even if you pour it. The showers is mechanic, just like someone said before. The bowl is mechanic. You can't. That's it. You're locked out. Over here also, you're locked out. You can't add the oil. It's already completed. That's why you see, like you're beautiful. There you go. Beautiful. Hitler, Shirayim Shachazim with Islam Torah. Oh,
You know what's
here
crazy?
we go.
What's
Go
that?
to the next chart. Now you'll see why this chart
In
is so
2009,
Here, you see this chart? First,
I was president of the highest paid celebrity. And then Pop dressed it up.
And the Kmitza. Now we're going to this chart. Moving over. Oh, so I moved. No. He already did the Kmitza. Now the flower was missing. Shirayim Shachazim with Islam Torah. Now, let me ask you something. After the Kmitza is done, go to what's wrong? Go to your council, go to the thing here. Listen, just add a little bit. Bye bye out. That's a problem. Huh? No, you're correct. That's Kusha. Look at the bowl. Big Kusha. What do you mean? What? No. You're going to go to the closet, get some new fresh flour. Bye bye out. The answer is big bye out. There's no Kmitza done to it. You already did the Kmitza. You already did Kmitza. After you add flour after the Kmitza, you did the Kmitza on that flour. You never Kmitza on that flour. So you can't add flour. That's it. You're done. Doesn't know my payments are late. But the question is that continue moving towards the mizbech and put it on the mizbech. So what is this bowl? Something went missing. This is the shirayim. This is the payat I'm going to eat later on. But my pizza was done nicely from the right shear. Let him continue going to the mizbech. So everyone says it's okay. I'll leave it there. Lezer probably thinking. As the Gemara is going to say in the second word of the answer is, you think I'll leave it there with Yeshua. Like Rabbi Lezer, Yeshua, we have a fight there with Yeshua. Well, it's not. This Rushirel, of Rushirel. Rabbi Lezer is of the opinion that if this Shirai, the Sirah side, the leftover flour gets burned, gets lost, it's not a problem. Take the coinets and put it on this bed. Why? Same thing that we have by a carbon. This is a space on a carbon. What happens after you shut the carbon? The carbon goes missing. It got burnt. It's gone. Birds came, ate it up. And you do this down. You take the blood and throw it on this one. Leslie says yes. I don't need any carbon. This is Shira. Other Shira. You need this over the Ezek Shira. So perfect with that. It's perfect. Everything got burnt. Who cares? You have the carbons in your hand. You have the dam in your hand. Throw the dam. Put the kmitz on this one. Midas should be shula psula, but according to shula impossible. You can't just not have any of them. So you are not the possible to be shula, I'm not sure. Oh, and so the Madonna says it's possible it's going to hold a shula because you have to have the in front of you before you do the requirements on this one. I'm not sure. However, even in the Yeshua, you can say that it's possible. Why? I'm telling you, Yeshua, awesome. Why does it say over there it's possible? Because nothing is left over. Zero. So when zero is left over, you can't put when zero of the animal is gone, you don't have a single part of the animal left, then you can't do Zrikas of that. But over here, we're talking about that this is still here. So what? A little bit of the flour went missing. Should more delay. So you will say that it's good. Why does he have a nice amount left? Oh, Sayon, who would do like a real one with Troy because Vamish Bakurish and Steinman emphasize stuff. Oh, so right over here is the writer for this line. We're going to continue. If you have from a carbon one kizayis of meat left over, now weighs 1,000 pounds. You have one little amount left over with kizayis spela or kizayis of spela. What's the difference between kizayis balsa and kizayis spela? Kela goes on in the spela. Balsa goes in your mouth. Right? Balsa is edible. And the kela goes for the bark. If you have kizayis of meat left over, that kizayis that's left over, I can do Zrikas Adam. If I don't even have that kizayis, I can't do Zrikas Adam. Or if I have a kizayis chayla, also, I can do Zrikas Adam. I was like Rabbi Rothschild said. Chatzi zayis also, chatzi zayis chayla. But what if I have a half a kizayis of steak and a half a kizayis of fats that don't move well? Together I have a kizayis. And it's Zrikas Adam. The two different types of achila. One is achila sada, one is achila of the mizbech. They don't go together. This is gewaldig. I feel the Chatzi Zayis Dozer. Chatzi Zayis Taylor, Zayis Adam. If I have a half Kazayis of meat and I have a Kazayis of Taylor, they combine together. Why? Bibnei Shaloyla, to a bowl. The entire oil anyways goes under his belt. So the thing is edible and not edible. The whole thing is for the Rebbeinu Shalom. So half the guys and half the guys is both really versions. Because you have the guys of Behema, of carbon, and maybe I could do Zik's Adam. This needs explanation. I'm going to get the explanation on the page. The Mincha, the Bishop, will pay him as the Israel. And if you have a Mincha, yes, if you have Mincha, even if the entire Mincha is full, you cannot throw blood. What does blood have to do with this? Where's the Zik's Adam to get to this Mincha? What is it? Says, you know, that person. You don't mind get that. Where's the Zik's Adam on it? All right, Baba, Mincha's the Shalom. See, we're learning new things every minute. There's something called a minchas and that's a mincha that comes together with a carbon. Whatever. The entire carbon went fighting. Something happened, I don't know, burn. And I have a mazrate full of blood that I'm supposed to do treats about it. And I have this. I have a bunch of flour, mincha that went together with the carbon. It goes together, so korbanos have to bring them in. So maybe I would think I could do treats down. Why? Because I have the mincha left over. It's part of the carbon. I mean, all bad these little hassles. You could just maybe it's a part of the carbon. No. Yes, you're right. You bring it together with the carbon. It's not a carbon. The carbon is missing. You can't do it. You can say that. Okay, something about it. And it's very simple. Overall, it has the stuff on it. Something like, oh no, I already said this. Yeah. You have 4 lines in the top. There's Lakish who says it's called a shining off of them, a crow, the hearing, a poem, and a minifas, a sporasa, the Igman is very fun. The hearing is the community that you do for a minifas. Not minifas. The East in the minifas says Rish Lakish, the Yaakov. You need the entire minifas. If somebody goes missing, you can't put the community on to this girl. You know, who's your good saying, minifas, so it's bad. What does that mean? The point, you look over here in it's very interesting. This Sefta has a lot of parentheses. So here's like 2 lines of parentheses. Which it seems like someone other than the Amirani put it in here, so it comes out. But he says, in other words, as long as at the time of the Kmitza, when the Kohen put his hand into the flour and had a full shear, what happened afterwards, I don't care. Put the Kmitza on his man. Beautiful shahoisik flour. That at a certain point, it was good. It was the right amount. Actually, we had yesterday. We're talking about the shul. Oh, here. This is a nice video you did. You had the shulchan. Comes a kohen and grabs one of the breads. I actually had the swiss to hold one of these. And it's not much like that. That's what happened to me, basically. Because they're impossible to make. There's a guy who said, tries to make these, tries to show all the stuff. The kids are the shape, and it's so heavy and so big, it's almost impossible. Anyway, Kohen grabs it. What happens? It breaks. When it breaks, you have crumbs that fall to the floor. They get lost. So now you're missing part of the uniform, part of the left bottom. It's a problem. So, actually, if before they hold the position, you see the Kohanim in this picture are holding the position in their hand. That's called pure. But if it's right before that, the position is still on the table, and this kohen Shemaz will grab a piece of bread, the lachem upon without the shos, and he breaks it, and then it gets lost, already gets lost. Then you're at a loss. Halachim possible, you can't eat the lachem upon it. You have to have full bread, you have to have everything perfect. If something gets lost, you can't eat the bread, and you can't put the levina on this bread. What if, like in this picture, where the Kohanim are holding on to the season, they already put off the table? We had 2 days ago. How do you take it off the table? 4 Kohanim walk in. One Kohen grabs 6 breads. Next Kohen grabs 6 breads. One Kohen grabs 1 spoon. Next spoon. Another 4 Kohanim, one day, they bring them the new bread and the new physique. Here, they should bring them down a little puzzle. My goal is a physique. But if you're ready to physique now, then you can't eat the bread, but you put the physique out. It's missing some of the bread. of course, you're sluggish. Some of the milk is missing. What's the halacha where it's sluggish? You can't put the meat on his back. So over here, some of the lechem aparim is missing, so you can't put the tzibur on his back. Now we go back there. But Rabbi Rothschild and Kirk mamish. It doesn't mean that he mamish took the tzibur off the shulchan. Oh, the kimchi is minor aparim. It's the 6th hour of the day. I will be sure to but then anybody look it up. Says tomorrow, so you have a problem. Some of it is missing. Some of the bread, some of the lechem aparim is missing. How can you put the tzibur on his back? Says tomorrow, Malay. Omani, really has it. Don't put it in Lezer. We saw it in Lezer no matter. That if the entire carbon is burnt, the entire mincha is burnt, you can continue putting the meat on his back. You can do this reflex. Oh my lay, I don't like that. Telling me, I know I'm eating off Mishnah Shema. I'm telling you, on Mishnah, everybody, if I was the ad, and Lezer telling me it goes to on Shita. And another problem, here in Yezer, my eating Nifras. You tell me a very small chiddush. Guy thinks I'm like on the video, and he breaks it, and then 3 crumbs fall to the floor. Oh, it's missing. I'm going to tell you a much bigger chiddush. If the entire lechem is burnt, not a single morsel left in the lechem water, you can still put, according to Lezi, you can still put the position on the mizbeach. Why are you telling me a case where a few crumbs are missing? The whole thing is missing. I feel sorry about it now in my ishtik. You didn't know what that is. I said, Lord, I might show some. Why do you write? Something I make the podcast. The delay, tzibur shani. What's lechem aparim? Lechem aparim is something for the community. You have kulas when it comes to the community. How do you interested in doing about it? We know that kulas will be tzibur. You should not be sorry. So a little bit of lechem aparim is missing. So the tzibur we're going to allow. I'll tell you why you didn't answer. It's Meres, because here's the proof that he's sorry to Balmum done. Maybe Balmum, but tzibur. When something's missing, it's like a broken leg. When you have a broken leg, even like tzibur can't get away with a carbon that has a broken leg. Balmum is Balmum. So this Balmum is a mum. Balmum. So even for tzibur, what do you want? You also have a carbon and a smite on and a good buffet. You send it over. You know, that's still Rabbi Rothschild decided to tzibur. It doesn't say where Rabbi Rothschild started. They'll argue even in the case of Minchas Omer. What's Minchas Omer? On the second day of Pesach, we bring a mincha, which allows us, according to some, allows us to be after Pesach. Omar Rav Al Rav is listening to the same thing on one dollar. Because we're on the sentence. Omar Al Tiyah says you want to. So I'll just take the sugya in 1 second, and that's the end of the sugya. We have here 2 psukim that both say that you're not allowed to have any flour missing. So that's a bad cash on who? On Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says that if you have flour missing, you can go be macro. The parents in area of 2 psukim. In fact, 2 psukim are a riot against both of Rabbi Yochanan's shittas. I remind the Olam, shitta number 1, machlokes number 1, was when the flour was missing between the belila and the kmitza, where Rabbi Yochanan said, more. And machlokes number 2 was after the kmitza, but before that Torah, where Rabbi Yochanan said, since we have 2 psukim over here, and they both say you can't have any flour missing with 2 psukim. 1 is enough. 2 psukim. For both of these halachas. Let's see what's that. Now we have a point. Real quickly. It says in the Pasuk Sota, which is flour, the fine flour, which is missing from the Yisarim, that even holds the Yisarim, it's called Mishamba. If it's missing a little bit from the oil, it should cost from the whole shoe possible. From the wood that holds the oil, if a little bit is missing. But then you go, another possible. It says when I'm mincha. Now the mincha, once you're here, it's once you're it's legal in the If it's missing anything from the mincha, the Rabbanah, no good. That's the bar trick, right? So not only right, it says that some of and we're talking really about the flour. So the flour missing, why do I need that? La, the Torah, pizza, the Chalishrine Shmonsu, big pizza, Torah. These 2 charts, this one and this one. You tell us that Yochanan is wrong. But you use the Rebbe with our value in both of those charts. No. The Rebbe is going to say, how the Rebbe should find pizza? That if this happens, I always tell you, if you're missing some flour, not that it's possible. Maybe we're basically well on in. Go home and bring more. Don't be good. very light. If you don't bring more, then it's fine. The other one's telling us the second case. Right. They are talking about this case, but not like you're saying that it's a right against Rabbi. Oh, Rabbi is going to explain. Even though you take this pizza and you make it, there's a big fish for both sides. You went ahead and you put the pizza on the side. What about this? What about all this flour that's left over? Usually you can get rid of it. The Torah says you're not allowed to eat it. The Bible, we actually had a question. According to like the Rabbi Rothschild said, that you can take the pizza, put it onto the mizbeah. But what about the leftovers? When the guy takes a pizza, that's one iseres. But when after the pizza more goes missing, that's the iseres and iseres. That you can't eat. So what shot is that as long as that during the pizza you have the right shoes, what happens afterwards doesn't matter. You're allowed to eat it, you're allowed to put it in. Boy side, have a wonderful
Merit exclusive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Rabbi Isai, we're holding all the way on the bottom of Zion on the base. 2 lines from the bottom. Got it? One of the examples is on Yom Kippur, the Kohen takes the blood of a chatas and he sprinkles it 7 times on the floor. All different procedure, a little bit on the mizbech, a little bit here. And we say on Yom Kippur, we say achas, achas v'achas, achas. That's the sprinkling of the blood. Can he receive that blood of the chatas in 2 different vessels? So Rabbi Rothschild is of the opinion that if he receives, let's say, 4 drops worth in one vessel and 3 in the other, no good. Says the Gemara, Umi Omar Rabbi Rothschild, did he really say so? It's amazing, it's beautiful. First of all, very easy daf, a flowing daf. A lot of geschmack stuff. I love this stuff. It's all about, when Mashiach comes, the Kohen Gadol, the Beis Hamikdash, different things that we're not very familiar with. And one of them is, did you know that a Kohen Gadol brings a mincha twice a day? Every day, he has to bring a flowery gift to Hashem. And he has to bring the flour from his home, and he puts it in a vessel, and he's sorrowing, and he divides it. Half in the morning, half in the evening. This machbas, the minchas machbas, it's called. You can't sanctify it. You can't make it kadosh half and half. You're going to be using half in the morning and half in the afternoon. So you would think, okay, so I'll make half kadosh right now. What does it mean kadosh? When I bring a bag of flour, like I have sitting over there, I used the flour yesterday. Bring a bag of flour from your home. You bought it in Costco. Has no kedusha. But as soon as you put it, now I could say that I wanna make a minchas machbas out of it. So then it will change it'll become kadosh the bedek habayis. But I want to elevate the kedusha. I want to make it really kadosh. So I put it into the vessel. I have a gold bowl. I pour it in. Whatever hits the gold bowl becomes kadosh. I need to pour the entire isara into that vessel, and I cannot do half and half. That's what Rabbi Yochanan says. Lazar Omar, no, he argues. Look, I'm going to put on the mizbeach a half. Says Rabbi Lazar, since it's brought at 2 different times, you can make the kaddish at 2 different times. Da'afches Omar Bisa, and if it's true that you Rabbi Lazar hold that you cannot collect the blood you're going to be sprinkling on your kippur on the floor or whatever in two different vessels, lev midam. Why did you, Rabbi Lazar, say that it's okay to put all the flour in two different vessels? Let's learn from the blood that you cannot. If Rabbi Lazar holds that you cannot put blood in two different vessels, that's even one vessel, so you should learn from there the idea by flour as well. We should learn flour from blood. That's interesting. We're going to have this concept 3 times on the dot, on this Amud even, and I believe it's only concept in Kachim. There's certain things that are unique to the Seder Kachim, and this is one of them, that perhaps you don't learn one thing from the other thing. Because throughout the Torah you learn one thing from the other. But maybe don't learn one from the other. Amar, but I'll prove to you that he does learn one thing from another. That is, Amar Belazar, Mincha Shmatzav Heichal Sheira. That's the Heichal, the red dots. And the blue dots is where you're supposed to do the kmitzi. You're supposed to take the flour, the coin goes like this, grabs 3 fingers worth, puts it in another vessel, etc. That's supposed to be done in the Azara. What if he didn't do it in the Azara? He went into a holier place called the Heichal. That's okay. Why? We're going to go back to this one. This is the Lechem the Shulchan, also from my very talented artist, Shlomo. Well, it's a combination. We have actually 3 people working. So on the Shulchan, you have 12 breads, Lechem Apanim, and 2 spoonfuls of frankincense, of Levina. The way it works is that when you take the Levina, you take the 2 spoons and you put them on the Mizbeach, then that allows the Kohanim to eat the 12 bread. Before you put the Levina on the Mizbeach, you cannot eat the bread. The Levina is a matter, it's a machshir. It allows you to eat the bread. So, the Kmitza action is very similar to the Bezichim. There's a similarity. The Kmitza is what allows you to eat the rest of the bowl of flour by you taking the Kmitza, putting it in the Mizbeach. So to the Bezichim. Where do you do Bezichim? Where does this take, this whole video, where did it take place? Let's see. This, where is this? Where's the Shulchan? The Shulchan is placed in the Heichal. That's where the Shulchan is. In the Heichal we have the Menorah, we have the Shulchan, and we have the Mizbeach HaTorah. Anything else that I missed out? I don't know. So, it's in the Heichal. So you see that you're allowed to take Bezichim from the Heichal, so you can do a Kmitz in the Heichal. So what do you see? So Rabbi Lazar learns a mincha, the kmitza, from the lechem apanim. Says the Gemara, mincha yalek. That's not fair. You're learning a kmitza from lechem apanim, but guess what? Lechem apanim is also a sort of mincha. It's a bread. It's a flourly. Is that a word? It comes from flour. So it's like a mincha. A mincha midam le'alef. I don't want to learn mincha from blood. But just like blood, you can't receive in 2 vessels. So too the chabitin you can't accept in 2 vessels. You can't learn. Does Rabbi Lazar really learn mincha from a mincha? Vatanya, actually, perka nifras lachma. If before they remove the 2 bezichim, we don't have it, but here, I just like to picture the bezichim. So I'm going to go to the end of this video, and okay. So again, you take the 2 spoons, you put it on the mizbeach. What happens if before you were able to put it on the mizbeach, somebody took a loaf of bread and broke it in half? Now, what happens typically when you break something in half, a loaf of bread? You have, different crumbs fall to the floor. You're going to be missing part of the bread. That's a very big problem, because anytime you have missing from the actual mincha or from the lechem apanim, it causes a lot of problems. So here's the halacha. Actually, if before you were able to remove the 2 spoonfuls, there was already some of the bread missing, halechem pasol ve'ein makdir elav b'zechim. They have a major issue. You can't do anything with the bread. You can't eat the bread, and you can't even put the bezich and the levina on the mizbeach. However, Pirka, once the kohanim remove, we saw yesterday, we had a video of 8 kohanim. Remember, 4 bring the new bread, the new bezich, and 4 remove the old. So when the kohanim remove the old, the bezich, once they remove it, and then the kohen grabs a loaf of bread and cracks it in half, but if that happened afterwards, halachim also, so you can't eat from the bread because some of it is missing. However, once you remove the bezichin already, you might tell some bezichin, you can put it on the mizbech. Rabbi Lazar, he says, "Lo pirka mamish," doesn't mean that you took the bezichin off the table. It just means that it's the time that you can remove the bezichin, which is the 6th hour of the day. At that point, even if you didn't take it off, as if you took it off, you know what's going on there? You don't have to physically take it off. You have to just be at the right time. So, if Rabbi Lazar learns one mincha from the other, so you basically can learn the regular mincha from the lechem hapanim, and vice versa. So let's consider this a mincha that was missing a little bit of any mincha that's missing some of the flour. That's it, and do anything with it. So here also, it's missing a little bit of the lechem hapanim, some of the bread, right? Somebody took a loaf of bread, he breaks the bread in half. He said, "Oh, it's okay because it's the position. It's 6 hours of the day. It's anyways have to go on his back." I'm out. Part of the bread is missing. Part of the bread is missing. You can't do a position. Can't do anything. Says Gemara, no. Holy gosh, I want to show you the Rabbi Lazar holds that we cannot compare the Hamafon to the regular meal. No. Holy gosh. When you have a bowl of flour, nobody knows where the kmitz is. You don't do the kmitz yet. But by lechem hapanim, we know straight out what the kmitz is, so to speak. There's 2 spoonfuls. They're sitting right in front of you. So it's different than a mincha, where you don't know what the kmitz is. And therefore, the kimchi gives man on fire, come on the park it down. As long as the time came, 6 hours in, and I know exactly what the kmitz is, so I don't really have to put it on his bath. And even though some of the bread goes missing, I can continue putting it on his bath. Now, if some of the lechem hapanim was missing, after the bezichin were taken off the shulchan, we said it's okay, just continue bringing the bezichin onto his bath. You can't eat the bread, but continue with the bezichin. That's more why. There is one opinion that says that if you do the kmitza and you're bringing it towards the mizbech, and then some of the flour in the bowl went missing, they might clear comes alone. You don't put the payments onto the mizbech, because some of the flour is missing. So we're also better. How can you bring the position onto the mizbech? Why? It's a machlokes. Who knows? So we're on the he has like the other opinion that if some of the flour was missing, you could put the kmitz on the mizbech. So too, if some of the lechem hapanim was missing, I'll put the position on the mizbech. Also, Chavidim coming over. These Chavidim that we saw, the Panel bring every day. We have an Omar in the Deish of we saw before the machlokes. That's how we start off. Sure. We have on all the you have to put all the flour into one vessel and make it kaddish on one time. Those are argued. Since anyway he's going to be making half an hour, so you can make it kaddish half an hour. Let's just go into the reasoning here. Mincha machzisa. He learns it from a pasuk. The mincha half of it. In other words, first it should be a mincha. Period. When you have the whole thing, then then you chop it in half. They say they have a big problem. This isn't foolish that you should not bring it half and half. Well, maybe starting shallow, but if I tell you, you should bring the whole starting, which is the measurement, and then cut it in half. The Danya, mincha machzis. If it would say mincha machzis, I would know this. But since it says mincha machzis, I do know why. Because if it would say machzis, maybe chatzis, or maybe say shabbos, chatzis, or maybe say arvis, and market. You should bring half a bag of flour in the morning, half a bag of flour, then go back home and bring another half. Maybe you should bring the whole thing together from his house and then cut it in half. So what's the question? The question is, how does Rabbi Rothschild say that it could be mikdash, you could sanctify half and then another half? It says in the first over here, you have to bring the whole thing. That's how you do it. It says the Gemara one word, lemitzvah. This that it says that you should bring the whole thing in one shot, it means it's the better way to do it. It's the more lechatchila way to do it. You want to get the most out of the mitzvah, you bring a bag of flour and you mikdash it in one shot. However, if you didn't do it like that, you did it half and half, you're also yaitz, like Rabbi Rothschild. Only Rabbi Ravim, maybe Pasuk or Ravashi, but Chukuk Sivba. If you look at this pasuk, here's the pasuk. It says, "Va'kveira Mashiach Tayim Yivonu V'Yasa Isa." Oilam Hashem, Tayim Chakir. So chak means, but you know, chukah. So it's chukah is a part of Paraduma, chukah. It's a rule. You don't ask questions, and there's no way around it. Anytime the Torah says chak, chukah, that's it. That's what it says chak oilam. So therefore, and we just said, it says mincha machatzi, so you should bring the entire thing and then cut it in half. So how could you tell me, oh, it's in the first place, that's how you should do it. If the avid, you went and you cut it in half, it's okay. It's not okay. It's chukah. You have to do it only one way. This pasuk, which is the pike, means when you bring it from your house to the Beis Hamikdash, it should be whole. It should be one pipe, one piece. So this morning when I gave Shir in Hebrew, I'm like, wow, who cares? Bring up. What does the Torah care how you bring the flour from your house, from your pantry? So the art scroll brings the Chazon Ish. I looked it up now, right before Shir, and he says, the Chazon Ish says that what it means to me, it's beautiful now. What it means to say is that you should sanctify the Kedusha's Dami. You should at least make it Kaddish in one shot, the lower level of Kedusha. Then, when you want to make it Kaddish, like what's the word? Not Kaddish Kebayis, Kaddish Kedashi, basically. You want to make it the highest level. That's not the right way to say it. I'm missing the word, but the highest level of Kedusha, then you can already separate half and half. But when you're bringing it to begin with, what does it mean bringing it in the Uber to the Beis Hamikdash? It means when you're sanctifying, when you're making the first level of Kedusha, it should all be in one shot, and that's what the Torah is telling you. Don't break that up. The Rabbi Yochanan really say that when it comes to Minchas Chavitim, that was the first line of the Gemara that we learned. And when the Kohen Gadol brings Minchas Chavitim, he can't break it up into two. It has to be in one piece. So Itmar, it says, and this is referring to a Boisai, very important, he's referring to a regular mincha, not a minchas Chavitim. A regular mincha. A person wants to bring a minchas and double, wants to bring a gift hashem. So he brings a bag of flour to his minchas. And he brought a half a son, and he had in mind, and he had intent, and this is also, Yiddishkeit is all in the mind. He had in mind to add, Rav Omar in Kaddish, he didn't bring the fully sorry, he brought half. It's not Kaddish. Let's remember this, Rav. God says it's not Kaddish. Rav Omar Kaddish, it is good. If Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Kohen Gadol has to do everything in one shot, how come he doesn't learn the regular mincha from the Kohen Gadol? They have to do everything in one shot. How come over here, when it comes to a private person, you can bring it in two pieces? If you then once again, we're going to that Yesod that we saw all the way in the top of Pesach Neral, 2 lines in the top. Listen, this idea, I can't learn one thing from the other, which is puzzling because throughout the third, we rarely ever see this idea of just. Don't learn one thing from, what do you mean don't learn one thing from the other? That's the whole Gemara. We're learning one thing from the other. But anyway, in Chum, we don't learn one thing from the other. If you dare or give them a listen, maybe, what do you ask? Learn from Kohen Gadol that you cannot divide it. And then by a regular mincha, you also can divide it. Maybe I don't learn a regular mincha from Chavitim. Check this out. Once again, this is Chazon used before. We use it again. What do you shep? Shlomim. Now, shlomim is part of the category of touching talent, the lighter category. So, lighter category, you can check this in the north and the south part of Balzara. In other words, in the entire blue square. What happens? He took it into the Heichal, reserved for special occasions, for the Torahs every day, for the Menorah every day, for the Lachem HaPanim on Shabbos. He goes and brings it in. He's loading up the heichal inside. Kosher or not kosher? Shayrim. And it's kosher. The siv ushachta pesach hayomay, and he uses logic. It says he's shechted at the entrance today. Puzzle Homer Maker. Whoa, this blue dotted line is not as kaddish as the red. What's all the way at the end of the red? We're going to say all the way at the end. So it's like you go from that Zara, very holy, go into the Echal, holy, and the only place Kadashim is the holiest of holy. So if indeed some people want to say that even you suffer in place Kadashim, it's kosher. It's like the Kadashim. If it's kosher in that Zara, certainly in the Echal. The since something is only there, it's only $100. I'm learning one area from another area. If it's good in the area blue, it's also good in the area red. So that's learning one thing from another. You just told me you don't learn one from another. You know why I died to the heights of Shine? You know why over here, when a person has a mind to bring another half a bag of flour from his house to add to his mincha, okay? Because he had a mind to do it. It's not that he's adding another. While he had the first half, he said, I'm going to have another half. So that's as if he had the whole thing. That's the noise of Shani. So it actually becomes Kaddish even before he added it. Just the thought alone is enough to make it okay. Sanya, Malayim, famous pasuk, right? Say, Shim Shekel, HaKodesh, Mayhem, Malayim. You all know right? That the vessel of flour has been completely filled. I once heard of Pshat. I have no idea who said it. He said, how come this vessel that we fill the flour in, did a whole calculation, that it's worth about close to $10,000 in today's value. What about the flour inside the vessel? 50 cents. Yet the Torah says, Yisarin, it's like very laying, full, it's a whole thing. It says, you know why? Because money is really just a way to get to the mitzvah. The whole thing is to show you. Yeah, it's going to have to spend $10,000. But at the end of the day, you still want. For the mitzvah, that's only $1. It says over here, Milayim, Erishleim, has to be whole. Now, if you look in the Gemara, these parentheses, anybody that learns Gemara knows that this is not Gemara language. This is like literally like, I don't even know if Rishon wrote this. And that's why there's so many of these parentheses all over the Nafas, and the Shidduch Red sticks them all out. Dar of Yosi, a Mossad is man shein dive to Lahaisi. Man shein dive to Lahaisi, Rishon, Badai. When do you need a full vessel all the way to the top of flour, when you don't have intent to fill it up? So let's say your bag ran out. Yeah? You had half a bag of flour and it went up there. So you went to the closet and the base of you should bring in more flour. So it's kadosh. As you put in the first part, kadosh. Second part, kadosh. You don't have to wait to the second part. Why? Because you have intent. Fill it up. Develop it. It's usually kadosh. As you put it in, it comes kadosh. Now remember, like just 7 lines up, Rab says that by a regular mincha, not by the mincha of the Kohen Gadol, by a regular mincha, Mr. Yisrael comes to Beis Hamikdash with a half a pound of flour. He says, "Rabbi, it's not enough. I have to go home and bring more." So he goes home and brings more. Is that okay or not? Was it kaddish the first half that he put into the flea shards? Did it become kaddish or not? So Rab says no, not kaddish. What does Rab hold when it comes to the Kohen Gadol? The Kohen Gadol takes his chavitin and breaks it in half. He pours half the flour for the morning, and then he pours half the flour for the afternoon. Is that kaddish or not? Is it the same thing as a regular mincha? It says Gemara, Rabbi chavitin the Mansiyah. This is well. Teacher doesn't really hold that half and half is good. He just holds that by a regular mincha. It's not good. How come he doesn't hold that you learn a regular mincha from the Kohen Gadol's mincha that half and half is good? Maybe they ever have this, and you'll say, "Yo, this is the first time I've seen this." Maybe you'll say, "I don't learn a regular mincha from the Kohen Gadol's mincha." I could take flour, put it into a vessel, and it comes kaddish, even though I didn't have the oil yet, even though it needs oil. Because that's how I found by the bread. The breads in the lechem apanim bread in the eichel, they don't have oil. What about the loy levana, without the fragrances? They become kadosh without the fragrances. Why? She can see them when she comes to Because that's what I see by a carbon that has to, you have to bring a milk with the carbon. It works. The loy sheven of the loy levana, what if it doesn't have oil and fragrances, just has flour? It also becomes kadosh. She can see them when she comes to You see that Rav does learn one thing from the other. So if Rav would learn one from the other, and he holds by a Queen Gadol's milcha, that you could split it in half, so you should hold the same thing by regular milcha. It's still not, you're doing it 2 different times. How come Rav says that by regular milcha you can't break it up into 2? Obviously, Rav, the Yodim should make, as the old, you cannot break it into half by when it comes to Queen Gadol, and so too, you can't break it in half by regular milcha. You just said. I'm telling you, it's easy stuff here. It's not like these complicated sparas or whatever. It's cool stuff. Rav says that a mincha becomes kaddish. You put the flour into the vessel, even without oil, it becomes kaddish. She gave it to him with a company, found this by Lachamach. Even without the fragrances, she gave it to him with his son. We just read it, I'm reading it fast. She gave it to him with his son. He found this by the sinner's mincha. He doesn't bring levaina, he doesn't bring shemen, and he becomes kaddish. The shemen levaina, actually high below high. Shemen levaina, the oil, just the oil itself becomes kaddish without levaina, and the levaina becomes kaddish without the oil. Each one becomes kaddish by itself. Shemen, shkemitinu below. Where do you need oil? That should become where do you see that it becomes kaddish by itself? You find it below. We know the Mitzvah, one of the processes that when it comes apart, you take the blood from nothing, put on his finger and his thumb, you put on his toe, so too with oil. Thumb, you put the rest on his head, the whole thing. His ear, you find that Levina becomes touched by itself on the Lechem Apanim. Rashi, but over there, this bread, okay, but the main thing is in the position. No, the only way a mincha becomes kaddish, listen to this. You need all 3 ingredients. When you have 3 ingredients, you need all 3 ingredients together to become kaddish. You need to pour the oil, the flour, and the levaina all into one bucket, into one bowl. Then you can make it kaddish. If you just put the flour by itself, it doesn't become kaddish. Just the oil by itself, it doesn't become kaddish. Now, the Rebbe Chanina is sorry, Memo Nimshah. Why in the world do you need a special vessel for the Isarim to be holy? If this vessel of Isarim doesn't create kedusha for the flour on its own, because you need the oil and you need the levaina in order to make it kaddish, so then why is the Isarim vessel that measures flour, why does it have to have any kedusha at all? The little Isarim guy has kedusha. In other words, Moshe Rabbeinu came with oil and anointed this plate. He took a simple plate and he poured special oil that he had, and he made this vessel kaddish. Now what? Every time you put something in it, it creates kedusha to that thing. But for what purpose? What flour needs to be kaddish? Flour by itself cannot have kedusha, according to Chanina. According to the other shittas we saw, yes, it has kedusha by itself. According to Chanina, you need to add the oil, you need to add the levaina. Then you're not adding the levaina and the oil into that Isarim. Isarim is just one tight measurement of flour. This is more the simple answer. We're just going to skip the parentheses. The mincha is fighting. Yeah, there is one mincha for the sinner that has 0 oil, 0 levaina. All it has is flour, and that needs kedusha. So that's why that's the kedusha. And why does the vessel, the golden vessel that holds, it also measures the lug of shemen? Why does it need kedusha? If according to Panini you have to add the shemen together with the flour, the leg shemen sorry because there is one case of sorry that needs oil without anything else, and that needs to be covered. Now we have a chiddush from Shmuel that, for whatever reason, it's just interesting. He's very talented, our Shmuel guy in the AI department. Made a whole video on this sugya. So let's see the sugya, then you'll understand the video. Shmuel says, he also agrees with Rav. It's not. When you have a vessel, a measuring cup that's designed for liquid, so any liquid that goes into it becomes kaddish. What liquid do we have in basic English? We have oil, we have wine, and we have water. So those things become kadosh. And any measuring device that's designed specifically with demarcations, let's say, of dry, because like we have liters and ounces and milliliters. We have certain things that are designed for liquid, and we have what do we have we have pounds, and what else do we have? Grams. Certain things that are more for solids. Yeah, I think we have the same thing in nowadays as well, right? We would have different measurements for liquids and for solids. So you have special measuring devices in the base of English for liquids and special measuring devices for solids. And the question is, what if you decided to measure solids like flour in a measuring cup that was specifically for liquid? Does it work? Does it give it kedusha? It says no. No. If it's designed for liquids, it cannot give any kedusha to dry goods. And a measuring device for the dry goods cannot give any kedusha to the liquids. Shmuel, here comes Shmuel. He's only for liquid. In the Beis Hamikdash, when they received the blood out of the animal's neck, they would take it in a mizrah, which is a cone-shaped device, which was designed that you cannot put it down. Since the bottom is pointy, you can't put it down. You put it down, it's spilled. They didn't want the guy to put it down. They didn't want it to rest. They didn't want the blood to get to juice. He says that kli, which is actually a kli, it's a vessel that contains usually blood, which is liquid. Yeah, if you put some flour in it, it becomes like Here's a passage. But a mincha is actually considered liquid. Why? I don't know how you would view it. What do you view dough? Is dough a liquid or a solid? Most people say solid. What? No, you're right. So it could be that in the Beis Hamikdash there's so much oil because they put three oils on the bottom, on the top, and after doing this again. So maybe it's more of a liquid. But the Gemara understands it's a liquid. That in fact, in the mincha, even if you're going to mix it up, you don't have great mixing devices. You're mixing it by hand, so you're always going to have like a lump of flour somewhere. That didn't get that liquid in there, and that didn't become. What do you tell you? That the dough is liquid, and if it's liquid, you can put it into a liquid measuring device that should give it kedusha. But guess what? In every mincha, there's lumps here and there. And they don't have to be very large lumps, very small lumps. 10 grains of flour. You say, and the very severe. So 10 grains, whatever, small little lump, but it doesn't have liquid in it, so that wouldn't give it, so it wouldn't become fuzzy because it's in a liquid measuring device. So he says like this. First of all, you cannot view this mincha that has a lot of water in it, it's very liquidy as liquid because there's parts of it that are not liquid. Second of all, we probably say mincha like abidam, kiyov is down. At this day, and this you'll see all the way at the end of the video, blood in a scorpion machine. Oh, you have to do this. You're able to see behind the scenes. So blood is very liquidy, and dough is not liquidy as blood. So yes, it might be, you can consider it a liquid, but it's not liquid when you compare it to blood. Rabbi Rothschild have a wonderful
Learn the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Live from Park City, Utah. So it goes like this. So we're talking about like 20 lines from the Bible. Again, Rav is the one who says that if a Yisrael does kmitza, he takes this is the bowl of flour. If the Yisrael takes the 3 fingers worth from his bowl, it's no good. But if he puts it back into the bowl, it's good. The Mishnah mentions a whole list of other people. You have a Einin, you have a Kapara, you have a Yain, etc., etc. Says the Gemara, it's because Rav said that you can put it back in. I would think that the only thing you put back in is if you do it with your left hand. But do your left hand, you can put it back in and start over again. What if Yisrael does it? What if a Naaman does it? You can. That's what I would think. But how could that be? It's not true. Says all the whole list is all kosher. You put it back in. And another thing it says the comments misham. It says in the pasuk the comments misham from there. The Malcolm Shiragla has from the place that the feet of the Israelim stand. Remember, comments if you messed up, you do it with your left hand. Put it back in. Start over with your right. So you notice the difference. The Malcolm should come from the same bowl that you did pizza with your left. Do it over again. It's not a problem. The key and the cross stomach small, so it's obvious that the pasuk is not referring only to the left hand versus the right. The pasuk is talking about Yisrael and Ryan and it's Tuliyad and Kippur. What's Rav coming to? When can you return it? In all situations, even if you did the kmitza and put it into the smaller second vessel, which gives kedusha to that kmitza. You did kmitza with your right hand. Well, you're Yisrael. You did kmitza with your right hand. Put it into the small vessel. It becomes kadosh. Take that, dump it back into the original bowl, and start all over again. Speak chiddush. And this comes to say differently, to exclude these tanoi. Let's say the Sanya Rabbi Yossi ben Yason, Rabbi Yehuda Nachman Amru, Rabbi Yossi, the son of Yossi ben Yason, and Rabbi Yehuda Nachman say, by the way, Yehuda Nachman, I heard once that he's not Pshat that he's a baker. Pshat is that his Torah was so beautiful, like fresh bagels, but he wasn't necessarily a baker. But they say differently when we just said. We just said that even if it goes into the second kli, you can still use it. No. When can you use the original kmitza? Only if you didn't put it in the second kli. Like kiddush. But if you put it in the second kli, also that's too late. You can't do anything. You get army? And some say in kiddush loy. After you did that in Rav. in kiddush loy. Not like we said before, that if you put it in the kli, that it's okay. Rav said no. If you put it in the kli, it's not. Keman kanetanoy, and he fits right in with Yossi, Reb Yossi ben Yasim, Reb Yehuda Nachman. They go hand in hand. If we use the kmitza, if you don't put it into the shores, you just put it directly back into the original bowl. But if you put it into a second bowl, it becomes also Keman kanetanoy. What is kmitza? So you're able to bring, in English, you're able to bring a gift. Usually it's a gift. You're going to show them, put on his bath. It's made out of flour. Sometimes you add a little oil, you add a little frankincense, levina. Sometimes it's plain, it's just flour. The procedure is as follows. Let me just show you. Here it goes. This is an older AI video. It gets better. We have a I don't like that. It's just weird. I think she's done speaking. Hey, how are you? Grab a seat. Shavua Tov. There, you have a safer. Oh, no, that's not it. There, both of those. You're probably going to want to see the screw. So, what you saw over here, you might have been distracted for a second, but basically, the Kohen sticks his hand into the flour, and with his 3 fingers, he grabs flour. That's a mincha. Then, whatever you have to add, you add. Sometimes you put the oil on the bottom, the flour on top, then more oil, then the frankincense. But this This right over here, these 3 fingers worth, that is the kmitza that goes onto the mizbeach. That is the what you map through. That's the carbon. The rest, the kohen gets the okay. So knowing that, Rav says, that's like 10 lines from the top. Rav says that if a Yisrael does the kmitza, it has to be done by a kohen. But let's say Yisrael jumped in and he did the kmitza, then you just return it right back to the bowl. You put the kmitza right back to the bowl. So we had a machlokes exactly what's going on here. What happens if he doesn't put it in the bowl? He puts it in the second bowl. Now, I don't know if you noticed. Here, let's go back over here. Okay, you see, now he's taking the kmitza. What does he do with it? He puts it into a second vessel. It's in one klisharis. This is the first vessel has kedusha, and then he takes that the 3 fingers worth and he puts it into a second vessel. There's a machlokes. Once you put it into the second vessel, then you return it to the first one. Once you take the kmitza from here, Rav says, even if Yisrael takes it and he messes up, put it right back, and then let the kohen start all over again. But if you put it into the second smaller vessel, you can't do that. That's one sheet. So now we're holding 5 lines from the bottom. Now 12 over the base. Massive no Rav Nachman. What exactly do they hold? The kmitzas psul and avodah is when the Yisrael takes the 3 fingers worth. That's considered one of the 4 essential avodas. Like when you check the carbon in the basic English, the shchita, kabbalah, beilacha, zrika. It's the essential avodas that a kohen does. What about the kmitza? If you hold up, putting your hand in and grabbing 3 fingers is part of the avodah. You open them out and clean them have them. So who cares if you put into another kli or not? Oh, correct. Thank you. I was giving shir here without people, and I skipped around, and it wasn't good. Then they had to go back and fix it. So thank you. Mike is our after that. He can just psul avodah. If it's considered an avodah, so what difference is it if he put into a kli or not? By him putting his hand into the kli and going like this, he did an avodah. It should be possible. He commits his psul and lav avodah. It doesn't count for anything. So then he dumps it into a second vessel. So what good is it? Why is that a problem? Why would you say that putting into a second kli ruins it? In fact, it is considered avodah. So he says something very interesting, that it's a combination. It's not a complete avodah. It's let's say 50%. By you putting your hand in and grabbing it, it's 50%. The second part is when you put it into the kli. That's the second 50%. So it is an avodah, but it's not a complete avodah. Therefore, when you by Yisrael putting his hand in, he did 50%. It's not possible. But when he dumps it into the second kli, then he finishes it off. Boom. Then it becomes a complete avodah. Then it becomes possible. You can't use it again. That's the Gemara. Here, let's say he takes flour from here. This is a golden vessel. This has a kedusha. This is a klisharis. So he goes in and he takes that amount. He did 50% of it. Then he goes, puts it right back to where he started. He said we can use it. How can he use it? This is a klisharis. By him putting it back in here, it was mekadesha. He gave it kedusha, and now he ruined it. So Tosfos asks, when you put it back in here, where does it fall? It falls on top of the flour. So if it falls back on the flour, how could it have kedusha? In order for it to have kedusha, it has to fall into the vessel. It didn't fall into the vessel, it fell into the other flour. So Tosfos says it's the famous concept of mina and the Tosfos is throwing it out there. We have 2 items that are the same. One are the same. It's flour and flour. Then there's no chatzitza. So it's as if when you put the kmitza back in the bowl on top of flour, it's as if it hit the bottom of the kli, because the flour that it fell on is not going to provide a barrier separation between the kli and that. I just thought it's interesting. So the question is, Let's go back to the question to understand the answer. The question is, when the Yisrael, talking about a guy who's possible. It's a Yisrael or a person that lost a close relative that day, and Aynan, that's the Yom, all these people that are possible doing the Avodah, they put their hand in, and then Rav says, just put it back and start over. You don't have to grow out all the flour, start. Why? When you put it back in, you made it Kaddish, it should be no good. Amar B'Echel the Samaris, Misharis, Ein Mekachim Elam. When you put it in, you didn't have intent to have the Misharis make it Kaddish. You have to have intent. Everything in Judaism is in the mind. Everything. You do a mitzvah, you have to think. If you don't think, no good. You could think you could have the same action, take the same thing. If you thought one way it's good, the other way not. Over here also, you put it back into the fleet. If you don't have that intent that I want it to be published, doesn't happen. I mean, that's my conscience. What do you tell me? But if you did have intent that it should be published, it would become published. But if so, how come it is? Well, by the name of Shlosh Rabbi Yochanan, Shlosh wants to ask Rabbi Yochanan. The Shar is now she catches psul chapila likari. Can a Bisharis take something that's puzzle and make it publish so you can put it on his back? The Bible name is Rabbi Yochanan. The Bisharis now she catches psul chapila likari. Normally, you catch it. Rabbi Yochanan told Rishlakish that it doesn't make kedusha. Why not? But here you say that by putting in this non-good mitzvah that was done by Yisrael, it makes it kadosh if you had the right intent. So he says, Amalei, Mikachim Likorev, Al Mikachim Likorev. You have to make a distinction. What Rabbi Yochanan was saying is that it's not kadosh enough to put it on his back, but it is kadosh enough to make it kadosh. Rav Amram Mama, you go to zero the bisa kedusha. Oh, so let me just show you what Yoshi did. Here's a bisa kedusha. You guys see it? Bisa kedusha, meaning it's overflowing. There's a big heap over there, and therefore what? That's why there's no kedusha, because it's outside of the kli. The kli, in order for a kli to make it kaddish, it has to be within the rim. It can't be above the rim. So the says, "Oh, look at the comments. If that's the case, how do you do kmitza? He took kmitza from the big heap, which is not in a kli, which is not a good kmitza. Ella, so we have to retract a little bit. Zero in the piece of the fufa. What happened was he put it back, and it was very full, like this. It was all the way to the top. Okay. Even the comments lay of the guma. Wait a minute. If it was all the way to the top, by him, here, I'm going to demonstrate. Better not get in my tie and suit. Okay, so this is the flower, yeah? He puts his hand in like this, straight in. It takes 3 fingers worth. Okay. So what happened? You guys see the hole? So there's a hole. So when he puts it back in, he put it right back into the hole. So it's great that it's in the cleat. It has to be below the rim. You tell me, it's not below the rim because it's very full. Okay, but when he did his pizza, he went like this. He made a giant hole. And then when he put it back, Rob said, put it back. So he puts it right back into the hole. So what is my answer? Here's a hole. It says, you keep in the comments there, you have a guma. I made a big hole. You put it right back into the hole. You're going to do this. Says the Gemara. So the Gemara says, look, you put it right over here on the side. You see? This is no good. This is above the rim. Yeah? He didn't put it in the hole. We're talking about that he took it out. The kmitza was good. Why? Because it was level. He did a good kmitza, but he didn't put it back in the hole. Put it back in the hole, it wouldn't be a problem, it would be covered. The problem is that he put it back on top. And then what? I'm going to do it. And they did it. The Rosh says he did like this. He shook it up. You see, now it went below the rim, sort of. And that's okay. Now, logically speaking, what would you say? By him shaking like this, did he put it back in the hole, or it happened by itself? What do you say? He shook it off and it went into the hole. I would think also it says Masiyah, but Gemara says no. Look what the Gemara says. Gemara uses very strong language. Nasa kimi zero yakar. It's as if a monkey put it back. Here we actually have a little bit of a thing, nothing major. In other words, you didn't put the flour into the hole. You shook it like this, and it kind of, it's like an after effect. I don't exactly understand the svara, I have to tell you the truth. That's what Gemara says. Says Gemara, I'm only reviewing the Rebbe. I have a question. It's actually a proof, not a question. What are you asking? You're saying when you take that minute, when you put it back in, the kli should make it kaddish on the spot and actually ruin it. Why? Because I'm a Yisrael, I'm not a kohen, I have no right to take the pizza. But me putting it back in here, it should be ruined because the fact is this kli is a kli sharis, it's a golden kli. It's a vessel that has a kedusha, and anything you put in it comes kaddish. So me, the Yisrael, I put it back in, it comes kaddish to ruin it. So he says, oh, I have a chap. Maybe this vessel is on the table. It's on the floor. The coin is not holding it. And I put it back in. So it didn't have any kedusha. Elamai, you see, from the fact that the Gemara didn't answer that, but that's not a problem. That this vessel doesn't need to be held. But look, if you want to zero the clear, I'm going to forget karka. You can do pizza from a. A coin doesn't have to hold it. That's what he holds. You actually touched upon a question that we have. He's like an agave. We're going with the story here. It's almost like ADD sort of. Rothschild always says, and I use this all the time, this idea. When you have a story, in the middle of learning, you just say, right, it's like you just give you a story, don't worry about it. You're in the middle of a sentence, you go. This is exactly what happens. Look how it works. He says, this is a question that we had. The Rabbi Avimi Tanim Menachas Berach Pizda. Because Rabbi Avimi was learning Menachas, this Masechta, by Rav Pizda. Ask the Gemara, before we even go any further, Avimi Berach Pizda Tanim. Avimi is the Rebbe. How is Avimi learning from his Talmud, Rav Pizda? Remember, Rav Pizda once said, Ufei Kavei, Balei, interesting words, I got beat up physically or verbally from Avimi, my Rebbe. Because I forgot something in learning. If the orphans have to pay back like that, and we want to take some of the inheritance and sell it to pay back the debt, we want them to get the highest price, most value for whatever they're selling. So what do? We announce it for 30 days, or we announce it for 60 days, Sheni Chamishi, only on Mondays and Thursdays. So we do that for 60 days, it adds up to 18. Yeah? So the way you could understand it is, let's say if you're doing Chazara on Gemara, anything, if you took this daf and you reviewed it 10 times in a row in one day, it would be much less effective than doing it like every other day or once a week. 5 times once a week is much better than 10 times in one day. So the same thing over here. If they announce it 30 days in a row, it's not as powerful as announcing it 18 times over the course of 60 days. But now we're like smack in the middle of something. Rav Chisda got smacked by Avimi because he forgot this halacha. So you see, the Rav Chisda is actually the student. Gemara explains, so how is it possible that Avimi learned Menachos by Rav Chisda? Says Gemara, Avimi Mesech. This Akra is Akra. Avimi forgot the entire Mesech by Menachos. Also, Rav Chisda, Lature, Gemara. He went to Rav Chisda to learn it. I thought it's fascinating. And Rav Chisda forgot a little shot. He got a smack from him, and he forgot the entire Masechta. He didn't get beat up by Rav Chisda. You went to learn from him. Okay. So he goes to learn from him. I said, Gemara, he's the Rebbe. You should tell Rav Chisda come to me and teach me Masechtas Menachos. Savar, I think this is wonderful. This line right over there. Savar, Hachim is time listen by me going to Rav Chisda, embarrassing myself, walking over there, whatever it is, I'll have more atzlacha in this learning. So you know, all very enough. We're not bumps into Avimi. I'm really a kids are how do you do pizza? I'm really a pizza. He points, literally right there. See that ball right over there? Like that's how you do pizza. I'm really if you point to the shall got a put it up. Should I use something like that? It's on the floor. I'm really no. I was saying that's a great plea. I didn't say like that on the floor. A coin has to lift it. Okay, so Kate said I'm catching someone up. Now I take the flour and I want to put it into a cleat to make it. I brought from home. I brought a bag of flour. I want to put it in a cleat. How do I do that? I'm like, what's the cleat? You put it here. You point it to that cleat. So you ask me the last minute. If you catch me, I got the car cup. Use something that's on the floor. I'm like, no, you're not really kind. We're talking, of course, that a kind is holding. I'm like, okay, you track the station behind. It comes out, you need 3 kohanim. You need 1 kohen to hold the big plate, another kohen to stick his hand in and do pizza, and a third kohen to hold the second plate. Right? Because you take the community, put it into a smaller vessel. So you need 3. I'm like, so what's the big deal? So you have 3. But then you also a good time. Every morning and every afternoon in the Beis Hamikdash, 7 days a week, 365, they brought a talmud. How many kohanim do you need for that? You need 13. Okay, it's a big deal. So you have 3. Well, why is 3 such a big deal? When you take the kmitza, you put it into the vessel. When you take the vessel of the kmitza and you bring it to the mizbeach, putting it onto the mizbeach, that's the mission of Pigol. We're not going to go into it. That a kohen, as he's doing one of these things, the essential avodas, he can have in mind that's going to eat it in 3 days from now. By doing so, he ruins it because it's Pigol. You can only eat it for a certain amount of time, not 3 days. But once you think about it, it's over. And if you would eat it, you get punished for that. How come it says Shemitza, Moile, Makter, it doesn't say anything about the kohen holding it? No, I'll tell you why. Of course you have to hold it. And I said, I've always known that. We're talking about the essential avodas. We're not talking about the lighter things like the kohen holding. This is the exact question that we just had in the what's the halacha of doing kmitza from a plate that's on the ground and the kohen is not holding it? When referring to the lechem hakam. So it says, Arba kohanim nechnasim, shnayim biyadam shnei zbarim. Each kohen holds 6 breads. So that's 2 kohanim holding 6 breads, that's 12 bread. Ushnayim biyadam shnei bezifim. And 2 other kohanim holding 2 bezifim, which contain the levarim. Let's see the 2 kohanim holding 6 breads back there. So 4 remove everything, and 4 put it back up. So now in this process right over here, right, these guys, this one right over here, when you have the 8 people taking the bread, putting the bread, how come they mention about another 2 people lifting up the table? Doesn't say anything about lifting up the table. Isn't it similar to kmitza where kohen has to hold the kli while you're doing the kmitza? Sure, kohen have to hold the table while they put the bread in. And Rashi explains that the bezifim, those spoonfuls of levina, is what allows the kohanim to eat from the bread. So think of a matzah. What we call a matzah. When you burn those, then you're able to eat the bread. It's the same thing, says Rashi, when it comes to kmitza. When I go like this, I put my hand in there, put 3, and then allows the kohanim to eat the rest of the flour. So they're similar. Rav says, you're right. Maybe a kohen does have to hold it. Lav Amr says it's not not that. Hochanami says it's not that. So Rashi says over here something interesting. It says Rashi, "V'hagbal lav min ha'avodas chashuv." The reason why it's not mentioned, maybe, says Rashi, explaining the Gemara, the reason why lifting the table is not so important, what's part of it? It's not an avodah chashuva. It's an avodah, not an important one. It's not on the list. But maybe an achanami, a kohen does have to lift up the table. Says Gemara, wait a minute. Midami also learned off as the none of the guy. But on Amral, when he said it's not part of the list because we're only talking about avodah, we're not talking about the kohanim. Great. Achanami is the none of the guy. We're counting how many kohanim there are. You don't do numbers. There's 8. 4 do this, 4 do that. Don't you think if there's a ninth kohen lifting the table, shouldn't you mention it? The Misa, there's no Magbiya. Shmamina, according to the Kli, Shalgavi Karka, Shmamina, you see the meets when the Kli is on the Karka, on the ground, on the table. You don't need a kohen to hold it. That's how we started off the Sugya. Amarava, 6 lines from the top. Shitali, according to the Kli, Shalgavi Karka. This we already established. It's so simple that if a bowl of flour is on the floor, on the table, the kohen could do the kmitza. You don't need another kohen to hold it. Why? We already proved it from the shulchan. There's nobody lifting the table over there, and they took off the phrases from the shulchan without a kohen. Next, when I go home and I bring a bag of flour from my pantry and I bring it to the base of Mikdash, I need to make it kaddish. Even though I say, by the way, when I say that this bag of flour is going to be a mincha, so it doesn't become kaddish a little bit, it becomes I want to make it really kaddish. I need to put it into a klisharis. So how do I do that? I could put it into klisharis that's on the ground. The kohen doesn't have to be holding it. You find the same thing about the shulchan. You take the breads, you put it into the shulchan. The kohen doesn't have to be holding it. Something that I don't know. Kiddush kohen tzmai. What's the process again? There's a large bowl. I put my hand in the large bowl, take 3 fingers worth, and put it into the small bowl. That small bowl, does the kohen have to hold it or not? What's the question? Do I learn it from the rest of the things that we just established, like the kmitza, and I can put the flour even though the bowl is on the ground. So too, the second bowl could be on the ground. Or I learned from blood. We had the whole last and second stuff and talking all about this. But when the kohen in the base of Mikdash shocks the animal, blood comes squirting out of the neck. You have to grab the blood with the klisharis. Has to go to the klisharis, and that blood is the final avodah. You bring it to the mizbeach and you sprinkle it on the mizbeach. That a kohen has to be holding. You can't have a kli sitting on the ground grabbing the blood. A kohen has to be holding the kli. That we learn from Shita. So the question is, and what is the question? I wish I had this, but I don't. I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. This process of taking kmitza from flour mimics a carbon. A carbon has 4 avodas: shchita, kabbalah, receiving the blood, halacha, moving the blood to the mizbeach, zrika, pouring the blood on the mizbeach. So too, by kmitza, we have we have the kmitza, which is similar to shchita. We have you taking that kmitza, putting it into a small vessel. That's kabbalah. That's like receiving the blood, kabbalah. Then the kohen takes that small vessel, moves it to the mizbeach. That's halacha. Then he puts it on the mizbeach. That's akfara. That's like zrika. So, so this idea of putting the kmitza into a bowl is similar to Kabbalah of dam. And dam, we know that a kohen has to be holding the kli when he receives the blood. So too, the kmitza. As the Gemara, the Yom will say this, this kmitza, he takes flour with 3 fingers. He puts 1.5 fingers worth in one vessel, 1.5 fingers worth in another vessel. Is that good? Rabbi says it's good. Problem is, if Rav is the one who compares the putting of the kmitza into the small vessel, like the blood, receiving the blood in the small vessel, he should learn from blood And by blood, you can't put half and half. You need to put all the blood into one vessel. So the Gemara, other than Rabbi Mahid, you're right. He says that when he agrees to Rav Nachman that if you put a pizza half and half, if you fail him, it's no good. He regretted that. How do you know that you can't make blood Kaddish halfway? You can put half of the blood in one kli and half in another kli. Or if that's what you show, this is by the Para Aduma. Kiddush, this is a little bit of exaggeration, but what they do is you take the hysops, and they would dunk it into the paraduma water. It's mixed water. It's not that violent, but yeah. They would spray the guy with the. So now what happens? There's more. What happens if this clean doesn't have enough water? You have to use 2 kalim. So, Kiddush Baruch the Azov, the Azov, the Azov, What Kiddush? You see, by the paraduma, it doesn't work. You need to put all the water into one vessel. You don't know without mine. What about the chazas, the inner chazas they do on your kippur, let's say? What about blood? Everything about the paraduma we know is halacha. It's halacha. That's it. There's no. The halacha Moshe tells us you have to do it so, and you can't learn anything else from it. I do the city of Mayim, but perhaps not. By paraduma it says the word of the Mayim, and it teaches us that you have to have enough water. You can't use 2 different vessels. It has to all be in one. So to by blood, it says the same word. So maybe I would know that you can't use 2 vessels. It has to be in one. No. You should know that if you have, this is how we know it, that at the end of the day, if you put the blood, but also that you did it in 2 different vessels, it's not considered a good kabbalah. When the kohen, here, let me show you what I'm doing. In the Eichel, you know, on your kippur we say achas, so that's this right over here. He takes blood, dunks his finger in the blood, and pours it on the floor, 7 in a row. Now, we were talking about it. You cannot do misabi. You can't do this. You can't take from the blood that's on the edges. You got to stick it right into the blood. You have to have all the 7 drops of blood in that one vessel. You can't have one vessel that has 3 drops and the other vessel 4. That doesn't work. All of them have to be in one. Minadam should be in you. What does that mean? Let's see in a second. You need both. The dunk and blood.